Chapter 1 Good News Time Stops. Bad News 1 Minute. Bai Ye's mood was quite complicated. He had a good news and a bad news in front of him. The good news was that although he had crossed over to the era of the Great Cataclysm 200 years later, where civilization was shattered, resources were scarce, the customs were simple, and there were radiation and mutated monsters everywhere. He had a golden finger, and it was very powerful time stopping. The bad news was 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute. His time-stopping ability was only 1 minute a day. What can you do in 1 minute? It wasn't even enough to take off your pants. The only consolation was that this minute could accumulate. If he didn't use it today, after midnight, it would turn into 2 minutes the next day. Bang! The roar of a bullet interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts, immediately followed by a group of wild cheering. He raised his eyes and saw that the central square of Great Dust Town was surrounded by people. It was nighttime, and the bright incandescent lights in the square illuminated countless moving shadows, combined with the wild cheers. It was like a dance of demons. Humph! A group of crude savages. Bai Ye scoffed, shifting his legs that had gone numb, the iron chains on his feet clinking with a crisp sound. Well, he was a slave to this group of crude savages. Great Dust Town was a human settlement of 800 people, and similar towns were everywhere in this wasteland. This moment, there was a table in the very center of the square. Sitting beside the table was a young man in a floral shirt, smoking a cigarette, while across from him sat a bizarre corpse. The corpse was holding a strange revolver made entirely of bones, with long, serpentine blood-red patterns on the bones, resembling wriggling blood vessels. The eerie blood vessels not only covered the gun body, but also extended to the corpse's right hand, deeply rooted within it. The grotesque appearance was as if a person had 5 intravenous needles stuck in their hand, simultaneously infusing 5 bottles of liquid. Sizzle. Accompanied by a chilling sucking sound, the corpse was drained into a dry corpse by the revolver. The group of people standing behind the man in the floral shirt cheered excitedly. We won again. We won again. Truly the magic Hanley you. To win 3 rounds in a row. If we win a few more rounds, we might meet the containment conditions for the forbidden object Breath of Bones. Haha. Breath of Bones belongs to our West District now. Compared to the excitement of these people, the crowd watching behind the corpse, which was the East District people, had gloomy faces and was silent. Who among you will go up? East District leader Tan Jie coldly scanned his subordinates. Everyone who was caught by his gaze turned their heads in fear, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing his subordinates silent, Tan Jie grew increasingly angry, but along with his anger, there was a hint of powerlessness among the dozens of core members under him. 5 had already died. If more died, he would become a powerless leader of the East District. And how could he then rule over the lowly people of the East District? Worthless. All of you are worthless. The East District people lowered their heads, fearing to draw fire upon themselves, and many secretly cursed. If you're so capable, why don't you go up? Aren't you just afraid of dying and letting us do it? The silence in the East District made the West District even more arrogant, with all kinds of foul language flying around. At the end of the crowd, a young boy whose feet were bound by chains and dressed in rags had flickering eyes. This person was Bai Ye. He realized that his opportunity had come. An opportunity to escape the fate of a slave and take command of a forbidden object. Bai Ye's current identity was a slave of the East District. When he had just crossed over yesterday, he was still a lowly person in the East District, and after using his time-stopping ability once, a tiny accident happened, and today he became a slave. He looked at the Breath of Bones placed on the table, and information about the forbidden object flashed through his mind. A century ago, a great cataclysm swept across the world, leading to the shattering of civilization and causing various degrees of mutation in all animals, plants, and even some inanimate objects. Forbidden objects came into being, and Breath of Bones was one of them, transformed from an ordinary revolver, possessing eerie abilities. To use forbidden objects, one must meet the containment conditions because forbidden objects are no longer inanimate but living entities. They have their own thoughts, and only by meeting their conditions can one gain the right to use them, commonly referred to as recognizing the master. The containment condition for Breath of Bones was very simple. Gamble with your life. In this civilization-efficient wasteland, a thrilling gambling game called the Fate Roulette was popular. The Fate Roulette is a game specifically for gambling with lives, that a revolver can hold 6 bullets. And the way to play this game is to load 1 bullet, then spin the chamber where the bullet lands is all up to luck. Two players take turns shooting themselves, handing their lives over to fate to see which bullet will hit whom. After several rounds, whoever survives is the winner. Before Breath of Bones became a forbidden object, it was used as a tool to play the fate roulette. Perhaps due to too many people being shot, or for other reasons, this ordinary revolver turned into a forbidden object. The containment conditions of forbidden objects are mostly related to their past experiences, so its condition is to win at the fate roulette. Winning just one round is not enough. One must keep winning until it recognizes you. Only those who are lucky enough and brave enough can gain the favor of Breath of Bones. Bai Ye glanced at the clock hanging on the stone wall of the square. 23:49. Just wait a bit. It wasn't time yet. His ability would only recover after midnight. Tanjia, if no one from your East District dares to come up and gamble, then Breath of Bones will belong to our West District. The West District leader Wang Shi sneered, his metallic prosthetic eye flashing with an eerie red light. Tanjia's face darkened. The forbidden object was found by me. You West Districts have no right to touch it. Oh, Wang Shi chuckled. How long have you had the forbidden object in your hands? It's your East District people who are worthless, not a single one able to make the forbidden object recognize a master. Now, our Grey Dust Town is being targeted by mutated monsters outside. How can we deal with them without forbidden objects? Since your people can't make Breath of Bones recognize a master, are you going to stop my people from doing so? Are you going to sacrifice the entire Grey Dust Town for your own selfish interests? His words caused various reactions among the residents of the town. They didn't care who from the East or West District got the forbidden object. They only cared about whether they could survive. Seeing the people's fluctuating hearts, Tanjie's expression became even uglier. He knew that if he forcibly took possession of the forbidden object, it would surely provoke public anger, and these people wouldn't hesitate to tear him apart for their lives. But just the thought of handing over the forbidden object was even more unbearable than killing him. The East and West Districts had been at odds for many years, although they appeared harmonious on the surface. There were often frictions. Tanjia was well aware that once the West District mastered the forbidden object, after they drove away the mutated monsters, the next to deal with would inevitably be him. Huffed out, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I, Tanjia, will not destroy Grey Dust Town for my own interest. The forbidden object should naturally belong to the capable. But that he shifted his tone, coldly staring at Wang Shi. The East District hasn't lost yet. Wang Shi sneered disdainfully. It seems you intend to let your people die before you give up, then continue to gamble. I want to see who from the East District dares to come up. Tanjia turned around, his serious gaze sweeping over the people of the East District. His subordinates shrank back in fear. However, his gaze did not land on his subordinates, but passed over them, looking at the East District residents who were watching. The residents of the East District, I, Tanjia, hereby promise that as long as any one of you can make the Breath of Bones recognize its master from now on, you will be my brother, Tanjia. You will be the deputy leader of the East District. The people of the East District exchanged glances, and no one replied, creating an awkward atmosphere. How many brothers have you? Tanjia. Led to their doom? Who would dare to be your brother? Tanjia's expression turned angry. His thoughts were simple. Even if his little brothers couldn't obtain the forbidden item, at least it should fall into the hands of the lowly. People of the East District, anything was better than letting it fall into the West District. However, he never expected that despite his generous offer, this group of lowly people would not respond at all. Just as he was about to explode with anger, a crisp sound of clashing chains rang out. Everyone step aside. If you didn't know better, you might think there's no one left in the East District. A young man's arrogant voice echoed from the crowd. Chapter 2. Who reigns at the end of the wasteland? The residents of the East District looked surprised. They truly did not expect that someone would be foolish enough to step forward. You see, this time's fate roulette was different from usual. Normally, you only needed to win one round, but now you had to win the recognition of the forbidden item. The magician from the West District, Liu, won 3 rounds in a row and fired 5 shots without being recognized, showcasing the immense difficulty involved. Who is so bold? Everyone turned to look, and they saw a ragged youth, chains around his feet, slowly walking over. His face was covered in dirt, making it hard to discern his features, except for his exceptionally bright eyes, which stood out starkly against the dullness of those around him. In their eyes, there was either numbness, dimness, cruelty, or greed, but the light in the youth's eyes had never extinguished. It was a flame interwoven with civilization and savagery that he was a traveler from the civilized world, merged with a lone wolf of the wasteland. Bai Ye, someone exclaimed that wasn't he insane before? Of course, if he wasn't crazy, would he stand up at this moment? I heard that when Bai Ye went hunting in the wasteland, he seemed to have been infected by something, and after returning, he kept muttering that he was the god of the new era. From today on, he will stand above the heavens. And so on. That's not all. I also heard him reciting poetry, something like at the end of the wasteland, who stands as the peak. Upon seeing Bai Ye, all becomes void the wind, and snow pressed down on me for 2 or 3 years. I tread through the snow to the mountain peak. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Bai Ye's expression darkened, and the unbearable memories surged in his heart. When he had just crossed over, he discovered that he had awakened a golden finger that could stop time, which led to extreme arrogance and a burst of middle school syndrome. Claiming to be the god of the new era and seeing everyone as a little loser. Just in time for Tanjia and the others to come to collect protection fees, he got furious on the spot. What garbage? A mere East District leader, an ant-like figure, collecting protection fees from a god? He immediately launched into a tirade, facing the dark muzzles of Tanjia and the others, ready to showcase his divine power, only to be caught off guard when time stopped for 2 seconds and then resumed, because he had previously wasted over 50 seconds experimenting with his ability. That it was then that he realized he could only stop time for 1 minute each day. After that, he ended up like this, going from a lowly person to a slave. During the Cataclysm era, many were mentally polluted, and Tanjia and the others simply thought he had gone mad. They didn't want to waste labor, so they demoted him to a slave. The past was unbearable to recall, but fortunately, Bai Ye's face was covered in dirt, so no one noticed his expression. Hearing someone volunteer, East District Leader Tanjia was overjoyed, but when he took a closer look at the person, a strange expression appeared on his face. Bai Ye. Wasn't this kid insane? Just this morning, he had been in front of Tanjia, claiming to be a god, rambling on about starting a new era. You. Tanjia hesitated to speak. My illness is cured. I accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms in the wild and had some hallucinations, Bai Ye said calmly. He had always been fond of telling little lies. Seeing Bai Ye speak clearly and no longer refer to himself as a god, a hint of joy appeared on Tanjia's face. He knew there were indeed some poisonous mushrooms in the wild that could cause hallucinations. Some people even sought out these mushrooms to eat. Xiao Bai, I thought your mind was polluted, which is why I demoted you to a slave. Rest assured, as long as you can contain the breath of bones, I will not only restore your resident status, but also become sworn brothers with you. From now on, the East District will be decided by the 2 of us. Tanjia spoke warmly after all. Making promises didn't cost anything. Bai Ye sneered he had eaten enough empty promises in his past life. His boss painted dreams every day, and he was already tired of it. Naturally, he wouldn't buy into Tanjia's scheme. Unchain me. He shook the chains on his feet. Hearing Bai Ye's impolite command, a glint of cold light flashed in Tanjia's eyes, but he smiled and said, Look at my memory. I almost forgot. Someone, come and unchain Xiao Bai. A little brother ran over with a key and unlocked Bai Ye's shackles. Bai Ye stretched his stiff legs and then kicked the corpse sitting on the chair. Bang! The corpse flew a meter away, shattering into pieces. His ostentatious entrance drew the attention of many. In truth, he wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. With the ability to stop time, how could he be low-key? Even if it was only for a minute, he couldn't become the god of the new era, but being a brash character was still acceptable, right? Across from him, the magician Liu narrowed his eyes, looking at this overly ostentatious youth with a hint of vigilance in his heart. He had some impression of this East District youth. Some said Bai Ye was a lone wolf in the wasteland, rarely interacting with others, surviving by hunting. In this day and age, anyone who dared to hunt alone in the wasteland was not to be underestimated. But then he heard that Bai Ye had gone mad. He didn't expect it was due to accidentally eating poisonous mushrooms. However, would a wasteland hunter really accidentally eat poisonous mushrooms? Was he starving, or was he seeking thrills? As Yu pondered, Bai Ye had already taken a seat opposite him. Bai Ye glanced at the clock out of the corner of his eye. It was 23:55, and he had 5 minutes left before he could restore his ability. Damn, I came too early. If it weren't for fearing that Tanjia would surrender directly, he would have definitely waited a bit longer before coming up. After the blunder, he had already figured out the ability to stop time. He even understood the source of that ability. which was time desynchronization. Time desynchronization sounded complicated, but explaining it was also quite complex. The mysteries of time could only be fully understood from the perspective of the time dimension, just as lower dimensional beings struggle to comprehend higher dimensions. He couldn't accurately describe the principles of his ability in words. He could only use metaphors to force his brain to understand. Simply put, the world he came from, which was the civilized world 200 years ago, and the current cataclysmic world, had different time flow rates. If the civilized world had a day of 24 hours, then the cataclysmic world had a day of 23 hours and 59 minutes. There was a 1-minute discrepancy in the time flow rates of the two worlds. That he wasn't sure why this discrepancy existed. It was probably caused by the cataclysm 100 years ago. His soul, as a 24-hour being, came to a 23-hour and 59-minute world, giving him an extra minute of time to use freely each day. That was why Bai Ye could stop time for 1 minute each day. Let's begin. Liu said to D, you go first, or do I? Bai Ye asked, trying to buy some time with a feigned question. Liu frowned. Naturally, we decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. Didn't you just see how it works in the fate roulette? Bang! Bai Ye slammed the table, the loud noise startling everyone from both districts. Some even instinctively reached for their guns. Who are you calling blind? I ask you, who are you calling blind? If you have the guts, say it again. Liu was stunned. When did I say you were blind? You dare to say that? Bai Ye instantly became furious, grabbing Liu's floral shirt collar, looking as if he was about to hit him. Click, click! The king snake and others from the West District quickly drew their guns, aiming them at Bai Ye. Meanwhile, Tanjia and others behind Bai Ye also reacted, hastily drawing their guns and pointing them at each other. The atmosphere was tense, as if they were about to start a shootout at any moment. Chapter 3, The Surefire Method of the Wheel of Fate. Let go. I didn't mean it like that. Liu was both shocked and angry, fearing that a big brawl would break out and he would be killed on the spot. Oh, you didn't mean it like that? You should have said so earlier. You almost made me misunderstand you. Bai Ye smiled and let go of his grip, stealing a glance at the clock. 23:56. Damn, only a minute has passed. Bai Ye's antics made Liu's eyelids twitch. He looked at the black handprint left on his floral shirt with tears in his eyes. Who said he was back to normal? He's still acting crazy. What kind of poisonous mushroom did this kid eat? Why is the after effect so strong? Little Bai. A cautious voice came from behind Bai Ye. It was Tanjia. Are you sure you're completely back to normal? Or, Bai Ye was just trying to figure out how to buy some time when Tanjia walked right into his line of fire. He raised an eyebrow and angrily said, Or what? You come. I hate it when people chirp behind my back. If you don't trust me, then you come yourself. Tanjia's face instantly stiffened. As the leader of the East District, being publicly scolded like this made him feel utterly humiliated, wanting nothing more than to shoot Bai Ye. But he held back. The aberrant creatures outside of Gray Soil Town were watching closely, and if they couldn't find anyone to contain the breath of the bones, then the entire town would be doomed. He suppressed his anger, constantly reminding himself not to stoop to the level of a madman. Let's get started already. Everyone is waiting anxiously. Hurry up and contain the forbidden object. The leader of the West District, Wang Shi, said coldly while gripping his gun. Li took a deep breath, slowly calming his emotions as he stared at Bai Ye across from him. Is he really mad or just pretending? Whatever. It doesn't matter now, because next, I will dominate this game. A flash of confidence gleamed in his eyes, the result of over a decade of hard practice in the art of cheating. His nickname, Magic Hands, was well-earned. He could not only discern the suits of playing cards, but could also manipulate the revolver's chamber to his desired position. This meant he could choose when the revolver would fire. Rock, paper, scissors is basic. As long as he wins the first move, he can load the bullets, spin the chamber, and thus control the game. Next, I will throw scissors, Liu said sharply. He deliberately revealed his strategy to engage in a psychological battle with Bai Ye. Bai Ye, however, was not concerned with this. His mind was focused solely on the time. Only 3 minutes left. Damn, why are these 3 minutes so long? It looks like I have to play it awkwardly. At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly sneered. Do you know that the Wheel of Fate also has a surefire method? As soon as he said this, not only did Liu freeze for a moment, but the rest of the onlookers were also dumbfounded. Not going to engage in my psychological warfare? Liu squinted his eyes and chuckled dryly. This kind of life-and-death game relies entirely on luck. How could there be a surefire method? Bai Ye looked at him with disdain, as if he were looking at someone who had never seen the world. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The boy was too confident. Confident enough to make even Liu, the seasoned cheat, feel a bit skeptical. What's surefire method? Bai Ye smirked. The surefire method is to make the opponent fire first. Everyone was left puzzled. This is a guaranteed win? How is that possible? Then what? Liu, with a face full of skepticism, doubted whether Bai Ye was telling a cold joke. And then, Bai Ye shrugged. Then you take the gun and give your opponent 5 shots. Liu. The atmosphere in the square, filled with hundreds of people, suddenly dropped to freezing point due to Bai Ye's words. It turns out that cold jokes can indeed create an awkward silence. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Others began cursing. What the hell? What kind of nonsense surefire method is this? Why don't you just say to fire 6 shots at the opponent instead? Liu chuckled coldly twice. This joke isn't funny at all. Let's just play rock, paper, scissors. Looking at the hand extended by Bai Ye, he remained silent. There were still 2 minutes left. Time passed second by second, and Liu's raised hand was starting to ache. Whispers arose around them. What is Bai Ye doing? Why hasn't he started? He can't be having another episode. Can he? What episode? He is clearly scared. He probably got a rush of adrenaline earlier. Thinking he could become the master of the forbidden object, jumped onto the stage without a second thought. And now that it's time for the real deal, this kid is backing down. Tan Jie's face darkened. His grip on the gun tightened. The reason he could tolerate Bai Ye was that Bai Ye had the guts to come up and subdue the forbidden object. But now that Bai Ye was hesitating, how could he still tolerate it? If you're scared, just get down. Don't embarrass yourself here. Liu retracted his aching hand and said harshly. The voices of doubt grew louder, but the last 2 minutes dragged on. Bai Ye, who was on the verge of becoming the target of everyone's scorn, suddenly smiled. His lips curled up like a fierce lone wolf in the night, baring its fangs at its prey. I'm not scared. I'm just bored. Bored? Liu frowned. You think a life-and-death game is boring? The chamber of the breath of the bones could hold 6 bullets, and right now, it only had 1, which means there was only a 1 in 6 chance of dying. Isn't that boring? Since we're playing, why not go big? How do you want to play? Naturally, by increasing the bullets. The young man's words caused an uproar. A 1 in 6 chance of death was already daunting. They never imagined Bai Ye would dare to increase the bullets. Liu's heart sank. He was indeed a cheat and had specifically practiced the wheel of fate. But he usually practiced with 1 bullet. If he rashly added another, his 100 win rate would plummet to 98, which was too risky. Seeing Liu hesitate, Bai Ye continued, Do you know why you couldn't contain the breath of the bones? Even after winning 3 rounds? Why? Because you lack guts. You son of a. Liu instantly became furious. Add bullets right now. He took the breath of the bones and loaded 2 golden bullets into the chamber, glaring angrily at Bai Ye. That's more like it. Only those with both courage and luck are qualified to contain the breath of the bones. But Bai Ye suddenly shifted the topic, his gaze intense. It's still not enough. What? Not enough? Gasps echoed through the crowd. 2 bullets and still not enough. Did Bai Ye want to play with 3? Hiss. 3 bullets, a 50% chance of death. Liu was also startled by Bai Ye's words. With 3 bullets, his win rate would drop below 80%. What was the difference between that and seeking death? Bai Ye glanced at the time with his peripheral vision. There was only 1 minute left. He felt a surge of confidence, but maintained a cold demeanor. If you're scared, just get down. Don't embarrass yourself here. Hearing such familiar words, Liu was immediately enraged. As a cheat, how could he be afraid of a mere kid? Fine, I'll play with you. The 3rd bullet was pushed into the chamber. Who would have thought that at this moment, Bai Ye would shake his head? Not enough. Liu was stunned. This still wasn't enough? For bullets? Playing this big? He couldn't bear to look directly into Bai Ye's aggressive gaze, causing his hand holding the gun to tremble slightly. The uproar around him further unsettled him. He wanted to back down, but a hard object suddenly pressed against his back. A cold voice came from behind him, belonging to Wang Shi, the leader of the West District. You know what happens if you fail to obtain the forbidden object. With Bai Ye in front and Wang Shi behind, Liu found himself completely cornered. Humans are fascinating creatures when there's no way to retreat. A courage known as burning the boats arises spontaneously. Liu gritted his teeth, his emotions quickly calming down. With steady hands, he loaded the 4th bullet. Chapter 4, 6 bullets. I bet it will jam. Huh. He took a deep breath, looked at the arrogant boy opposite him, and said in a deep voice, Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Seeing Liu's desperate demeanor, Bai Ye smiled. This smile made Liu's heart skip a beat, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Could it be? The devil's whisper came as expected. Not enough. What the hell? 5 bullets. What kind of toxic mushroom has such a strong after effect? That kid Bai Ye is playing with fire. Even the leaders of the East District were stunned at this moment. They had seen many rounds of fate roulette and even participated in some when they were weak years ago. But they had never seen anyone crazy enough to play fate roulette with 5 bullets. This is 5 bullets, almost certain death. I can see it now. You're not here to gamble on fate. You're here to commit suicide. Li thought he had seen through Bai Ye's intentions and was very sure that the other party had gone mad. The winning probability with 5 bullets had dropped below 60%, which touched his bottom line. If you dare not gamble, then hand over the forbidden item. Bai Ye's words made Tanjia's eyes light up, and he quickly echoed, yes. If you dare not gamble, hand over the forbidden item. As soon as the leader of the East District spoke, his lackeys behind him began to shout. Liu showed a troubled expression, and the king snake behind him said coldly, don't fall for it. This kid wants to scare you into voluntarily giving up the forbidden item and continue gambling with him. If you're not sure, let him shoot first. He.S. not a cheater. In a fate roulette with 5 bullets, I don't believe he can survive. The hard object against his back pressed even harder. The cold metal gun barrel sent a chill through his floral shirt, making his hair stand on end. Fine, I'll gamble with you, but forget it. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Liu initially wanted to follow King Snake's advice and let Bai Ye shoot first, but ultimately gave up because he wasn't used to leaving his fate in someone else's hands. What if Bai Ye's luck really was that good, and he survived a shot? Wouldn't he that mean his own death was certain? He still preferred to use his magic right hand, which he had practiced for many years, to control his own fate. Liu loaded the 5th bullet in, and there were still 30 seconds until midnight. In these last 30 seconds, Bai Ye again said something shocking. Not enough. Wow. The scene instantly erupted in an uproar. People even doubted if they had heard correctly. 5 bullets are still not enough? A revolver can only hold 6 bullets. If it's fully loaded and fired, isn't that certain death? Liu couldn't believe his eyes. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? This isn't even a gamble. Before he could finish his words, he noticed that the boy across from him had already stood up and walked over to him. The boy reached out a muddy hand, gently took breath of the undead from his hand, and then, to everyone's astonishment, picked up the last bullet. 10, 9, 8, 7. Bai Ye silently counted down in his heart, his eyes, a mix of rationality and wildness, slowly scanning the crowd. I've always had bad luck. I don't think I can keep winning round after round until the forbidden item is acknowledged. Rather than that, it's better to decide the outcome in one round. Saying this, he loaded the last bullet. Click. The chamber was in place. The bullet was chambered. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bai Ye slowly raised the fully loaded breath of the undead and aimed it at his temple. The dark red veins on the gun began to writhe, like serpents burrowing into his flesh. Everyone present, without exception, thought he had gone mad. This was not gambling, but suicide. What the hell does it mean that I have bad luck? So I'll decide the outcome in one round. Looking at the diverse faces around him, suddenly, a smile crept onto Bai Ye's lips, revealing his white teeth. 6 bullets, I bet it will jam. The crowd was shocked. They had never heard such a niche phrase before. Who told you that fate roulette is played like this? In the stunned gaze of the crowd, Bai Ye pulled the trigger hard. Women and children in the crowd covered their ears in fear, and some instinctively ducked to avoid getting splattered with blood. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the midnight bell rang. Bang! In the endless darkness, in a dimension invisible to everyone, a massive and magnificent golden dial emerged beneath Bai Ye's feet, rapidly covering the ground. He stood alone on the giant dial, like a traveler abandoned by time. Meanwhile, the crowd, trees, buildings, and even the sky seemed to disappear, as if a divine hand had swept away all existence, leaving only varying sizes of golden dials. That was the personification of time for all things. The pointers on the golden dials of these people and things all pointed to 12 o'clock, except the giant golden dial beneath Bai Ye's feet showed 12:01. This was his own time, 1 minute more than this world. Feeling the return of power, Bai Ye wasted no time in activating his ability. Time stopped. Buzz. An eerie time fluctuation sounded. The world seemed to be paused. The once noisy square instantly fell silent. Everyone stood frozen like statues, and the horror in Liu's eyes was frozen as well. The second-hand smoke from his nose no longer spread, remaining motionless in midair. In this absolute stillness, the only one who could move was Bai Ye. This boy, who had just performed a miracle, opened the chamber of breath of the undead, with lightning speed as time stopped, starting to load bullets. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Don't waste time. Time is life. Ever since he realized he only had 1 minute each day, he became exceptionally precious of time because he had done the math. 1 minute a day means 365 minutes a year. That is 6 hours and 5 minutes. Calculating a year as 6 hours, 10 years would only be 60 hours. At the current age of 16, living to 50 in the era of great disaster would be considered lucky, and assuming that luck is indeed good, he could live to 56, which is only 40 years, and 40 years would accumulate to 240 hours. And 240 hours equals 10 days. When Bai Ye calculated that he had a total of 10 days in his entire life, he truly understood the meaning of the phrase time is life. Perhaps due to the dirt on his hands and the long time without trimming his nails, he struggled several times to no avail. Dead hands. Hurry up and load. At this moment, he began to sweat coldly. He didn't T-panic in the dangerous era of great disasters. He didn't T-panic facing the roulette of fate. But now, just the thought that several seconds had passed made him genuinely anxious. What was passing was not time, but his life. Fortunately, on the fourth attempt, he finally managed to load the bullet. Bai Ye let out a sigh of relief, hurriedly putting the bullet into his pants pocket. He had only loaded one bullet, the one that was about to be fired, so shooting it would result in an empty gun. After doing all this, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began a pose. He repositioned the gun against his temple, quickly adjusted his mindset, and a smile reappeared on his face, ensuring that the curve of the smile was exactly the same as before. And then he released the time pause. Release. Buzz. The eerie time fluctuation dissipated, and the flow of time in the entire world resumed. No one knew that time had once stopped. Everyone's attention remained focused on Bai Ye. In their eyes, Bai Ye smiled and calmly pulled the trigger, his confidence radiating from within, drawing everyone's attention. The revolver, with its metallic texture intertwined with the tactile feel of flesh, has its trigger slowly contracting. The trigger moves the hammer backward, compressing the hammer spring. At the moment the trigger reaches its limit, the hammer rapidly moves forward under the spring's force, striking the firing pin on the body of the gun. Click! A crisp sound echoes, with no smoke, no flame. And no bullet. Nothing at all. Only the boy's unchanging smile remains. Chapter 5 earlier, you called me Xiao Bai, and I didn't argue with you. Silence. A deathly silence fell, as everyone stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief, as if time had stopped again. The scene of Bai Ye smiling and aiming his gun seemed to be frozen in their eyes. Could it really be jammed? After a long moment, someone exclaimed in horror, "This is impossible." Liu suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, bloodshot from emotional agitation. More and more gasps of shock echoed. Damn! The fate wheel of 6 bullets. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to take the shot. Yet Bai Ye remained unharmed. Can even forbidden objects jam? This quality is unacceptable. You don't understand anything. It's not a jam. The forbidden object has its own consciousness. It must have acknowledged Bai Ye, which is why it didn't fire. Look, the gun. The gun is glowing. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the forbidden object breath of the skeleton suddenly erupted with a dazzling blood light, which spread continuously until it enveloped Bai Ye, resembling a deity descending to earth. Suddenly, Bai Ye felt a strange sensation in his heart. He looked at the breath of the skeleton in his hand as if he were looking at his own right hand, experiencing an illusion of a blood connection. Successfully contained? Bai Ye was not surprised. If the fate wheel of 6 bullets couldn't be contained, that would be somewhat disrespectful to the breath of the skeleton. As the blood light dissipated, the distorted blood vessels on the breath of the skeleton slowly writhed, first retracting from Bai Ye's right hand, then shrinking into the gun body, disappearing completely. The bone-crafted gun body gradually faded, turning into a matte black metallic color. In the end, the breath of the skeleton became indistinguishable from an ordinary revolver. It seems, Bai Ye lightly rotated the revolver in his hand, his slightly wild eyebrows raising slightly. This forbidden object has good taste. He twirled the gun and casually tucked the revolver into his pocket. The boy's arrogant words echoed in everyone's ears, yet no one rebutted. In fact, they felt deep down that it was only right. Perhaps only such a person was qualified to possess a forbidden object. Only at this moment did everyone snap back to reality from their shock. But their gazes towards Bai Ye remained filled with awe, as if the recent events had cloaked him in a veil called miracle. Ha ha! A loud laugh came, as East District Leader Tan Jie beamed. The forbidden object belongs to our East District now. Wang Shi, do you have anything to say? Facing Tan Jie's arrogance, Wang Shi's face was as cold as water, and he remained silent, his icy gaze sweeping between Tan Jie and Bai Ye, while his subordinates held their guns tightly, seemingly waiting for his command. Tan Jie's smile slowly faded, giving a signal to his subordinates, and the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Wang Shi chuckled lightly. Brother Bai Ye is indeed a young talent, but unfortunately, he has been demoted to a slave of the East District. I wonder if he would be interested in joining our West District? Tan Jie's expression changed drastically as he quickly stepped forward to Bai Ye's side, putting an arm around his shoulder. The slave matter is just a misunderstanding. Now Xiao Bai is my brother, Tan Jie, the deputy leader of the East District. How could he possibly join the West District, right, Xiao Bai? His gaze towards Bai Ye was laced with hope and threat. Bai Ye smiled slightly, brushed off Tan Jie's hand, and said lightly, "Before I contained the forbidden object, you called me Xiao Bai, and I didn't argue with you. But now that I've contained the forbidden object, you say, what should you call me?" In front of everyone, Tan Jie's expression changed repeatedly. He suppressed his anger and smiled. "Brother Bai Ye, I'm not good with words, but I've always been straightforward. From today on, you are my brother. Together we will rule the East District." Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. "Old Tan, how many times have I said it? Address me by my title in front of others." Tan Jie was taken aback, thinking to himself, when did you ever say that? Besides, you didn't address me by my title either. But he dared not argue, fearing Bai Ye would join the West District, so he could only force a smile. Right, Deputy Leader Bai. Brothers, hurry and call him." The dozens of younger brothers in the East District hesitantly shouted, "Deputy Leader Bai." Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand grandly. "Let's go home, boys." The younger brothers of the East District exchanged glances, hesitant to act, stealing glances at Tan Jie's unfriendly expression. Tan Jie forced a smile. "What are you still doing? Didn't you hear Deputy Leader Bai's words?" A group of people marched back to the East District. The leaders of the West District, including Wang Shi, stood in place with grim expressions. "Leader, Li Yu stammered. "Shut up. Useless." Wang Shi shot him a cold glance. "Go back." Soon they left as well. With both factions retreating from Grey Dust Town, the onlookers began to disperse. In the East District at the Tire Tavern, Tan Jie and others enthusiastically surrounded Bai Ye, everyone joyfully holding up their cups, speaking vulgar words, and drinking low-quality liquor. The Tire Tavern was not originally named this. The wooden sign, painted red, read, "Old Times." The owner, Old Wang, over 40 years old with graying hair, was said to have read some books, thus acquiring a bit of an artistic aura, which is why he named it Old Times. No one knew what he was reminiscing about, nor did anyone care. Due to limited funds and the inability to find good renovation materials, he had dug up a large number of discarded tires from the junkyard to serve as seats. Most people in Grey Dust Town could not read and didn't recognize the words Old Times, so they referred to it simply as the Tire Tavern. Now that Deputy Leader Bai holds a forbidden object, we no longer have to worry about that group of mutated monsters outside. Yes, that group of mutated aberrant beasts has surrounded our Grey Dust Town for almost a month. If we don't resolve them soon, we might starve to death. Those aberrant beasts are truly cunning. I feel their intelligence is almost on par with humans. They know that attacking Grey Dust Town would cause heavy losses, so they deliberately remain outside, cutting off trade routes and preventing us from going out to get food. By the way, Deputy Leader Bai, this is the first time we've seen someone contain a forbidden object. Could you demonstrate its power for us, so we can broaden our horizons? Someone flattered. Just as Bai Ye was about to speak while enjoying his meal, Tan Jie suddenly shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? It's not a circus act. What's there to demonstrate? Besides, firing the breath of the skeleton will extract the user's vitality. Can it be demonstrated casually?" Then, as if changing his face, he smiled at Bai Ye. "Deputy Leader Bai, don't mind the young ones. A person's vitality is precious. Better to save it for dealing with aberrant beasts." Bai Ye patted Tan Jie's shoulder with his greasy hand. "You speak well, Old Tan. Someone, bring me another plate of meat." A flash of pain crossed Tan Jie's eyes. In Grey Dust Town, eating meat was a luxury. Most people could only have one meal a day and rarely saw meat, and it was not uncommon to go 3 days without food. Now that the aberrant beasts were besieging the city, their food reserves were nearly depleted, and only he, as the leader, could eat meat every day. Chapter 6. The most important thing in life is to forget one's roots. Commander Bai, The mutated beasts haven't been dealt with yet, and food is really scarce. Why don't you save some and have a cockroach protein bar first? Tan Jie pulled out a long, rectangular black protein bar. On it, a few cockroach antennae could be faintly seen. This was the daily food of the wasteland residents. Cockroach protein bars. It even had simple packaging with a rough slogan printed on it. Cockroach protein bar, tastes great. Satisfies your nutritional needs for a day. Cockroach protein workshop. Bai Ye glanced at the cockroach protein bar and immediately flew into a rage. This thing had appeared often in his previous memories. It was considered a staple food. Although it looked disgusting, at least it was edible. The taste was like a person with sweaty feet wearing short stockings stuffed into snow boots, running 5 kilometers in the snow, then sealing the stockings inside the boots until spring, and then rubbing the stockings on their tongue. I used to eat cockroach protein bars every day before becoming the deputy commander, and now that I am the deputy commander, I'm still eating this? Isn't that a waste of my position? Get rid of it. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. He waved his hand and directly knocked the cockroach protein bar off the table, causing it to land in the crowd and trigger a scramble. Tan Jie's face turned sour, and he forced a smile, saying, "But you were eating it before, weren't you?" Bai Ye seemed not to notice and put his arm around Tan Jie's shoulder, earnestly saying, "Old Tan, do you know what the first thing a person does after becoming successful is? What? Of course, it's to forget their roots. If you don't forget your roots after being successful, then what is the point of being successful? Danfie, Old Tan, don't worry. With me around, those mutated beasts can be easily dealt with. By then, we won't have to worry about meat. So don't skimp on food right now. Bring it all out so I can replenish my strength. Otherwise, when it comes time to deal with the mutated beasts, how can I use breath of the bones if I lack vitality?" Right, Deputy Commander Bai is right. Someone, hurry and bring the meat. Tan Jie forced a smile while secretly vowing to kill Bai Ye after he dealt with the mutated beasts. Of course, if Bai Ye died from overexerting himself while shooting the mutated beasts, that would be even better, as it would save him from taking the blame. After a bout of gluttony, Bai Ye, feeling satisfied, went to the house arranged by Tan Jie to sleep. He certainly wouldn't return to his previous doghouse. Forget his roots. After he left, the entire tavern fell completely silent. Tan Jie's expression darkened, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes from time to time. His underlings felt their boss's anger and dared not say a word. At this moment, one of his trusted subordinates quietly stepped forward and whispered, "Boss, I think Bai Ye is a bit disrespectful, relying on his forbidden item." Bang! Tan Jie slammed the table and shouted, "Is that a bit disrespectful? He clearly doesn't regard me. Shanju Tan Jie at all." As he fumed, the hairs on his body stood on end, turning black and stiff like the bristles of a wild boar, exuding a fierce aura unique to beasts. 2 wisps of white vapor could be seen faintly escaping from his nostrils. The others immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, saying, "Boss, calm down, calm down. You're a gene-modified person who has injected gene agents, while that kid is just an ordinary person relying on external items. Once he finishes off the mutated beasts, he will surely suffer from blood loss and 1T be able to shoot. Then, 1T he just be at our mercy?" Tan Jie's expression eased slightly, although his subordinate's words resonated with him. As the commander, he couldn't just go along with it. He had to maintain his image. "I initially wanted to become brothers with Bai Ye and jointly govern the Eastern District, but I didn't expect that this kid would become so arrogant after acquiring a forbidden item. This person is eccentric and greedy. If he governs the Eastern District with me, it will surely bring disaster to the people. For the sake of my brother's future and the future of the entire Eastern District, I, Tan Jie, would rather bear the blame and go back on my word. Boss is righteous. We swear to follow you to the death." In a dilapidated red brick house, Bai Ye stood in front of the mirror. Having just finished bathing, completely naked, he stroked his chin while constantly evaluating himself. Not bad, handsome just right. In the mirror, his slightly messy black hair hung down between his brows and eyes, as if intentionally obscuring his sharp and rebellious wolf-like black eyes. A fresh scratch, still healing, ran across his high nose bridge, the edges crusted with dried blood. The injury didn't mar his looks, but instead added a touch of wildness. His figure was tall and slender, his skin carrying a hint of malnutrition's pallor. This was the first time Bai Ye truly faced his own appearance. Mainly due to the water scarcity, he had been disheveled every day. Most people in the dusty little town were like this, except for some special workers. Now that he had Tan Jie backing him, he could comfortably take a bath. If I'm not mistaken, Old Tan should be plotting how to kill me, right? TSK, TSK. Old Tan is really something else. Bai Ye paid no mind to the threat from Old Tan. The previous containment of the forbidden item took 10 seconds, and now there were 50 seconds left. Killing Old Tan would be easy, even if he was a gene-modified person. No matter how modified his genes were, he was still a carbon-based life form. Even if he was covered in bristles, his throat, lower body, and eyes were all fatal weaknesses. Bai Ye lay on the bed, playing with breath of the bones, a faint smile on his lips. Perfect containment, what an unexpected delight. Ordinary people only know that forbidden items can be contained, but they don't know that there are two containment modes, ordinary containment and perfect containment. As a wasteland hunter, Bai Ye had hunted and survived in the wasteland and encountered many other hunters. These people traveled far and wide. Their strength might not be particularly strong, but their experience and knowledge were extremely rich, and this information was learned from them. In simple terms, ordinary containment is when the user meets the conditions set by the forbidden item, allowing the item to work for the user, similar to a boss hiring employees, paying them to work where the employees' bodies belong to the boss, but not their hearts. Perfect containment, on the other hand, is like recruiting loyal soldiers, completely subservient to you, both body and mind. Bai Ye's 6 bullets perfectly contain the forbidden item, Breath of the Bones. The ability of Breath of the Bones is quite simple. It extracts the user's vitality and attaches it to the bullets, enhancing their power. Ordinary firearms find it difficult to penetrate the skin defenses of mutated beasts, and even if they do, it's hard to deal serious damage. Breath of the Bones can easily break through defenses and even kill. Because it extracts vitality, using Breath of the Bones is extremely harmful to the body. If fired too many times, one could even die from blood loss. However, with the perfect containment, Bai Ye is entirely different. Although he will still lose vitality, when Breath of the Bones kills an enemy, it will return the vitality plundered from the enemy back to Bai Ye, so he won't suffer from blood loss. Instead, he will grow stronger with every fight. After playing with it for a while, Bai Ye lay on the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. In stark contrast to his comfort, the magician Liu, who had previously bet against him, was experiencing a completely different treatment. Main character image, still watching? My friend, you are the true protagonist. Chapter 7. The magic hand Liu in the West District, in a shabby 2-story villa. The pale-faced Liu knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably from fear. The district leader, Wang Shi, sat in a worn leather chair with a cold expression. Liu, you fled from another town to seek refuge with me. I took you in and gave you food, but how have you repaid me? You had sworn to me that if you couldn't contain the forbidden item, you would come to me with your head. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Liu trembled even more violently and pleaded, Leader, you can't blame me. If it weren't for that white wild beast appearing out of nowhere, I would have definitely contained it. Shut up, you useless fool. Wang Shi interrupted darkly. I hate people who make excuses for their failures. A person should reflect on themselves. Why could that white wild beast succeed while you couldn't? Are you not human? Are you even human? Leader, please give me another chance. I still have value. I have practiced my right hand for over a decade. My skills in deception are extraordinary. I can help you win at the casino. To hell with that. The Grey Dust Town is full of poor people. Where the hell am I going to open a casino? Since you don't care about being dignified, then I'll help you maintain some dignity. Wang Shi signaled to his subordinate, who immediately understood, chambered a round in his handgun, and aimed it at Liu's head. Liu shook like a leaf, constantly begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face. Leader, I don't want to die. Spare me. My mother is still waiting for me to come back. I'm her only son. The pitiful pleas softened the subordinate's expression, but under Wang Shi's cold gaze, he still chose to slowly pull the trigger. Who would have thought that at that moment, as Liu was begging for mercy, he suddenly sprang into action. His right hand moved like a blur, swiftly snatching the gun from the subordinate's hand and then lunging towards Wang Shi. Wang Shi felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly his head was being held at gunpoint. Liu seemed like a different person, fiercely pointing the gun at Wang Shi's head. Get back, or I'll kill him. This sudden turn of events made everyone hesitate, not daring to act recklessly. No one expected Liu to have such courage and speed. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed in the room as Wang Shi coldly smiled and applauded, saying, as expected of the magic hand, your skills are indeed extraordinary. Even I couldn't see it clearly. Stop with the nonsense. Have your men stand down. Wang Shi's expression remained unchanged as he lit a cigarette for himself, blowing out smoke rings and saying, "Do you know? I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head. Damn it, you're pointing a gun at me, and you're still acting tough? What do you do to me?" Liu shouted angrily, forcefully aiming the gun at Wang Shi's head. But the next moment, when the gun barrel collided with Wang Shi's head, it emitted a crisp metallic clang. Liu froze, his face instantly paling. Alloy. Crack. Bang. The sound of bones cracking and gunfire rang out simultaneously. My hand. Liu screamed in agony as his right hand, along with the gun, was crushed by Wang Shi's mechanical arm. Only then did he see clearly that Wang Shi not only had a metal eye, but also hid a mechanical arm under his right sleeve, gleaming with a cold metallic light. Not bad, you have some knowledge. Wang Shi released his mechanical arm, allowing his subordinates to pounce on Liu. He touched his slightly scorched head, where the synthetic skin had been pierced, revealing not human bone, but a gleam of metal. He coldly laughed. "I told you. I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head. I was once pointed at, so since that time, I spent a fortune embedding an alloy plate in my skull." Liu was too devastated to listen. His heart-wrenching screams were not from the pain, but from the realization that his magic hand was ruined. The right hand he had prided himself on and practiced for years was now shattered. My hand. My magic hand I've trained for years. Despair clouded his eyes, as if a layer of gray, named despair, had fallen over him, leaving him soulless and lost. Liu allowed his subordinates to restrain him without any resistance. "Just kill me." "Oh." Wang Shi smirked cruelly. "You were just begging for mercy. And now you want to die?" Liu gave a bitter laugh. "I've lived my whole life relying on this hand. Now that my proud magic hand is ruined, I've become useless. What's the point of living?" Tears streamed down his face as he looked toward an empty space. Choked with emotion, "Mom, I'm unfilial. I can't let you see the day I become successful. My hand is ruined." After saying this, he seemed to lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. "Ha ha!" Wang Shi suddenly burst into laughter, his smile cruel and savage. "You want to die? I won't let you die. I want you to live forever as a useless person, suffering your whole life." The pleasure of destroying someone else's cherished possession delighted Wang Shi immensely. He waved his hand, allowing his subordinates to drag the useless Liu away. Bang! Like a dead dog, Liu was mercilessly thrown into a garbage dump, and countless pieces of trash fell, completely burying his body. Two subordinates covered their mouths and noses in disgust, quickly leaving. After they left, the garbage shifted, and Liu crawled out from the dump, his bright eyes showing no signs of despair. "Ha ha ha! That idiot Wang Shi. I knew that psychological perverts like him enjoy this kind of thing." He held his right hand, laughing while gritting his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and walked step by step into the distance, the cold moonlight casting a silver glow, illuminating his path ahead. He unconsciously looked up at the moon, somewhat lost in thought. It was still the same moon, but he felt that today's moonlight was particularly beautiful. Suddenly, he smiled. I've lived another day. How wonderful. His face was filled with the joy of having survived, but deep within his bright eyes, there was a lingering shadow of gloom. Clearly, he did not feel as carefree about the loss of his magic hand as he appeared to be. "Deputy Commander Bai, we must act quickly to eliminate the aberrant beasts." Early in the morning, East District Leader Tan Ye came knocking, accompanied by dozens of armed subordinates. Bai Ye yawned. "There's an old saying, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of firewood. I haven't even touched a gun much before. How can I act rashly?" Tan Ye was taken aback, thinking Bai Ye made a valid point. Although Breath of Bones was useful, it was ultimately a firearm. If it lacked accuracy, it was less convenient than a machete. "What do you mean?" "Naturally, we should practice shooting first." "All right, I'll accompany you to practice shooting." Tan Ye had been crawling and rolling in the wasteland for over a decade. Even without formal training, he had become quite skilled, and he had some insights into shooting. Thus, on this first day, Bai Ye spent the whole day practicing shooting under Tan Ye's guidance. Today, Bai Ye was satisfied, having indulged his craving for shooting, wasting quite a bit of Tan Ye's bullets and eating a lot of meat. Tan Ye, however, felt quite painful about it, whether it was bullets or meat. Those were scarce resources in Gray Dust Town, and using even a little was a loss. But to deal with the aberrant beasts, he had no choice but to endure the pain of supporting Bai Ye. Chapter 8. Where did so many old sayings come from? The next day, Deputy Commander Bai. You're quite familiar with the gun by now. The mutated beasts are not small in size, so when we get close, hitting them shouldn't be a problem. How about we set off today? Tan Jie inquired. Bai Ye waved his hand impatiently. Old Tan, it's not that I'm picking on you. But there's an old saying that goes, haste makes waste. Yesterday, I practiced shooting at stationary targets, but mutated beasts are not inanimate objects. They move. Today we'll practice on moving targets. Tan Jie suppressed his rising anger and reluctantly nodded. The third day. Deputy Commander Bai, you've practiced on moving targets. So it's time to take action, right? I'm not rushing you. But our food supplies in the East District are nearly depleted, and we don't have many bullets left. If this keeps up, we might not even survive long enough to deal with the mutated beasts. Old Tan, there's an old saying, the more haste, the less speed. Bai Ye just started to speak when Tan Jie was about to explode, thinking, where did all these old sayings come from? Just as he was about to lose his temper, Bai Ye quickly changed his tune. But there's another saying, time is of the essence, strike swiftly. So, we shouldn't delay. Let's set off as soon as possible. Tan Jie. His chest heaved violently, and his triangular eyes stared daggers at Bai Ye. So angry he felt like splitting open Bai Ye's head to see how many old sayings were crammed inside. Old Tan, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up, let's move quickly. Just thinking about the residents of Grey Earth Town suffering from hunger due to the threat of mutated beasts makes my heart feel like it's being cut by a knife. Bai Ye, already several meters ahead, urged with dissatisfaction, as if Tan Jie were the one stalling and unwilling to set off. Tan Jie took a deep breath and silently followed with his underlings, a surge of killing intent building up inside him. He could barely contain himself. After Bai Ye killed the mutated beasts, he vowed to immediately take Bai Ye's life, otherwise he'd be driven to madness. After a long while, a group of people arrived at the walls of Grey Earth Town. Rather than a wall, it was more like a dirt wall made of mud, bricks, and barbed wire. Although crude, it was quite effective. Brother Bai, it's been 3 days, and you look even more impressive. On the wall, Wang Shi greeted with a smile, completely ignoring Tan Jie. Now that Bai Ye was clean and at the most vibrant age of youth, even in tattered clothes, he couldn't hide the youthful vigor that belonged to him. Bai Ye glanced at Wang Shi and said flatly, "Call me Deputy Commander Bai." His demeanor was cold, showing no respect for Wang Shi, the leader of the West District, which made Tan Jie feel a bit better. So Bai Ye is not targeting me. He treats everyone like this. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes, secretly calculating. He had heard about Bai Ye's attitude toward Tan Jie these days. Their discord was exactly what he wanted. His greatest fear was that the two would become as close as brothers, which would put a lot of pressure on him in the West District. Logically, if Bai Ye and Tan Jie were at odds, he should at least treat the West District leader better, since the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, he didn't expect Bai Ye to treat him the same way, which raised some questions. Could this kid be blinded by the forbidden object? Thinking that with the forbidden object in hand, he was invincible, thus looking down on the two leaders? Or was he hiding his strengths, intentionally acting aloof to lower others' guard? In reality, Bai Ye wasn't hiding anything. He was simply indifferent, viewing a mere town leader as nothing significant. He had never regarded him highly, let alone now that 3 days had passed. The saying a soldier's worth is measured in 3 days applied perfectly to Bai Ye, as his time reserve had now reached 3 minutes and 50 seconds. What does 3 minutes and 50 seconds mean? It means Bai Ye could instantly kill Wang Shi, Tan Jie, and even their subordinates. This was also the reason he looked down on forming connections with Wang Shi and Tan Jie. While it might seem that a leader in charge of 800 people was a big deal, in his eyes, everyone present was garbage. The reason he hadn't killed them yet wasn't due to kindness. Although he came from a civilized world, he wasn't a pushover. Wang Shi and Tan Jie had committed enough crimes in Grey Earth Town over the years to deserve execution 100 times over. He had no psychological burden about killing such people. The main reason was the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts were not just one, but a group. Bai Ye needed Wang Shi and Tan Jie to assist him in dealing with the mutated beasts. Otherwise, if the beasts breached the town, he would suffer too. At that moment, Tan Jie handed over a worn tactical binoculars. The mutated beasts are hiding nearby. These bastards never come within 100 meters of Grey Earth Town. They just circle around outside. As soon as anyone dares to go out, they will attack. Bai Ye took the binoculars, and in his view was a desolate landscape. The yellow-brown ground cracked with countless jagged wounds, and the howling wind whipped up clouds of dust. This geographical landscape should have no plants surviving, yet scattered weeds, dead trees, and even a few bushes were growing on the ground. These were mutated plants, but the degree of mutation was not severe, so they hadn't become living forbidden objects. Through the binoculars, his gaze scanned the ground and soon spotted several pairs of crimson eyes in a bush about 100 meters away. The wind howled, pressing down the bushes, revealing their full appearance. Hyenas. These mutated beasts were mutated from hyenas. Their originally brown fur mostly fallen off, replaced by grayish-purple tumors covering their bodies. The surface of the tumors filled with vein-like protrusions, and their claws sharp as blades. Why are there only a few? Bai Ye lowered the binoculars and asked. These few mutated beasts are just the Hyena King's scouts, preventing us from escaping, Tan Jie explained. The pups have decent intelligence. What's your battle plan? Leave the town. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes, watching the hyenas hidden in the bushes. Tan Jie and I will each take our elite members, and you will join us. We will engage the hyenas, and you use Breath of the Dead to kill them. Why we have to leave the town? Bai Ye was slightly surprised. Can't we lure them over and shoot from a high position? Wang Shi shook his head. We've tried that before. We sent someone as bait to lure the hyenas within 100 meters, and while we did manage to kill a few, after that, the hyenas learned. No matter how we lured them, they wouldn't recklessly come close, so we can only fight them outside the town. Bait? Bai Ye's heart stirred. He didn't need to think to know the fate of those bait. They must have long been devoured by the hyenas. In the wasteland, human life was the least valuable thing. Chapter 9 Bai Ye is still shooting? What are we waiting for? Brothers, follow your commander out of the city to confront the enemy. Bai Ye waved his hand and led the way toward the city gate. He was eager to test the power of the forbidden object. Wang Shi and Tan Jie exchanged glances, silently signaling their subordinates to follow Bai Ye out of the city. Soon, a group of more than 30 people marched out of the city gate. The younger brothers nervously gripped their guns, their eyes anxiously scanning the surroundings. Afraid that a hyena would suddenly leap out from a corner, they formed a circle around Bai Ye, Wang Shi, and Tan Jie, gradually advancing forward. In the distance, the hyenas remained unmoved until they had moved 100 meters away from the city wall. Suddenly, several hyenas in the bushes began to bark wildly. Howl! 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 More and more animal roars echoed, and on the horizon, swirling yellow sand blew across the scene, revealing countless black dots within it. 1, 2, 3, 50. Over 50 hyenas charged in from the distance, their size far exceeding that of ordinary hyenas, almost as large as adult bulls. The ground shook with a drum-like sound of their frantic running, causing Tan Jie and the others' hearts to tremble. Fire! Tan Jie shouted, and his gun fired first, like a signal flare, instantly igniting the battle. Facing the charging hyenas, the more than 30 people raised their guns and fired wildly. A dense barrage of bullets, forming a network of fire covering the hyenas. No one conserved bullets, and no one retreated, because everyone clearly understood that if they couldn't eliminate these hyenas, they would eventually be trapped in Dusty Town. It was precisely this life-and-death crisis that compelled the leaders of the East and West districts to unite without reservation. The rain of bullets blocked the hyenas' charge. But Bai Ye among the crowd did not shoot because the distance was too far, and his marksmanship wasn't very good, so he couldn't waste energy using the forbidden object. He had to wait for the hyenas to get closer. He observed quietly, directly sensing the strength of the mutated beasts. These distorted flesh and blood bodies showed no fear of the bullets fired from ordinary firearms. The bullets could only break the hyena's skin, although blood splattered and it looked gruesome. They were just surface wounds and wouldn't kill them unless a large number of bullets focused on one hyena simultaneously or by luck shot into an eye. Tan Jie and the others had dozens of guns, but their bullets were limited, making it impossible to achieve heavy fire suppression. They could only rely on the powerful lethality of the breath of the bones. After a round of firing, everyone hurriedly changed their bullets, while the hyenas took advantage of this gap to quickly close the distance. At that moment, a hyena suddenly leaped out from behind a dead tree, viciously biting into the arm of one of the East District members. The person screamed in agony, completely unaware of the hyena that had silently circled behind him. Panic and fear spread through the crowd instantly. The difference between those who had received professional training and those who hadn't became evident at that moment. In their panic, people instinctively fired their guns, missing the hyena and instead shooting the person who had been bitten. Bai Ye, quick shoot. Bai Ye methodically chambered a bullet, his cold eyes and the gun's muzzle simultaneously locking onto the hyena. Call me Vice Commander Bai. Bang! The roar of Breath of the Bones intertwined with his indifferent voice. The The bullet, glowing with crimson light, sliced through the air like a blood comet, striking the hyena hard. Boom! The hyena's head exploded instantly, like a watermelon drop from the 10th floor, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The blood-red bullet's power didn't diminish, and it subsequently shattered the dead tree behind the hyena in half. Is this the power of the forbidden object? Tan Jie was horrified. As a genetic modifier, even though his physical quality far surpassed that of ordinary people, if that bullet had hit him, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. His murderous intent towards Bai Ye rose again, but when he saw Bai Ye's pale face and his heavy breathing, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the immense power came with strong aftereffects. With Bai Ye's physique, he couldn't withstand many shots. Bai Ye gasped for breath at the moment he fired. He felt as if his body had been drained, like he had donated blood for 3 consecutive days. If he hadn't eaten meat to replenish himself in the past few days, he might have blacked out. However, after the hyena was shot dead, a warm current flowed from breath of the bones, spreading throughout his body. In an instant, the blood and energy he had lost not only replenished, but even slightly enhanced. That refreshing feeling of improved physical quality made him feel invigorated. Therefore, he raised his gun and began shooting at the nearest hyena. Bang! The gunfire roared again, the crimson bullet accurately hitting the hyena, not because Bai Ye's marksmanship was good, but because the hyena charging towards him had already been shot multiple times, its movements becoming sluggish. The warm current swept through him once more, and Bai Ye's eyes grew even brighter, the wildness and defiance in his gaze igniting completely. If it weren't for needing to maintain appearances, he would have laughed out loud. Bang! 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 He kept firing, and the number of nearby corpses increased, including both hyena bodies and those of his brothers. More and more hyenas prompted the 2 leaders to join the battle as well. Wang Shi tore off his shirt, revealing a mechanical arm glinting with a metallic cold light. The hydraulic rod emitted a sharp whine, and the silver alloy skeleton suddenly expanded, the mechanical arm charging up in just 0.3 seconds. He threw a punch, and the wind from his fist compressed the surrounding air into a transparent ripple. Bang! A hyena's skull caved in instantly, flying several meters away. Although the hyena suffered a severe injury, it still bravely got back up from the ground and continued its charge. Tan Jie roared repeatedly, the hairs on his body rapidly thickening and hardening, each black bristle becoming the perfect protective armor, allowing him to engage in close combat with the hyenas without falling at all. With defensive power, Tan Jie even had the spare capacity to observe Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye firing continuously, he felt great joy. This fool was not killing red-eyed, actually using breath of the bones so intensely that he would soon become a dried-up corpse. He had originally thought that if Bai Ye deliberately slacked off, he would have to point a gun at Bai Ye's head to force him to act, but unexpectedly, Bai Ye was putting in so much effort. Dann he secretly left. If this continued, he wouldn't even need to deal with Bai Ye afterward. This kid would end up killing himself. However, after laughing for a while, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Bai Ye was still shooting? Was this kid reckless? There were still many hyenas. The more than 50 that had appeared were just the vanguard, and the main force led by the Hyena King had yet to show up. Looking at Bai Ye's pale face and his swaying figure, Tan Jie felt a pang of fear. He had never intended to annihilate the hyenas in one go. Instead, he was prepared for a war of attrition, gradually wearing down the hyena pack. In his view, Bai Ye could die, but it absolutely couldn't be now. There were still several days of battles to fight in the future. Bai Ye, oh no, Vice Commander Bai, today's achievements are remarkable. We can retreat and fight again tomorrow. Tan Jie shouted. He thought Bai Ye would comply, but to his surprise, the pale-faced youth angrily retorted, Retreat? The enemy hasn't been dealt with yet. I see who dares to take a step back. Kill for me. Chapter 10. No. What the hell are you playing at? The wild killing intent that rushed over made Tan Jie momentarily stunned. How had he not noticed before that this kid had such a strong killing instinct? He was completely bloodthirsty. Vice Commander Bai, there are too many hyenas. The rear forces are likely over 100, and the more than 30 of us that we brought out are down to just over 20. Don't rush. The brothers are about to collapse, and Wang Shi's mechanical arm is almost out of energy. If we keep fighting like this... Shut up. 20 against 100, the advantage is mine. Old Tan, if you dare to waver the morale again, I'll be the first to take you down. Bai Ye was currently in the heat of battle, his physical condition continuously improving. How could he possibly back down? Facing Bai Ye's furious gaze, Tanjia felt both shocked and angry, and in the midst of his anger, there was even a hint of absurdity. Who the hell is the commander here? Me? Or you? No, you are just a powerless deputy commander. What the hell are you playing at? Although he was furious, he couldn't explode. He could only patiently advise Vice Commander Bai. Listen to me, I want listen. Tanjia, this is really out of control. You're almost drained, and you still want to kill? Looking at Bai Ye, who could barely stand, Tanjia's eyes turned red. If you want to die, don't take us with you. Once the hyena pack is wiped out, no one will stop you, but you can't die now. A few minutes ago, he wanted Bai Ye to fire his weapon. Now he wanted Bai Ye to retreat. Just as he was about to forcibly take Bai Ye away, suddenly, Bai Ye seemed to be completely drained, staggering and falling to the ground. Tanjia was startled, braving the bites of the hyenas, and rushed to Bai Ye's side, fearing he might die. Vice Commander Bai, are you okay? Bai Ye grabbed Tanji's arm, his pale face filled with determination, and he trembled as he said, Help me up. I can still fight. At the end, he let out a roar, directly pulling Tanjia's arm stand up, raising breath and bones, and firing, bang, 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 shooting as soon as he had the gun. I'm done for. Tanjia was completely stunned. This kid is a madman, right? Has the after effect of the poisonous mushroom not passed yet? Vice Commander Bai. Vice Commander Bai. Take it easy. You really can't keep fighting. If you continue, you'll die. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Bai Ye, Tanjia directly grabbed Bai Ye and tried to pull him back. Bai Ye struggled, roaring, Old Tan, let go of me. I want to kill all these bastards. Vice Commander, you really can't kill anymore. Let us retreat. I'm begging you, okay? Tanjia's tone even carried a hint of pleading. Retreat? Where to retreat? With the pack of dogs surrounding us, I have no way to retreat. At this point, we can only fight to the death. Brothers, charge. By bro, what nonsense are you talking about? Greater Town is right behind us. We'll be home in a few hundred meters. Tanjia was almost crying from anxiety. Regardless of whether Bai Ye agreed, he pulled him and started running. Bai Ye was furious, starting to hit Tanjia's face, mainly because the other party was covered in bristles, so there was comparatively less hair on his face. I have 800 residents behind me in Greater Town. As their commander, if I don't lead them to carve out a bloody path, should I just watch them starve to death in the town? Dan Hie, who had taken several slaps, was furious and was about to explode when suddenly, boom! From afar, the sound of a stampede suddenly echoed through the yellow sand, and hideous black figures rushed towards them under the cover of the sand. The leading figure, even more terrifying, standing over 2 meters tall. The Hyena King. Tanjia turned pale in fright, forgetting everything else, and carried Bai Ye to run for their lives. But Bai Ye was still out putting. Let me go. I want to fight the Hyena King to the death. Behind me are the smoke of thousands of homes, the cries of children still in my ears. Today, the weapon in my hand is the last shield to protect this world. Tanjia remained silent, only running frantically. They call me Vice Commander Bai. This is not just a title, it's a responsibility. Even if I die in battle today, my remains will become the bricks and stones of the city wall, forging the bloody and flesh wall against the hyenas. Tanjia was stunned by this passionate roar. Madman, this kid must have been poisoned by the mushrooms, causing permanent brain damage, completely insane. Every inch of land beneath his feet was buried with the seeds of the people, and every piece of armor on his shoulders was tied to the lights of countless homes. Only battle Vice Commander Bai. Stop shouting, we're home. Tanjia suddenly put Bai Ye down on the ground. The passionately excited Bai Ye was taken aback, looking around in confusion. Greater Town? We're back. He had shouted so passionately that he didn't even notice they were home. In fact, he initially just wanted to find any excuse not to retreat, to kill a few more hyenas, but the brutality, bloodiness, and wails of the battlefield stimulated his adrenaline to surge wildly, the thrill rushing to his head. Commonly known as getting high, and before he knew it, he was completely immersed in the role. Close the door. The bloodied Wang, she shouted. The subordinates and residents waiting in the town quickly closed the city gate, the heavy iron and wooden door embedded with dense iron nails, a weapon to block the hyenas. Don't close the door. Let us in. Boss, we're still outside. Please open the door. Several injured subordinates were left outside because they couldn't move quickly enough. Moments later, the fierce roars and screams mixed with some chilling, chewing sounds echoed. The impact of the sounds made the survivors pale, filled with lingering fear. Some showed a look of compassion, turning their heads away, their eyes reddening uncontrollably, as the ones left outside were their brothers with whom they had lived for many years. But now, just a door apart was a matter of life and death. Clearly, the Hyena King was still far away, and they still had a chance to escape back to Grey Dirt Town, but Wang Shi and Tanjia were unwilling to take any risks, directly shutting them out. Such actions were inevitably chilling. Perhaps no one dared to say anything, but this matter would forever loom over everyone like a dark cloud. Open the city gate. I want to save them. The passionate voice of the youth was like a golden sword, piercing through the dark clouds in everyone's hearts. The residents involved in the defense, and Wang Shi looked back in astonishment. Countless gazes focused on Bai Ye's resolute face. Their expressions varied. Seeing no one respond, Bai Ye didn't say a word and pulled out Breath of the Bones, directly walking towards the city gate. This action frightened Tanjia, who quickly stepped in front of him. Vice Commander Bai, you absolutely cannot go out. The Hyena King is outside. Get out of the way, old Tan. Bai Ye said coldly. The brothers outside, whether from the East District or the West District, are all citizens of Grey Dirt Town. As long as I am Vice Commander for a day, I will protect them completely for a day. If someone else had said this, Tanjia would have thought they were just putting on a show. But when it came from Bai Ye, he couldn't help but believe it. If he hadn't pulled Bai Ye back earlier, this kid would still be out there, fighting to the death. Chapter 11. Youthful Madness Deputy Commander Bai. It's not that I don't let you save them, but they are already dead. You hear? The screams have stopped. Tanjia was sweating anxiously. They'll go collect their bodies. Danfie, do you not understand human speech? Wang Shi and others also gathered around, trying to persuade Bai Ye not to go out. Bai Ye seeked deeply, alas. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill any hyenas today. His blood energy had increased, and he ultimately left in disappointment. Everyone watched his departing figure, feeling inexplicably that it was particularly lonely. After a long time, Tanjia spat a thick phlegm on the ground and cursed, "Madman, this kid is a complete lunatic. You don't know, if I hadn't carried him back just now, he would have been drained dry by the forbidden objects outside." His curses went unanswered, and everyone silently threw stones from the city wall to drive away the hyenas outside. But different thoughts began to arise in their hearts. They also thought Bai Ye was a madman, because only a madman would sacrifice their life to protect unrelated people in this wasteland. They all heard Bai Ye's furious roar outside the city and remembered it. But they felt that this madman was 100 times, 1,000 times better than the two current commanders. Those born in the age of disaster, who had never seen civilization, did not know that 100 years ago, such madmen had another title. A century ago, people from the civilization era called them heroes, in a shadow unnoticed by anyone. A pair of eyes also disappeared along with Bai Ye's vanishing figure. Bai Ye returned to his temporary residence, directly took off his upper clothes, and stood in front of the mirror. The once emaciated and shriveled body had now been replaced by a streamlined, muscular form. In the recent battle, he had shot down 12 hyenas, and the Breath of Bones had also rewarded him with 12 blood energies. With the support of these 12 blood energies, his long nutritionally deficient body finally regained vitality. Feeling the fullness of power within him, a smile crept onto Bai Ye's lips. Although his current physique could not compare to the genetically modified Tanjia, it at least surpassed that of an ordinary adult man. It is important to note that he had only hunted 12 mutated hyenas. If he were to kill nearly 100 hyenas and the Hyena King, to what extent would his physique be enhanced then? What truly pleased Bai Ye was not just the enhancement of his physique, but more importantly, he could save more time. The reasoning was simple. In the same minute of stop time, a bony person could run 300 meters, but a strong person could run 600 meters or even more. This meant that within the same time, his efficiency in doing things had greatly improved, which indirectly saved time. Not enough. The power is still insufficient. I need more. More power. The flame of ambition ignited in the wild eyes of the youth. He knew clearly that stop time could only be considered a trump card, an aid to help him gain more power, because time is limited. Using a little means less. Therefore, he must make use of the limited time to exchange for more power. Only then could he prevent the day when time runs out and still have the strength to protect himself. In this crisis-ridden wasteland, only power is truth. Here, there are not only various mutated beasts, but also powerful genetic modifiers, mechanical modifiers, and even more mysterious transcendence. This is an era where the strong dominate everything. In his previous life's memories, he had seen too many bloody events. Killing? It's not a new thing. A piece of blackened bread a bottle of murky water, or even a glance can become the motive for murder. I'm hungry, and you just happen to have food, then sorry, you have to die. You say you're not in conflict with anyone? Wait until the slave-capturing team comes knocking. They will let you know what despair is. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. Deputy Commander Bai, the hyena pack has retreated, and the commander is holding a celebration banquet and wants you to come. As soon as Bai Ye heard there was a feast, his eyes lit up, as he was quite hungry after the long battle. He opened the door and instantly transformed into an actor, leaning weakly against the little brother who knocked. The little brother was taken aback. Deputy Commander Bai Ye, help me over, Bai Ye said weakly. The little brother glanced at Bai Ye's feeble appearance and recalled his reckless actions earlier, feeling a sense of respect, and quickly assisted Bai Ye respectfully. The celebration banquet was naturally held at the Tire Tavern, as Grey Dust Town was too poor and had only this one tavern. Inside the tavern, dozens of people were celebrating with their glasses raised. For these wasteland people, drinking today was the greatest luxury. They had no time to mourn the dead because the next might be themselves, so it was better to enjoy the moment. This celebration banquet not only included Tanjia, but also the West District Commander Wang Shi. The two commanders shared a table, holding their glasses, smiling, and chatting happily. However, it was unclear how much sincerity and falsehood were behind those smiles. Bai Ye had truly become the center of attention this time. I can see that the way people from the East District look at him has changed. Wang Shi took a sip of his drink and said with a smile, "Umph." Tanjia coldly huffed, naturally catching on to the other's insinuation. After all, the ones who understand you best are not friends but enemies. You don't need to sow discord. You can see what kind of person Bai Ye is. This kid's brain has been poisoned by the toxic mushrooms and has gone mad. Madmen do not submit to anyone. In other words, East District can't accommodate him, and neither can you in the West District. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. He had already seen the answer in Bai Ye's eyes. Neither he nor Tanjia was regarded by Bai Ye. Previously, they thought he was young and reckless, believing that having forbidden items made him invincible. Now he realized it was not youthful recklessness, but youthful madness. He had gone mad. What do you plan to do? Do you need help? Wang Shi asked with a smile. Tanjia shot him a cold glance. No need for your help. This madman can play himself to death. I see your help is a pretense, while your true intention is to take advantage of the breath of bones. Don't say such harsh words. After all, we are both people from Grey Dust Town. Infighting leads to no way out. Haven't you noticed that the world is becoming increasingly unstable? Dawn City is frequently mobilizing troops and plundering people from various settlements. War is likely approaching. If we do not unite and cooperate, we will end up with no place to bury our bodies. Therefore, in my opinion, once Bai Ye is dead and the hyena pack is dealt with, we can take the breath of bones to Dawn City for sale. The wealth can be split. You can buy the advanced version of the genetic potion, and I will upgrade my mechanical devices. With strength, we can ensure survival. Chapter 12. Old Tan, you will regret it. A shadow flickered in Tanjia's eyes. As the leader of the Eastern District, he felt like an ant in the eyes of the behemoths in Dawn City. If war were to come, Grey Dust Town would be no different from cannon fodder. Once she continued, have you thought about it? The sudden appearance of the hyena pack is related to Dawn City. Oh, what do you mean by that? Deputy Commander Bai is here. A loud voice rang out in the Tire Tavern. Dozens of eyes turned to the door, where the frail Bai Ye was slowly walking in with the help of a younger brother. The younger brother, blushing, whispered, Deputy Commander Bai, I've shouted as you instructed. Don't forget to reward me with a piece of meat later. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Bai Ye patted the younger brother's shoulder with satisfaction. Don't worry, I've forgotten. Huh. Deputy Commander Bai, you finally made it. How are you? Is your health well? Tanjia greeted him with a broad smile, personally helping Bai Ye to his seat. Do I look healthy? Bai Ye shot a displeased glare at Tanjia. Tanjia was not annoyed. Ever since he accepted the fact that Bai Ye was a madman, his mindset had surprisingly improved. Not to mention being scolded by Bai Ye, he was even angry about being slapped a dozen times before. Sit down, sit down. Bai Ye directly sat between Tanjia and Wang Shi, exuding an aura of authority. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring the wine and meat. Soon, wine and meat were served. The dark roasted meat was prepared without any culinary skill, relying solely on the most primitive ingredients. But Bai Ye ate heartily. After all, his body and tea had many full meals. Eat slowly. Don't choke, Tanjia said with a smile, no longer feeling distressed seeing Bai Ye eat. He even hoped Bai Ye would eat more to replenish his strength. This kid really fights with his life on the line. Bai Ye chewed on the meat and mumbled. What were you two just talking about? Were you secretly bad-mouthing me? How could that be? You're a great contributor. We're still praising you. We were just discussing the hyena pack, Wangshi continued. The sudden appearance of the hyena pack makes me suspect it's related to the recent movements of Dawn City. Oh, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Please elaborate. He had certainly heard of Dawn City. In fact, almost everyone in Grey Dust Town knew about it. It was a holy place in the hearts of the residents of Grey Dust Town. It was said that everyone there had food to eat, schools to attend, and clean water to bathe in every day. The women were all stunningly beautiful, with delicate and fair skin. Unlike the wasteland, people whose skin was rough from sun and wind exposure. It's like this. Wangshi organized his thoughts and slowly explained. Recently, Dawn City has frequently mobilized troops and slave-catching squads, rampantly plundering the population of major towns, seemingly preparing for war. Bai Ye nodded. There are not only large cities like Dawn City in this wasteland. 100 years had passed since the Great Catastrophe, and during this century, humanity had recuperated. With large cities rising from the wasteland, various forces competing, and warlords ruling their territories. What does this have to do with the hyena pack? As far as I know, the hyena pack originally occupied the area near Black Mountain. Although they have mutated into aberrant beasts, their animal instincts remain, and they usually do not leave Black Mountain due to territorial awareness. Their sudden appearance in Grey Dust Town makes me suspect something has happened in Black Mountain. I overheard people in Dawn City discussing that the Dawn Army has frequently entered Black Mountain, so I believe Dawn City is trying to occupy the perilous terrain of Black Mountain to prepare for war, Wangshi explained. Must it be war? Perhaps Dawn City is trying to eliminate the aberrant beasts on Black Mountain? Tan Jie scoffed. Deputy Commander Bai, you really think highly of Dawn City. You haven't been to Dawn City, so you don't know the nature of those people. Compared to the wasteland, people who lick blood from blades. The city folks are the real cannibals who spit out bones. Those big shots would never do anything without profit. If all the major forces united against the aberrant beasts, those damned monsters would have been exterminated long ago. It's precisely because of their constant infighting that no one is willing to waste troops clearing aberrant beasts outside their own territories. Some even intentionally keep aberrant beasts as a buffer between themselves and other forces. Bai Ye smiled slightly. Very good. It fits my stereotype of humanity. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. Wangshi changed the subject. We can't meddle in the affairs of these big shots. The urgent matter is to resolve the hyena pack first. Deputy Commander Bai, can you still fight tomorrow? Yes, I must be able to. Bai Ye was already itching for action. No, Tan Jie hurriedly stopped him. You've expended too much today. It's better to rest for another day. Actually, the food in Grey Dust Town can last a few more days. There's no rush. He was genuinely afraid Bai Ye would die in the middle of a battle. Who would then kill the Hyena King? Didn't Bai Ye need help even walking now? Old Tan, Bai Ye suddenly slammed the table, his voice drowning out the noise of the tavern. The patrons in the tavern stopped what they were doing, looking at the three leaders, and the atmosphere abruptly quieted. Seeing this familiar stance, Tan Jie felt a headache coming on. Deputy Commander Bai Ye, what about me? Bai Ye interrupted, as the saying goes. One must act with vigor, or will Wayne stop. Stop. You're long-winded. I can't argue with you, but don't forget, I'm the leader. You must rest tomorrow. Tan Jie insisted firmly. Bai Ye fixed his gaze on Tan Jie, speaking slowly. Old Tan, you will regret it. After saying this, he picked up the wine and meat and turned to leave. Hey, someone, quickly help Deputy Commander Bai. Night fell. Bai Ye lay comfortably in bed, but his mind was replaying the conversation with Tan Jie and Wangshi from earlier. War is imminent. A sense of crisis arose. War is not a banquet. It involves armed conflict. He could indeed stop time, but the question is whether he would have enough time. The speed of a bullet is faster than his thought speed. In a real battle, with thousands of soldiers firing, how could he notice every bullet aimed at him? Besides bullets, there are cannons, sniper rifles, tanks. In the chaos of battle, he couldn't keep time, stopped all the time. There wouldn't be enough time for that. Grey Dust Town is nominally under the jurisdiction of Dawn City. When war begins, will people from other forces spare Grey Dust Town? What if one day he falls asleep and suddenly a few shells fall from the sky, and he doesn't even have time to stop time before he dies? Who would he complain to, even if he stays vigilant? Assuming he is sharp enough to sense all attacks in advance and uses time stop to dodge, how many times can he dodge? He can't waste all his time on that, right? Damn it, this one do. The wasteland is too unsafe. He must find a safe place to better accumulate time. With this thought, Bai Ye began to consider Dawn City. If he could enter Dawn City, it would at least be much safer than the wasteland. Even if a war broke out, the citizens inside would be the last to suffer. By then, he could easily escape in advance, rather than living in fear every day in the wasteland, facing aberrant beasts today, gunfire tomorrow, and food shortages the day after. Chapter 13, What to Show Off. Extraordinary beings are impressive. Sizzle. A slight friction sound suddenly echoed in the room. Bai Ye squinted his eyes, looking towards the source of the sound, the window. His window had actually opened by itself. That's right, he wasn't mistaken. There was no one outside, no wind, and strangely, the window had slid open as if an invisible hand had gently pushed it. Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged as he lay on the bed, calmly watching the window. Faced with this supernatural phenomenon, he didn't even reach for the breath of the skeleton beside him because he knew it wouldn't be of much use. He quietly waited. As long as there was a hint of danger, time stasis would activate immediately. After about 30 seconds, a piece of yellowed letter paper floated in without wind, drifting straight in through the window. The letter paper hovered in front of Bai Ye, slowly stabilizing. On it was a line of blood-red text. At midnight tonight, a person will come to the northern woods of the town to meet me. Don't make a fuss. This concerns your life. Damn, are you kidding me? The floating letter and the blood-red text didn't scare Bai Ye. Instead, they ignited his ferocity. With 3 minutes and 50 seconds of time stasis at his disposal, he would dare to slap a god in the face, let alone now. Time stasis. Buzz. A huge golden dial appeared beneath Bai Ye, as if a god's decree, instantly freezing the flow of time. He suddenly sprang up from the bed, holding the breath of the skeleton and charging straight out through the window. His dark eyes filled with rebellious flames. You think you can scare me with a piece of paper in the middle of the night? No matter if you're human or ghost, I won't let you off easily today. You must be hiding something deeply. Outside the window, Bai Ye scanned the area and quickly spotted a sneaky figure crouching in the corner of the wall, its right hand wrapped in bandages raised high, pinching the air between its index finger and thumb as if holding an invisible piece of letter paper. Oh, so it's you, huh? He charged over, and as he got closer, aided by the moonlight, he saw, oh ho, it's an acquaintance. The magic hand, Liu. Bai Ye had heard about Liu long ago, saying that his right hand was broken by the king's snake and left to fend for itself. He didn't expect to see him here in the middle of the night. Extraordinary being? The words popped into Bai Ye's mind. Although he had never seen an extraordinary being, he had heard some legends. Compared to genetic modifiers and mechanical modifiers, extraordinary beings were a more mysterious and rare group. It was rumored that extraordinary beings possessed all sorts of magical abilities, and now Liu's display was very much like that. He speculated that Liu's ability must be related to his right hand, as the way he crouched in the corner with his right hand raised was indeed too bizarre. To verify his guess, Bai Ye reached out towards Liu's right hand, and upon touching it, he discovered a problem. Liu's right hand had indeed extended an invisible, intangible hand, hard as steel, stretching out a full 3 meters. With this thought, Bai Ye understood everything. The window was opened by Liu's invisible hand, and the letter was also delivered by that hand, which was why it hovered in midair. All right, you think you can play tricks on me? Time resumes. Liu rubbed his sore right hand with his left, muttering, this kid should be done by now, right? Why is there no movement at all? Logically, he should have jumped up from the bed in fright, right? Is he asleep? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind Liu. I'm not asleep, but I know you'll soon be sleeping for good. Click. That was the sound of a bullet being chambered, a cold gun barrel pressed against a U.S. head. Liu's body instantly stiffened, his face changing drastically. Bai Ye, don't move. If your right hand dares to lower even a bit, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Liu stiffened even more, his right hand, which he was about to lower, now held rigidly in midair. He cursed inwardly, realizing that this kid had discovered his ability. He had originally planned to use his invisible right hand to subdue Bai Ye, believing that even if Bai Ye had forbidden items, he would still be caught off guard by an unseen hand. But he didn't expect his ability's foundation to be exposed at a glance. You, didn't he fall asleep? Liu spoke to Bai Time while desperately thinking of a countermeasure. Huh. Bai Ye's cold laughter came from behind him. Haven't you gone to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Liu didn't believe a word of this, because before he opened the window, he had secretly taken a glance, and at that time, Bai Ye was still in bed, so he definitely didn't come out to find him. Instead, the moment Bai Ye saw the window open, He rushed out, without even a second of hesitation, quietly approaching him while he was delivering the letter. No wonder he hadn't moved at all while holding the letter for so long. He had already come out. This is bad. This is completely different from what I expected. How could Bai Ye's thought process be so different from normal people? A normal person would be stunned upon seeing the window open and then think about the source of the anomaly, right? Who would rush out without hesitation at the first sight of something abnormal. Aren't you afraid of encountering a ghost in the middle of the night? Li Yu. Oh no, I should call you left now. Bai Ye casually pointed the gun at Li Yu's head. The continuous cold touches of the gun barrel made Li Yu shiver all over. He hurriedly said, Bai Ye, actually I. Call me Vice Commander Bai. Bai Ye kicked him in the butt, interrupting his words. Li Yu was momentarily stunned. A flash of anger crossed his face. But he quickly changed his tone. Vice Commander Bai, actually I mean no harm. I just have important matters to discuss. Oh, a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Isn't this a coincidence? You mean no harm, but I do. Do you know that I absolutely hate it when others waste my time? Because of your unreasonable actions, you wasted my precious 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds. How many 10 seconds are there in a lifetime? Li didn't realize Bai Ye was referring to the time during time stasis and thought he was talking about the time he spent walking out of the room. He paused for a moment, carefully replied, assuming a person lives to 60, then in a lifetime, there are about 189, 216, 000 10-second intervals. You bastard. Bang. Bai Ye kicked Li Yu's, but again, nearly causing him to fall flat on his face. Are you so good at math? Do you think I can't do the calculations myself? You need to tell me? Bai Ye indeed could calculate, but not as quickly as Li Yu. He needed to find a piece of paper and calculate with a pen. I'll give you 3 seconds to give me a reason that will make me not kill you, Li Yu. I'm here to help you. Li Yu hurriedly said, Do you think you're worthy? I'm an extraordinary being. Bang. Another kick. All Bai Ye could hear was his furious voice. What are you showing off about? Extraordinary beings are impressive. Huh. Chapter 14. To become extraordinary, you need a mother know. What I mean is, don't you want to know how I became extraordinary? Tell me about it. Then you promise. Okay, I promise not to kill you. Bai Ye interrupted. Li Yu's heart sank, and he hesitated. You agreed so quickly that I feel no sense of security at all. Then let's do it again. Li Yu. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and slowly said, After the wheel of fate lost to you, the king's snake, in a fit of rage, crippled my right hand and left me to fend for myself. The magical hand was a skill I had honed for over 10 years, my means of survival. With my right hand crippled, I felt a desire to die. But thinking of my mother back home, waiting for me to achieve something and return in glory, ignited a flame in my heart. I swore I could not let my mother down. I had to survive. Then I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my brain, as if something was stirring in my head. After the pain subsided, I found that my previously shattered right hand had healed somewhat. Although I couldn't lift heavy objects, I could at least move it a little. Moreover, an invisible arm had grown from my right hand. So that is how it is. Bai Ye nodded seriously. To become extraordinary, you first need to cripple your right hand. Li Yu. And you need a mother. Li Yu. He was now utterly convinced that Bai Ye was a madman. He had previously doubted the stories he heard about Bai Ye's behavior on the battlefield, but now he believed them entirely. What kind of nonsense is this? Deputy Commander Bai, the point isn't about mothers and right hands. It's about the transformation of mental will. Simply put, it's a significant shock that leads to a distortion of mental will, which then awakens one to become extraordinary. Bai Ye nodded. He certainly knew it had nothing to do with mothers and right hands. He was just making a little joke, but unfortunately, these barbarians didn't understand humor. He had heard other wasteland hunters say that in the era of cataclysm, whether human or object, even if they appeared normal, they had undergone some degree of distortion or mutation to varying extents. Normal people had only a slight degree of mutation, so it wasn't noticeable. However, it was like a seed buried deep within everyone. Once certain conditions were met, the seed would sprout. Li Yu, who became extraordinary, was a clear example. In other words, in a civilization era, no matter how much mental trauma one suffered, at most, one would become mentally ill, but in the era of cataclysm, it was possible to become extraordinary. Thinking deeply, it was terrifying. So it turns out that extraordinary people all have the potential for mental illness? He suddenly felt that this global cataclysm was not entirely harmful. It also contained opportunities, an opportunity to unlock evolution for all things. The mutated beasts seemed more like products of erroneous evolution, while extraordinary people were those walking on the correct evolutionary path. Wait, perhaps. Whose evolution is more correct is still unknown. Deputy Commander Bai, I've said everything I need to say. I beg you, put down the gun first, okay? I'm scared. You beg me, but don't even use the word you. Is this how you beg? Toughened up. My fists are toughened up. Liu was so angry that his teeth itched. If he weren't being pointed at with a gun, he would have loved to punch Bai Ye's mouth to pieces. Can you please put down the gun first? No, you bastard. Then, can you let me put my right hand down first? My hand hasn't healed yet. I can't keep holding it up like this. No. Bai Ye. Liu suddenly stood up, furious. I told you. We are not enemies. I came to cooperate with you. Don't you realize your situation yet? The King Snake and Tan Jie cannot tolerate you. They have already discussed it. Once you disperse the hyena pack, they will join forces to kill you, and then sell your forbidden objects, splitting the profits. So what? So cooperating with me is your only chance to survive. I am extraordinary, and you have forbidden objects. If we join forces, we might not be their match, and besides, the King Snake crippled my magical hand. I must take revenge on him. You came to find me at midnight, just to say this? Exactly, and I already have a detailed plan. The next time you leave the city, I will ambush outside the city. When they have exhausted their strength fighting, we will launch a surprise attack together and take them down in one go. After the deed is done, the Grey Dust Town will be under your rule. I will not interfere. Bai Ye was somewhat surprised. Then what do you gain from this? Revenge? Liu shook his head. Revenge is one aspect. I need money. Once it's done, Grey Dust Town belongs to you, and the money belongs to me. I will take the money and leave immediately. To be honest, after becoming extraordinary, I no longer care for the position of leader of Grey Dust Town. I plan to take the money to Dawn City and find the best doctor to heal my right hand. Although awakening as an extraordinary person greatly improved my physical quality and allowed my right hand to move barely, it still couldn't match its previous agility and strength. My extraordinary ability is closely related to my right hand. If my right hand is healed, my combat power will definitely be beyond what it is now. I want to restore the splendor of the magical hand. Once I, Liu of the magical hand, establish myself in Dawn City, I will bring my mother to the city to enjoy wealth and honor. Liu's words made Bai Ye view him a bit differently. To be honest, although Liu wasn't much to speak of, he was at least filial. Moreover, when it came down to it, the two had no grievances against each other and instead had a common enemy. With this thought, Bai Ye retracted the breath of bones. Hearing the noise, Liu was suddenly delighted. You agreed to cooperate? No, not at all. Bai Ye shook his head. Why? This is beneficial to you, with no harm at all. Liu was somewhat incredulous, not understanding why Bai Ye would refuse such a good proposal. Sigh. Bai Ye sighed, looking up at the moon at a 45-degree angle, and said solemnly, I can certainly join forces with you to kill the King Snake and them, but have you thought about what to do about the hyena pack? What about the citizens of Grey Dust Town? Liu was taken aback, and his gaze towards Bai Ye changed repeatedly. He was silent for a moment. I can help you deal with the hyena pack. Bai Ye shook his head again. How many people would die? Although you are extraordinary, your strength probably can't match the King Snake in them, or else you wouldn't be looking for me to cooperate. If they can't handle the hyena pack, how can you? Therefore, I will not cooperate with you until the hyena pack is dealt with. Liu showed urgency, but after the hyena pack is killed, they will immediately turn against you, and with your method of killing, you might not even survive to the moment they attack you. No more talking. Bai Ye furiously waved his sleeve, and the patched sleeve stirred up a layer of dust. I, Bai Ye, someone who fears death? Is my life more important? Or the lives of 800 people in Grey Dust Town more important? That furious voice struck Liu's heart like a heavy hammer. In this damned era, there are indeed people like this. For some reason, standing next to Bai Ye, he suddenly felt a sense of shame. Chapter 15. I don't regret my loss, I understand. Liu's expression calmed down, and he fixed his gaze on Bai Ye, saying earnestly, go ahead and do it. Although I'm not a good person, I respect your character and am willing to follow your wishes. After you deal with the hyena pack, we can collaborate to deal with Wang Shi and the others. But I can't guarantee that you'll still be alive by then. If you encounter danger, I can only say that I will help as much as I can, but I won't take risks to save you, because my mother is still waiting for me to come back, and I can't put myself in danger. That's fine. My mind is made up. Bai Ye stood with his hands behind his back, the cool moonlight falling on him, as if it had coated him with a silver lining. Liu was moved, the wheel of fate. I don't regret my loss. Take care. No need to see me off. The sound of rustling echoed as Liu disappeared into the woods without looking back. Under the bright moon, Bai Ye stroked his chin. showing a thoughtful expression. Is it really okay for me to deceive a disabled person like this? But it can't really be called deception. A gentleman talks about actions, not intentions. The reason he disagreed with Li Yu's plan was not for the sake of Grey Dust Town, but because he wanted to kill more hyenas under the protection of Wang Shi and Tan Jie, thereby enhancing his own strength. He could indeed follow Li Yu's plan and cooperate to kill Wang Shi and Tan Jie, but what would happen afterward? Who would protect him while he hunted hyenas? Could Li Yu, a half-hearted player, really protect him? At that time, he might even have to waste time using time stop to kill all the hyenas. Rather than that, it was better to continue utilizing Wang Shi, Tan Jie, and their underlings. During the previous battle, they had led the crowd to protect him in the center position, allowing him to shoot with ease. How considerate. However, Li Yu's appearance was also an unexpected joy. When the time came for him to face Wang Shi and the others alone, relying solely on the breath of the undead would not be enough. He would definitely need to use time stop, and with Li Yu around, perhaps he could save a bit of time. Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but smile. I really am a master of time management. The next day, Bai Ye woke up to find it was already noon. Today was supposed to be the day to go out and hunt hyenas, but Old Tan insisted on delaying it for a day due to concerns for Bai Ye's health. With no entertainment options in Grey Dust Town, he could only sleep. After lunch, feeling extremely bored, he yawned and walked along the streets of Grey Dust Town. Rather than streets, they were more like dirt paths that became roads after many people walked on them. On both sides were low, flat houses, and many people were sprawled out sleeping beside the streets. Deputy Commander Bai, passers-by, dusty and dirty, greeted Bai Ye with expressions of awe. Grey Dust Town wasn't large, and Bai Ye's exploits from yesterday had already spread, earning him some respect. He walked with a swagger, enjoying the attention of the crowd. The defiance on the boy's face stood out vividly against the numbness of those around him, like a colorful figure in a black and white photograph. Although bored, time still added a minute, making his mood quite pleasant. For minutes and 40 seconds. Yesterday, Li Yu wasted 10 seconds. Suddenly, several panicked voices came from afar. Not good. The hyena pack is attacking the city. Mutated beasts are attacking the city. Bai Ye focused his gaze and saw several ragged residents rushing in panic from the direction of the city gate. He grabbed one of them. His eyes filled with excitement as he asked, "What's going on?" The person, still in shock and frequently looking back, replied with a pale face, "The mutated beasts. They've gone mad. They are attacking the city." Bai Ye's excitement grew even more. Attacking the city? He was worried about not being able to fight mutated beasts today, but unexpectedly, the enemy was coming to attack the city directly, making it even more convenient for him. He wouldn't even need to lure them out of the city. He could shoot down from the city walls. However, amid his excitement, he felt a bit puzzled. Why would the mutated beast suddenly attack the city? At that moment, Tan Jie, the leader of the Eastern District, also rushed out with his men after hearing the commotion. "Gulme, follow me to the city gate," Tan Jie shouted to his subordinates, and when he caught sight of Bai Ye, he hurriedly said, "Deputy Commander Bai, let's hurry over." Bai Ye pulled out Breath of the Undead and eagerly followed. Once they reached the city walls, they indeed saw nearly 100 hyenas charging towards Grey Dust Town under the lead of the Hyena King. What on earth is going on? Why are the hyenas suddenly going berserk? Tan Jie asked uneasily. His greatest fear was that the hyenas would recklessly storm Grey Dust Town. Although the city gate seemed sturdy, it could not withstand the fierce assault of nearly 100 hyenas. As long as the enemy didn't care about casualties, they would eventually breach the defenses. They had not attacked aggressively before, mainly because the hyenas were wary of the number of people in Grey Dust Town. After all, the number of humans was 8 times that of the hyenas. Mutated hyenas were not unintelligent, but they could never reach the level of human reasoning. They thought humans would fight back when faced with life and death crises, but little did they know that many would just wait to die in place. They suddenly appeared one after another. A young guard at the city exclaimed in panic, "Don't panic. They're attacking the city, might not be a bad thing." A cold voice came from afar. It was Wang Shi, who walked up the city wall surrounded by a group of people. With the city wall as protection, we can shoot from a high vantage point. As long as Deputy Commander Bai can hold up, even if the city gate is breached, they will suffer heavy losses. I'm just afraid he can't hold up. Tan Jie looked at Bai Ye, his eyes filled with worry. If one didn't know better, they might think the two had a close relationship. Humph. Bai Ye snorted coldly, his defiant gaze sweeping over them. "If you can't talk, then shut up. Even if you die, I won't." Because time had added another minute, He couldn't even be bothered to call out to old Tan Jie's expression darkened. It was unclear if it was just his imagination, but he felt that as days went by, Bai Ye's disrespect towards him was increasing. However, he knew this was not the time to confront Bai Ye. After all, without Bai Ye, who would deal with the hyena king? In his frustration, he could only vent his anger on his subordinates. What are you all standing around for? This bunch of beasts has come to our doorstep. Do I need to teach you how to act? Raise your guns, and when they get closer, shoot them hard. Everyone hurriedly found their positions, readied their guns, and waited for the hyenas to approach. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he found the most central position, raising breath of the undead and waiting for the hyenas to come. Closer, closer. He could even see the true appearance of the hyena king with the naked eye. Last time, he was too far away, and with the dust flying, he had only vaguely seen a dark shadow over 2 meters tall. The hyena king was covered in dark purple skin, so thin it was almost translucent. Its numerous crimson veins twisted and writhed as it ran, and on its head was a fist-sized dark purple tumor, looking terrifying and grotesque. Bai Ye did not rashly open fire. The effective range of an ordinary handgun was only 50 meters. Although Breath of the Undead had a range of 200 meters, it lacked precision. With his current shooting skills, let alone 50 meters, even at 20 meters, he would turn into a human outline artist. So he waited for his subordinates to fire first. Once they injured the hyenas and slowed their charge, he would then take a shot. Chapter 16. Crisis in the Town Ready. Tan Jie raised his left hand, about to give orders. Wait a minute. Bai Ye suddenly spoke up to stop him. Tan Jie became even angrier, thinking Bai Ye was trying to snatch command from him, and glared at him. However, he soon realized that Bai Ye wasn't looking at him, but was frowning, staring intently at a group of hyenas. Put your guns away. Bai Ye sheathed Breath of Bones and said calmly to the crowd. Everyone was taken aback, somewhat confused. Tan Jie angrily questioned, Vice Commander Bai, what do you want? Our enemy is not the hyenas. There's no need to waste bullets. Bai Ye's gaze passed over the hyena group, fixated on the yellow sandstorm in the distance. Not the hyenas? Tan Jie thought Bai Ye was acting up again and was instantly furious, but before he could lash out, one of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed. The hyenas turned. What? Tan Jie quickly looked over and saw the fierce hyena pack actually changing direction, avoiding the gray dust town and running off into the distance. Why are the hyenas running away? Did they get scared from last time? Many of the defenders exclaimed happily. They didn't want to fight the hyenas. However, compared to their simplistic thoughts, Wang Shi and Tan Jie felt something was off. Vice Commander Bai, what's going on? Wang Shi asked gravely, knowing Bai Ye was a wasteland hunter, an ordinary person but with rich survival experience. The hyenas are not attacking the town. They are fleeing. Bai Ye said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Fleeing? Could there be an even more terrifying presence approaching? The fierce hyena pack had already made the gray dust town feel like a battlefield, but now these hyenas were fleeing like lost dogs. What kind of powerful being could be chasing them? Panic and unease spread instantly among the crowd, and they all turned their eyes to their respective leaders, as if seeking reassurance. However, the leaders they had high hopes for were also flustered. Tan Jie and Wang Shi exchanged a frantic glance, unsure of what to do. Tan Jie forced a laugh. Could it be that the army from Dawn City is nearby, which scared the hyenas away? The army? It's not as good as the mutated beasts. Wang Shi said gloomily. Don't speak, it's coming. Bai Ye suddenly looked up at the sky in the distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint buzzing sound came from the horizon, at a high frequency, as if it could penetrate the eardrum and reach the soul, causing an inexplicable thrill. What sound is that? Someone exclaimed in panic. The buzzing grew louder. It's a bit like electricity. No, wait, it's birds. Look, the crowd looked up in horror and saw a swarm of dense black dots suddenly appear in the distant sky. The black dots intersected with the white clouds, the sea of clouds appearing riddled with holes. They were getting closer, a dark mass, the sounds of chirping and flapping wings continuous, until it was deafening. It's the gray sparrows, the mutated beast gray sparrows. So many. All of them. Run. The gray dust town couldn't hold out. The crowd erupted in screams like a signal flare. Their faces pale, they snapped back to reality, terrified and turned to flee, ignoring their leader's orders. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, watching the rapidly approaching gray sparrows. They were also a type of mutated beast, originally the most common sparrows, known for appearing in flocks. This batch of gray sparrows rushing in was estimated to be over 1,000. While 1,000 sparrows might not seem like much, it was much more frightening than it appeared. The mutated gray sparrows had gray skin all over, their eyes lifelessly pale, and they were as large as eagles, with claws as sharp as steel. Bai Ye had encountered gray sparrows in the wasteland and even captured one, but that was just a lone gray sparrow, and he had paid a bloody price for it, with a deep claw mark on his chest that almost took his life. That was thanks to his rich experience and having set traps in advance. Had it been anyone else, they might have had their skull pierced by the gray sparrow's beak at first glance. This is trouble. Bai Ye's expression darkened. It was precisely because he had personally dealt with gray sparrows that he understood how tricky they were. In terms of individual combat power, gray sparrows were no match for hyenas, but their numbers were overwhelming and they were extremely mobile. He could indeed stop time, but he couldn't fly. If the gray sparrows were all on the ground, he could unleash a massacre when time stopped. But the problem was they were in the sky, and he couldn't reach them. He had considered using a gun, but his shooting skills were poor. Aiming and shooting one by one would probably take him 4 minutes and 10 seconds, and he might not even finish off all the gray sparrows. He could only retreat into a building and take it one step at a time. Bai Ye jumped off the city wall and sprinted quickly. His enhanced physical abilities allowed him to run at incredible speed, quickly surpassing the first group of fleeing people, though there was still some ahead of him. It was Wang Shi and Tanjia. The two had fled at the first sight of the gray sparrows, well aware that the walls of Gray Dust Town could not withstand an aerial attack. However, no matter how fast a person runs, they cannot outrun birds, especially mutated ones. A piercing scream rang out in the crowd. A gray sparrow descended from the sky, its metallic beak glinting like an arrow, piercing through a person's skull, then greedily sucking blood and brain matter. More and more gray sparrows swooped down from the sky, like hunting insects, fierce and swift. Bang, bang, bang. Chaotic gunfire erupted as someone fought back desperately. I'm going to fight you. Some people frantically rushed into houses. Get inside. The fleeing residents cried out in panic, running madly toward their homes. However, how could the makeshift wooden houses withstand the gray sparrows? Even if brick houses could barely hold up, what about the windows? You have to know that the mutated beasts not only changed physically, but also mentally. It's chaotic. Everything is in chaos. The entire Gray Dust Town plunged into extreme disorder. Bai Ye accelerated through the chaotic crowd. Instead of hiding in a house like Tanjia and Wang Shi, he headed straight for the Tire Tavern. That was Tanjia's stronghold, where they had stocked up on water, food, and ammunition. Ammunition was Bai Ye's target. Breath of the Bones would drain the user's vitality. So Tanjia hadn't given him many bullets, thinking he wouldn't need that many. Whoosh! A sound like a sharp arrow slicing through the air rapidly approached above Bai Ye's head. The boy's eyes glinted with ferocity. He knew the gray sparrows had locked onto him. After all, fewer and fewer residents were on the road. They were either dead or hiding in houses, and he was the only one still running madly. It was only a matter of time before he was targeted. He didn't choose to dodge, but instead. Stop time. Chapter 17, The Limitations of Time Stopping Buzz. The dazzling golden dial rose from beneath Bai Ye's feet, and the gears of time came to an abrupt halt at this moment. All sounds in the world seemed to peel away from his ears, leaving only his own breathing. Bai Ye, under the influence of inertia, ran another 2 meters before barely managing to stop himself. It is well known that when a person is running wildly, it is difficult to change direction quickly due to inertia, which is why he did not choose to turn around and shoot, but decisively activated time stopping. When he turned back, he was met with a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. Those were the eyes of the gray sparrow. The hawk-like gray sparrow was frozen in midair 3 meters above the ground. Its gray feathered wings spread wide, sharp claws aimed directly at Bai Ye's head. Just a little more. If Bai Ye had delayed time stopping by another second or two, his head would have been blown apart. An unnamed rage surged from his heart. You want to blow my head off, huh? I'll blow yours first. Crack. The breath of bones was loaded, the muzzle pointing straight at the gray sparrow's head. At such close range, shooting at a stationary target was something even a primary school student would miss. Bai Ye would naturally hit as well. Bang! A blood-red bullet flew out of the muzzle, but the imagined scene of a head exploding did not occur. Bai Ye was stunned, staring blankly at the blood-colored bullet frozen in midair, just 2 centimeters away from the muzzle. It was stuck there motionless. What is going on? Could it be? Bai Ye suddenly thought of a possibility. He had stopped time for the whole world, and in this frozen world, the only things that could move were himself and the external objects he interacted with. The bullet had left him, so it also entered a state of suspension. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, during time stopping, he could only run around naked, as clothes would also count as external objects. So, he quickly increased the distance between himself and the gray sparrow, then restored time. The moment time resumed, whoosh, the originally motionless blood-red bullet instantly vanished from Bai Ye's sight. And at the same time, the gray sparrow's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse flapped its wings a couple of times before crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the firearm was still usable, though it was a bit troublesome. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Bai Ye ran wildly again without looking back. At this point, the street was deserted. To be precise, there were no living people except for Bai Ye. Thousands of gray sparrows wreaked havoc in the gray dust town, killing hundreds in just a few minutes, while the others had all hidden inside their homes. Some gray sparrows lingered over the corpses, tearing and gnawing, while others crazily slammed against windows to break in, soon filling the houses with piercing screams. Another group had fixed their eyes on Bai Ye. The only person running the street was too conspicuous. Dozens of gray sparrows flapped their wings and flew towards Bai Ye in unison. Bai Ye swiftly dodged and ran into an alley formed by the houses, where the narrow space prevented the gray sparrows from attacking at the same time, forcing them to come one by one to their deaths. He stopped, a fierce look appearing in his defiant eyes. He coldly watched the first gray sparrow that charged at him, holding the breath of bones and waiting silently. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Now, bang! Blood and fire erupted. The headless gray sparrow plummeting from the sky like a crashing plane, its body scraping violently against the ground due to inertia, kicking up clouds of dust until it finally came to a stop at Bai Ye's feet. This time, he did not use time stopping, but instead took advantage of the terrain, shooting in the narrow alley, making it hard to miss against the gray sparrows coming in a straight line. The energy flowing from the breath of bones infused into his body, and feeling the surge of power within him, the fierce look in Bai Ye's eyes intensified, a cruel, sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Caw, caw, caw. All of you become my power. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, the flames flickering in the dim alley, illuminating the blood-soaked face. Moments later, the ground at Bai Ye's feet was already piled high with gray sparrow corpses, the stench of blood soaking his shoes. Yet more gray sparrows bravely charged in. It was halftime. He was like the referee of this battle. After a command, all the contestants stood still. A sharp claw paused half a meter in front of his face, and he could even clearly count the feathers on the gray sparrow. In the dim alley filled with stacked corpses, the bloodied youth lowered his head expressionlessly, using his blood-stained hands to load bullets one by one. After loading 6 bullets, he flicked his revolver, and the chamber snapped back into place with a crisp mechanical click. The youth raised his head with a cruel smile. The slaughter continues. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying the magazine again, Bai Ye turned and ran because he was out of bullets. This time, his running speed was significantly faster than before, his physical condition enhanced once more. However, he still couldn't outrun the gray sparrows. It was a racial advantage, given that he didn't have wings. Helpless, he had to keep using time stopping to shake off the gray sparrows, wasting quite a bit of time before successfully reaching the Tire Tavern. Upon arriving, Bai Ye found the door locked. He pushed a couple of times and peered through the crack, seeing a pile of tables and chairs blocking the entrance. Is someone inside? Open the door. Bai Ye shouted. No one responded from inside, so he kicked the door a few times. At this moment, a voice finally came from within. Get out of here. Don't attract the gray sparrows. Bai Ye recognized the owner of the voice. It was Old Wong, the owner of the Tire Tavern. Old Wong was also one of Tan Jia's people. Although he was older, he had read some books, understood brewing, and had some cooking skills, so he was responsible for logistics. He named the tavern Old Times because he didn't like mingling with Tan Jia and the others, often burying himself in pre-catastrophe books, frequently complaining about not being born in a civilized era. Old Wong, it's me, open the door. There's no danger outside for the moment. I need bullets to deal with the gray sparrows. Bai Ye had temporarily shaken off the gray sparrows using time stopping, and they wouldn't catch up for a while. I know it's you, Bai Ye, but I can't open the door for you. What if the gray sparrows take the opportunity to come in? Old Wong's shaking voice came from inside. Don't blame me for not saving you. I just want to live and I have no obligation to save you. Bai Ye stopped kicking the door and quietly stood in front of it. At this time, the gray sparrows circling in the sky had noticed him. I'll say it one last time, open the door. His indifferent tone carried an undeniable implication, and inside, the panicked old Wong seemed to be stimulated, shouting loudly. Do you really think you are some vice commander? You are just a lucky little brat who hasn't even read any books. What right do you have to command me? Old Wong yelled in frustration, but there was no response outside, only the sound of gray sparrows flapping their wings to attack. His face turned pale instantly, and he curled up in the corner of the liquor cabinet, trembling, too afraid to look up. Chapter 18. The reader and the dog butchers outside. 5 gray sparrows circled in the air, their pale, lifeless eyes fixated on Bai Ye as they swooped down from 5 different directions. Seeing this, Bai Ye pulled out a dagger from his pants leg, his eyes fierce. He didn't care about the 5 gray sparrows above him, even though they had sealed off all his escape routes. As the 5 beasts approached, time seemed to freeze, and he would easily slaughter them. What truly annoyed him was Old Wong, because Old Wong refused to open the door. He couldn't get any bullets, and naturally couldn't use bone breath to enhance his vitality, which was a total waste of time with no gains whatsoever. Not opening the door? Huh. Once I deal with these gray sparrows, I'll set your tavern on fire and see if you still refuse to open it. Chirp, chirp. The 5 gray sparrows let out piercing cries as they dove toward Bai Ye with the force of an attack, moving as fast as 5 gray streaks of lightning. Bai Ye gripped his dagger tightly, his murderous intent intensifying as he waited for the sparrows to get even closer. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A sound of breaking air exploded in the sky, and in Bai Ye's shocked gaze, the 5 gray sparrows seemed to be struck by an invisible force. Bang, bang, bang. Flesh and blood splattered. Countless gray feathers fell like rain. It was Li Yu. Bai Ye suddenly turned to look at the corner of the right house, where Li Yu was catching his breath, panting heavily. Bai Ye, over here. Bai Ye quickly darted to the corner where Li Yu was hiding. Li Yu was in bad shape. He was clutching his right hand tightly, his expression pained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The recent violent blow had aggravated his previous injuries. Are you okay? I'm fine. Not dead yet. Li Yu forced a smile. By the way, you came looking for bullets, right? Bai Ye paused slightly, glancing at the bulging snakeskin bag behind Li Yu, suddenly understanding something. Li Yu struggled to open the snakeskin bag, revealing its contents. Guns, bullets, cockroach protein bars, water. Did you steal this from the tire tavern? Li Yu chuckled. I have a grudge against Old Wong, so I had to hide in your East District. When I saw the gray sparrows enter the city, I knew something was wrong. So I came to the tire tavern early and used my magical hands to steal the supplies inside. With these supplies, we have enough to escape from Grey Dust Town. Bai Ye's gaze shifted. You could have run away by yourself. Why bring me along? Li Yu was slightly surprised. What's with all the questions? Didn't I say before that I respect you? You risked yourself to protect Grey Dust Town and agreed to cooperate with me. Isn't it normal to help you? Besides, you have forbidden items, and we can look out for each other while escaping. Bai Ye laughed. You haven't read any books, have you? Li Yu was even more astonished. I haven't read any books. Why do you ask that? Nothing. Old Wong has read. Old Wong? He has indeed read. I heard he used to stay in Dawn City, one of the few cultured people in Grey Dust Town. But that old man is indeed not decent, even refusing to open the door. Hey, why am I chatting with you? This place isn't safe. We should leave quickly. Bai Ye didn't move, but began loading bullets. Leave? Gata. The bullets were loaded. Bai Ye lifted his head and smirked defiantly. No rush. Li Yu was alarmed. You're not planning to stay and save the residents of Grey Dust Town, are you? No. Then what are you going to do? Li Yu looked anxiously at the gathering gray sparrows, his expression growing more urgent. He withdrew his gaze to look at Bai Ye, only to see the boy's lips curl into a knife-like smile. Of course. To kill them all. You. Are you joking? I never joke. Last time you called me Li Zhua and said I had to disable my right hand to become an extraordinary person. Shut up, Li Zhua. Under Bai Ye's lead, the two arrived at an alley near the tire tavern. You're in charge of protecting me. I'll shoot the gray sparrows. Li Yu hesitated, but before he could speak, swarms of gray sparrows had already swooped down. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire rang out, and one by one, the gray sparrows fell into the alley, gray feathers scattering like dandelions. For a moment, the narrow sky above the alley seemed to be raining gray. Some gray sparrows attacking from behind were firmly blocked by Li Yu's invisible hand, facing the unseen attack. Even the aberrant beasts had no way to defend themselves. Inside the Tire Tavern, old Wong, curled up behind the liquor cabinet, pressed his ears tightly, seemingly terrified of the bird calls and gunfire outside. He knew Bai Ye was fighting the Gray Sparrows, and he also knew Bai Ye was doomed. One person couldn't defeat so many Gray Sparrows. It was only a matter of time before he died. Old Wong covered his ears and muttered to himself, "I did nothing wrong. I just want to live." A wasteland dweller who hasn't even read a book can only be respected by those fools outside. If I had forbidden items, I could kill hyenas too. I could be a hero. As he spoke faster, a self-assured light gradually emerged in his eyes. He needs bullets to deal with the Gray Sparrows? Who does he think he is? Even leading them can't save Gray Dust Town. What a hero he thinks he is. He must be lying to me, trying to trick me into opening the door to hide inside, clearly scared to death. What sound? Old Wong, like a startled bird, looked toward the tavern's window, directly meeting a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. In that instant, he was so frightened that his heart nearly stopped. Bang, bang, bang. The Gray Sparrows kept crashing into the window. Each impact felt like a blow to his chest. The fragile glass began to crack, and the objects blocking the window fell to the ground, scattering everywhere. Don't crash. Go eat Bai Ye, he asked right outside. Fear rendered old Wong unable to rise and reinforce the window. He could only keep praying. However, if prayer were effective, there would be no disasters or illnesses in the world. Bang! The weak glass shattered, and a Gray Sparrow the size of an eagle squeezed in, its dead-eyed gaze locking onto old Wong. Ah! Old Wong screamed in terror, fleeing in a panic as the Gray Sparrow flapped its wings in pursuit. The clutter inside the tavern saved old Wong's life. The tires hung on the pillars and walls, which were used as decoration, compressed the flying space of the Gray Sparrow, hindering its movement. Ironically, these tires were precisely what old Wong hated the most. His old-time tavern was mockingly named the Tire Tavern by wasteland dwellers because of these tires. He had sworn more than once that once he had money, he would remove all the tires. Old Wong dashed around the tavern in a panic, only to finally realize that all the exits had been blocked by himself. In a frenzy, he rushed to the main entrance, frantically pushing aside the tables and chairs that blocked the door. There were still gunshots outside. This meant Bai Ye was not dead. He had forbidden items and could save me. Slash! The Gray Sparrow's claws viciously tore into old Wong's back, leaving 3 deep gashes that brought intense pain. Ah! He screamed while using the tables and chairs blocking the door to strike at the Gray Sparrow. The Gray Sparrow that was hit only lost a few feathers, but was otherwise unscathed, though it did block its attack momentarily. His hands were cut and bleeding from the rough edges of the tables and chairs, but fear had dulled his senses to the pain. Finally, with the last obstacle cleared, the door opened. Chapter 19, after all, I have no obligation to save you. Lao Wong rolled and crawled out the door, falling to the ground in a mess, half of his body covered in dust, his terrified eyes scanning the surroundings in an attempt to find Bai Ye. But at that moment, the gunfire had stopped. Lao Wong was instantly filled with dread. The gunfire stopped. Was Bai Ye dead? Ah, help! Help me! As Lao Wong searched, the Gray Sparrow flew out of the house, its metallic claws viciously digging into the flesh of his arm. Lao Wong struggled violently, the terror in his eyes almost materializing. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the alley nearby. A glimmer of joy burst forth in Lao Wong's terrified gaze. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man, stepping on bloodied footprints and holding a revolver, slowly walking out of the alley. Upon seeing the youth, Lao Wong screamed frantically as if he had grasped a lifeline by. Just as the words left his mouth, he was interrupted by the youth's leisurely voice. "Oh, isn't this Lao Wong? Bai Ye, save me. Please save me." Lao Wong desperately clutched the Gray Sparrow's claws, his eyes revealing a dying plea. Bai Ye slowly opened the chamber of the revolver, casually flicking it. 6 yellow shells fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. "Call me Deputy Commander Bai." He pulled out the few remaining bullets, loading them one by one. "Be Bai Deputy Commander. Please, save me." Lao Wong's face twisted in pain from the effort, his capillaries starting to burst, looking somewhat grotesque. Bai Ye casually flicked the revolver. The chamber clicked back into place. And then, under Lao Wong's excited and expectant gaze, he slowly raised the gun, aiming at the Gray Sparrow, spun the gun, and tucked it into his waist. The excitement on Lao Wong's face instantly froze. Bai Ye tilted his head slightly. The Gray Sparrow's blood dripped down his firm jaw, sketching a sinister smile on his face. He shrugged and unapologetically said, Lao Wang, don't blame me for not saving you after all. I have no obligation to save you. The smile on the boy's lips widened, revealing his pearly white teeth. No, you can't do this. Save me, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Lao Wang's wailing gradually turned into a painful howl as the gray sparrow's sharp claws continuously ripped him open. Then it leaned down, pecking at his insides like a chick pecking at rice. Aren't you going to save him? He already knows he was wrong. A weary-looking Li Yu covered his right hand and walked out of the alley. Bai Ye shook his head slightly. He's not realizing he was wrong. He's realizing he's about to die. So I always thought Lao Wang was one of the few good people in Grey Earth Town. After all, he was educated, sensible, and yearned for a civilized era. But unfortunately, Li Yu sighed. Being educated doesn't mean one is a good person. There's an old saying, those who are righteous often slaughter dogs, while those who are unfaithful are often well-read. Yearning for civilization doesn't mean one is civilized. Li Yu was taken aback. He didn't quite understand the meaning of this statement, but he always felt Bai Ye was scolding him. What do you mean by slaughtering dogs? Clearly, you kill hyenas more, right? You'll know later, Li Zua. Bai Ye pulled out the breath of bones and aimed it at the gray sparrow that was feasting on Lao Wang's corpse. Bang! The gray sparrow died, right in Lao Wang's arms. My name is Li Yu. Li Yu shouted angrily. Okay, Li Zua. You damn. Forget it, what do we do next? The gunfire over there has stopped. It seems Wang Shi and the others are out of bullets too. How many shots do you have left? 3 shots left. Bai Ye weighed the gun in his hand and then looked up at the gray sparrows circling in the air over the Western District. Even if Wang Shi and the others had shot all their bullets, there were still hundreds of gray sparrows. The remaining gray sparrows were frantically attacking the houses, trying to eat the people inside. The gray sparrows near the Tire Tavern had all been dealt with, since there were fewer people here. There were also relatively fewer gray sparrows coming to hunt, which was why Bai Ye had to come here, away from the crowds. You only have 3 bullets left. How are you going to save them? Li Yu asked. Bai Ye looked at him in surprise. When did I say I was going to save them? Li Yu was taken aback. No, you shout every day about protecting Grey Earth Town better than anyone else, and now you're not saving them? At this moment, Bai Ye had already decided to retreat. His recent mass hunting of gray sparrows was primarily to gain vitality and enhance his own strength. And now that he only had 3 bullets left, there was no longer a need to gather vitality. The key point was that he only had 1 minute and 19 seconds left. He had spent too much time hunting gray sparrows on his way to the Tire Tavern. 1 minute was his psychological warning line. If the time dropped below 1 minute, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Although he had spent a lot of time, he still gained quite a bit. His physical abilities had enhanced again, and he was now comparable to Tan Jie, who had injected the gene serum. Of course, if it came down to a fight without using weapons, he would still find it very hard to defeat Tan Jie, as Tan Jie had not only strength but also a full set of tough fur. Now that his physical abilities had improved to this level, the vitality gained from hunting gray sparrows was no longer sufficient for him to level up. He needed to hunt more powerful, mutated beasts. Since you're not planning to save them, let's hurry and escape, Li Yu suggested. He had wanted to run for a long time, as the prolonged battle had pushed his mind and body to their limits. Bai Ye shook his head. Running away is the most foolish choice. We can't outrun the gray sparrows. Once we reach the open wilderness, we'll be sitting ducks. The best choice is to hide in a sturdy building and wait for the gray sparrows to leave. All right, I'll follow your lead. Li Yu knew that Bai Ye was a wasteland hunter with rich experience, so he trusted Bai Ye's judgment without hesitation. The two did not choose the Tire Tavern. While it was sturdy, it had too many windows, and some were already damaged. They set their sights on a brick house in the northwest corner, but it required crossing the street. Without much hesitation, the two rushed towards the brick house. A few nearby gray sparrows noticed the running pair and immediately turned to charge at them. Li Yu struggled to raise his right hand, an invisible hand blocking the gray sparrows' attack, causing them to hit an air wall and fall from the sky, flapping their wings to stabilize themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ye raised his gun and fired. After 3 shots, 3 corpses lay on the ground. The two had developed a bit of tacit understanding in their previous cooperation. With the bullets completely exhausted, only 2 gray sparrows remained. Bai Ye put away his gun, took out a dagger, planning to deal with them before entering the house. Otherwise, they would keep attacking from outside, likely causing significant damage. Damn, it hurts like hell. Li Yu suddenly screamed in agony, his right hand drooping weakly, while his remaining left hand desperately clutched his head. Chapter 20. So handsome. You don't want a life? Bai Ye frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Supernatural abilities are driven by mental power, and my mental power is severely exhausted. You go inside first. I'll take care of these two. He gripped the dagger in a reverse hold, staring intently at the two gray sparrows that were getting up from the ground. The two gray sparrows shook their heads and then kicked off the ground, instantly turning into two gray arrows shooting towards him. Bai Ye did not use time stop. With his current physical condition, dealing with two isolated gray sparrows was not a problem. Just as he was about to make his move, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from a nearby rooftop. Immediately after, a crisp sword sound akin to a dragon's roar rang out. A woman dressed in black and shiny silver knight armor descended from the sky, abruptly entering Bai Ye's view, accompanied by a piercing sword light. Clang! The sword light flashed, and the two gray sparrows were split in half in midair, blood splattering everywhere. The corpses of the gray sparrows fell to the ground simultaneously with the night woman. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened. Such a fast sword. He barely saw a flash of the sword light before the two gray sparrows were shattered. To know, with his enhanced physical condition, he could barely see the trajectory of an ordinary handgun bullet, yet he couldn't see the woman's sword light, indicating that her sword was indeed faster than a bullet. Who is she? A supernatural being or a genetic modifier? The night woman slowly turned around. Her silver-white mask without facial features was particularly eye-catching, with only two hollow spots around the eyes revealing a pair of clear, mirror-like, light brown eyes. She did not speak, only calmly gazed at the blood-stained Bai Ye. The scorching summer wind swept through the gray land, blowing the woman's long black hair. And Bai Ye could even see a playful lock of black hair curving out from her slender waist. Her fingertips, hanging at her side, tightened around the hilt of the crossed sword, the slender, pure silver blade slightly raised. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. He did not know the woman's intentions. He only knew that if she had ill intentions at this distance, he had to concentrate mentally to stop time before she drew her sword. His attention was fully focused on the sword, which was a pure silver cross-sword with a slender and long blade, the silver patterns flowing like clouds under the slightly arched back. Suddenly, the woman's sword moved. However, the target was not Bai Ye, but the gray sparrow. At some point, a gray sparrow hiding in the shadows launched a sneak attack from behind the woman. Without turning around, she simply raised her pure silver cross sword, the blade passing through above her right shoulder. The rushing gray sparrow seemed to deliberately collide with the sword tip, directly pierced through, hanging in midair like a candied hawthorn. While the pure silver cross sword was shouldered by the woman, her movements clean and swift like flowing water. Watching the scene, Bai Ye's eyelids twitched. He almost wanted to curse, damn. So handsome. You don't want her life? The woman casually flicked her wrist, and the gray sparrow's body and blood slid off the shiny silver blade. Her light brown eyes deeply looked at Bai Ye for a moment. Then she turned to leave. She lightly tapped her toes, her graceful figure landing on the rooftop like a flying swallow. Then she dashed towards the gray sparrows in the air above the western district. It's her. Liu at the entrance of the brick house exclaimed as he watched the woman leave. Do you know her? Bai Ye turned to ask. Liu shook his head. No, I don't know her, but I have seen her. I stayed in Graveltown for a while. And when Graveltown was attacked by aberrant beasts, she suddenly appeared and drove them away. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Someone who specializes in killing aberrant beasts? It seems this person aims to protect the people of the wasteland settlement. In the air above the western district, the figure in knight armor floated down. The woman leaped and charged straight into the swarm of hundreds of gray sparrows, which obscured the sky and came at her in a dense mass. The cries of thousands of birds were particularly piercing. The next moment, the pure silver cross sword emitted a clear dragon's roar, overpowering the cries of the birds. The woman exerted force from her waist, her body suddenly spinning in midair, her wrist straightened, and the sword edge instantly traced brilliant arcs. The silver-white mask and the sharp sword edge reflected each other. Her long black hair danced with the black skirt of the shiny silver knight armor, and for a moment, the gray sparrows fell like rain. This scene directly shocked Tan Jia, Wang Shi, and others hiding inside the house. They had run out of bullets, suffered many casualties, and were already filled with despair. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the woman descended like a savior from the sky. Her terrifying speed and miraculous swordsmanship left no gray sparrow as an opponent. Her movements were crisp and elegant, without the bloodiness of slaughter. Instead, it seemed as if she was dancing gracefully among the flock of birds. moments later. The gray sparrows that had shrouded the gray earth town like dark clouds were completely cleared away. The woman stood at the center of the swirling gray feathers, her wrist turning, the pure silver cross sword spinning, and then accurately and flawlessly sheathed it. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. No one expected that the gray sparrows that were about to massacre the gray earth town could only hold on for a few seconds in the woman's hands. We survived? Someone in the house burst out with a wild cry of being spared. Wang Shi and others hesitated for a moment, then finally stepped out of the house, their faces filled with sycophantic humility as they thanked the woman. They knew that in front of such a powerful figure, the houses that could barely withstand the gray sparrows were like paper, and rather than cowering in fear, it was better to quickly express their gratitude and respect to the strong. Thank you for saving us, my lords. We have no way to repay. A sycophantic smile filled Tan Jie's big face. The woman did not respond but stood still, seemingly in thought. May I ask for your name, my lord? Wang Shi said cautiously. Please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We just want to know who our savior is, so we can repay you in the future. No need to wait. You can repay me now. A cold, youthful voice came from beneath the silver mask, flowing like water without a trace of emotional ripples. The voice was as clear and calm as a windless morning lake. Wang Shi and others were taken aback, not expecting the voice of the woman beneath the mask to be so young, nor did they anticipate her to be so direct. Wang Shi hurriedly smiled. As long as my lord needs us, just give the order. The night girl extended her hand and said lightly, Pay me. Wang Shi and Tan Jie exchanged glances, their eyes communicating for a moment before they hurriedly sent a little brother to get the money. They didn't know how much money would be appropriate, but long-term survival experience in the wasteland told them, the more the better. My lord, the money is all here. Wang Shi cautiously handed over a package, not daring to have any physical contact with girl. The girl took the package, waited, and then said, Silent Court. These 4 words struck Wang Shi and Tan Jie like thunder, leaving them standing there in shock. Silent Court? She is from the Silent Court? So the Lord is. Wang Shi was about to flatter a few words when he suddenly realized that the girl was not speaking to him, but to... Wang Shi turned to see Bai Ye in the distance. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't even ask you. Chapter 21. Kain? The Silent Court is an organization made up of extraordinary beings. Are you interested in joining? The girl with light brown eyes looked at Bai Ye and said. Bai Ye raised his wild eyebrows slightly. Is the Silent Court recruiting so casually? An organization of extraordinary beings, yet you don't recruit extraordinary beings, but instead recruit me? He glanced at Li Yu beside him and suddenly realized something, tentatively asking, Kain? A flicker of contemplation flashed in the girl's eyes, clearly not understanding what Kain meant. She spoke again. I have observed you before. Upon hearing this, a hint of killing intent swept through Bai Ye's heart. Observe me? Does she know the secret of time stopping? Time stopping is his greatest secret, and he does not allow anyone to know. However, the girl's next words dispelled his killing intent. Although you are not an extraordinary being, you are a good person. I heard what you said when you faced the pack of hyenas. Huh? Wait, are you giving me a good person card on our first meeting? The Silent Court is indeed an organization of extraordinary beings, but they place greater importance on character. We are looking for like-minded individuals. Bai Ye frowned slightly from this. In recalling the girl's actions in saving people, it seems the Silent Court is a righteous organization. Since it's a righteous organization, then, I want to join. Bai Ye decisively refused. He is not a selfless person. He already doesn't have enough time, and he won't waste time executing justice. Good. The girl nodded calmly, her eyes showing no sign of fluctuation. Her light brown eyes swept over the crowd, and she said lightly, The aberrant beasts from Black Mountain are rampaging. The hyenas and gray sparrows were just the first wave. This place is no longer safe. If you want to live, you should evacuate. After saying this, the girl turned and left, her heroic knight's armor gradually disappearing from the crowd's sight. The message left by the girl left the people who had experienced the tragedy somewhat at a loss. They stared blankly at the corpses and bloodstains on the ground. In Grey Dust Town, with a population of 800, only over 300 survived after the beast disaster. Watching the once familiar faces fall one by one before them, they didn't even have time to grieve before fear engulfed their emotions. What happened in Black Mountain? Are there more aberrant beasts coming out of Black Mountain? What a joke. Tan Jie trembled and said. The leader of the Eastern District truly felt the insignificance and helplessness of his own life before the aberrant beasts. The people of the silent court wouldn't casually make such jokes. Strong individuals like her wouldn't need to deceive us. Wang Shi suppressed his shock and swallowed. We can't stay in Grey Dust Town. The two exchanged glances, and both had already made up their minds. Dang He, although you and I have fought and clashed for many years, we don't have any real deep-seated hatred. Given the current situation, we can only survive by uniting. What do you think? Wang Shi said in a low voice. Tan Jie nodded solemnly. He naturally understood this reasoning. What do you plan to do? The aberrant beasts are on the move. All the nearby settlements are unsafe. We were lucky this time to have the people from the silent court come to our rescue. But next time we might not be so fortunate. In my opinion, to be safe, we can only go to Dawn City. Wang Shi's thoughts coincided with Tan Jie's, but Tan Jie worriedly said, Dawn City doesn't accept wasteland people at all. To have a legal identity, we can only spend money, but all our money was taken by that woman. Even if it hadn't been taken, we wouldn't have enough money. And these people under us. At this point, are you still fantasizing? Thinking that once we get to Dawn City, we can have all the support? These pawns can only be abandoned. Money is not a problem. Have you forgotten we still have taboo items? Wang Shi sneered, mentioning taboo items. A shadow flashed in Tan Jie's eyes. Bai Ye has a problem. After the battle with the gray sparrows, he is still full of energy and doesn't he look like someone who has been drained of blood? We've all been deceived by this kid. Did you just notice? This kid has a big problem. Not only was I deceived by him, but Li Yu also deceived me. During the battle, just now, I saw roughly that Li Yu has become an extraordinary being, and these two have long secretly allied. What should we do? Tan Jie was greatly alarmed. How can we seize the taboo items now? Wang Shi, however, was unconcerned, a newly promoted extraordinary being. How strong can he be in just a few days? If he were truly powerful, why would he need to secretly cooperate with Bai Ye? He would have come to find me for revenge long ago. Moreover, just now I saw his face was pale, clearly showing signs of excessive mental energy consumption, which is not to be feared. As for Bai Ye, I suspect he has achieved the legendary perfect containment. Perfect containment? Tan Jie was taken aback, feeling it was somewhat familiar. It seemed he had heard someone boast about it before, but after injecting the genetic agent, his mind had become a bit muddled, often forgetting things. Using taboo items usually requires a cost, while perfect containment requires no cost, but very few can achieve it. Perfect containment is like an elusive legend. No one knows if it's real or not. It's like a gun. If you can contain it, you can use it. Perfect containment is like the gun having an emotional bond with you. Who would believe that? But even if Bai Ye is perfect containment, what does it matter? No matter how powerful Breath of the Undead is, it still needs bullets. Without bullets, it's just scrap metal. So now is the best opportunity. Dawn City needs extraordinary experimental subjects. An extraordinary being can sell for a high price, and then Li Yu will belong to me, and the taboo items will belong to you. With this, we can both enter Dawn City. Tan Jie's eyes grew brighter. Crisis was approaching. But as long as the plan worked, they could turn danger into safety and enter Dawn City to become distinguished city dwellers. Let us do it. We'll take people to capture Bai Ye and them, and we can also let our subordinates exert their last energy. His sinister gaze subtly swept over his confused subordinates. Then he looked toward the eastern district, only to be stunned in an instant. Where are Bai Ye and Li Yu? Once she looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the two who had been standing in the eastern district had already disappeared. It's bad. They want to run. Hurry and chase. Where do they run? I don't know. How about this? Let us split into two groups to chase, surrounding them from the front and back, in case these two escape separately. Wang Shi and the others quickly called their subordinates to take action. Run. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Li Yu covered his right hand and urged the slow-moving Bai Ye while running. We can't escape. Bai Ye said calmly. They have cars. Do you have one? Although there were just a few old off-road vehicles, for wheels are still faster than two legs. Rather than wasting energy to escape, it's better to recover stamina and prepare for battle. But we can't just wait here to die. My mental energy is exhausted, and I can't use extraordinary abilities. Your bullets are gone. What do we have to fight with? Just then, the rumbling sound of wheels came from not far behind the two. Li Yu's originally pale face turned even paler. He turned back to look and saw an off-road vehicle speeding towards them, its sturdy tires crushing the dry dirt road and kicking up clouds of dust. It's over. This time it's all over. Mom, I'm an unfilial son. Chapter 22, Courage Screech. The harsh sound of friction erupted as the rear of the off-road vehicle swung violently due to inertia, sending up plumes of yellow dust that burst outward like an explosion, leaving several charred tire tracks on the ground. Bai Ye squinted his eyes, looking at Tan Jie and 5 of his lackeys who stepped down from the off-road vehicle. The group, wielding machetes, had fierce and grim expressions. Their guns were out of ammunition, so they discarded them and opted for machetes instead. The rusty blades glinted coldly in the sunlight, imbued with magical damage, even if they didn't hit a vital spot. Any wound in this drugless wasteland was equivalent to a death sentence. Seeing the aggressive approach of Tan Jie and his crew, Bai Ye knew that things couldn't end well today. At this moment, Liu had basically lost his combat ability. Even if he stayed, he would just be a burden. So Bai Ye didn't plan to let him take action. Li Zue, they're coming for me. You go first. Huh. Bai Ye, I will definitely avenge you. Li Yu's voice drifted from afar as he sprinted away, kicking up dust on the yellow ground, essentially making a quick escape. Bai Ye. Faced with Li Yu's escape, Bai Ye didn't blame him. After all, he had risked himself to help earlier, which was already generous. Now, realizing the situation was untenable, it was only natural for him to run early. Moreover, during their cooperation, Liu had said he would help, but if they encountered insurmountable risks, he wouldn't save him because he still had a mother waiting for him. But did he have to run back so fast? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, to his surprise, Liu dashed back. Why are you back again? Bai Ye iklimet. Liu was panting heavily, but his eyes were filled with determination. Although I fear for my life, I fear even more living the rest of my life in regret and guilt for abandoning my friends and running away. Bai Ye looked deeply at Liu. At this moment, Liu's face was pale, trembling like a leaf, yet he stood firmly beside Bai Ye, as if he had gone through an intense internal struggle. Friends? Bai Ye laughed, patting Liu's trembling shoulder. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Although Liu was initially scared to run away and then returned, wavering between courage and fear, it was precisely because of this that his courage felt even more precious, didn't it? The fierce bravery of the strong is certainly awe-inspiring, but the turn of the weak is equally moving. When instincts scream to retreat, courage insists on carving out a path amidst that despair. This is the essence of courage. Huh, rumble. The roar of the off-road vehicle interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. He turned to look and saw an off-road vehicle approaching from the direction Liu just fled. Screech. The off-road vehicle came to a sudden stop, and with a cold smirk, Wang Shi and his lackeys got out of the car. He mocked Liu. Liu, why don't you keep running? I anticipated you would split up, so I blocked your escape route in advance. Otherwise, you might have actually gotten away. A polite yet awkward smile appeared on Liu's face. Bai Ye? Bai Ye, let me explain, actually. Cut it out. It would be impolite to continue. Bai Ye wanted to hit someone. Damn, he almost got fooled by Liu, who spoke so sweetly. I fear for my life, but I fear even more living in regret and guilt for abandoning my friends and running away. Damn, he was clearly chased back by Wang Shi, yet he pretended to be righteous and willing to sacrifice for his friends. By deputy, cough. Bai Ye, hand over the forbidden item, and I can spare your life. Tan Jie shouted, wielding his machete. Bai Ye, blame yourself for being foolish. You had the chance to join the silent court, but rejected it. If you had really joined, we definitely wouldn't dare to come find trouble with you. Unfortunately, you cut off your own path. Wang Shi sneered. With Tan Jie in front and Wang Shi behind, their escape routes were completely blocked. It seems you are quite afraid of the silent court. Bai Ye maintained a calm expression, even having the leisure to extract a bit more information. Wang Shi initially didn't intend to say much, but Tan Jie, feeling confident, leisurely boasted. As most people find it hard to resist the pleasure of taunting their enemies when victory seems certain. A lowly person who was chosen by forbidden objects due to sheer luck wouldn't know about the silent court. Otherwise, you wouldn't have refused to join. The silent court is an extraordinary organization. Anyone who has been in the extraordinary circle knows about it. This organization prides itself on justice, but actually abuses private punishment, killing rampantly in the wasteland in the name of justice. Anyone labeled a criminal by them doesn't survive to see the next day. Just a bunch of lunatics. What era are we in that they still pursue justice? According to their standards, everyone in the wasteland should die. All crows are black. Bai Ye suddenly understood why Tan Jie and the others were so afraid of the silent court. If that girl knew what they had been doing in Grey Dust Town, they would have been judged long ago. Silent court. Court. So, it means the judgment of evil, But why the name silent? All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's get to it. We can't let Li Yu, this extraordinary person, recover. The cautious Wang Shi could no longer hold back. He didn't want to complicate things. However, he didn't take action himself, but let his subordinate strike first to test the waters, and Tan Jie made the same choice. Under the signal of the two leaders, more than a dozen lackeys wielding rusty machetes advanced step by step in a pincer formation towards Bai Ye and Li Yu. They weren't entirely sure if there were bullets in Bai Ye's gun, or if Yu could still unleash his extraordinary abilities, so every step was taken with extreme caution. Sigh. A long sigh broke the tense atmosphere. Actually, Bai Ye slowly spoke, capturing everyone's attention. We got along pretty well before. There's no need to make it a life-and-death situation. I really don't want to waste time killing you. How about this? You kneel down and beg me, and this matter can be considered over. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Tan Jie and the others almost burst into laughter. Do you want to hear what you're saying? We beg you? Bai Ye, I thought you were just pretending to be crazy, but it turns out you're really insane. You should figure out who is in control of the situation right now. Tan Jie scoffed. The lackeys laughed along, mocking Bai Ye for his overestimation of himself. Bai Ye ignored their laughter and said in a very serious tone, Really, you should kneel down and beg me. I hate wasting time in my life. Chapter 23, Why are you forcing me? Matt, just kill him. With a wave of his hand, Tan Jie's subordinates rushed forward. Li Yu back-to-back with Bai Ye, instantly tensed up, speaking rapidly. I'll deal with Wang Shi, you take care of Tan Jie. Whether I can survive depends on luck. After saying that, he shouted and charged toward Wang Shi, his trembling right hand swinging out, causing several incoming subordinates to fly back, spitting blood as they fell. Wang Shi, cold sweat dripped down Li Yu's face as his right hand felt like it was under a heavy burden, struggling to lift it. But in the next moment, a faint cracking sound echoed. Crack! His right hand seemed to have its bones pulled out, hanging limply, swaying in the wind. Damn! Why now? Li Yu was filled with anger and despair. His already injured right hand could no longer hold up, and the previously healed fracture reopened. Looking at Wang Shi 3 meters away, anger and despair surged within him. He was so close, just a little more, and his magic hand could have attacked Wang Shi. Damn it, huh? Li Yu suddenly froze, realizing that Wang Shi's expression had changed. The cold, snake-like man now looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with a terror so chilling it felt like falling into an ice cave, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Did I scare him with my earlier display of strength? Li Yu couldn't help but feel ecstatic. It must have been his extraordinary ability that flipped several subordinates and intimidated Wang Shi. With that thought, he slowly straightened up, enduring the intense pain in his right hand, and spoke with as much disdain as he could muster. Wang Shi, blocking me will be the biggest mistake of your life. The mechanical arm you rely on is nothing against my magic hand. Today, I will use this extraordinary power granted by you to... Please move aside. Bai Ye's voice came from behind Li Yu, followed by a powerful hand patting his shoulder. Hiss! This slap shattered the facade of strength Li Yu was trying to maintain, and the pain from his right shoulder nearly made him curse. He turned to glare at Bai Ye, but due to the current dangerous situation, he didn't dare shout loudly, instead lowering his voice. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to deal with Tan? What the hell? When Li Yu caught sight of Tan Jie and the others, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. In his line of sight, there was no sign of Tan Jie and the others, only a ground full of headless corpses. You. Li Yu's mouth fell open, unable to utter a complete sentence. He couldn't comprehend why. In the brief moment he turned his head, Tan Jie and the others had all died silently. Without even a scream, he turned back to Wang Shi, finding that Wang Shi's expression mirrored his own, even more intense. It turned out, Wang Shi wasn't scared of him, but of Bai Ye. What on earth did they see? How did Tan Jie die? No one had more authority to answer this question than Wang Shi. In Wang Shi's view, Bai Ye merely raised the dagger in his hand, and then, including Tan Jie, 6 people had their heads severed from their necks, transforming into 6 human fountains. These 6 human fountains even maintained their charging postures. This is impossible. Wang Shi suddenly screamed like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. What did you do to them? Bai Ye, holding the bloody dagger, brushed past Li Yu, stepping toward Wang Shi. Drip, drip. Drops of bright red blood fell from the dagger. I clearly gave you the chance to kneel and beg for mercy. Why didn't you listen? Why are you forcing me? Bai Ye's face was as cold as ice, for he only had 1 minute left. This serious waste of time not only failed to give him the thrill of slaughtering enemies, but only brought him pain and anger at the wasted time. Hey. Who is forcing who here? Liu felt his scalp tingle. If it weren't for the inappropriate situation, he would have liked to make a few sarcastic comments. At that moment, Wang Shi's pupils suddenly constricted, horrified. You're also an extraordinary being. This was the only possibility he could think of. In an instant, he couldn't see how Bai Ye killed Tanjia and the 6 others. This terrifying strength was even stronger than that girl from the silent court. At least that girl's actions could be seen. With Bai Ye, he could only see people dying. Say your last words. Bai Ye stood firm in front of Wang Shi. Looking at the ragged boy before him, Wang Shi felt an innate fear. Not even a thought of resistance could arise. Thud! Wang Shi fell to the ground, trembling as he begged for mercy. Spare me. Please let me live. I promise I'll roll as far away as I can. Now you know to beg for mercy. Where were you earlier? Bai Ye directly kicked Wang Shi in the head, knocking him down. The tremendous force made Wang Shi dizzy, even through the alloy skull. This strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary person further confirmed to Wang Shi that Bai Ye was also an extraordinary being, as becoming one would transform the body along with the spiritual will. The child is dead, and now you want to nurse it? The car crashed into a tree, and now you know to turn? Snot to the mouth, and now you know to wipe it? A series of rhymes nearly disrupted Wang Shi's rhythm of begging for mercy. He froze for 2 seconds before remembering the next steps. I have money. I'm willing to pay for my life. Bai Ye glanced at him suspiciously. Didn't the people from the silent court take all your money? Wang Shi hurriedly shouted, I still have money. It's hidden in my mechanical arm. Only I know how to open it. As long as you agree to let me go, I'm willing to give you all the money. Bai Ye coldly simulated, a fierce glint flashing in his rebellious eyes. Killing you will also give me your money. You think you can buy your life with my money? Are you out of your mind? Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and the sharp dagger cut through Wang Shi's neck, his head falling to the ground with a thud. The shocked expression hadn't even begun to spread across his face before it completely froze. He never expected Bai Ye to act so decisively, not even giving him the chance to offer his money. Bai Ye naturally wouldn't give Wang Shi the opportunity to open his mechanical arm. He knew Wang Shi was cunning and treacherous, smarter than the simple-minded Tanjia. So he didn't want to take risks. What if Wang Shi opened the mechanical arm, and that was a ruse, while the mechanisms above were real? If caught off guard, he wouldn't have time to activate time stop, and would that be a disaster? After killing Wang Shi, Bai Ye immediately bent down to start cutting. He was afraid there might actually be money in Wang Shi's mechanical arm. It wasn't that he was greedy, but he was scared of being poor. Right now, he was completely broke, unable to pull out a single cent. Chapter 24. Stickier than shit. Sweeter than shit. How do you open this thing? Faced with the blood-stained mechanical arm, Bai Ye was in a dilemma. His dagger couldn't cut through the mechanical arm at all, and since he didn't understand machinery, he couldn't open the interior of the arm. Liu, can you open it? Liu walked over with a complex expression. You are also a transcendent? The mentality of being afraid of his brother's suffering, while also fearing his brother driving a Land Rover, was vividly displayed on him. Do you believe me if I say I'm not? Bai Ye retorted. Liu had a look that seemed to say, do you think I'm a fool? What is your transcendent ability? How could you kill so many people in an instant? I won't tell you. Bai Ye didn't explain that he wasn't a transcendent. He truly wasn't. He was just an ordinary traveler. His ability to stop time was merely due to the different flow of time between 2 eras. This isn't fair. I considered you a friend, and I told you about my transcendent ability. Huh! Bai Ye sneered and began to expose his shortcomings. Although I'm afraid of death, I'm even more afraid of what lies ahead. Brother, I was wrong. Don't keep going. Liu's old face flushed, and he quickly begged for mercy. I'll help you take a look at the mechanical arm. The two of them exerted a tremendous effort and finally managed to turn the mechanical arm into a pile of scrap metal. Damn, Wang Shi, you deserve to die. Not a single truthful word before dying. Bai Ye cursed angrily. After all that effort, there was no money inside the mechanical arm. But there were some precise mechanisms that could be used for ambush. Damn it, let's go, wasting time. Bai Ye kicked the mechanical arm and then turned to get into the off-road vehicle that Tanjia had driven over. After Liu got in, he started the vehicle. You can even drive? Liu looked surprised. Watching Bai Ye handle the vehicle with familiarity, he suddenly felt that the other party didn't seem like a wasteland person. What's the big deal? As long as you have hands, it's fine. Bai Ye scoffed, completely ignoring that he had failed the driving test 3 times before crossing over. But why are you driving back? That's not the direction to Shuguang City. Obviously, I'm going back to Huitu Town. Li was stunned. Are you crazy? Why go back? Waiting to die? Bai Ye looked at him disdainfully. Don't use your big-headed brain, which hasn't even matured yet, to question my decisions. It'll be dark soon, and as a wasteland hunter, I solemnly tell you that wandering the wasteland at night is tantamount to suicide. What Bai Ye said was true. The wasteland at night was 10 times more dangerous than during the day. Even the most experienced wasteland hunters wouldn't choose to hunt at night. If unfortunate enough to be stuck outdoors, they would choose a hidden, safe place to hunker down. Besides this reason, he wanted to save time. There was only 1 minute left. What if they encountered danger in the wilderness? Although Huitu Town was at risk of being attacked by mutated beasts at any time, at least it was temporarily safe, and they had a place to stay. The yellow sand was blown across the streets of Huitu Town by the wind, scattering the gray feathers around hundreds of corpses as they danced in the breeze. The road, interwoven with blood and yellow earth, cracked into a spider web, with a half-rusted soda can stuck in the gaps, rolling out hollow echoes in the wind and sand. Clang, clang, clang. The soda can rolled past Liu's feet, and looking at the desolate, empty town before him, he couldn't help but question his soul. Where are the people? Huitu Town had so many people, although after a disaster, Huitu Town still survived with 300 to 400 people. In just a short hour, they were gone. Bai Ye bent down to look at the traces on the ground, and suddenly understood. There are many footprints here, and also signs of heavy objects being dragged. If I'm not mistaken, the people must have all run away. Ran away? That's right. Huitu Town isn't big, and many people heard the words of that night girl. Plus, Wang Shi and others drove off to chase us. The residents mistakenly thought the leader had run away in a car, so they panicked and ran. Damn, these people run really fast. I want to find a doctor to bandage my right hand. Liu grimaced, covering his right hand in dissatisfaction. His right hand was the most precious thing after his own life. He was afraid of leaving behind any hidden ailments that would affect his ability to use his transcendent powers. They can run fast, but can they be faster than you? Liu's face turned awkward. Can we not mention this? Let's go. Find a place to stay first. After several hours of busy work, the two set up a relatively sturdy brick house, sealing the windows and doors. Liu was busy bandaging his right hand, while Bai Ye was troubled by the cockroach protein bar in his hand. Food wasn't a concern for the time being, because Liu had previously stolen supplies from the Tire Tavern, which not only included alcohol, but also cockroach protein bars, but there was no meat. Liu thought meat was hard to store and took up space, so he didn't take it. By the time they returned to the Tire Tavern, it had already been looted by the residents. The gray sparrows outside were mutated beasts, and the meat had long been contaminated and was inedible. What's wrong with you? Would rather take alcohol than meat? Bai Ye said displeased. Meat can be obtained through hunting, but alcohol can't. In the wasteland, you can live without anything, but you can't live without alcohol. Liu happily gulped down some cheap liquor, feeling that his right hand didn't hurt as much anymore. Alcohol is distilled grain. The more you drink, the younger you feel. It not only fills your stomach, but also boosts your courage and disinfects. Where can you find such good stuff? Saying this, he blew a smoke ring. Bai Ye asked with a dark face. Then what's with the smoke? Smoke is more valuable than gold. Spending money on it is no problem. Plus, the pressure of survival in the wasteland is so high, you need to relieve your tense nerves. Hey, what are you doing? Hitting a disabled person? Do you have a conscience? Get lost and smoke elsewhere. Bai Ye pushed the annoying Liu aside, then stared at the cockroach protein bar in a daze. I could tolerate the cockroach protein bar, as long as I hadn't eaten meat. Bai Ye swallowed the dark cockroach antennae-laden protein bar in one bite, not daring to chew, afraid that he might accidentally spit it out. Ugh. Brother Yi, your expression looks like you've eaten shit. Ugh. This thing is worse than shit. It's stickier than shit and not as sweet as shit. And shit is free while this costs money. Is it really that bad? I eat this every day and don't complain as much as you do. You've only been a deputy leader for a few days, and you've forgotten your roots so quickly. Liu muttered softly. That's because you haven't eaten good things. Bai Ye glared at him. He now missed the days of the civilized era immensely. At this time, he would have long gone downstairs to the barbecue stand, drinking beer and eating skewers. Chapter 25. The Pregnant Wasteland. I've never eaten anything good? Liu retorted immediately. Back in the day when I was dominating the gambling scene. I won more money in a day than you've seen in your entire life. Have you ever had roll noodles? I bet you haven't even seen them. Those noodles, twisted and compressed into hard pancakes, have patterns more complex than a sweater. When boiled in hot water until golden, they are not at all soft like ordinary noodles. Instead, they are incredibly chewy. Then, when you add an egg on top, the taste is simply amazing. This is a delicacy only city folks can enjoy. Rolled noodles? Bai Ye looked puzzled. The more he heard about it, the more it sounded like instant noodles. Not just similar, it was basically instant noodles. Seeing Li Yu's face filled with nostalgia, Bai Ye felt a sense of disconnection and absurdity. He had only traveled through time for a short while, and sometimes his thoughts lingered in a civilized era. Now he felt a bit dazed. The instant noodles he once despised as junk food were now considered a delicacy that most wasteland dwellers had never seen in their lives. Noticing Bai Ye suddenly go silent, Li Yu chuckled, knowing his words had given the sheltered kid a bit of a shock. What? Are you craving it? Don't worry, since you saved my life. Once we get to Dawn City, I'll treat you to a bowl with 2 eggs. Thanks a lot, Bai Ye replied sarcastically. No problem, we're buddies. Li Yu patted his chest, acting all heroic, even though his pockets were emptier than his face. By the way, why didn't TU join the Silent Court earlier? From the looks of Tanjia and the others, the Silent Court seems like a powerful, extraordinary organization. And with such a strong and beautiful woman inviting you, how could you refuse? You could tell she's beautiful just from the mask. Maybe she's just wearing a mask because she's too ugly. What kind of decent person wears a mask? Bai Ye recalled the night girl's figure, tall and striking, with long black hair cascading down her back, definitely a bat killer. You don't get it. Back when I was a player in the dating scene, I've seen countless beauties. Even with a mask, I could tell she was a stunner. That unique aura of a beautiful woman can't be faked. She clearly has an interest in you. Otherwise, why would she invite you instead of me, the obvious extraordinary one? I really feel sorry for you. If you had joined after spending day and night together, who knows? You might have ended up with her. Naive. Bai Ye didn't want to engage with Li Yu's childish fantasies. He thought such male fantasies were immature. Unlike him, who wouldn't he have such childish notions, being a god of the new era, holding the supreme authority of time, though his divine powers were sealed now, allowing him to extract only 1 minute a day. His pride as a god remained. How could he waste precious time on a woman? Hey, you still haven't answered me. Why did you refuse her? She has a strong background, great power, and is kind-hearted. You're not. Li Yu's expression grew strange, revealing a hint of wariness. What the hell are you thinking? Bai Ye exclaimed angrily. I can't believe I met such a clown. You want to know the reason? Listen up, it's simple, pregnant wasteland. Li Yu was stunned, blinking in confusion. What does that mean? I didn't understand. You said 6 words, but that is only 3. Figure out slowly. No, don't keep me in suspense. What does it mean? Suddenly, Bai Ye stood up and walked toward the window where Li Yu was sitting. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not going to say anything, don't get physical, huh? He realized Bai Ye was coming over to hit him, but was leaning at the window. Outside. Don't talk. There are cars coming, a lot of them. Bai Ye listened carefully, hearing the rumble of a convoy approaching. Li Yu's expression changed, and he quickly got up to look. However, his sudden movement caused pain in his right hand, making him grimace, but he held back the pain to listen, and indeed heard the sound of vehicles. In Gray Dust Town, 10 military transport vehicles were lined up, each filled with armed soldiers, numbering at least 100. Surrounding the transport vehicles were over 200 dirty wastelanders, herded along by the soldiers like sheep. Looking through the window, Bai Ye recognized many familiar faces among the over 200 wastelanders. They were the residents of Gray Dust Town. They were back. The Eye of the Apocalypse. Li Yu exclaimed in a low voice. The soldiers wore uniforms with the Eye of the Apocalypse insignia. They were from Dawn City's army. Bai Ye also saw the so-called Eye of the Apocalypse, a symbol resembling an eye imbued with the mysteries of the universe, adorned with star-like patterns and 3 silver lightning bolts running through it. What's going on? Why are the Dawn City soldiers driving the residents back? You ask me. Who should I ask? Bai Ye replied irritably. He hated uncertainty. He just wanted to quietly accumulate some time. Damn it. Can't I get even a little time? Whatever the Dawn soldiers were here for, it certainly wasn't good news. Stop. It's getting late. We'll rest here for the night and head to Black Mountain tomorrow. A voice came from one of the transport vehicles, an officer giving orders. The convoy quickly stopped in Gray Dust Town, clearly intending to spend the night there. Both Bai Ye and Li Yu were not ordinary people. Despite the distance, they could barely hear the officer's voice. Black Mountain? They're going to Black Mountain? Li Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Nowadays, with the mutant beasts rampant in Black Mountain. Only a regular army would dare to venture there. What's in Black Mountain? Why does Dawn City keep sending troops? Is it really for war? But this 100-man troop wasn't carrying heavy weapons or transporting supplies. They didn't seem like they were going to fight at all. Bai Ye thought to himself, pretending not to be curious. But he didn't intend to join in the excitement, as it would be too much of a waste of time. If he had an hour to spare, he would definitely go take a look. He might even gain something from it. But now, with only 1 minute, it was better to keep a low profile. Why are they taking these residents to Black Mountain? Could it be? Liu suddenly thought of a possibility, exchanging a knowing glance with Bai Ye, both realizing what the other was thinking. Cannon fodder. Suicide squad. They both exclaimed simultaneously. It turned out the two had no mutual understanding at all. Not only were their words different, but even the number of words differed. They were herding a group of defenseless wastelanders to Black Mountain, clearly using them as a suicide squad to pave the way. Liu's expression darkened. As a fellow wastelander, he felt a deep disgust for the Dawn Soldiers' actions. Chapter 26. The 16-character mantra of survival in the wasteland. Bai Ye nodded. You're right. In the Black Mountain, there are not only aberrant beasts, but also more dangerous aberrant plants. Guns are effective against aberrant beasts, but against the vast spread of aberrant plants, their effectiveness will be greatly diminished. That's why they want to sacrifice lives to explore and find the safest route. Having analyzed this, he understood the sequence of events. This 100-man team should have been on a mission to the Black Mountain. On the way, they encountered fleeing residents from the Gray Soil town, captured them, and used them as pawns. Seeing that it was getting late, they headed to the nearest Gray Soil town to spend the night. These damn city folks don't value our lives as wastelanders. Liu cursed in a low voice, but as he continued, his expression turned sorrowful. This damn world is like this. Those high-ranking figures hide in their castles and start wars, and then all the civilians suffer. Bai Ye's eyes flickered. Liu's words made him think of many things. The previous aberrant beast disaster and the current army were ultimately caused by a command from the big shots in Dawn City. Although the residents of Gray Soil Town lived hard lives, they could at least live in peace, staying at home obediently. Now, they were first driven out by aberrant beasts, and now being pushed to their deaths by soldiers. They hadn't provoked anyone, yet disasters kept coming their way. Living in such an era, most people have no control over their lives. Every speck of dust from the times falls on the shoulders of ordinary people like a mountain. Bai Ye said solemnly. Liu's eyes lit up as he mulled over this sentence several times, deciding to remember it to boast later. I didn't expect you to be quite cultured. Unlike me, I can only say I'm unlucky. Should be quiet. Bai Ye's expression changed as he listened for movements from the army. Team 1 and Team 2. Take thermal imaging cameras to check all the houses and see if there are any living people left in the town. An officer in the troop carrier began issuing orders. Liu's face changed drastically at the officer's words, and he urged, "Oh no, they're going to search. We need to hide quickly. It's useless. They have thermal imaging cameras." Bai Ye's eyes flickered. He had initially planned to hide and wait for the army to leave, but now it was no longer feasible. What is a thermal imaging camera? Liu, a layman, looked confused. Thermal imaging cameras can detect the heat emitted by human bodies in the dark, so hiding won't work. What? Liu jumped up in shock and anger. At this point, we can only fight back. Brother Ye, with your strength, it shouldn't be too hard to grab a vehicle, right? We can escape then. Liu was filled with confidence from Bai Ye's previous impressive strength. Bai Ye shot him a glance. You only call me brother when you're in danger? Brother Ye, don't say that. Am I the kind of person who goes with the wind? Bai Ye. Outside, the soldiers' footsteps were getting closer. Brother Ye, when do we act? Liu asked seriously, glancing at his bandaged right hand, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. Damn, ever since becoming an extraordinary being, this arm has never healed. Act? What do you mean act? Bai Ye looked puzzled. It's impossible to act. There's only 1 minute left. There's simply not enough time to kill over 100 people. Even if we were to act, we would have to wait until after midnight to be safe. However, Liu was even more surprised, anxious as he said, Brother Ye, this is not the time for jokes. If we don't act, are we just going to sit here and wait to die? I don't want to be taken by them as cannon fodder. Sigh. Bai Ye patted Liu's shoulder in disappointment. Young people always think about being brave and fighting. How can you live long that way? Do you know the way of survival in the wasteland? Liu was taken aback. What is the way of survival in the wasteland? The so-called way of survival in the wasteland is a knowledge that allows you to live long in the wasteland. The principle is very simple. It's a total of 16-character mantra. If the enemy is weak, I humiliate. If the enemy is small, I bully. If the enemy is fierce, I yield. If the enemy is strong, I follow. Hearing the 16-character mantra left Liu stunned. If the enemy is strong, I follow. This child can be taught, Bai Ye said with satisfaction. He had already made up his mind. If this team was destined to be cannon fodder, then they might as well act as cannon fodder first. After all, there was still a few days' journey to the Black Mountain, and when the time was right, what couldn't they do? But Brother Yi, what if the enemy doesn't plan to leave us a way out? That's even simpler. If the enemy is strong, I die, Bai Ye said nonchalantly. Liu. Bai Ye bent down and began to smear dirt on his face. Seeing this, Liu hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, soldiers began calling out warily outside the house. There are 2 people in here. Chaotic footsteps sounded as a large number of soldiers began to converge on the house where Bai Ye was. Hearing the commotion, Liu clearly became flustered. However, Bai Ye remained calm, patting his shoulder to comfort him. To survive in the wasteland, you must have a heart of reverence and humility. Contemplate this well. I believe my words have touched your soul. Then, in the stunned gaze of Liu, he strode toward the door and shouted, "Don't shoot. It's us." Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and dozens of guns were pointed at Bai Ye and Liu. "Who are you 2? Why are you hiding here?" A soldier asked. "Sir, we are good citizens of Gray Soil Town. When the Gray Sparrow attacked, my brother and I hid in the room and didn't dare to come out. Now that we see the officer from Dawn City, we know we have found our savior." Bai Ye began to improvise. The soldiers did not lower their guns but continued to question. "The residents of Gray Soil Town have all fled. Why didn't you run?" "My brother is injured, and I'm worried that traveling would affect his condition, so I wanted to wait a bit before leaving." As Bai Ye spoke, he pulled Liu over, casually pinching his right hand, causing Liu's face to turn pale and sweat to pour down. Seeing that Liu's condition didn't seem fake, the soldiers finally relaxed a bit. One soldier took out a walkie-talkie to report. "Report, we have found 2 wastelanders requesting instructions. Check if they're carrying weapons. If there are no issues, let them join the team." A cold and authoritative voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Yes, sir." 2 soldiers stepped forward to search them. Liu kept giving Bai Ye signals. He knew Bai Ye had forbidden items on him. However, Bai Ye seemed to ignore it and allowed them to search. Moments later, the soldiers found nothing and completely lowered their guard. "You 2, follow me." The 2 followed behind the soldiers toward the gathering place of the residents of Gray Soil Town. Chapter 27. No one understands humility better than me on the way. Liu stared at Bai Ye with suspicion and leaned over to whisper, "Brother Yi, where's your forbidden item? I didn't see you throw it." He made the shape of the words "forbidden item" with his mouth, but didn't say them out loud. Bai Ye glanced at him, but didn't answer. Of course, the forbidden item was still on him. The reason it wasn't found was simple. When the soldiers searched his upper body, he hid the forbidden item in his pants. And when they searched his pants, he simply used time freeze to stash the forbidden item in his upper body. If they found it, that would be surprising. Soon, led by the soldiers, the 2 arrived at the position of the main force. At that time, the soldiers were setting up camp and pitching tents. Meanwhile, the residents of Gray Dust Town were huddled in an open area, guarded by several armed soldiers. Bai Ye kept observing. Among the crowd of soldiers, 2 individuals stood out, an officer in a high-ranking uniform and a young man carrying a silver metal box that was half his height. The officer appeared to be in his 30s, with a cold and arrogant expression. His legs and arms were replaced by mechanical structures, and the exposed areas glimmered with a mercury-like silver sheen. The complex and precise alloy machinery was clearly far superior to the mechanical arms of the Wangshi. The young man carrying the silver box looked relatively normal, his body indistinguishable from an ordinary person, but his eyes were particularly chilling. He had eagle-like eyes. The golden brown pupils were sharp enough to seem as if they could pierce through the night. After a quick glance at the 2, Bai Ye roughly understood their identities, a mechanical augment and a genetic modifier. However, just based on appearances, they were undoubtedly much stronger than Wang Shi and Tan Jie. "Report. Officer, we have brought 2 wastelanders. No weapons or genetic modifications were found on them," a soldier respectfully reported. The officer nodded coldly, casually looked at Bai Ye and Liu, and seeing their disheveled appearance and tattered clothes, which were no different from other wastelanders, he said nothing further, instead waving his hand impatiently. "Number them in order and assign them to the refugee camp." Subsequently, Bai Ye and Liu each received a simple number tag and were placed among the residents. The 2 walked into the crowd without any sense of incongruity. Looking around at the sorrowful and numb expressions of the people, they casually found a secluded spot to sit down. Nearby, a few wastelanders glanced at them, but upon seeing their dirty faces and inability to clearly discern their features, they quickly turned their gaze away. Seeing that no one had recognized him as Deputy Commander Bai Ye finally relaxed. He was always willing to interpret people's hearts with malice. Among so many people, there would inevitably be those with ulterior motives, who might expose his possession of a forbidden item to curry favor with the officers. That's why he had deliberately disguised himself. Brother Yi, you are 258, and I am 259. Why did they give us numbers? Liu looked at the number tag in his hand, somewhat puzzled. Am I the one who came before you? Bai Ye shot him a sideways glance. Liu was taken aback. No, didn't we come together? Knowing we came together, why are you asking me? Go ask someone else. After being retorted, Liu mumbled some indistinct curses and went to chat with someone nearby. Not long after, he returned with a grim expression. The numbering is for grouping. 20 people make a group, and they're to supervise each other. If anyone tries to escape from the group, everyone in that group will be executed. These bastards are too insidious. Now nobody dares to run. Bai Ye no dittot. Go ask them what they are planning to do with so many people. Although he had already suspected something, it was still necessary to confirm. Fellow townsmen, what do the officials from Dawn City want to do with us? Liu quietly approached a wastelander to ask. The wastelander seemed numb and didn't want to engage. Liu stubbornly asked a few more times before the person finally muttered. The big shots in the city want to take us to Black Mountain. They say they are short-handed and want us to scout the way to Black Mountain. They also said that if we succeed, they can take us to Dawn City, and we won't have to live in the wasteland anymore. That's a good thing. We could become city folks. Liu feigned excitement. The person smiled bitterly. That line might fool a child, but who can just go to Dawn City? Even if what the big shots say is true, how many of us can survive after going to Black Mountain? After saying that, the person fell silent, his gaze empty. Liu was secretly alarmed. It was just as he feared. He leaned closer to Bai Ye. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Should we find a chance to escape? Escape? Do you understand that you need to look at the problem from a different perspective? Bai Ye would not run away. Stepping into the wilderness at night was tantamount to seeking death. Didn't they see that this group didn't dare to travel at night? What perspective? Although it seems like we have become cannon fodder, in reality, before we reach Black Mountain, we are protected by this group. Liu's eyes lit up. That's true. Now that the aberrant beasts are rampant, nowhere is safe. Staying close to this group at least means we don't have to worry about aberrant beasts. Brother Yi, you are truly wise. I increasingly understand what you said before about how one must have reverence and humility to live a long life. All right, get some rest. Bai Ye lay directly on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Bang! 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 The clock in the central square of Gray Dust Town chimed. Signaling 12 o'clock, it was time. Bai Ye suddenly opened his eyes, and he discreetly poked Liu, who was sleeping beside him. Liu blinked awake in confusion. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Get ready to take action. Bai Ye's low voice instantly roused Liu. He was shocked. No way, Brother Yi. What are we going to do? Kill them all. Huh? Liu was dumbfounded. He suspected Bai Ye was joking. But looking at the ferocity hidden in Bai Ye's eyes, it didn't seem like a joke. No, Brother Yi. There are just the two of us against 100 armed soldiers? Uh-huh. Liu. At that moment, he felt them all over. His mind replaying Bai Ye's earlier words. The so-called way of survival in the wasteland was a knowledge that could help you live long in the wasteland, consisting of a total of 16 words. When the enemy is weak, insult them. When the enemy is small, bully them. When the enemy is fierce, throw yourself at them. When the enemy is strong, yield to them. To survive in a wasteland, one must have reverence and humility. Brother Yi, my dear brother, this is different from what you said before. It's not the same, Liu said with a mournful face. Didn't you say one must be humble? What is different? No one understands humility better than I do. While I'm being humble, I can also move graves. Bai Ye grinned menacingly. Liu was left dumbfounded. No way. Are we even talking about the same word for humility? How did you wake up and completely change into a different person? Chapter 28. The Secret of the Times. The Panga Project, but what happens after killing them? Naturally, it's to steal their car, guns, and money, then wait until dawn to leave Gray Earth Town. By then, selling the car and guns would provide enough money to buy a resident identity in Dawn City. Brother Yi, please don't act impulsively. That officer and the young man beside him look formidable, and we're not in danger right now, so why take the risk? Liu is nearly in tears. desperately trying to awaken Bai Ye's dwindling rationality with heartfelt advice. Bai Ye interrupted, "You don't understand anything. Right now, there is no danger, but their goal is to push all of us into that fire pit in Black Mountain, coercing us to our deaths. A true man cannot be coerced. I made my decision. I'll sneak over and behead those 2 officers. Once chaos erupts in the camp, you'll act immediately. We'll coordinate from the inside and wipe them out in one fell swoop." After saying this, Bai Ye didn't give you a chance to persuade him further and quietly moved toward the dark corners under the surrounding buildings. "Brother Ye, don't be impulsive. Think about the 16-character mantra. This is a crime." Liu sighed in despair. He nervously watched Bai Ye disappear into the shadows. And in the blink of an eye, he realized he could no longer see Bai Ye at all. Bai Ye stealthily approached the tent area, where there were quite a few soldiers on guard, but they couldn't stop him. Time stood still. Buzz. A strange wave of time enveloped the world as Bai Ye dashed into the camp like a speeding cheetah. Time resumed. After bypassing the outermost soldiers, he immediately restored time without wasting a second. His target was the central tent in the tent area, where the officer and the hawk-eyed man were located. As long as he beheaded these 2, the remaining ordinary soldiers would be easy to handle. This reckless action wasn't due to Bai Ye being overwhelmed by the extra minute of time. He had carefully considered it. It was known that the Dawn Army had already entered Black Mountain, and once this team joined the main force, escaping would become significantly more difficult. So it was better to act sooner. In fact, he could have simply fled. With time stopping, escaping was quite easy, but where would he get the money? Dawn City was strict with smugglers, and even if one managed to sneak in, lacking formal resident status would make it impossible to move within the city. Now, with hundreds of guns in front of him, how could he not steal? With the help of time stopping, Bai Ye evaded all patrolling soldiers and quickly reached the tent where the officer was located. "Mr. Ng, there are rumors outside that the Pango Project, established before the Great Cataclysm, is inside Black Mountain. Is it true?" The officer's deep voice came from within the tent. In the shadows behind the tent, Bai Ye posed, "Pango Project? What project would be named after Pango? It's known that Pango was the one who opened the heavens and the earth. Doesn't that mean this project would have earth-shattering effects? Moreover, it was related to events before the Great Cataclysm, which made him very curious. The Great Cataclysm occurred 100 years ago, and he had traveled from 200 years ago, meaning the civilization era he was in had developed for another 100 years before suddenly encountering an unexplained Great Cataclysm that shattered human civilization. After the civilization collapsed, the surviving humans took 100 years to form the current era. The history of those 200 years intrigued him. He suddenly wasn't in a hurry to implement the beheading plan and decided to listen to what the 2 had to say first. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." The young man, named Mr. Ng, said coldly. "Forget it. Let's just kill them all." Bai Ye silently took out his dagger. "Mr. Ng, the news is spreading throughout Baiming. Why hide things from our own people?" The officer chuckled. "Mr. Ng contemplated for a moment before finally speaking. There is a shelter established before the Great Cataclysm in Black Mountain, numbered 189, and the Pango Project is implemented in Shelter 189. Just as expected." The officer's voice showed little fluctuation, clearly having anticipated this. "It is said that the Pango Project is capable of creating a new era after the Great Cataclysm. Is that true?" "It is true. When the Great Cataclysm occurred, humanity built many shelters to evade disaster. Due to the limited space and resources in the shelters, only the top human elites at that time could enter. These elites planned to emerge from the shelters after the Great Cataclysm and use the Pango Project to create a new era of human civilization. And the key to the Pango Project lies in Shelter 189. Unfortunately, they failed. Now 100 years have passed since the Great Cataclysm, but the Pango Project has yet to be implemented, and the human elites from the shelters have not appeared. No one knows what happened. All that is known is that the elites are all dead. Instead, it was the ordinary people they abandoned who survived. These ordinary people, without the protection of the shelters, perished under the pollution of the Great Cataclysm, with 95% dying. The remaining 5% adapted to the pollution and miraculously survived, rebuilding civilization in the wasteland. Some fortunate individuals even found buried shelters, obtaining some technology from the previous era, and rapidly grew their power using this technology, establishing large cities like Dawn City. At this point, Mr. Ng's words carried an ambiguous irony. I'm quite aware of this. as the actual controllers of Dawn City, the Apocalypse Technology Company, thrived thanks to a surviving shelter. Mr. Ng, after saying so much, what exactly is the specific content of the Panga project? Mr. Ng was silent for a moment. I'm not clear about the specific details. I only know that there is a key item in the Panga project, called the Panga USB drive. The Panga USB drive? The Panga USB drive contains all the knowledge of the civilization era. It is the crystallization of human civilization. It is precisely because of this that the Panga project has the foundation to create a new world in the wasteland. The crystallization of human civilization. The officer instinctively exclaimed, waves of shock surging within him. He knew very well what the crystallization of human civilization meant. The Apocalypse Technology Company, which controls Dawn City, became a massive entity in Bai Ye precisely because its founder found a surviving shelter and obtained some gene editing technology. Just a small portion of gene editing technology could create such a powerful force. If a force were to grasp the entire crystallization of human civilization, given time, ruling the world would not be difficult. Let Mr. Ng have a good laugh. The officer calmed his emotions for a long time before speaking again, still unable to hide his shock. With my limited knowledge, it's truly hard to imagine how much world-changing technology the crystallization of human civilization would contain. Gene editing, mechanical armor, artificial intelligence, life engineering, extraordinary evolution, and so on. Whatever you can think of or not, it's all in the Panga USB drive. Hiss. The officer inhaled sharply. Chapter 29. The 12 zodiac signs outside the tent. Bai Ye quickly covered his mouth, almost gasping in shock. My goodness. Is it true that the civilization era, I am, and has developed to this extent at its end? But how is there still extraordinary evolution? The officer in the tent had the same question. Mr. Ng, I can understand the previous few, but what about extraordinary evolution? Aren't extraordinary beings supposed to appear only after the Great Catastrophe? Did extraordinary beings exist during the civilization era as well? Extraordinary beings indeed appeared only after the Great Catastrophe. The Great Catastrophe destroyed the civilization era in less than 3 years. During the 3 years of turmoil, when civilization still existed, a batch of extraordinary beings emerged, and people from the civilization era took this opportunity to study them. In such a short time, they even unraveled the mystery of the extraordinary and mastered methods for stable awakening. Hiss. The officer gasped again. Are you saying they completed in 3 years what we couldn't achieve in 100 years? In today's era, the awakening of extraordinary beings is still an unsolved mystery. Otherwise, their numbers wouldn't be so scarce. Mr. Ng shook his head, not 3 years, but 2.5. As soon as this was said, the tent fell into brief silence. Outside the tent, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. The mystery of the extraordinary? He had long covetedly used magical abilities. Such powers that could be activated without consuming time, only mental energy. Who wouldn't envy that? If he became an extraordinary being, how much time could he save? He didn't envy gene editing or mechanical modifications. He always felt such technologies that alter one's structure were unreliable. But extraordinary beings were different. They represented an evolution on a mental level. Moreover, besides extraordinary evolution, there was also life engineering. This was technology that could extend human lifespan. Wouldn't a longer lifespan mean more time? The more Bai Ye thought about it, the hotter his heart became. His rebellious eyes were filled with desire and no distractions. He despised hypocrites. To him, humans were a collection of various desires. People should face their desires head-on and clearly know what they want. There's nothing shameful about that. Now, he wanted the Panga USB drive. The crystallization of the civilization era should be inherited by someone from this civilization. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye changed his plans. He no longer intended to kill these people. He wanted to go to Black Mountain. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and achievements come from danger. If he could obtain the Panga USB drive, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Although he regarded time as life and hated wasting it, it was because often the time invested didn't correlate with the returns. If he could use time stasis to obtain the Panga USB drive, how could that be considered wasteful? This was clearly a one-time deal. Instead of risking going to Black Mountain by himself, it would be better to enter Black Mountain under the escort of the army. These people aimed to send wastelanders to scout Black Mountain, which meant that the wastelanders would be protected by the army until they reached Black Mountain. As he was pondering this, the two people in the tent began discussing another topic. Mr. Ing, being a member of the 12 zodiac signs, was indeed well informed. But there was one thing he didn't understand. Now that news of Black Mountain had leaked, more and more major forces were heading there, all wanting a piece of the pie. Since the Bai Ye USB drive was so important, with your unparalleled sniping skills, Mr. Ing, why not join the main force to help the company seize the USB drive? Why go to the cliffs of Black Mountain instead? Isn't Shelter 189 located under the Black Mountain? The officer voiced the confusion that had been in his heart since he received this escort mission. Why ignore the shelter and instead go to the cliffs of Black Mountain? Over there, the company has its own arrangements. I am not responsible for seizing the Bai Ye USB drive. I'm only responsible for killing. The officer was taken aback. There are probably very few people in the world worth your personal sniping, right? Hearing such blatant flattery, Mr. Ying's cold tone softened slightly. Everyone loves to hear compliments, especially when they're well placed. Clearly, Mr. Ing was most proud of his sniping skills. Humph, Mr. Ing scoffed. What you said is not untrue. There are indeed very few people in this world worth my personal intervention. However, my assassination target this time is absolutely qualified. He paused and then coldly uttered a name. Yang Jia. What? The officer was instantly horrified. Are you talking about the tyrant Yang Jia? Naturally, it is him. Only he qualifies for me to use the Black Flood M300. Mr. Ing stroked the metal box, his eyes filled with a hint of fervor. Compared to Mr. Ying's confidence, the officer was somewhat worried. The tyrant Yang Jia is one of the 10 kings. A powerful, extraordinary being like him has already surpassed the limits of human mental strength. Any assassination attempt would trigger a mental alert. I am afraid. Indeed, if it were so easy to kill the tyrant Yang Jia, he would have been eliminated by other snipers long ago. Then you. Mr. Ing sneered, not long ago. The tyrant single-handedly destroyed one of the company's satellite cities, making a name for himself. Some even privately rank him first among the 10 kings. That battle indeed caused the company heavy losses, but the company also gathered data on the tyrant through that battle. The tyrant's mental alert range is 3,000 meters. If someone snipes him from within 3,000 meters, he will sense at the moment the gun is fired. But if he shoots from beyond 3,000 meters, he naturally won't be able to perceive the danger in advance. Shooting from beyond 3,000 meters, the officer's face was filled with shock. Having been in contact with firearms for a long time, he knew what it meant for a sniper to accurately hit an enemy from 3,000 meters away. Snipers are already a rare breed, and those who can snipe accurately from 3,000 meters are even rarer. It is important to understand that bullets are influenced by gravity, wind speed, humidity, and other factors. Initially, a bullet travels in a straight line, but as the distance increases, it will deviate from its path. The farther the distance, the more deviation occurs. A sniper must consider all influencing factors and calculate the bullet's landing point. The difficulty is evident. The officer came back to his senses and quickly praised. I see now. No wonder it's you. In my opinion, the tyrant's weakness can't really be considered a weakness. Because even if other snipers knew, they simply couldn't hit this top extraordinary being accurately from 3,000 meters away. Only you have such ability. This flattery even made the normally unsmiling Mr. Ing chuckle. That's natural. Once I deal with the tyrant, getting the Bai Ye USB drive for the company won't be a problem. Oh, killing the tyrant can also help the company obtain the Bai Ye USB drive? The news of the Bai Ye USB drive had already leaked. Do you know why no one has been able to get their hands on it until now? Why? Chapter 30. Kneeling to the strong and bullying the weak. The officer was doing a great job of flattering outside the tent, and it was clear that he wanted to curry favor with Mr. Ing. So he continued to go along with the other S words. Because the defenses of Shelter 189, the technological level far exceeds the era and is unbreakable by anyone. Only the tyrant could possibly breach the defenses of Shelter 189, and the tyrant was already nearing Heishan. The officer's eyes lit up. Do you mean that once the tyrant breaks through the defensive facilities, you will personally snipe him, allowing the company's people to smoothly enter the shelter and obtain the USB drive? Exactly. Once the tyrant is dead, who can compete with the company in Heishan? High. Truly high. If Mr. Ing can kill the tyrant, one of the 10 kings, his ranking among the 12 zodiac animals will surely rise. Even being at the top of the zodiac wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Bai Ye stopped listening because the rest of the conversation was unnutritious, filled with flattery and various praises that flowed from the officer's mouth without repetition. It was a pity he didn't pursue a career in comedy. Bai Ye had a general understanding of the company's plan. It was simply to use the tyrant to eliminate him. Little did they know, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. 10 kings? 12 zodiac animals? What trash! Once time stands still, they all have to kneel before me. Bai Ye turned to leave, but before he did, he deliberately looked at the ground nearby to see if there were any dry branches or similar objects. To his surprise, he indeed found a half-dry branch waiting for him to step on. If he stepped on it, it would surely trigger the eavesdropping law from movies and dramas. Fortunately, clever. Bai Ye stepped over the half-dry branch and quietly left along the shadow cast by the tent, wasting some time, but successfully avoiding the patrolling soldiers. Among the refugees, most had already fallen into a deep sleep, but Liu's eyes were wide open like copper bells. He was nervous, anxiously scanning the soldiers' tent area. Why hasn't Bai Ye made his move yet? Could he have failed? That shouldn't be the case. If he had failed, there would at least be some commotion. Could it be that he was captured the moment they met? He wouldn't be undergoing severe interrogation right now, would he? The more Liu thought, the more anxious he became, wishing he could just run away right now. What are you mumbling about? Bai Ye's voice came from behind him. Liu jumped in fright, nearly shouting out loud. He hurriedly turned around and saw Bai Ye unscathed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. What could I be mumbling about? Naturally, I was praying for you, Brother Ye. By the way, what is your situation? Did you kill someone? Bai Ye's face showed a look of surprise. Kill someone? Who did I kill? Liu was taken aback. Didn't you go to kill the officer? Nonsense. How could I do such a risky thing? That's the behavior of a fool. I've always been one to plan before acting. It seems you can't learn the 16-character mantra. How about this? I'll teach you a simpler one, the 8-character mantra, kneeling to the strong and bullying the weak. Remember this time, don't forget it. Liu. Brother Ye, don't be like this. You're making me a bit scared. Since you didn't go kill anyone, what have you been doing for so long? Of course, I was taking a piss. Taking a piss for so long? Sigh, I often feel troubled by my overly strong kidney function. Liu. Fine. Let us sleep. Bai Ye wiped his hands on Liu's shoulder. Indeed, when he just came back, he had taken the opportunity to relieve himself. Liu, in a fit of anger, said, when I was sleeping, you said you were going to kill someone. Now you tell me to sleep. How the hell am I supposed to sleep? Bai Ye, what exactly do you want to do? Can you be honest? Bai Ye thought for a moment. Since he could still use this kid as right hand in Heishan, he then stated his purpose. I'm going to Heishan. What? You're going to commit suicide? I go to your. Bai Ye was so angry he kicked him. I'm talking about going to Heishan. How did it turn into suicide in your mouth? Is there a difference? Get lost. I'm going to sleep. Looking at Bai Ye lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Liu stood in place for a long time, eventually managing to utter a sentence. I guess I know how you awakened. It must have been from eating some toxic mushrooms that stimulated your nerves, which is why you became an extraordinary being. The next day, just as dawn broke, the wasteland people were urged by the army to set off. In the crowd, Bai Ye was yawning in dissatisfaction, feeling he hadn't slept enough. He was very irritable, and thinking about the 30 seconds wasted yesterday made him even angrier. Rumbling, 10 troop transport vehicles made a loud roar, and the soldiers on the vehicles pointed their guns at the crowd, constantly urging them to move forward. Hurry up, keep up, anyone who falls behind will die. A group of ragged people was driven like sheep by the soldiers. Bai Ye blended into the crowd, following the flow without drawing attention. Soon, the morning passed, and the soldiers stopped the vehicles to start a fire and cook, enjoying lunch, while the wasteland people finally had a chance to catch their breath. They had hardly eaten a few full meals, and after the long trek, their strength was nearly exhausted, collapsing on the ground and breathing heavily. Many looked eagerly at the food in the soldiers' hands, swallowing their saliva. They had escaped from a food-scarce town, and now, being driven back, they had no food on them at all. The soldiers ignored the pleading looks from these people, chatting and boasting while eating the canned food in their hands. Once they had eaten enough, a soldier mischievously tossed an empty can into the crowd, instantly causing a scramble, with several wasteland people fighting over the remnants inside the can. Ha ha! Look at these wasteland people. Don't they look like wild dogs fighting for food? The soldiers laughed crudely. As city dwellers and part of the directly subordinate Apocalypse Company's troops, their sense of superiority made them feel that wasteland people were not their kind. Damn, this group of born. Liu bit into a cockroach protein bar angrily. As a wasteland person himself, he naturally couldn't stand such things. Brother, can you spare some food? A middle-aged man approached, swallowing his saliva and staring intently at the cockroach protein bar in Li Yu's hand. Here you go. Without hesitation, Li Yu threw him one, showcasing his difference from the city dwellers. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he caught the cockroach protein bar, immediately devouring it hungrily. Bai Ye, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake his head. Still too young, Li Yu. After finishing the cockroach protein bar, the middle-aged man didn't even say thank you and instead stared intently at the tattered sack behind Li Yu. Brother, do you have any more? I'm still not full. Chapter 31. No. Are you really eating? Li Yu frowned slightly, and before he could speak, several wastelanders nearby swarmed over like locusts, each extending their muddy hands towards him. Give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for several days. Miju, Miju. Seeing the eager faces of the few, Li Yu remained silent for a moment and pulled out a few cockroach protein bars to share with them. However, this action was like poking a hornet's nest. The few who finished eating their food had their eyes light up with excitement and asked for more. More and more wastelanders noticed the situation and began to gather. He has food. Give me some. I am starving. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Li Yu's brows furrowed into a frown. Although he had a decent amount of food, it was impossible to feed so many people. If everyone got a little, he would starve himself. There's no more. Get back, he shouted. However, seeing the food, the crowd acted like hungry wolves spotting prey, their eyes shining with greed. I saw it. His sack is full of food. Hurry up and hand over the food. Are you going to let us starve? Some could not contain themselves and even started to grab at the sack. Li Yu was instantly furious. Although he was injured, he was still an extraordinary being. With a casual push, he knocked a few of them to the ground. What do you mean I'm going to let you starve? The soldiers have food. Why don't you go ask them? A tall wastelander retorted defiantly. Nonsense. If the soldiers could give us food, will we be asking you? Quickly hand over the food, or don't blame us for being rude. You bastards. Li Yu's face turned pale with anger, and his right hand began to hurt again. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, more people started to get restless. At this moment, Bai Ye, who had finished his cockroach protein bar, slowly stood up. His rebellious and wild eyes scanned the crowd, and a chilling smile appeared on his face. Look at you being so stingy. Everyone just wants a little food. Why refuse? Brother Yi. Li Yu stared blankly as Bai Ye picked up the sack and approached the crowd. Everyone who wants food, come to me. I'm not as stingy as him, Bai Ye said with a smile. The crowd instantly became excited, rushing to Bai Ye's side as if they were going to devour him alive. The tall wastelander squeezed to the front with his strong physique. Kid, you were generous. Hurry up and hand over the food. Bai Ye smiled and handed over a cockroach protein bar. Don't rush. We are all from Grey Dust Town. We should help each other outside. When people are hungry, they naturally need to eat. You have no food, and I just happen to have some. So it's only reasonable for you to eat my food, right? The man quickly reached out to grab the cockroach protein bar, praising, yes, yes. You're the one who knows how to talk. Isn't it just eating your food? Why be so stingy? Let go. The man intended to take the cockroach protein bar, but found that Bai Ye had not let go at all. A look of astonishment crossed his eyes. Kid, what do you mean? However, Bai Ye appeared even more surprised, as if he had seen something unbelievable. No. Are you really eating? You are. A piercing scream echoed through the crowd as Bai Ye casually let go of his hand, and the tall wastelander collapsed to the ground, his right hand twisted into an unnatural shape. The sudden turn of events startled the others, some looking at the young man in fear. I was just joking with you, but I didn't expect you to actually dare to eat. My hand. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Bang. Bai Ye stepped on his broken right hand, enjoying the agonizing screams while pushing down hard. Still want to eat? And no more. Spare me. The man's face was covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He just wanted to eat something. If you didn't want to give it, why resort to violence? A short wastelander in the crowd exclaimed angrily. Go to hell. Bai Ye suddenly stepped forward, yanking the speaker out of the crowd. The powerful force was like lifting a chick, and then he slammed the person hard onto the ground. Another scream rang out. But wasn't he over? Bai Ye brutally stepped on that person's mouth, forcefully kicking the scream back down into his stomach. A fierce glint flashed in his rebellious eyes. I hate it most when others bark behind my back. Shout. Go ahead and shout. Bang, bang, bang. One kick after another. He knocked out all the man's teeth, leaving only a mouthful of bloody pulp. You just wanted to eat something. Why hit him if he doesn't give it? I'm hitting him, and I'll hit you too. This brutal and savage scene directly shocked the crowd, who looked on in a mix of anger and fear at Bai Ye's violence. No one dared to step forward to help. What are you looking at? A bunch of idiots. Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. Hurry up and get lost. Bai Ye's fierce and wild gaze swept over the crowd, the wild aura and tangible pressure hitting them like a wave. The crowd quickly dispersed, no one daring to ask for food again. Not far away in the transport vehicle, Mr. Ng and the officer watched this scene with great interest. This is the barbaric and ignorant wastelanders. I really don't understand why the company keeps these wastelanders. In my opinion, all wastelanders should be eliminated so that civilization can be restored sooner. The officer sneered. Mr. Ng said lightly, even garbage has its value. The company's vision is not something you can imagine. Yes, Mr. Ng is right. The officer quickly smiled in agreement. Report, sir. A wastelander just came and said he has important news to report. A soldier ran to the vehicle window to report. The officer frowned slightly, waving his hand impatiently. Tell him to get lost. A mere wastelander dares to say he has important news? They consider it a big deal if they see a mutated hyena in the wild. The soldier hesitated slightly. Sir, that person said it concerns a taboo object. The officer's expression froze, his eyes narrowing. He did not act on his own, but glanced at Mr. Ng beside him. A hint of interest appeared on Mr. Ng's stern face as he nodded slightly. Bring him up. Soon, a timid wastelander, led by soldiers, approached the vehicle window. Chapter 32. It's not me that's wrong. It's this era. Long. Officer, hello. My name is Wong. No one cares what your name is. What information do you have about the forbidden item? If you dare to speak nonsense, I'll shoot you. The officer's expression was filled with disgust as he pulled out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, seemingly trying to block out the air polluted by this wasteland person. The wasteland person was so frightened that he felt his knees. I dare not. I dare not. Every word I say is the truth. Please speak. Yes. In the gray dirt town where I was before, there was a forbidden item called Breath of the Bones, obtained by Bai Ye. I just saw Bai Ye in the crowd. What? A hint of surprise appeared in the officer's eyes. Are you saying that someone in the refugee camp is carrying a forbidden item? Wait. No. Everyone was searched before, and no weapons were found. The wasteland person hurriedly said, Officer, you are sharp. I am telling the truth. Bai Ye has indeed claimed the forbidden item, and even if he is not carrying it now, it must be hidden somewhere. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mr. Ying's gaze fell on him, his yellow-brown eagle eyes flashing with a chilling light. I didn't mean to hide it. Bai Ye is one of the two people who joined the refugee camp yesterday. He looked dirty, and I didn't recognize him in the dark yesterday. Just now, when he started hitting someone, I suddenly found him familiar. He is the deputy commander of our East District. I worked with him for a few days before. When he was injured, I helped him to eat, and he promised to give me a piece of meat, but in the end, he didn't. Officer, can you give me a piece of meat to eat, considering I provided information about the forbidden item? The wasteland person was clearly scared silly by Mr. Ying's gaze and started babbling everything he knew. Brother Yi, did I do something wrong? Liu said dejectedly, I just thought he was pitiful. Bai Ye curled his lips. What? Did your conscience come out of your mouth? Liu was so angry he almost choked, first furious, but then quickly deflated. Maybe I was really wrong. No, you're not wrong. The wrong one is this era. Liu was greatly shaken, and he suddenly raised his head, looking at Bai Ye with some emotion, not expecting the other party to be so good at comforting people. Brother Yi, you are right. The wrong one is this era. If it were the civilized era, such things wouldn't happen. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Surprised. What nonsense are you talking about? What I mean is, if a person wants to live well, the first point is to never admit they are wrong. How could I be wrong? This is mental self-consumption, which is not acceptable. Remember, blame others when you can, and if you can't blame others, blame the era for being bad. Liu. He realized that in just a few days of knowing Bai Ye, countless distorted and twisted principles had bombarded his fragile soul. What 16-character mantras, 8-character mantras, humble migration inscriptions. Now, there was another one. It's not my fault. It's all the era's fault. He didn't consider himself a good person, but compared to Bai Ye, he suddenly felt that he was actually not bad. Brother Yi, I really envy your state of mind. By the way, do you still have the toxic mushrooms you ate before? I'll poison you. Hey, wrong. Don't make a move. Don't hit my right hand. Liu hurriedly dodged, protecting his right hand, preferring to suffer other injuries than hurt his right hand. But Bai Ye's character was well known. Kicking the good leg of a cripple was his usual style. After the two played around for a while, suddenly there was movement in the army not far away. The officer and Mr. Ng stepped out of the vehicle. and beside them stood a timid wasteland person. When Bai Ye saw that wasteland person, he sighed. Sigh. What's wrong, brother Ye? Liu asked curiously. Get ready to make a move. Huh? Again? Bai Ye did not answer, but slowly stood up and walked towards the officer and Mr. Ng. His actions instantly caught everyone's attention. Even the wasteland people who were eating stopped their movements, nervously looking at them. No one knew what would happen next. They only saw the high-ranking officer walking towards the refugee camp, and at the same time, a boy walked out from the camp. Officer, it's him, he is Bai Ye. The wasteland person following the officer excitedly pointed at Bai Ye, trying hard to prove that he wasn't lying. Seeing Bai Ye walking towards him, the officer's mouth curled into an amused smile. This wasteland person is interesting. Mr. Ng coldly stared at Bai Ye, his yellow-brown eagle eyes seeming to see through people's hearts. You have a forbidden item? He said flatly. Bai Ye did not deny it. Yes. After saying that, he directly pulled out the breath of the bones from his body. This action instantly stirred the nerves of the soldiers, with the sounds of bullets being chambered echoing as dozens of soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Bai Ye. The officer frowned slightly and scolded. What are you doing? With Mr. Ng here, do you think a forbidden item can turn the world upside down? Put your guns down. Isn't that right, Mr. Ng? Mr. Ng calmly nodded, his face showing no arrogance, but exuding an absolute confidence. In his view, even if this wasteland boy held a forbidden item, it could not pose any threat to him. You have 6 bullets to win the fate roulette, and you've contained the breath of the bones. Although you were just a wasteland person, you still have some courage. The unique tone of praise from someone in a higher position was thoroughly reflected in him. This was not pretense. It was his inherent nature, a result of habit. Don't you hurry up and thank Mr. Ng? To receive Mr. Ying's praise is your great honor. The officer was still flattering. Bai Ye did not respond, but was contemplating how to kill all the more than 100 soldiers present in the shortest time. Kid, I'm talking to you. Ah, it's normal for wasteland people to be rude. Mr. Ng lightly raised his hand, stopping the angry officer. His yellow-brown eagle eyes looked at the breath of the bones in Bai Ye's hand, slowly asking, how powerful is it? No bullets. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, casually waving the revolver in his hand. Give him bullets. Mr. Ying's words shocked the soldiers. Giving bullets to a wasteland person? Did they not fear? Chapter 33, Did I Let You Go? Although the soldiers were still worried, they couldn't help but be influenced by Mr. Ying's calm demeanor. Soon, the bullets were handed to Bai Ye, who didn't hesitate to load them with ease and then fired directly. Bang! The loud gunshot startled both the wastelanders and the soldiers, while only Mr. Ng and the officer remained unfazed. Thud! The wastelander who had been standing next to Mr. Ng fell to the ground with a large blood hole in his chest, his eyes wide open and unblinking. The wastelanders were shocked by Bai Ye's audacity. He actually dared to kill someone in front of an officer. Mr. Ng casually glanced at the corpse on the ground, a smile creeping onto his lips. The power of the serpent-class taboo item is quite impressive. If you can survive the journey to Black Mountain, I can offer you a chance to follow me. After saying this, he turned and left, seemingly unconcerned with Bai Ye's response. Perhaps in his view, no wastelander would refuse to follow him, as it was a great honor. The officer sneered, Kid, you've got lucky. He also turned to leave, having no intention of seizing the taboo item. It wasn't that he looked down on it. He had already learned from the informant about the containment method for the taboo item. He wouldn't stoop to such a savage and crude method. Moreover, the side effects of the breath of the bones were significant. Its only value lay in selling it. However, since Mr. Ng had taken an interest in this wasteland boy, he naturally extinguished his thoughts. Did I let you two go? The voice of the young man, brash and reckless, rang out, shocking everyone. Mr. Ng and the officer frowned simultaneously and stopped in their tracks. Bai Ye, holding the breath of the bones, casually pointed at the two, dust and grime unable to obscure the defiance in his eyes. Brother Ye, calm down. Liu anxiously urged from the side. They didn't seize your taboo item, so why bother? Bai Ye smirked. They didn't take mine, but I want to take theirs. Liu stared dumbfounded at the young man before him, utterly shocked by his reckless and audacious demeanor. Although he didn't understand, he was deeply impressed. In his understanding, it was clearly possible to coexist peacefully. They'd already let you go, so why seek trouble again? This was indeed the common understanding, but Bai Ye thought differently. What he saw was two self-important figures throwing a piece of meat for him to lick, expecting gratitude in return. In front of me, you think you could just show off and leave? He had originally intended to follow the team to Black Mountain peacefully, but unexpectedly, two pieces of trash had jumped out to show off in his face. It made him laugh in anger. Who gave you the courage? Kid, I thought you were a smart person, but I never expected you to want to be a dead man, Mr. Ing said coldly, the last trace of appreciation in his eyes having long disappeared, replaced by lofty indifference. Mr. Ing didn't need to be angry over such a person. He was just a wastelander who was blinded by the taboo item, and it was better to leave it to others to deal with. Mr. Ing lightly acknowledged, as it would indeed lower his status to take action against a wastelander. The officer took a slow step forward, casually shaking his head, the sound of metal gears grinding echoing from his neck. He sneered, Kid, I've seen many foolish people, but I've never seen someone as foolish as you. You really think that with a broken gun, you could be invincible? The power of the taboo item is indeed substantial, but it has to hit someone to matter. With your shooting speed, even if I stood here for you to shoot, you couldn't hurt me a bit. Don't waste time talking to him. Just take care of him and prepare to set off. What? Mr. Ying's cold voice suddenly rose, his body instantly stiffening in place. His body's instinctive warning of danger sent chills down his spine, making his hair stand on end, a bone-chilling sensation climbing up his tailbone straight to his crown. And the source of it all came from the gun barrel pressed against the back of his head and the boy holding the gun. There has to be a limit to how much you can talk nonsense, don't you think, Mr. Ing? Bai Ye's defiant voice rang in Mr. Ying's ear. This is impossible. When did you? Mr. Ying's hawk-like brown eyes narrowed to pinpoints, disbelief written all over his face. He couldn't understand why Bai Ye, who had just been in front of him, suddenly appeared behind him. His hawk eyes had extremely high dynamic vision, even in front of the 10 kings. No one could move faster than his eyes. Could it be the legendary teleportation? Let go of Mr. Ing. The officer, filled with rage and panic, instinctively tried to activate his mechanical limbs. But as soon as he exerted force, he was horrified to find that his mechanical arms and legs had all disconnected. The most terrifying part was that his torso was gradually sliding down. Bang! The officer fell to the ground, left with only his torso and head, his mechanical limbs clattering to the ground. What the hell is going on? What did you do to me? The officer's face twisted with fear, the dust on the ground soiling the meticulously maintained skin of a city dweller. He had never seen such a bizarre thing. He hadn't even made a move before his mechanical limbs were dismantled. How'd you do this? After a brief panic, Mr. Ing had regained his composure. He did not act rashly, but instead quietly searched for an opportunity. He was indeed a genetically modified human, but his strength in direct combat was not strong. At most, he could dodge bullets. The reason he could become one of the 12 Zodiac was mainly due to his hawk eyes and unparalleled sniping skills. As long as he was given distance and a sniper rifle, he could kill even the 10 kings. But now, with the breath of the bones pointed at his head, no matter how capable he was, he couldn't display his skills. Let them put down their guns. Bai Ye, hidden behind Mr. Ing, said, Everyone put down their guns. Mr. Ing shouted in a low voice, and the soldiers around him, nervously holding their weapons, exchanged glances before finally placing their guns on the ground. Li Zhu, come out and do your job. Bai Ye shouted to the crowd, and the stunned Li Yu stepped forward, his shocked eyes never leaving Bai Ye. He walked through the crowd and stood beside Bai Ye under everyone's gaze, stupidly asking, Brother Ye, what do you need me for? Seeing his foolish expression, Bai Ye couldn't contain his anger, kicking him and shouting, Go collect the guns. Oh. Li Yu hurriedly went to pick up the guns on the ground, and, after a while, he finally recovered from shock and turned to give Bai Ye a thumbs up. Brother Ye is awesome. Chapter 34, who would have thought he was still alive before he died after all the guns were taken away by Li Yu, Mr. Ing said solemnly, I have done as you asked, now we can talk. Before Mr. Ing could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Bai Ye's sinister laughter. You do what I tell you? Are you a dog, or what? Bang! The breath of the skeleton erupted with a loud bang, fire and blood light howling out simultaneously, a blood-colored bullet accurately hitting Mr. Ying's right knee. He grunted, collapsing to the ground, his face pale with pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he still gritted his teeth, not allowing himself to cry out. At this moment, it was clear that Mr. Ing, a genetically modified human, was different from ordinary people. If an ordinary person had been hit by that shot, they would surely have lost a leg, but Mr. Ing only had a bullet-sized hole in his leg. Although he couldn't use his right leg for now, at least it could still be treated. The soldiers' faces changed dramatically as they prepared to rush in and grab the guns, but they saw Mr. Ing raise his hand in pain. Don't act rashly. After stopping the soldiers, he struggled to turn his head and look at Bai Ye. You didn't kill me directly. which means we still have something to discuss. I was abrupt earlier, not knowing there was such a powerful, extraordinary person hidden in the team. This time, I admit my mistake. Whatever conditions you have, you can propose them, as long as you can spare me. Now you know to admit your mistakes? Wasn't it your moment to give me a chance? Bai Ye's gaze was defiant and violent, the metal gun barrel aimed firmly at Mr. Ying's head. I'm giving you a chance now. I, a wasteland dweller, have never seen the high and mighty lords of the city bow and admit their mistakes. If you bow to me happily, perhaps I will spare you. Mr. Ying's face turned ashen. Asking him to bow to a wasteland dweller was even more unbearable than killing him. A soldier can be killed, but cannot be insulted. Bang! Mr. Ying's mind went blank, collapsing straight to the ground, his yellow-brown eagle eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected Bai Ye to actually act on his words. You actually killed Mr. Ying? The officer screamed, his voice distorted like a worm. Bai Ye shrugged helplessly. You can't blame me. It's what he said himself. A soldier can be killed but cannot be insulted, so I just fulfilled his wish. The officer's eyes bulged with rage. How dare you? How dare you? Mr. Ying is one of the 12 zodiac signs. If you kill him, the company won't let you go. Damn! Bai Ye walked over and kicked the officer in the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he leaned down. How stupid can you be? Have you been pretending to be tough for so long? You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big? I not only want to kill him, but I also want to kill you. The officer, waking from a dream, was drenched in cold sweat. No. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the company. To hell with the company. Bai Ye was furious, kicking the officer several more times, knocking out his front teeth. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can die. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything. I'm willing to kneel and bow to you. The officer screamed incoherently, using just the strength in his abdomen and neck to repeatedly bang his head against the ground. Ha ha! Bai Ye laughed vividly, turning to the group of stunned wastelanders. See, even the high lords of Dawn City will bow to wastelanders. In the crowd of hundreds, no one responded. Only the boys' wild laughter echoed in the wind. Liu glanced at the officer who was still banging his head, then at Mr. Ying, who was in shock, and instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. Everything happened too quickly, so fast it felt like a dream. His mind was still on Bai Ye's words about preparing to act, and now, seeing such a significant figure as Mr. Ying die, he felt like he was waking from a dream. Why did the big shot just die like that? Even with the facts before him, he still found it hard to believe. The class gap between city dwellers and wastelanders was unimaginable, so vast that he couldn't even dare to think that such a big figure would die so carelessly right in front of him. Bai Ye seek it, yeah. Who would have thought he was still alive before he died? Liu? Don't worry, he didn't die in vain. Bai Ye grinned. Mr. Ying's death was valuable. It provided him with a lot of qi and blood, roughly equivalent to 10 gray sparrows, which slightly enhanced his physical quality again. Spare me. Spare me. The officer was still banging his head, his face covered in blood, but not stopping. Bai Ye glanced at the nearby soldiers who were restless, and a plan formed in his mind. His original intention was to use the army strength to go to Black Mountain. Now it seemed that pointing a gun at the officer and threatening him to take him to Black Mountain was also a viable option. Although the process was different, the result was the same. Enough, stop bowing. I'll give you a chance to live. Escort me to Black Mountain. The officer was first overjoyed, then stunned. You want to go to Black Mountain? Bai Ye shot him a cold glance. What's wrong? You don't want to? The officer's heart sank. No, I'm willing. I'm willing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go drive. Escort this lord to Black Mountain. The soldiers looked at each other, but dared not act rashly. The mysterious Mr. Ying had just been shot in the head, and their commander was instantly dismembered. Even with guns in hand, they didn't think they could handle Bai Ye, the extraordinary person, especially since they currently had no guns. Just as they were preparing to act, suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from the crowd of wastelanders. There, S.A. Snake. A ragged wastelander jumped up as if electrocuted, a small black snake coiling around his left arm. The man flailed his arm like crazy, but he couldn't shake off the snake that was biting into his flesh. Within just 2 seconds, the dark color crawled up his arm to his face, and the wastelander's screams abruptly stopped as he stiffly collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his eyes bulging as he died. This sudden change frightened everyone, causing them to scatter. But just a few meters away, they were horrified to find that the ground was actually writhing. The earth was bulging with small mounds, accompanied by faint cracking sounds, as black snakes emerged from underground. Snakes. Countless snakes. They raised their triangular heads, their crimson tongues flickering, rushing towards the crowd like a black stream. The sound of scales rubbing together created a spine-chilling tremor. The sheer number enough to scare someone with a phobia of clusters to death. Transformed beast black snake. The officer on the ground screamed in horror. Chapter 35. Speak up if you can. Bai Ye frowned tightly. He didn't expect to encounter mutated beasts so soon again. First hyenas, then gray sparrows, and now black snakes. Damn. How many mutated beasts have been unleashed from this cursed Black Mountain? Liu, give them the guns and prepare for battle. Liu hurriedly called the soldiers to take the guns. There was no time for internal strife now. They had to deal with the black snakes first. Bai Ye pulled an officer up sharply and said coldly, "Have your men hunt the black snakes." "Yes, yes, yes." The officer nodded vigorously. At this moment, Bai Ye didn't even need to say anything. He knew what to do. After all, facing Bai Ye, who was human, he could plead for mercy, but against mutated beasts, nothing mattered. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as soldiers who received guns immediately joined the fight. If they didn't fight, they would die. As for the wastelanders, most were in a panic, fleeing chaotically. Only a few picked up stones from the ground, continually attacking the black snakes on the ground. But it was utterly useless. Fleeing would only lead to a quicker death, and the stones couldn't possibly kill the black snakes. Cries of agony rang out as a panicked wastelander ran into a pile of snakes. He saw dozens of black snakes slithering up his pant legs, climbing up his thighs. The cold body temperature of the reptiles made his hair stand on end. Goosebumps spread all over his body as he screamed in terror, jumping around like a monkey, frantically scratching at his own body. He threw off one snake, but soon more were climbing onto him. Finally, a black snake reached his neck, its triangular head lifted high, flicking its crimson tongue, and then it plunged into his mouth. Woo-woo. He glared in horror, mumbling incoherently, and finally his body stiffened and collapsed among the snakes. In an instant, countless black snakes covered him. This scene made Bai Ye's eyelids twitch. He had just killed Mr. Ng and dismembered the officer in 33 seconds. And now he had only 57 seconds left. 57 seconds. He couldn't even escape, let alone kill snakes. There were at least 1,000 snakes, sprawled out like a black carpet on the ground. He didn't sit idly by, but instead fired frantically. Several crimson veins sprouted from the breath of bones, bone gun, piercing into Bai Ye's palm, continuously draining his vitality. Bang, bang, bang. The crimson bullets shot out. With powerful force, one shot could take down 2 to 3 black snakes. And if he was lucky enough to hit a dense area, he could even kill 5 with one shot. But even so, facing so many black snakes was still like a drop in the bucket. Damn, what garbage. The vitality provided was even less than that of the gray sparrows. Bai Ye joursait in dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of the moment he was reloading, he glanced at the nearby wastelanders. Because they had no weapons and were in a state of panic, most of them were dying off, leaving only 3 or 5 still struggling, madly running towards the soldiers. However, the soldiers couldn't hold out either. Using bullets against the writhing black snakes on the ground was inconvenient. Some soldiers who were approached even abandoned their guns and pulled out military knives to fight in close combat. Among everyone present, the one with the highest efficiency in killing snakes was surprisingly Liu. He gritted his teeth and swung his bandaged right hand, activating his extraordinary ability, the magic hand, instantly summoning a 3-meter-long invisible hand from the sky. With one smack, it could crush dozens of black snakes, leaving deep palm prints on the ground. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Liu to be somewhat useful. "Lizwa, how long can you hold on?" Liu gasped heavily. 3. Bai Ye was overjoyed. 3 minutes is enough. According to Liu's efficiency, 3 minutes could at least kill 2/3 of the black snakes, leaving just 1/3 to deal with. 2. Bai Ye was stunned. 1. With a thud, Liu's right hand fell weakly, faint blood seeping through the white bandages. "Lizwa, what the hell are you doing now? Do you think you're funny?" Liu forced a smile. "Isn't this what I learned from you, Brother Ye? Can't you learn something good?" Seeing that he couldn't count on Liu, Bai Ye turned his gaze to the officer. He thought that since the officer and Mr. Ng dared to lead people to Black Mountain, they must have a way to deal with the mutated beasts along the way. What if I install a mechanical arm for you now? The officer gave a bitter smile. It's useless. Installing a mechanical arm isn't simple. It requires a built-in neural connection device to be operated as an arm. Now that the device has been severed by you, it's useless to install it. Damn it. Then I'll send you to meet Mr. Ing. Bai Ye picked up the officer and was about to throw him into the snake pile. Wait. There's a way. Bai Ye squinted his eyes and released the officer. What way? My mechanical arm has a self-destruct device, meant to take out the enemy and prevent them from dismantling the arm for technology. Although I can't activate the self-destruct now. If the internal structure of the arm is severely damaged, it can trigger the self-destruct. You just need to shoot at the connection point with a forbidden object to trigger the self-destruct. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Ye kicked the officer, nearly knocking the wind out of him. He didn't mention it earlier because he didn't want to destroy his mechanical arm. One mechanical arm costs millions, and combined with the limbs, it was over 10 million. He had invested all his fortune into the mechanical limbs to achieve his current status. If he lost the mechanical limbs, he would have no chance to turn his life around. Moreover, he had thought that a strong person like Bai Ye would easily handle the black snakes, so he hadn't planned to mention it. Now that he was almost thrown to feed the snakes, he naturally dared not hide it. Bai Ye picked up a silver-white metallic mechanical arm from the ground and threw it hard into the densest area of snakes. Then, after the mechanical arm landed, he aimed at the connection point and pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang! Nothing happened. The mechanical arm did not self-destruct. You dare to lie to me. Bai Ye was immediately furious and kicked the officer again. The officer's face turned pale from the pain, repeatedly saying, "It's impossible. I'm not lying to you. There really is a self-destruct device inside." Brother Ye, it seems you missed. Li Yu reminded quietly from the side. Bai Ye's face darkened. If you can talk, then speak up. He fired again, bang, 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 and after 3 shots, he finally hit it. When the bullet struck the connection point of the mechanical arm, a crisp metallic clang sounded, followed by boom. It exploded like 10 grenades going off at once, a massive fireball shooting into the sky, instantly flipping hundreds of black snakes. Countless charred snake halves fell from the sky. The remaining black snakes seemed to be frightened by the explosion and turned to flee, disappearing underground in the blink of an eye. The crisis was temporarily lifted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 36 Gift from Mr. Ing. Bai Ye glanced at the crowd and found that all the wastelanders had died, and even more than 30 soldiers had perished, leaving the once large group reduced to just over 60 people. The good news was that there were no injuries, as those bitten by the black snake had all died from the poison. At this moment, many soldiers regained their senses and looked nervously at Bai Ye. Bai Ye scoffed. What? Have you all forgotten how Mr. Ing died? A chill ran through the soldiers as they recalled Mr. Ying's tragic death with unclosed eyes. An officer desperate to survive quickly shouted, "Put down your guns. Anyone who dares to defy Lord Bai Ye will face military law." Bai Ye then began to reassure them. "As long as you escort me to Black Mountain, I will let you go." He lied again. Once they reached Black Mountain, they would all die. If even one of these people returned alive to Dawn City, he would have to face the army of Dawn City and the so-called revenge of the 12 zodiac signs. After a simple display of both kindness and intimidation, the remaining team set off again. To prevent the soldiers from escaping, Bai Ye took away their firearms and punctured all the vehicle tires, leaving only one transport vehicle for himself to drive, while the soldiers were made to jog in front of the vehicle. Their roles had reversed. Previously, Bai Ye had been running on the ground while the soldiers sat in the vehicle. Now it was the other way around. In the transport vehicle, Bai Ye drove, while Li Yu held the officer hostage. "Brother Ye, what's in this box?" Li Yu curiously looked at the silver metal box next to the seat. "It's a gift from Mr. Ing. Why don't you open it and see?" Bai Ye casually responded, but he already knew what was inside. The sniper rifle Black Mamba M300. Click! Li Yu opened the metal box, and a cold metallic scent mixed with the smell of oil rushed out, revealing 8 precision parts glistening and matte on a black sponge pad. The barrel coiled in the center like a slumbering black python. This is a sniper rifle. Li Yu exclaimed in delight as he looked at the Black Mamba M300. Although he didn't understand sniper rifles, anyone could tell from his precision appearance that this sniper rifle was valuable. This is Mr. Ying's Black Mamba M300, one of the top-tier sniper rifles. Its power can even rival that of a forbidden object of the dragon level, the officer whispered. The circumstances were dire, so he naturally had to perform well to survive. Bai Ye, who was driving, raised an eyebrow. Dragon level forbidden object? When Mr. Ing saw the breath of the bones, he mentioned a snake-level forbidden object. Now there's a dragon level. Could this be the ranking of forbidden objects? The officer seemed to sense Bai Ye's confusion and quickly explained. Forbidden objects are divided into 3 levels: snake, mamba, and dragon. Your revolver is a snake-level forbidden object, while Mr. Ying's Black Mamba M300, although not a forbidden object, is not much different in terms of power and rarity from a Mamba-level forbidden object, which is why it's named Black Mamba. Then this sniper rifle must be worth a lot. Li Yu's eyes shone. The value of the Black Mamba M300 is hard to measure in money because it is not a product of this era, but rather a relic from the civilization era. Irreplaceable and a limited edition, restored after going through many processes. The current technology cannot produce a sniper rifle of such precision. Modern sniper rifles have an effective range of only 800 to 1,000 meters, while the Black Mamba has a terrifying effective range of 4,000 meters, using special supersonic bullets that can penetrate any bulletproof device. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me how much it's worth. Li was not interested in hearing all this. He only cared about money. The officer paused. If sold on the black market, it could fetch at least several million. How much? Li Yu's scream nearly pierced Bai Ye's eardrums. Keep your voice down. Look at you, acting like you've never seen money before. It's just a few million, Bai Ye said, rubbing his ears in annoyance. Li Yu was so excited that his face turned red. He had never heard of so much money in his life. Brother Yi, that's several million. If we sell the Black Mamba M300, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Wrong. I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. Li Yu's expression immediately fell, and he quickly flattered, Brother Yi, considering we've been through life and death together. Can you give a little to your little brother? Not a bit. Li Yu's excitement was like a bucket of cold water poured over him, completely extinguished. As he looked at the Black Mamba M300 with a face full of despair, Bai Ye drove without looking away, casually saying, but I don't plan to sell it. Not planning to sell. Brother Yi, this gun is worth several million. Why not sell it? Because it's too eye-catching. There are only a few sniper rifles like this in the world. If you sell it, wouldn't that be equivalent to telling the world that you killed Mr. Ing? Li was taken aback. But if you don't sell it, what's the difference between this gun and scrap metal? Bai Ye shot him a sideways glance. Who said it's scrap metal? Can't I keep it for myself? You? Li Yu recalled how Bai Ye had bravely fired 3 shots to hit the joint of a mechanical arm, filled with deep skepticism and not a trace of trust. Bai Ye's expression darkened, angrily saying, I just had an upset stomach from eating cockroach protein bars and didn't perform well for a moment. Come on, Brother Yi. Fooling others is one thing, but don't fool yourself. You damn. Get out of the car, run 1,000 meters away, and see if I can shoot your silly hair down with 1 shot. Li Yu instinctively touched the rebellious tuft of hair on his head and quickly smoothed it down. However, as soon as his hand left, the tuft sprang back up. He hurriedly changed the subject, fearing that Bai Ye, this mushroom-eating lunatic, would really use him for target practice. Brother Yi, the range of the Black Mamba M300 is really impressive. Thinking back, I still feel a bit scared. It's good that you dealt with Mr. Ing directly. Otherwise, facing a sniper 1,000 meters away, I might not even know how I died. Bai Ye understood this principle very well. His time-stop ability was not omnipotent. Snipers countered him to a certain extent because it was difficult for him to notice bullets coming from 1,000 meters away. If he didn't react in time, he could easily be taken out. Therefore, he wanted to keep the Black Mamba M300 and train himself to become a sniper. Knowing oneself and the enemy would enable him to respond better. Li Yu continued, a sniper hiding far away and unseen is the most terrifying. Brother Yi, what do you think? If a sniper wants to take me out, should I run in a straight line or in an S pattern? Neither would work. Huh. My suggestion is to stand still and wait for him to have a change of heart. Li Yu. Chapter 37. So Mr. Ing is that strong? At night, the sky was pitch black, as if all the stars had been wiped away, with only the bright moon hanging high. In the camp, a group of soldiers sat on the ground around several bonfires, their faces grim as they looked at the number plates in their hands. Yes, they had been divided into groups by Bai Ye, just like how they dealt with the wasteland people before, 20 people in a group supervising each other. If one person ran, the whole group would die. The officer became the supervisor, and Bai Ye told him that for every person who ran away, a piece of flesh would be cut off. The terrified officer didn't dare to blink, staring intently at the soldiers. In the transport vehicle, Bai Ye was staring blankly at a golden pocket watch, a selfless gift from the officer. 10:28. Why is it still not midnight? Ever since he gained the ability to stop time, he had been wishing for time to pass quickly. Currently, there was less than a minute left to use, which made him very uncomfortable. Especially since tonight they were camping in the wild. The closer they got to Black Mountain, the sparser the population became, with no nearby towns to rest in, forcing them to camp in the wild. Brother Yi, we can't encounter any aberrant beasts again tonight, right? Liu looked at the pitch-black night, where he couldn't see his own hands, feeling anxious. He was truly afraid of the aberrant beasts. In just a few days, he had encountered 3 waves of them and witnessed hundreds of people die right before his eyes. If he could sleep without having nightmares tonight, it would count as him being really brave. Shouldn't be, right? Bai Ye was also uncertain. Black Mountain isn't a zoo. There can't be that many aberrant beasts, right? Umlaut Bai Ye. The officer hesitated and said, according to the data, there indeed used to be a wildlife park within the territory of Black Mountain during the civilized era. Bai Ye. And usually, to ensure species integrity, shelters often collect various animals, so... A long wolf howl echoed in the dark wilderness. You crow's mouth. Bai Ye angrily kicked the officer, ignoring his cries of pain, and jumped off the vehicle. Everyone, come and grab your weapons, prepare for battle. As everyone knew, wolves are social animals. Hearing a wolf howl often means you have been surrounded by a pack of wolves. The soldiers sprang into action like startled birds, quickly grabbing their weapons and getting ready to fight. In their line of sight, pairs of eerie green beast eyes appeared in the dark wilderness ahead. Bang! A soldier, in a panic, pulled the trigger, and the battle instantly erupted. Pairs of eerie green beast eyes rushed into the range, illuminated by the fire, revealing their true forms. Tall gray wolves, over 2 meters high, with sturdy limbs and sharp claws like hooks, left deep claw marks on the ground with just a light stomp. Their fur was not the singular color of ordinary wolves, but displayed a bizarre mottled pattern, with deep gray as the base color. There were dark red and black stripes mixed in, resembling dried blood intertwined with the night. Dozens of gray wolves charged forward, their eyes filled with bloodlust and hunger, their strong limbs pounding the ground, creating an imposing momentum akin to a stampede. Their speed was so fast, and with the poor visibility at night, the soldiers' shooting accuracy drastically decreased. In just a moment, the gray wolves had rushed right in front of them. Screams erupted continuously. Some soldiers were scared out of their wits. Some froze in place waiting for death, while others turned and ran. But how could 2 legs outrun 4? Bai Ye kept firing, emptying his magazine and only managing to kill 1 gray wolf. Their intelligence was not low. They seemed to understand the threat of firearms. So after killing a soldier, they did not linger and immediately pounced on the next soldier, highly mobile. Especially after becoming aberrant beasts. The already fast gray wolves moved even quicker, almost creating afterimages against the backdrop of the night. At that moment, Bai Ye deeply despised his shooting skills. He vowed that once he had time, he would practice shooting diligently. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even those soldiers trained in marksmanship found it difficult to hit the gray wolves at that moment, because their speed was too fast. Damn it, I can only throw another mechanical arm. He used the same trick again, tossing a mechanical arm into the wolf pack, then suddenly fired, bang bang. This time, luck was on his side. The second shot hit the connection point of the mechanical arm. Boom! A massive fireball shot into the sky, and a deafening explosion knocked over several gray wolves and a few soldiers. The strike took immediate effect. Beasts are inherently afraid of fire and loud noises, and the explosion of the mechanical arm quickly scared off the remaining gray wolves. Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He finally did not waste time. After this battle, the number of soldiers was reduced to just over 50, with more than half injured. Brother Yi, why don't we retreat? I don't think we need to go to Black Mountain. There are other shelters to consider. Once my right hand is healed, we can venture into other shelters later. Liu covered his bandaged right hand, which was seeping blood, feeling apprehensive. He felt that if this continued, his right hand might never heal in this lifetime. Looking at the gray wolves that were gradually retreating, Bai Ye's gaze turned somber. Where to retreat? The aberrant beasts of Black Mountain are out. They are wandering nearby. Who can guarantee we won't run into them if we retreat? Black Mountain might actually be a bit safer. He had already informed Liu about the situation at Shelter 189, planning to make a profit there. At this moment, Bai Ye seemed to think of something, grabbed the fallen officer, and coldly said, I'm really curious. With your level of strength, what gives you the courage to venture into Black Mountain? Do you have some secret weapon hidden? The officer had a hard time explaining. He hurriedly clarified, "My lord, it's not that we are weak. It's that you are too strong. There really aren't any secret weapons. If there is, it can only be Mr. Ing. Isn't the one with the surname Ing just a sniper? Is he really that strong?" Bai Ye was somewhat puzzled. He had noticed how strong Mr. Ing was. Anyway, he was quite boastful, claiming he could kill the 10 kings with just his words. Mr. Ying's close combat ability wasn't strong, but his shooting skills were divine. With his gun, fighting techniques, and sniping skills, he could become one of the 12 zodiac signs, the eagle. The outside world rated him as both the strongest and the weakest of the 12 zodiac signs. He was strong because as long as he maintained distance, he could kill any of the 12 zodiac signs. But he was weak because once he got close, any one of the 12 zodiac signs could kill him. Take the gray wolves from earlier, for example. If Mr. Ing were here, he alone could kill all the gray wolves, no matter how fast the gray wolves were. In Mr. Ying's eagle eyes, they would be as slow as a turtle. With just a submachine gun, he could pierce the eyeballs of all the gray wolves within 3 seconds. Bai Ye was taken aback. Wait, that guy's that impressive? Treating a submachine gun like a sniper rifle? Wait, no. Which zodiac sign has an eagle? The officer was stunned, clearly not expecting Bai Ye's focus to be so peculiar. He carefully explained, the 12 zodiac signs belong to the organization of Apocalypse Technology Company, composed of 12 powerful, gene-modified individuals. Their names are determined by their gene modification direction, not by zodiac signs. What about gun-fighting techniques? The officer wasn't too clear on the specifics. It seemed to be a profound shooting technique that, at the moment of firing, uses high-speed gun barrel movement to create centrifugal force that bends the bullet. Bending bullets. That doesn't sound scientific at all. Chapter 38 Arrival at Black Mountain. In his previous life, Bai Ye had heard of the technology that could make bullets curve, but he thought it only existed in movies. He never expected it to be real. He glanced at the corpse of the mutated beast, the gray wolf, on the ground and instantly felt relieved. After all, mutated beasts were not scientific, or rather, they were too scientific, far beyond his understanding of technology. After all, there were mechanical cyborgs, genetically modified humans, and superhumans here. And what about you? So you're just a useless psychic? The officer kept smiling apologetically. Compared to you, my lord, I am indeed a waste. But I still have some uses. For example, my mechanical device has several powerful weapons that can fire flames, shells, and even switch to machine guns. Bai Ye fell silent. He suddenly realized that if he hadn't killed Mr. Ing at that time and hadn't dismembered the officer, the journey to Black Mountain would have been a complete pushover. Although the mutated beasts were strong, they couldn't withstand heavy firepower like machine guns for even a second. If he hadn't been so impulsive back then. Stop. Refuse to engage in mental self-torture. Slap. Bai Ye angrily slapped the officer again. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so pretentious before, would I have had to kill you? The officer was stunned by the slap, not understanding why Bai Ye was so angry. He didn't dare to ask and could only smile apologetically. A night quickly passed, and the good news was that after the gray wolf fled, no mutated beasts appeared. Time returned to 1 minute and 57 seconds, and Bai Ye felt he could go again. As they continued on their journey, the outline of Black Mountain gradually appeared in everyone's sight. On the distant horizon, the undulating Black Mountain range lay like a giant dragon sprawled across the earth. Its peaks towering into the clouds, the mountain body displaying an eerie bluish-black color, as if poisoned. Finally, they arrived at Black Mountain. Li was overjoyed, but he curled his lips. It's still early. As the old saying goes, a horse dies running toward a mountain. Brother Yi, as a fellow wasteland dweller, why do you know so many philosophical old sayings? It really hits me hard. Liu felt a bit dejected. He realized that not only was his combat power inferior to Bai Ye's, but he also didn't understand as many principles. Clearly, by age, he was a few years older than Bai Ye, and he had mixed in various gambling houses in several towns. Yet now, he felt it was all for nothing. Sometimes I even doubt my usefulness as a superhuman. He sighed. He had indeed been feeling down these days. His right hand had not healed, and he couldn't look cool in battle for more than 3 seconds, basically relying on Bai Ye for support. Liu's mindset was like a newly rich person who won 5 million in the lottery, swelling with pride as he arrived in the big city, only to sadly discover that this amount of money was only enough to buy a toilet in a wealthy area. Bai Ye patted his shoulder and comforted him. Young people should have confidence in themselves, be a bit more self-assured. Is there really a need to doubt? Liu's face just showed a touch of emotion, but after hearing the latter half of the sentence, his expression darkened. Listen, Is this something a person can say? Everyone continued forward, and the view of Black Mountain became clearer, but after a whole day of walking, they still hadn't entered the area of Black Mountain, which showed just how vast it was. Fortunately, no mutated beasts appeared, possibly because all the ones that should have fled from Black Mountain had already run away. Thus, they spent a day in peace, and when Bai Ye's time accumulated to 2 minutes and 57 seconds, they finally reached the territory of Black Mountain. As the saying goes, you cannot see the true face of Lushan Mountain, only because you are in the midst of it. This saying also applies to the majestic Black Mountain. When viewed from a distance, one could see the complete picture of Black Mountain, but upon arrival, all that met the eye were the sea of forests composed of towering ancient trees, as if they were in a primeval forest, only able to see a corner of Black Mountain. In the time of Cataclysm, not only animals were mutated, but plants were as well, at least in his previous life. Bai Ye had never seen such magnificent trees. Each one was nearly 100 meters tall, and even the thinnest tree required 5 people to hug it. Get off the car, you can't drive on the mountain road. Bai Ye called out and got out of the car. Considering the danger that could arise at any moment in Black Mountain, he distributed firearms to the remaining 50 or so people and instructed them to clear the way ahead. The soldiers moved nervously through the jungle, gripping their firearms tightly, their eyes involuntarily glancing deep into the forest, as if fearing that a fierce mutated beast would leap out at any moment. What made them even more anxious was Bai Ye behind them, this ragged wasteland boy, always pointing his breath of a skeleton at them. More than 50 soldiers walked ahead, while Bai Ye, Liu, and the officer followed behind. The officer's legs had been violently fitted by Bai Ye. Although he couldn't connect to the neural interface, he could still barely function as prosthetic limbs. He limped along with the group, his shoulders bare without arms. "My lord, we've arrived at Black Mountain. Can you let me go?" the officer said cautiously. Bai Ye shot him a defiant glance, making the officer's heart shiver, and he hurriedly added, "My lord, I still have over $1 million in savings at the bank. If you let me go, I'll give you all the money. You don't have to worry about me leaking information to the Apocalypse Company. With Mr. Ng dead, the company won't let me go, so I plan to leave and live in another city." Bai Ye ignored him. He knew that in this world, only the dead could keep secrets. He coldly glanced at the officer, then shifted his gaze to the soldiers ahead, and suddenly, his pupils constricted. "Stop," he commanded, halting everyone. The soldiers turned back in confusion, waiting for Bai Ye's next order. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Liu leaned over. "One person is missing." Bai Ye's face was grim. He clearly remembered the number of soldiers, 52, but in the blink of an eye, it had become 51. The silent disappearance of one person weighed heavily on his heart. He wasn't afraid of open enemies. In his view, whether they were powerful mutated beasts or whatever, as long as they were carbon-based life forms, they would die in the face of time stopping. What he feared most was the unknown, mysterious methods, which were unpredictable. Even if he activated time stop, he couldn't find where the enemy was. One person is missing? Liu's face changed slightly. Could it be that they ran away? Bai Ye shook his head. Although the soldiers are trained, they are still within the realm of ordinary people. How could they suddenly vanish from my sight? The soldiers also realized that one person had suddenly disappeared from the ranks, and their expressions grew increasingly tense. Quiet. People can't just disappear into thin air. Take a closer look at the traces around. The soldiers hurriedly searched, and after a while, one soldier exclaimed, "There's a shoe in the grass." Bai Ye stepped forward and indeed found a bloodied shoe in the half-person-high weeds. It was a standard-issue military boot from the Dawn Army. "You, go look in the grass." He raised his gun at that soldier. Chapter 39, Don't worry. They won't let you go even as ghosts. The soldier's face turned pale. But due to Bai Ye's terrifying strength, he didn't dare to resist and could only cautiously walk towards the grass. Rustle, rustle. The sound of military boots rubbing against the weeds was initially very faint, but at this moment, it sounded particularly harsh. As he ventured deeper, the bloodstains on the ground increased, along with dragging marks. Those marks abruptly stopped at the foot of a large tree. "Sir, the blood trail ends here," the soldier stammered. "Come back." The soldier nodded repeatedly and hurried back, feeling a bit relieved as he saw the group getting closer. But just as he was about to approach within 10 meters of them, he suddenly noticed the strange expressions on their faces: shock, fear, bewilderment. His heart sank, and trembling, he turned around, instantly filled with dread. He saw a thick green vine hanging down from the tree like a python, with a huge flower bud at the top. At this moment, the bud cracked open in the middle, revealing jagged flower petals that looked like a beast's gaping mouth, filled with sharp barbs. "Ah!" He shouted in panic and ran towards the group like a madman, while that thick vine with a carnivorous flower at the top struck like a living creature. "It's a carnivorous flower tree." The officer's eyes widened in shock. "Fire!" Bai Ye decisively gave the command, and after a brief moment of chaos, the soldiers raised their guns and started shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the dense bullets hit empty space, but the sheer number was enough to compensate for the lack of accuracy. When several bullets struck the cracked flower bud, the carnivorous flower vine let out a roar similar to that of a wounded beast, green juice dripping from it and sizzling as it hit the ground. The soldiers were overjoyed. Problems that could be solved with bullets were no problem at all. With their confidence restored, the soldiers' aim improved, and after several shots, the vine of the carnivorous flower was shot into a sieve, falling powerless to the ground. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Bai Ye's voice rang out from a distance. "Why the hell aren't you running?" The group was stunned, and the next moment, a scene of despair unfolded before them. Between the tree canopies that blocked the sky, thorny green vines hung down densely, as if it were raining snakes in the woods. Hundreds of green vines, each with a carnivorous flower with a gaping mouth at the top, descended from the sky, accurately landing on the soldiers' heads, and then swallowed them whole. "Ah! Ah!" Continuous screams erupted. Each time a soldier was devoured by a carnivorous flower, the green vine would rapidly contract, quickly retreating back into the 100-meter-high canopy, seemingly to digest its meal. At that moment, firearms seemed utterly powerless. The carnivorous flower vine seemed endless. For every one shot down, dozens more fell from the canopy. A few clever soldiers realized that the giant tree was the key, so they aimed and shot at it. But facing a 100-meter giant tree that 10 men could barely encircle, bullets hitting it were akin to ants gnawing on an elephant, completely ineffective. Bai Ye, who had already run to a safe distance, looked at the bloody scene before him, his eyelids twitching. "Is this Black Mountain? Save me. Sir, save me." The officer, unable to run out of the carnivorous flower tree's attack range due to his poor mobility, lost his balance in panic and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Ye hurriedly rushed over. The officer was overjoyed. "Thank you, on my legs." Just as he uttered the word "thank you," Bai Ye, who had rushed in front of him, swiftly removed the officer's 2 legs and ran off while carrying them. "Bai Ye, you bastard. Give me back my legs." Watching Bai Ye's retreating figure, the officer's eyes were bloodshot. In the next moment, the shadow of death descended from the sky, and a gaping mouth swallowed him whole. Bai Ye and Li Yu's physical abilities surpassed those of ordinary people, and with a group of cannon fodder distracting the carnivorous flower tree, the two managed to escape the tree's lethal range without incident. Moments later, all the screams abruptly ceased, and over 100 vines retracted back into the canopy. All the soldiers were dead, but there were no corpses on the ground, only pools of blood proving they had once been there. "Brother Yi," Li Yu swallowed hard, still shaken. They're all dead, and only the 2 of us, the extraordinary ones, survived. "Don't worry. They won't let you go even as ghosts." "Huh." Li Yu's face turned pale. "It's not Brother Yi. It was you who brought them here." "Why wouldn't they let me go?" "Because even if they become ghosts, they wouldn't dare to mess with me, so they will naturally come looking for you." Bai Ye casually shrugged, continuing on with the 2 mechanical legs on his shoulders. Black Mountain was indeed dangerous, but didn't scare him. He was determined to obtain the Pangy USB drive. If there was a 50% profit, he would be tempted, and if there was a 100% profit, he would dare to take risks. And the Pangy USB drive was not just a 100% profit. It was 1,000, 10,000%. The crystallization of technology from the civilized era, it not only contained methods to make one an extraordinary being, but also life extension projects. Each technology was enough to spark wars among major powers. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, but the latter part is crossed out, so don't remember it. "Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me." Li Yu kept muttering. "You were supposed to go to Black Mountain anyway. Dying there was only a matter of time. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Yi, wait for me." In the green shade, the 2 walked together. If one overlooked their vigilant expressions, paired with the primitive scenery of Black Mountain, it would look like they were on a picnic. "Brother Yi, don't stand too close to the tree. I'm scared." "What are you scared of?" "This tree is so thin. It's obviously not a carnivorous plant." Bai Ye raised his head in silence and looked at a carnivorous flower vine hanging down from the canopy, which was eagerly watching him, although it had no eyes. it still gave him the illusion of a mutual gaze. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Ye was genuinely exasperated. He thought that all the carnivorous flower trees should be as thick as the one earlier, so he deliberately chose to walk close to thinner trees, only to encounter another one. Brother Yi, run! Liu anxiously struck out, swinging his right hand and directly exploding the carnivorous flower vine. Run what? These trees are clearly intelligent. They know how to ambush. If we don't show them a bit of strength, they will really think I'm the prey. Bai Ye had his own speculation. He believed that these carnivorous flower trees possessed hunting instincts similar to beasts. Beasts understand profit and danger, survival of the fittest. They hunt according to the strength of the food chain and rarely provoke stronger creatures. Therefore, it's essential to demonstrate one's strength at this moment to avoid trouble. Chapter 40, I don't understand. As soon as I walked in, I saw them fighting the air. Do they like to eat? Come try this mechanical leg. Bai Ye directly threw a mechanical leg beside the big tree. At this moment, more and more carnivorous flower vines fell from the treetops. A flash of brutality crossed his eyes, and his powerful physical fitness erupted instantly. He deftly dodged several attacking vines, then created distance. His right hand suddenly reaching for his waist, fingers accurately hooking the gun handle. With a forceful tug, the black revolver slid into his palm like a snake. Then, he raised his right hand, flicked his wrist, and the revolver spun half a circle in his hand, the muzzle steadily pointing at the target. His middle finger, lightning fast, hooked the chamber and pulled it back hard. The brass bullet clicked precisely into the chamber, and several dark red blood vessels extended from the gun body into his palm. Immediately, his right index finger pulled the trigger, and with a loud bang, flames shot out, and the bullet whistled away, all the actions flowing seamlessly, as if practiced countless times. Then, he missed. Bai Ye's face darkened as he rolled to avoid another attacking vine and fired again, this time finally hitting the target. He performed a flourish with the gun, tucked it into his waist, and turned to leave, casually calling over the dumbfounded Liu. A real man never looks back at explosions. Boom! A huge fireball shot into the sky. The explosion reverberating through the forest, the carnivorous flower tree exploded, green juice splattering everywhere, a large hole appearing in the trunk. The flames igniting the trunk, and amid the raging flames, the carnivorous flower tree crashed to the ground. At the cost of a leg, he successfully dealt with a carnivorous flower tree, thanks to the selfless gift from an unknown officer. Until the officer died, Bai Ye never knew his surname or given name, and he never asked because the dead do not need to know names. By noon, the two had not encountered any further disturbances from the carnivorous flower trees. How about it, Li Zhua? My guess was not wrong, right? Hitting the carnivorous flower tree hard made them realize who the prey was. A smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Is it possible that we have walked out of the growth range of the carnivorous flower trees, so that's why? Absolutely not, Bai Ye said firmly. Liu's mouth twitched. Right, you're right. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light flashing in them. Is it that your right hand is almost healed these days, and you think you're capable again? No such thing. Brother Yi, let me explain. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dense gunshots saved Liu's right hand. His expression changed as he looked to the east. Gunshots. It should be others entering Black Mountain. Those who can come to Black Mountain at this time are definitely here for the shelter. Brother Yi, with the gunfire so intense and the sound of screams, these people must have encountered some tricky situation. We should stay away. Liu instinctively regarded these people as competitors and wanted to avoid trouble. However, Bai Ye shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Li Zhua, people shouldn't be so selfish. How can we not help our kind in trouble? Liu was stunned, blinking several times, trying to see what had gotten into Bai Ye. Brother Yi, we don't know them at all, and we are competitors. Why help them? What if we get caught up in it? Shallow, isn't it? When out in the world, we should help each other. You help me, I help you, so that society can develop harmoniously. This time I help them. How could they not help me in return? Seeing Bai Ye's malicious smile, Liu suddenly realized. You want them to help you scout the way, just like those soldiers. A teachable child indeed. The old saying goes, those who gain the way have many helpers, while those who lose it have few. Now I save their lives, and then they help me scout the way. Isn't that reasonable? After all, the destination is the 189 shelter deep in Black Mountain. It's on the way for everyone. His idea was simple. Black Mountain hides many unknown dangers, and if one is not careful, they might die before even having a chance to stop time. At this point, the importance of having someone scout the way becomes evident. Thus, the two stealthily made their way towards the source of the gunfire. When they crossed a thicket and saw the source of the gunfire, both of them were instantly stunned. Bai Ye and Li Yu exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Wait, what are they doing? I don't understand. I came in and saw this group fighting the air. It's not surprising that the two were confused. It was just that this group was indeed a bit abstract. In a grove of trees, a dozen people dressed differently were randomly firing at the surrounding air as if they had a grudge against it. Brother Yi, do you think they also ate poisonous mushrooms? Remove the also. Where are these people shooting at? Brother Yi, look at that person wearing a black mask. He seems to be an extraordinary person. Liu exclaimed softly. Bai Yi focused his gaze, and in the crowd, a man wearing a black mask and a black trench coat stood out, giving a striking impression of standing out from the crowd. This person had a tall stature, arms crossed in front of his chest, contrasting sharply with the serious expressions of the others. The most bizarre thing was that the shadow beneath him seemed to be alive, completely separating from his body and standing up on its own. The strange black shadow waved its hands, and several shadowy darts shot out towards the air. Whoosh! The shadow darts streaked across the sky, and a feather suddenly floated down from the air. The crowd kept turning their heads, looking around, and the intense gunfire stopped. After a moment, it seemed they confirmed there was no danger, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. A chubby man in his 20s laughed boldly. Mr. Li Xiong is indeed worthy of his name. He is truly a top extraordinary person, second only to the 10 kings, able to knock down a feather from that beast. It seems that beast has been scared away. A trace of cold pride flashed in the masked man's eyes. Second only to? Li. Have never fought against the 10 kings. On what basis does the world judge that I am inferior to them? The chubby man was taken aback. Not expecting his words to hit a sore spot, he was not embarrassed, but instead continued along with the other words. Mr. Li is right. I've heard that one of the 10 kings, Tyrant Yang Jia, will also come to Black Mountain. Perhaps we will witness the birth of the new 10 kings. The eyes beneath the black mask suddenly burned with fervor and battle intent. I came here for the tyrant. Otherwise, would you, Boss Gao, be able to invite me? The chubby man named Boss Gao nodded silently, as if already accustomed to Li Xiong's arrogance. After this battle, the name of the Shadow People will resound throughout the world, Li Xiong declared proudly. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, this is not a place to talk. I worry that the beast will return, so we should leave quickly. A middle-aged man with stubble and dual guns urged. This man was unkempt, wearing a worn cowboy hat, and had gun holsters hanging from his body, a typical bounty hunter attire. Chapter 41, the fastest bird in the world. Yes, you're right, brotherly. Let us hurry and run. Boss Gao echoed repeatedly, summoning a young maid nearby. Xiao Gui, we're leaving. The over 200-pound man quickly pounced onto the back of a girl who was less than 6 meters tall, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. The girl remained expressionless, not even flinching as if carrying a feather. In the distance, behind a large tree, Liu looked on in confusion. Brother Yi, what are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky, and now they want to leave? That extraordinary person looks quite impressive, and that big guy is so shameless, making that little girl carry him. A series of questions left Bai Ye feeling overwhelmed. He ignored Liu and focused on the feather that had fallen to the ground, feeling that it looked somewhat familiar. The feather was entirely gray-black, with black spots and stripes, and the tip was dirty white, forming a unique pattern. He felt like he had seen such a unique feather in the animal world. What was it again? Oh crap! Headshot! Liu suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, shaking in shock. Bai Ye's pupils constricted as he looked at the group of about 10 people. He saw one of them suddenly have their head explode without warning. That beast is back. Mr. Li, hurry up and take action. A scream erupted from the crowd as they began firing at the air again. And the shadow behind Li Xiao moved and stood up once more. He struck out continuously, sending out dozens of strange dark shadow darts that wove into a net, spinning rapidly in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously as the shadow darts seemed to be colliding with some creature, sending tiny sparks flying. In that moment, Bai Ye finally saw what they were attacking. They weren't shooting at the air, but at a peregrine falcon. He hadn't noticed it before because it was too far away, and the falcon's speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch. It was like a black lightning bolt, vanishing in an instant. Now, pressured by Li Xiao's shadow darts, the falcon's speed slowed down, allowing him to see its full form. It was indeed a peregrine falcon, Bai Ye murmured softly. Liu caught a glimpse of the falcon's shadow and quickly asked, "What is a peregrine falcon?" Bai Ye recalled the introduction from the animal world. The peregrine falcon is the second fastest bird in the world, known for its incredible speed, and is called the invisible bomber of the bird world. It strikes at anything it finds unsightly with its claws, and creatures targeted by it often don't even see its shadow before being gutted. Liu was astonished. He hadn't read many books, and naturally didn't know that such a creature as the peregrine falcon existed in the world. Such an exaggerated speed is only second place. Then who is the fastest bird? Bai Ye glanced at him and said blandly, "Naturally, it's you, my friend, because you only have 3 seconds." Huh? Me? Liu looked bewildered, and it took him 3 seconds to realize he had been insulted, making him slightly angry. This was a mutated peregrine falcon, clearly faster, almost surpassing the limits of the naked eye. This group of people was in danger. Bai Ye observed the panicked crowd, and just then, another person was shot through the head. The speed of the mutated peregrine falcon was too fast, surpassing that of bullets, flying past ordinary people, unable to even form an image on their retinas. After observing for a while, he formulated a plan and decided to intervene and save these people. This group was not weak. The extraordinary person could manipulate shadows, and the petite maid was not an ordinary person either. She had just endured a strike from the peregrine falcon to protect the big guy, and had only swayed slightly without sustaining serious injury. The middle-aged man holding dual guns had excellent marksmanship and knew gunfighting techniques, and there were also several genetically modified individuals in the group, clearly stronger than the wild boar, Tangia. Only the big guy seemed like an ordinary person, needing others to protect him. This team was undeniably strong. If they had faced the previous hyenas or gray sparrows, they would have easily crushed them. Unfortunately, they were now up against a mutated peregrine falcon. The strength of the peregrine falcon was not great, but its speed was unmatched. No matter how strong they were, it was futile if they couldn't hit the falcon. However, the falcon's speed was nothing to Bai Ye. Could it be faster than time, standing still? He thought for a moment, and said to Liu beside him, "Liu, it's your time to show off." "Huh? Me?" Liu gaped, pointing at himself in confusion. Bai Ye smiled mysteriously and whispered a few words into his ear. "Li Shao, can you do it or not? I paid 2 million to have you protect me." Boss Gao, drenched in cold sweat, shouted. He had almost died just now. If Xiao Kuei hadn't blocked for him, he would have been finished. Seeing that Li Shao was still unable to deal with the peregrine falcon, he couldn't care about politeness anymore. Li Shao's face was extremely grim, his eyes rapidly darting in their sockets. But even so, he could only catch a glimpse of the peregrine falcon's afterimage. How could the proud man admit that his earlier luck in knocking off a feather was just that? Luck? Shut up. Don't make noise. I'm thinking of a way. Li Shao was sweating profusely. He was even contemplating whether to abandon these people and escape alone. After all, he was a man destined to become one of the 10 kings. How could he die in a bird's claws? Just then, the grass in the distance suddenly began to rustle, and the sound of shoes rubbing against the weeds abruptly rang out. Someone else coming? Li Shao and the others sensed the newcomer and felt a surge of joy. Anyone daring to appear in Heishan at this time was certainly not an ordinary person. However, when a main figure emerged from the grass, everyone's hearts sank. 2 ragged wasteland people slowly walked out, looking quite strange. One had a mechanical leg slung over his shoulder, while the other had his right hand wrapped in dirty bandages and was carrying a large sack in his left hand, which was bulging as if it contained a square box along with many miscellaneous items. Wasteland people? How could there be wasteland people here? Were they captured to scout the way? They had seen many wasteland people being brought to Heishan to scout along the way, facing great danger. Boss Gao couldn't care much and hurriedly shouted to the 2 wasteland people friend behind. "I am Gao Bansheng, son of Gao Shanhe, the president of the Jinfu Merchant Association. If you can help me through this crisis today, there will definitely be generous rewards in the future." Everyone looked on expectantly for a response, but only the 2 wasteland people stood there, and the people behind them did not appear. "Damn it!" Gao Bansheng cursed under his breath. Just then, the wasteland person with the bandaged hand coldly spoke. "How much?" Gao Bansheng was taken aback. Could it be that these 2 were not as simple as wasteland people? It wasn't that he was judging by appearances, but even the most unconcerned, powerful individuals wouldn't dress as raggedly as Bai Ye and the others, almost to the point of being naked. Actually, at first, Their clothes were tattered, but at least provided some coverage. But after encountering 3 waves of mutated beasts and an attack from a man-eating flower tree along the way, their already cheap, ragged cloth had naturally become even more tattered. Chapter 42, I am colorblind and cannot read expressions. Friend, as long as it can save us all. Name your price. Gao Banshing exclaimed. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He didn't expect this chubby man, who looked like a swindler, to be so righteous and willing to spend money to save everyone. Whether it was true righteousness or just a foolishly rich person, this was definitely a great opportunity to ask for a high price. Moreover, the fatty claimed to be the son of Gao Shanhe and in Beimang. Almost no one was unaware of Gao Shanhe's name. It wasn't because he was strong enough, but because he was wealthy enough. He was recognized as the richest man in Beimang. Even the wastelanders living in the town had heard of his name because the cockroach protein bars that wastelanders ate every day were one of Gao Shanhe's industries. Thinking of this, Bai Ye quietly signaled to Li Yu, who immediately received the cue, slightly opening and closing his mouth to form the shape of the word 100. Bai Ye frowned and shook his head slightly, making the shape of the word billion with his lips. A look of astonishment flashed in Li Yu's eyes, as if to say, "You want that much?" Bai Ye responded with a firm gaze. The son of the richest man deserves that much. Li Yu immediately understood and then coldly said to Gao Banshing, 10,000. Deal. 1 million, no questions. Huh, 10,000? Gao Banshang looked utterly dumbfounded, even doubting if he had heard it wrong. Did he just ask for 10,000? He usually spends more than 10,000 just to host a meal for guests. Oh no, these two can't really be just ordinary wastelanders, can they? Only wastelanders would be so naive. Li Zhu, you damn. Bai Ye was almost furious, his lips moving. Have you never seen money in your life? 10,000? What do you think a life is worth in your eyes, that it can be so cheap? Li Yu maintained his aloof persona, also moving his lips. Wrong, Brother Yi, I said 1 million. You shook your head saying it was too much. Then return me a 1. So, didn't I just want 10,000? I wanted 1 billion. Can't you tell the difference between 1 and billion? Even if you can't tell, can't you read expressions? Sorry, Brother Yi. I'm colorblind. What color is an expression? You damn. If it weren't for the fact that they were acting right now, Bai Ye would have kicked him. There was really no tacit understanding at all. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Li Yu pretend to be a master. His intention was to let Li Yu disguise as a master. While he used time stop to assist Li Yu in taking down the peregrine falcon, thus covering up the time stop and lowering his own presence. Although he was a god of the new era, he also knew how fragile his mortal body was. Not to mention, if someone surprised him from behind, he might not even be able to react in time to use time stop. Time stop made him invincible in direct confrontation, but he was most afraid of sneak attacks. Even if the 10 kings came in a direct confrontation, he wouldn't fear, but just one ordinary person with a gun sneaking up on him would be enough. The group of strangers before him were not weak. He needed to be cautious while accompanying them. So he intended to let Li Yu, the extraordinary one, stand at the forefront to attract attention, while he could secretly provide cover, but he didn't expect Li Yu couldn't even tell the difference between 1 and billion. Due to the distance, Gao Banshing and others couldn't clearly see the lip-reading interaction between the two, only noticing that after they finished discussing the price. They stood still in place, causing their hearts to sink. Li Xiao snorted coldly. What time is it? Still relying on 2 wastelanders. This beast is temporarily restrained by me, but my shadow won't hold for long. In a moment, let your maid carry you. I'll take you away first. Don't worry, with me here you won't die, but you'll need to pay more afterward. Gao Bansheng glanced at the others beside him, gritting his teeth. What about them? I only take responsibility for protecting you. Li Xiao said coldly, a typical high emotional intelligence statement. He didn't say he couldn't protect the others, but emphasized that the protection target was only one person. Gao Bansheng hesitated even more. At this moment, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that the 2 wastelanders were actually walking straight towards him. He was slightly stunned, perhaps out of a desperate hope. He hurriedly shouted, 10,000 is fine. Deal. Li replied coldly, his emotionless tone contrasting sharply with the tension and panic of the crowd, making people involuntarily look over. As his voice fell under the gaze of the crowd, Li slowly untied the bandage on his right hand. As the blood-stained bandage fell to the ground like a snake, a pale right hand was revealed. It was strikingly white, even a shade whiter than his own skin tone. Hiss! Li subtly inhaled a breath. Damn, it had been tied too tightly. He hadn't even bled. Having unsealed the restrictions, Li moved his rusty right hand, stepping forward with the gait of a strong person, casually walking into the attack range of the peregrine falcon. Gunshots and the whistling of shadow darts seemed to echo his entrance. Be careful, this beast is extremely fast. Gao Bansheng saw him being so reckless, even without a weapon, and instinctively reminded him. Oh, how fast? Liu expressionlessly raised his right hand. Time stop. A huge golden clock face emerged beneath Bai Ye's feet. He lightly tapped his toes, and the gears of time emitted a soft, clicking sound, creating a layer of golden ripples. Buzz. Mysterious time fluctuations enveloped the world. The wind halted in the forest, fallen leaves floated in mid-air, and the whizzing bullets and shadow darts froze in place. The once lively crowd at this moment seemed to have turned into a still photograph taken by camera. Also frozen in time was the transformed peregrine falcon, resembling black lightning, its half-meter-long body, black and gray wings folded at its side, abruptly suspended above everyone's heads like a cannonball, its sharp beak glinting with a metallic cold light. In this absolutely still world, a ragged wasteland boy moved through the cracks of time. He was the only one able to interact with time. Every step he took was like shattering a mirror. Yet behind him, it reassembled into a complete stillness. Bai Ye approached the transformed peregrine falcon, then with a running start, leaped and effortlessly took it down. Looking at the falcon in his hand like a specimen, he directly broke its wings and then stuffed it into Liu's outstretched magical hand. Done. Bai Ye quickly returned to his original position. Time. Resumes. Buzz. The mysterious time fluctuations dissipated, and everything seemed as if it had never happened. The crowd's consciousness remained frozen at the moment Liu said that sentence. Oh, how fast! The next moment, everyone saw a shadow abruptly freeze in midair. The originally intense gunfire ceased with the appearance of the shadow. Their pupils constricted violently, standing there as if petrified, as if once again falling into a time stop. They stared dumbfounded at the falcon in midair, gripped by an invisible hand, its fierce bird head thrashing and struggling, emitting a series of painful and sharp shrieks. Due to the intense struggle, many gray-black feathers fell off. How is this possible? The shadow man Li Xiao was startled. As someone who had personally fought with the transformed peregrine falcon, he knew all too well the speed that surpassed visual limits. The speed was so fast that even his shadow darts couldn't catch up, and it should be noted that shadow darts had no weight capable of ignoring air resistance. A serious expression crossed his eyes as he silently adjusted Liu's rating to that of a strong person on his level. The others weren't as confident as Li Xiao. They felt it was unbelievable. No one expected this ragged wasteland person could instantaneously subdue the transformed peregrine falcon. Chapter 43. So it turns out to be the 10 kings in person. Liu was also confused, raising his right hand and staring blankly at the mutated falcon in his grasp. What's going on? Why did the falcon collide with my hand as soon as I lifted my hand? Brother Yi just told me to act cool. He didn't say to act this grand. At this moment, Liu's figure suddenly appeared mysterious and tall in the eyes of the crowd. They only saw the mutated falcon, which had been exhausting them, being caught by a wasteland dweller. In an instant, this wasteland dweller is also a transcendent. What kind of ability is this? Is it a virtual grasp from a distance? I thought it would be incredibly fast, but it turns out to be nothing special. Realizing this, Liu quickly maintained his aloof persona, his tone mixed with 3 parts coldness, 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts mockery, and 1 part disdain. He loosened his right hand, and the nearly suffocated mutated falcon dropped to the ground. Bang! The crimson bullet shot out, accurately piercing the falcon's skull, blood splattering everywhere. Bai Ye silently put away the breath of bones. This was something he had discussed with Liu, that he would deliver the final blow. After all, it was a mutated beast. Its vitality couldn't be wasted. Forbidden item. The crowd's hearts jumped. They hadn't expected these 2 wasteland dwellers to be anything but ordinary, and they had misjudged them. Feeling the fresh vitality surge in, Bai Ye suddenly froze. He discovered that the vitality provided by the mutated falcon was somewhat off. Too little. Logically, the strength of the mutated falcon far exceeded all the mutated beasts he had seen before. Even a hyena king was no match for it. Yet the provided vitality was only equivalent to 10 gray sparrows, comparable to Mr. Ing from before. Wait, could it be? Bai Ye instantly understood that this was the upper limit of vitality that Breath of Bones could provide. The vitality of 10 gray sparrows was already the maximum. No matter how many stronger mutated beasts were killed, the vitality provided would only reach this level. Breath of Bones was like a bottle, and the mutated beasts were the water source. Filling a bottle from a stream or from the ocean would yield the same result. In the end, you could only fill one bottle. No wonder Breath of Bones was only a snake-level forbidden item. If it could endlessly plunder others' vitality to benefit the user, it would probably be dragon level. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask your name? Gao Bansheng was the first to regain his senses and quickly cupped his hands towards Li Yu. Li Yu glanced at him indifferently and replied coolly, Magic Hand. Li Yu. Magic Hand, Li Yu? The crowd's brains raced, searching for information on Magic Hand, but found nothing. It shouldn't be. Such a powerful person couldn't be nameless. Was he not a local? Thank you, Mr. Li and this young brother for saving us. By the way, how should I address this young brother? Gao Bansheng turned to Bai Ye. Bai Ye. Gao Bansheng quickly said, I am Gao Bansheng. My father is the president of the Jinfu Merchant Association, Gao Shanha. I have met Mr. Li and young brother Bai. The others also regained their senses and quickly expressed their thanks. The middle-aged man holding 2 guns expressed his gratitude. I am Double Gun Li Baitian, a bounty hunter. Thank you both for saving my life. If you need help in the future, I, Li Baitian, will not charge any fees. I am Hejin Shohu, quick shooter. Viper. The crowd sparsely reported their names, expressing their gratitude. Only Li Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze proud. With your strength, you have not entered the ranks of the 10 kings, showing how blind the world is. Magic Hand Li Yu, your strength is impressive. You will surely have a place among the 10 kings in the future. It seems this trip to Black Mountain won't be boring. Li Xiao's words carried a hint of mutual respect between strong individuals. His cold and proud gaze, visible through the black mask on his face, seemed to suggest that only Li Yu among these people could catch his eye. Li Yu was taken aback, thinking, who are you? Do we know each other? He glanced at Bai Ye, hoping to get some indication from him. After all, Bai Ye had only told him to act like a master and hadn't provided many details, so he didn't know how to respond to this seemingly powerful transcendent. At this moment, Bai Ye was preoccupied with the vitality provided by Breath of Bones, and didn't notice Li Yu's plea for help. Li Yu felt a chill run down his spine. This was his first time acting as a strong person. Can someone tell me how strong people should talk to each other? After pondering for a moment, he could only grit his teeth and maintain the persona of a tough guy who didn't say much. He coldly said, who are you? Li Xiao's lips curled into a sharp smile as he proudly replied, Shadow Man Li Xiao. Shadow Man Li Xiao? I haven't heard of him. Li Yu felt confused. He had just become a transcendent and had previously mixed with low-level wasteland dwellers, so naturally, he didn't recognize any famous transcendent beings. The only ones he knew were 2. One was the night girl from the Silent Court, and the other was the 10 kings. He had only heard about the 10 kings from Bai Ye. This shadow man, Li Xiao, also mentioned the 10 kings, and it seemed he acknowledged that I could also become one of the 10 kings. Could it be? Li Yu suddenly realized and immediately replied. So it turns out to be the 10 kings in person. Li Xiao's expression stiffened, his lips trembled, and he was momentarily speechless. The others exchanged glances, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Li Xiao's expression was concealed by the black mask, but his eyes flickered. After a long pause, he finally murmured, I am not. It's over, it's awkward. I even mistook a 10 king. Will my strong persona collapse now? The embarrassed Li Yu had no idea what to say and could only try to keep a straight face, awkwardly saying, oh, what kind of attitude is that? Just because I'm not a 10 king, you don't feel like talking? Li Yu's behavior appeared to Li Xiao as an outright provocation. What does that mean? I said you could join the 10 kings, and you're mocking me in return? Knowing that my name isn't among the 10 kings, you deliberately refer to me as one, implying that since I'm not even a 10 king, what right do I have to judge? If you knew what Li Xiao was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. He truly hadn't meant to provoke. It was you who brought up the 10 kings and even mentioned joining their ranks, as if you could decide who belongs among them. Your words even hinted at disdain for the 10 kings, raising your status so high, only for me to find out you aren't T1. Chapter 44. Are we looking at underwear right away? The atmosphere between the two became increasingly strange. At this moment, Gao Bansheng suddenly smiled and took out a stack of money, breaking the deadlock. Mr. Li, here is the reward you wanted. Not a penny more, not a penny less, exactly 10,000. It wasn't that he didn't want to give more, but he felt that exceptional individuals often have quirks. Since the other party only asked for 10,000, it indicated that they viewed money as worthless, so he didn't want to offend their sensibilities. Liu was just about to reach out to accept it when Bai Ye interjected, taking the money directly and smilingly saying, "Just give it to me, mister." Li doesn't like such mundane things. Liu's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a pang in his heart. Who said I don't like it? I do like mundane things. He knew that once the money was in Bai Ye's hands, he would definitely get nothing, and it felt like a wasted performance. Gao Banqing nodded repeatedly, respectfully handing it over. Seeing the money being accepted, Gao Banqing relaxed and cheerfully said, "You two are heading to the 189 shelter, right?" Liu nodded coldly. "That's great. We are also going to the 189 shelter. Why not go together?" To be honest, our team was also hastily put together. Aside from Li Xiao and my maid Xiaokui, the other companions were met along the way, all skilled bounty hunters. Since our destination is the same, I might as well invite you to join us. It's good to have someone looking out for each other on the way. Meeting is fate. Why not travel together? Moreover, if you two obtain good things from the shelter, it saves the time of looking for buyers. No need to look for buyers? Bai Ye felt puzzled. Gao Banqing smiled confidently, "Because I am the best buyer, Brother Xiao Bai. I'm not bragging. The price I offer is definitely the highest. Do you know why I'm called Banqing?" Bai Ye suspiciously glanced at him, thinking, could it be? You always only do things halfway, and that's why you're called Banqing? Exactly, huh? Gao Banqing was taken aback, almost laughing in anger. If it weren't for Li Yu's presence, he would have had a proper discussion about it. "Brother Xiao Bai, you're joking. It's half a city, not half finished products. One of the cities controlled by the Jinfu Merchant Association is called Wangwenjing. When I was born, my father gave me half a city of Wangwenjing, hence the name Gao Banqing." After saying this, he politely laughed. Damn, the laughter of rich people. Upon hearing this laugh, Bai Ye knew that what Gao Banqing said was definitely not a lie. Someone worth less than $1 billion wouldn't laugh like that. "Mr. Li, what do you think?" Gao Banqing asked. Liu had already learned of Bai Ye's intentions and naturally would not refuse, so he expressionlessly nodded. Seeing Liu agree, everyone's faces immediately lit up with joy. Who wouldn't want to have skilled companions? The group set off happily. With the addition of the magician Liu and Bai Ye, the expressions of the crowd noticeably relaxed compared to before, and many took the opportunity to get closer to Liu. After all, in this wasteland, knowing a strong individual, even if just for a few words, was capital for bragging in taverns later, especially for bounty hunters like Shuangqiang Li Beitian. Bounty hunters are a loose organization that survives in the wasteland, specifically solving various problems for employers who post tasks, including assassination, hunting, and even acting as mercenaries for various factions. They live a life on the edge, mostly doing tasks or hanging out in taverns. To maintain his strong persona, Liu remained cold and silent along the way, only occasionally exchanging a few quiet words with Bai Ye, fearing that saying too much would expose his lowly identity as a wasteland dweller. The others were not only not annoyed, but grew more enthusiastic, as if they believed that strong individuals should behave this way. This made the accompanying shadowy figure Li Xiao feel quite uncomfortable. Before Liu appeared, he was the only one enjoying such treatment. But with Liu's presence, everything changed. Even the employer Gao Banqing began calling him by name. This made Li Xiao secretly vow, "Once I defeat the tyrant Yang Jie and ascend as the new 10 kings, then you all won't be able to reach me." He didn't seek trouble with Liu. Firstly, because Liu wasn't one of the 10 kings, so defeating him would be pointless, and secondly, he couldn't bring himself to do it, especially since he had just received Liu's help, even if it wasn't help he had actively sought. "Brother Yi, that 10,000. At the end of the line, Liu's lips moved. 10,000? What 10,000? Where did this 10,000 come from? "Mr. Li, why are you talking nonsense?" Bai Ye said with wide eyes. "Brother Yi, I even broke my hand to cooperate with your act. You can't even cut my pay as a disabled person. Oof, you've got the nerve to say that. If it weren't for your inability to read the situation, I would have already gotten $1 billion. Not making you compensate me $1 billion is already good enough." Just as Liu was about to say something, he saw Gao Banqing approaching and quickly shut up, pretending to be aloof. "Brother Xiao Bai, at such a young age, you have already contained forbidden items. Your future is limitless." Gao Banqing's chubby face was filled with smiles. He noticed that Liu was indifferent to the crowd, so he sought to get closer to Bai Ye. Bai Ye forced a smile, still immersed in the sorrow of losing $1 billion. Not to mention Boss Gao, who has servants carrying him around. With these little arms and legs, don't break them again. He glanced at the maid Xiao Kuei, who was carrying Gao Bansheng. This petite girl had never said a word and just silently carried Gao Bansheng forward, her porcelain-like face exquisite like a doll. Bai Ye was tempted to ask, "Did he see you when you were killing someone?" Gao Bansheng seemed not to have heard Bai Ye's sarcasm and smiled. "Brother Xiao Bai, you misunderstood. Although I, Gao Bansheng, have money, I never bully others." "What about her?" Bai Ye pointed at the maid Xiao Kuei. Gao Bansheng smiled slightly. "Oh, she's not human." Hiss. Bai Ye gasped, his eyes involuntarily widening as if he was seeing the chubby man in front of him in a new light. "It's all you." Words only a capitalist could say. He thought his standards were already low enough, but he didn't expect to see Gao Bansheng today, truly a mountain lower than a mountain. "Brother Xiao Bai, look." Gao Bansheng's chubby hand reached toward Xiao Kuei's collar and then pulled it down. "Whoa, can I see this without spending money? Are we looking at underwear right away?" Bai Ye quickly widened his eyes and stared intensely. But he was stunned. A flash of silvery metallic cold light almost blinded him. My eyes. They're going to get styes." The shimmering silver metal shell was exposed to the air, with intricate threads and circular patterns intertwined. And those tiny grooves would ripple with light as Xiao Kuei moved, resembling liquid mercury flowing under the skin. This metallic wind underwear is quite unique. Gao Bansheng was taken aback. "What the hell is metallic wind? Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 45. Qi and Blood Martial Arts. Little Bai, you're joking. This isn't underwear. It's Xiao Kuei's body structure. As you can see, Xiao Kuei is indeed not human, but a robot, one left over from before the Great Cataclysm, found by someone in a shelter and later purchased by me. Bai Ye was secretly astonished. A robot? Such an advanced robot? He increasingly felt the deformity of this world. Many people couldn't even afford food, yet the wealthy had access to bionic robots. "By the way, little Bai, I see your physical condition is quite good, and there are no traces of gene serum injections. Have you practiced Qi and blood martial arts, or are you an extraordinary being?" Gao Bansheng noticed that Bai Ye was able to keep pace with the group effortlessly, without changing his expression or heartbeat. And his physical condition obviously exceeded that of an ordinary person, which is why he asked, "Qi and blood martial arts?" Bai Ye was not unfamiliar with this term. His friendly exchanges with a military officer had provided him with a lot of knowledge, including Qi and blood martial arts. It sounded mysterious, but was actually quite ordinary. In simple terms, it was about exercising the body in conjunction with breathing techniques. After the Great Cataclysm, the survivors underwent a certain degree of mutation. Although they appeared no different from ordinary people, they had an energy called Qi and blood inside them, a kind of biological energy. Research has shown that people before the Great Cataclysm also possessed Qi and blood energy, but it was hidden within their bodies and not revealed. The mutations caused by the Great Cataclysm merely brought this energy to the surface. After years of development, people have continuously researched and utilized Qi and blood, ultimately forming Qi and blood martial arts. It is not a martial arts manual from a wuxia novel. It is the practice of mobilizing the Qi and blood within the body using specific breathing frequencies and exercising, thereby continuously enhancing the Qi and blood to achieve physical qualities far beyond those of ordinary people. It is even possible to strengthen the Qi and blood without using breathing techniques, as long as nutrition is adequate and exercise is sustained. The Qi and blood will continue to grow stronger, making the body more robust, with breathing techniques merely enhancing efficiency. Qi and blood martial arts is also known as civilian martial arts. Anyone can practice it, just like anyone can work out. However, to achieve success requires a tremendous amount of effort, and in the end, it may not be as powerful as a single injection for a gene-modified person. There is a saying popular in the wasteland: the poor rely on hard work, Qi and blood martial arts, while the rich rely on technology, gene modification, mechanical modification. As for extraordinary beings, they are not differentiated by wealth. It all depends on talent and luck. Bai Ye thought for a moment and replied, "Qi and blood martial arts." He was not an extraordinary being, nor had he undergone injections or mechanical modifications. He had simply plundered some Qi and blood using forbidden materials, which strictly speaking fell within the realm of Qi and blood martial arts. Little Bai is indeed a young hero. Only those with great determination can achieve success in Qi and blood martial arts. It's clear that Little Bai has lofty ambitions. Gao Bansheng's emotionally intelligent remarks made Bai Ye take notice. Can he really praise like this? Is this genuine praise? Who doesn't know that Qi and blood martial arts is a path chosen by those who are desperate and poor? Most people practice qi and blood martial arts for a lifetime, and in the end, they may not be as strong as a single injection from a gene modifier. The group chatted as they moved forward, and amidst the dangers of Black Mountain, there was a feeling of spring outing. Bai Ye, who was mixed in the crowd, increasingly felt his wisdom. They had already covered more than half the distance, and it was expected that they would reach the vicinity of Shelter 189 by tomorrow. The reason for their swift progress was truly thanks to Gao Bansheng and Li Xiao, as Gao Bansheng had spent a lot of money to obtain a map of Black Mountain, allowing them to avoid many detours. Li Xiao also seemed to be in a hurry to showcase his strength in front of Li Yu. Along the way, he didn't require help from others at all. Whenever they encountered mutated beasts or plants, he would definitely take the lead, showcasing his skills to slay them. After killing, he would even turn back to glance at Li Yu. At night, the already quiet Black Mountain fell into complete silence, with only the faint crackling of burning firewood. Bai Ye sat by the campfire, roasting wild rabbit meat, feeling quite content. He had saved a lot of time again today. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. This was the time he had left. Since joining the team, he hadn't used his time-stopping ability at all. All the crises had been resolved by others. He took out his gold pocket watch to check. In 3 hours, he would earn another minute. Please, no unexpected events. Don't let me waste any more time. Let's get through tonight safely. Bai Ye prayed while eating the rabbit meat. And then, nothing happened. The next morning, the group set off again. Along the way, Bai Ye felt slightly dazed. They really hadn't encountered any danger? The mountain forest at night is the most dangerous, and not encountering any danger made him feel a bit unreal, even doubting whether he was hallucinating from rabbit meat poisoning. Before coming to Black Mountain, they had almost faced mutated beasts 3 times a day. During a casual chat with Gao Bansheng, Bai Ye's doubts were answered. Chapter 46, What is the Panga Plan? Just a fantasy before death after the army of Dawn City discovered the 189 shelter. They sent troops multiple times to eliminate the aberrant beasts in Black Mountain. With many of the beasts dead or fled, the threat level was greatly reduced. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come here. Bai Ye nodded. That makes sense. The previous aberrant beast attacks on the Gray Soil Town were ultimately the fault of Dawn City. But why haven't we seen any troops from Dawn City along the way? Gao Bansheng laughed and said, because most of the troops have been withdrawn. Withdrawn? Mobilizing troops is not a simple matter. Just a food issue is enough to make one's head ache. Moreover, the dangers in Black Mountain are not just the visible aberrant beasts, but also poisonous insects, toxic miasma, and various unseen threats that are the deadliest. Although Dawn City is powerful, it cannot inject gene serum into all soldiers. After all, trained soldiers are still just ordinary people. They can drive away aberrant beasts with firearms, but find it hard to survive long-term in Black Mountain. It is said that Dawn City has been unable to open the door of the 189 shelter for a long time, and the commotion has drawn attention, leading various factions and even some extraordinary organizations and bounty hunters to swarm here, all wanting to get a share of the pie in the shelter. Dawn City is backed by the Apocalypse Technology Company, and although it is strong, it cannot offend everyone simultaneously, so it does not seal off Black Mountain, leaving only a group of elite strongmen to wait for an opportunity. Speaking of this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on Gao Bansheng's face. In my opinion, it's clear that the Apocalypse Company knows it cannot open the door of the shelter, so it allows capable individuals from all over Beiyang to come here, relying on the strength of others to open the shelter. Once the door opens, it will be the time for the Apocalypse Company to show its fangs. After all, Black Mountain is within the sphere of influence of the Apocalypse Company, unless the major factions tear their faces and truly start a full-scale war. Who could take it from them in this small piece of land? Bai Ye's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect this wealthy fat man to have some intelligence. This is indeed the plan of the Apocalypse Company, which he had already learned from Mr. Ng. Back then, Mr. Ng said that only the tyrant Yang Jie could open the 189 shelter, and then he would snipe Yang Jie after the door opened. Since you know the Apocalypse Company's intentions, why are you still wading into this muddy water? Gao Bansheng chuckled, and the flesh on his face wobbled as he was jostled on Xiao Kuei's back. The Apocalypse Company's goal is the Panga Plan. As for the other things in the shelter, they won't care too much. With various factions sending people to Black Mountain, do they really think they can eliminate everyone just for some minor items? In other words, as long as they don't try to interfere with the Panga Plan, there won't be a direct conflict with the Apocalypse Company. You seem to be quite open-minded. You can resist the temptation of the Panga plan? Hee hee. What nonsense Panga plan? In my opinion, it's all rumors. Little by brother, do you know how many times the Panga plan has emerged? Bai Ye was taken aback. How many times? Gao Bansheng extended 5 chubby fingers. 5 times. What the hell? Bai Ye's heart instantly sank. If there is no Panga USB drive in Black Mountain, then my time has been wasted. 5 times. This thing is just a big pit. The 112 shelter, the 134 shelter, the 181 shelter, and 2 others I can't remember. In short, whenever these shelters emerged, it was said that they were nurturing the Panga plan. But in the end, it was all nonsense. In my view, there is no such thing as the Panga plan in this world. It's just a fantasy of people from the civilization era before they died. If the Pangu plan truly had the power to create and destroy, how could the civilization era have perished? Bai Ye's other half of his heart also sank. He even felt that Gao Bansheng was right. In a shattered era of civilization, decision-makers might indeed weave a lie called hope to preserve the human spark. Wait a minute, even if the Panga plan is fake, the Panga USB drive should be real, right? The people of the civilization era couldn't possibly not preserve that precious knowledge. Huh, there is still a glimmer of hope. Someone ahead, Li Beitian, who was leading the way, suddenly lowered his body and signaled everyone to be quiet. Someone? Bai Ye followed everyone over. It's not surprising to encounter people in Black Mountain, since we're almost at the 189 shelter, and there are definitely more and more people. 2 groups are confronting each other. Li Beitian said quietly. This experienced bounty hunter pulled out a tactical binoculars from somewhere and observed silently. One group consists of 8 people, dressed uniformly, likely belonging to the same bounty hunter team. The other group has only one person, a young man with 4 swords on his back. Let me see. Bai Ye took the binoculars, and others were curious, but due to Liu's imposing presence, they let Bai Ye look first. With the binoculars, Bai Ye quickly saw the 2 groups Li Beitian mentioned. The young man with 4 swords was holding a ginseng, which still had fresh soil on it, indicating it had just been dug up. The other group of 8 was pointing guns at the young man, and they seemed to be arguing about something. Bai Ye read their lips and got the gist. It seemed they were fighting over the ginseng. Little by brother, let me see too. Gao Bansheng looked eager, like a bystander wanting to join in. Bai Ye handed the binoculars to him and said to everyone, they must have found a ginseng in Black Mountain and are in a dispute. At this time, Gao Bansheng exclaimed, I know that young man with 4 swords. He is the sword wielder Xiao Yi. Li Xiong's eyes narrowed, a dangerous cold light flashing in them. The extraordinary being with a bounty of 85 million from the Eastern Continent Federation. Sword wielder Xiao Yi? Gao Bansheng nodded, looking somewhat excited, though no one knew what he was excited about. He handed the binoculars to Li Xiong and said, That's him, 85 million. Li Yu, who had been pretending to be an expert, almost couldn't hold it together upon hearing this astronomical figure. If it weren't for Bai Ye's light cough beside him to remind him, his persona might have collapsed. Bai Ye was not unfamiliar with the Eastern Continent Federation Gao Bansheng mentioned. To be precise, anyone living in this wasteland knows about the Eastern Continent Federation. The continent they live on is called the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Continent Federation is the highest governing body of the Eastern Continent, established by various factions to maintain balance. It appears supreme, but in reality, its management is very loose, with each major faction reigning over its territory. As for the bounties, they are a public strategy implemented by the Eastern Continent Federation to divide and control unruly extraordinary beings, gene modifiers, and others with significant military power. Historically, heroes have violated the law with their martial prowess, and in this era of great catastrophe, these extraordinary beings and gene modifiers are even more so. To stabilize its rule, the Federation has enacted a series of strict regulations targeting such individuals, such as not profiting from extraordinary abilities, not displaying them in front of ordinary people, and undergoing supervision every month. Anyone who violates these regulations will be put on the wanted list. Chapter 47. Wait, hold on, stop. After being wanted, one must not only guard against the Federation, but also against other extraordinary beings. Genetic modifiers may take your life for money, and under mutual suspicion. It is naturally difficult for these people to unite. If one wants to avoid being wanted, it is very simple. Just join the major factions and serve those powerful figures, and one will be exempted. Strictly speaking, extraordinary beings like Li Yu are also wanted criminals by the Federation. However, they are currently not well known, so there is no bounty on them. This is a blatant conspiracy, A decree has made it difficult for extraordinary beings to grow in the civilian sector. And some mentally unstable extraordinary beings even take pride in high bounty amounts, specifically challenging those with higher bounties to increase their own. Li has been looking for him for a long time and unexpectedly ran into him in Heishan today. Li Xiao said coldly, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Gao Banqing asked, puzzled, as he had not heard of it. Li Xiao put down the binoculars, saying, "No grudge." "Then you?" "It's just that I happened to kill a second generation of a big family and was given a bounty of 85 million, which is 20 million more than Li's. Truly, there are no heroes in this time, allowing a mere brat to become famous." Gao Banqing. Bai Ye, look, here comes someone with a mental issue. Li Xiao, I didn't hire you to stir up trouble. Gao Banqing said anxiously. Rest assured. Li Xiao snorted coldly, his gaze dismissive. One of the 10 kings. The tyrant is about to arrive. A mere sword bearer is not enough to pique my interest. Bai Ye secretly found it interesting. He realized that in Li Xiao's eyes, only the 10 kings mattered, and no one else could catch his attention. He rarely spoke, but whenever he did, it was always about the 10 kings. "Boss Gao, what should we do now? Should we take a detour, or?" Li Beitian asked. Gao Banqing smiled broadly. "I am kind-hearted and cannot bear to see bloodshed, so I naturally have to stop this conflict." In the deep forest, the sword-bearer, Xiao Yi, wearing a green ancient-style robe, faced the 8 gunmen with indifference. "Gentlemen, I discovered this century-old ginseng first, so I asked you to part with it. Just because you say you found it first means it's yours? Although I, Black Panther, have one less eye. The new metal prosthetic eye works better than a human eye. I clearly saw it first, but you snatched it away." A burly man with a shotgun said fiercely, one of his eyes a metal prosthetic, shining with cold red light. "Kid, as long as you hand over the ginseng, we want to make a move against you." Black Panther did not directly snatch it. Unlike Gao Banqing, who was well informed, he couldn't figure out Xiao Yi's background. He only knew that anyone who could come to Heishan alone was definitely not an ordinary person. Normally, he would never provoke such a person, but the allure of profit was too great. That century-old ginseng was no ordinary herb. It was an altered herb that could increase vitality and strengthen the body after consumption, making it a rare commodity in the black market worth a fortune. Faced with such obvious benefits, and with their numbers, they felt emboldened to take risks. "Well, let us just make a move." Xiao Yi sighed, supporting his forehead, his handsome face showing a hint of helplessness. A fierce glint flashed in Black Panther's eyes. The group exchanged glances, all chambered their bullets, and were about to fire when suddenly, Xiao Yi shouted, "Wait. Ha! Now you know fear." Black Panther had just laughed when his expression changed dramatically. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword rang out, and a cold light suddenly shot out from behind Xiao Yi. It was a sword crafted using ancient techniques, flying towards Black Panther like a white ribbon. The crowd, stunned by this sudden change, saw that the sword was not controlled by anyone, as if it had been set to automatic cruise, and in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Black Panther. Whoosh! The shotgun in Black Panther's hand split in two, breaking in half. The broken shotgun fell to the ground with a dull thud. Xiao Yi smiled and waved his hand, and the sword flew back into the scabbard behind him. Looking at the stunned group, he smiled and asked, "Still want to fight?" Black Panther's expression changed repeatedly. "Despicable. You just said to wait, yet you launched a sneak attack. This is truly a villain's act." "Not at all, not at all." Xiao Yi shook his head with a smile. "What I just said to wait was not what you understood. Rather, my sword is named Wait." I go, your Black Panther roared in anger, feeling mocked. His powerful body suddenly exerted force, muscles bulging, and a layer of dense black fur began to grow wildly. He dropped to all fours, his back arching high, like a leopard poised to pounce. Just at this critical moment, Bai Ye and the others appeared on the scene. Gao Banqing jumped down from Xiao Kuei and shouted, "Stop!" Seeing so many people suddenly appear, Black Panther's eyes flashed with vigilance and dread, halting his attack. Xiao Yi also looked over and smiled, nodding at Gao Banqing and the others. Clang! Another sword from behind Xiao Yi instantly unsheathed, turning into a stream of light rushing out. "You dare to sneak attack again?" Black Panther's eyes widened in rage. He did not expect Xiao Yi to be so shameless, always thinking about sneak attacks. However, the anger in his eyes quickly turned to fear, as the streak of sword light was rapidly enlarging in his vision, casting a shadow of death over him, causing him to freeze momentarily. Gao Banqing's face turned a bit ugly, He did not expect Xiao Yi to be so ungracious. But just then, an unexpected scene occurred. The sword aimed at Black Panther's head actually stopped just 5 centimeters from his eye. Black Panther, as if waking from a dream, regained his senses and hurriedly stepped back a few paces, only to find that Xiao Yi had appeared in front of him, his right hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Phew! Xiao Yi let out a breath, feeling relieved. That was close, good thing I made it in time. His words left everyone confused. What was he doing? He turned his head and cast a slightly resentful glance at Gao Bansheng. The word stop cannot be shouted casually. My sword is named Stop. Gao Bansheng. What kind of bizarre names are these? Wait, stop. Which good person names their sword like this? Bai Ye was also stunned. He did not understand why extraordinary beings were so abstract. Was it because they awakened after mental stimulation, leading to potential insanity? Li Xiao loves to show off. Xiao Yi is an old silver coin. Li Yu is a big idiot, and there isn't a single normal person. Your other two swords 1T be called Wait a Moment and Stop 2. Will they? Bai Ye blurted out. Xiao Yi was startled. How do you know? Clang! Another sword unsheathed from behind him, and he hurriedly pressed it down, his face turning red as he finally managed to suppress it. Chapter 48. My Father Gao Shanha. Little brother, you can't shout anymore. It could be fatal. However, you only guessed half right. The sword just now is called Wait a Moment, but the last sword is not Stop. Bai Ye had a strange expression, and a vague guess formed in his mind. What is it called? Xiao Yi smiled mysteriously and said 3 words. I was wrong. Bai Ye. He was stunned by these 3 words for a long time before coming to his senses and giving Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Awesome. Xiao Yi accepted it calmly. Hold on. Wait a moment. Stop. After these 3 swords, if the enemy is still not dead, then I can only admit my mistake. Which is why it's called I was wrong. How long are you going to chat? The recovering Black Panther said angrily, feeling blatantly ignored. Xiao Yi turned around. Do you want to fight? Although Black Panther looked apprehensive, he refused to back down verbally. Before, it was just a sneak attack from you. If we really fight, I might not lose. I'm a gene modifier who has received 3 injections. Oh, Xiao Yi feigned surprise. So you're a 3-injection expert. Hissing. I'll kill you. Everyone, please. Be calm. Give me a favor. Let's just drop this matter. We're all here in Black Mountain to seek wealth. There's no need to fight to the death here. Gao Bansheng stepped forward, taking on the role of mediator. Black Panther's expression was unfriendly. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Gao Bansheng was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, I am Gao Bansheng. Gao Bansheng? I haven't heard of him. My father is Gao Shanha. What? The president of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce, the richest man in Baiman. Gao Shanha is your father? Black Panther and the others changed their expressions drastically, feeling as if struck by lightning. Gao Bansheng nodded with a smile, taking out a pure gold token engraved with mountains and rivers, clearly crafted by a top artisan, with every detail lifelike. The mountain river token of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce. Black Panther exclaimed, clearly recognizing its value. I wonder if you gentlemen could give me a favor? Gao Bansheng repeated his previous words, but this time the response was entirely different. Black Panther stared at him for a long time and said, since it's Boss Gao in person, I naturally have to give this favor, but... He shifted his gaze menacingly toward Xiao Yi. He stole my ginseng. How should this be resolved? Logically speaking, the ginseng was discovered by us together, so he should give me half. If this ginseng is cut open, its value will greatly diminish, so don't think about it, Boss Gao. You shouldn't get involved in this matter. Xiao Yi said lightly. Gao Bansheng smiled slightly and walked directly between the 2 groups, then pulled out a stack of checks and a pen, writing calmly and confidently. This ginseng is valued at around 1.5 million. I'll round it up to 2 million. Rip. Gao Bansheng tore off 2 checks and handed them to Xiao Yi and Black Panther respectively. Both of them looked at the checks in their hands, and they were instantly stunned. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. 2 million? You too, 2 million? Black Panther was astonished. 2 million each? They had thought Gao Bansheng would give 1 million each, as that would be splitting it fairly. They exchanged glances and looked at the smiling Gao Bansheng. I'll pay double the price to purchase this ginseng from both of you. Let us consider a way to make friends. How about that? At this moment, both felt a bit blinded, illuminated by the golden aura emanating from Gao Bansheng. What does it mean to be extravagantly wealthy? They were witnessing it firsthand. It turns out that for the rich, paying double is called splitting. No wonder he is President Gao's son. Indeed, he is generous. Xiao Yi. We'll definitely be friends with you. Me too. Black Panther quickly echoed. After receiving the mutated ginseng, Gao Bansheng turned to Li Yu and said gratefully, "Earlier, I was saved by Mr. Li. I know you don't like mundane things like money, so I specially bought a century-old mutated ginseng for you. Please accept it." Li Bai Tian stared at the ginseng in front of him. "Gave it to me?" He was still immersed in the shock of Gao Bansheng paying double for the ginseng, and now it was being gifted to him? Is this the world of the rich? This operation stunned not only Li Yu, but even Bai Ye. The magic of money truly astonished people. Of course, what shocked him more was Gao Bansheng's maneuvering. A ginseng worth 1.5 million. To make friends, first rounded up to 2 million, then offered double, ensuring both parties were satisfied, and finally presented it to Li Yu so smoothly. For this, Bai Ye could only say, "I will also be friends with you." He swiftly grabbed the ginseng and tucked it into his own pocket. "Just give it to me. I'll hold it for Mr. Li." After showcasing a bit of the charm of money, Gao Bansheng naturally extended a group invitation to Xiao, Yi, and the others. Without any surprise, both sides agreed without hesitation for even a second. Bowing to money is not something a strong person would do. Li Xiu, who had never regarded the sword-wielding Xiao Yi highly, looked down on him even more now. This sentence was overheard by Bai Ye, who couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you also take Gao Fatty's money?" Li Xiao shot him a sideways glance and coldly replied, "I am different from them. They came here to seek wealth, while I am here for the tyrant Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings, and to earn some travel expenses along the way. Is there a problem?" To this, Bai Ye replied with one word, 6. "I really shouldn't be talking to you. You really can't stop mentioning the 10 kings. And your double standards are remarkable." He realized that Li Xiao and Gao Bansheng were indeed a match made in heaven. One always talked about his father Gao Shanha, and the other always mentioned the 10 kings. No wonder these two could come together. With the addition of Xiao, Yi, and the others, Bai Ye felt increasingly relaxed. Sometimes, to boost his vitality, he had to fight for the chance to use Breath of the Bones. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough mutated beasts to share. Looking at Gao Bansheng, who was constantly trying to get close to everyone, Bai Ye even suspected that the fat guy's purpose for coming to Black Mountain was not for refuge, but to recruit people. By noon, everyone arrived safely near the entrance of Shelter 189. Passing through this grove, the entrance to Shelter 189 lies ahead. Li Bai Tian pulled out a map of Black Mountain from somewhere, pointing at the red circle on the map. "Why is there a mountain drawn inside the red circle?" Bai Ye asked curiously. Li Bai Tian smiled. "Little Bai, you may not know, but Shelter 189 is actually located beneath the mountain. I don't know how the people of the old era managed to build a shelter in such a place. We're finally here." Xiao Yi's spirit was invigorated as he took the lead, walking at the front of the group. "Xiao, are you also here for the rumors about the Panga project?" Gao Bansheng asked. Chapter 49. You think you're me? "Not really. I came to the shelter to find a few good swords." Gao Bansheng was taken aback. The technology level of the old era was quite advanced, mostly using firearms. "If you're looking for swords in the shelter, it's probably..." Xiao shook his head slightly and smiled. "That's not right. I've heard that there was a divine sword in the old era. Its edge like a flash of lightning, without substance or blade, melting anything it touches like boiling snow and hot water, and wherever its light reaches, armor melts. Is there really such a divine sword?" Gao Bansheng thought for a long time, but couldn't he find a sword that met the criteria. However, Bai Ye beside him was slightly stunned. "Isn't that just a laser sword?" Xiao Yi was overjoyed. "I didn't expect little brother Bai, who comes from humble beginnings, to have such extraordinary insight and even know about the divine sword." "Laser." Bai Ye's face darkened. "You could skip the part about humble beginnings." That is not right. An ancient saying goes, being born from humble beginnings is not a disgrace. A true man can endure and adapt. In my opinion, little brother Bai is young and talented, and has connections with Mr. Li, so he will surely accomplish great things in the future. During this time together, everyone has learned a bit about each other's backgrounds, including the incident where the magician Li Yu seized the mutated peregrine falcon. The laser sword is a high-tech weapon, probably not in line with your sword usage requirements. Xiao Yi shook his head and said seriously, "A laser sword is still a sword. As long as it's a sword, it can be used by me." "Are you really talking about concepts? What about supersonic fire swords, aircraft carrier swords, interstellar battle swords, and star-eating swords?" As everyone joked, they quickly passed through the woods and arrived at an open area. "Hiss! So many people!" Xiao Yi exclaimed. There were hundreds of people in this open area. These people seemed to belong to two factions, occupying the south and north, separated by a clear path in the middle. The people in the south were all wearing standard uniforms, with the emblem of the Eye of Apocalypse on their chests, clearly members of the Apocalypse Technology Company, numbering nearly 200. They had stern expressions, standing like javelins, each emitting a strong aura of killing intent. The group in the north was larger, around 300 people, dressed in various outfits and wielding an array of bizarre weapons, gathering in small groups, watching each other with caution, resembling a rabble. Bai Ye ignored these people and instead looked past the crowd at the 189 shelter he had been thinking about. It was a massive cave in the mountain, surrounded by rubble and signs of explosions, with even a dozen charred corpses scattered on the ground. The cave was pitch black, like a black hole swallowing sunlight, making it impossible to see inside. These people seemed to fear the cave greatly and didn't dare to approach, creating a vacuum zone within 100 meters of the cave. The group in the south are the Gene Warriors of Apocalypse, Gao Bansheng suddenly whispered. Bai Ye came back to his senses and looked at the Gene Warriors, his gaze quickly drawn to a man and a woman, who were surrounded by the Gene Warriors like leaders of the group. The man sat bare-chested on a boulder, his bronze-colored muscles shining under the sunlight, standing at 2 meters tall like a small giant. His eyes were not human but beastly vertical pupils, resembling a pair of poisoned amber. The woman was even more striking, her chest muscles even more exaggerated than the man's, wearing a snakeskin miniskirt and a bustier, her slender, pale long legs exposed to the air, with a standard snake spirit face, sitting seductively on the man's broad shoulder. Her enchanting eyes looked at Bai Ye and the others, with a slight smile on her red lips. Sword wielder Xiao Yi and shadow wielder Li Xiao. I didn't expect two of you, extraordinary beings with bounties over 10 million, to come together. Are Xiao Yi and Li Xiao that famous? Bai Ye secretly glanced at the two, seeing Xiao Yi about to speak, but Li Xiao stepped forward, standing in front of everyone, with his hands behind his back, proudly declaring in front of the hundreds present, to recognize me at a glance. You must not be an unknown person. State your name. His dominance drew the attention of many, showing that he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. The woman chuckled, her laughter making the flowers tremble. Zodiac, Silver Snake. Zodiac. Bai Ye's expression turned slightly strange, thinking of the eccentric Mr. Eagle, and subtly signaled to Li Yu. However, Li Yu completely ignored him, his greedy eyes fixed on Silver Snake, his pupils shaking with the other's movements. Bai Ye sighed deeply. He no longer knew what to say to Li Yu. Smoking, drinking, gambling, being greedy and lustful. Does he have any good points? He quietly approached Li Yu and coughed. Only then did Li Yu come back to his senses, wiping his saliva, his lips slightly parted. What is up, brother Yi? Facing the Zodiac. What do you think of this situation? Li Yu swallowed. Of course, we should watch closely. Damn. Bai Ye was so angry he almost cursed out loud. But fortunately, he stopped in time. Can't you be a bit more vigilant? He pointed to the torn burlap sack containing the Black Serpent M300. Li Yu finally regained his composure, hurriedly hiding the burlap sack behind him. After hiding it, he paused, seemingly realizing, did you just curse me? No. Bai Ye shot him an annoyed glance. I said your mom is better than anything else. Li Yu. In the crowd, Li Zhao's eyes flashed with a glimmer, completely ignoring the voluptuous Silver Snake, focusing his gaze on the wild man beneath Silver Snake, saying, among the Zodiac. Silver Snake and Dark Tiger have always been inseparable, known as the Tiger Head and Snake Tail. It seems you must be the Dark Tiger. The man referred to as Dark Tiger shot a cold glance at Li Xiao, his eyes filled with disdain, and did not speak. Seemingly looking down on someone like Li Xiao. Li Xiao's expression suddenly darkened. I didn't expect the renowned Dark Tiger of the Zodiac to be a mute. It seems Apocalypse Company really has poor judgment in selecting people. Holy crap. Bai Ye was dumbfounded. Bro, how dare you? They brought 200 Gene Warriors. Do you think you're me? If I had known you would show off without knowing your place, I wouldn't have teamed up with you. He sensed the situation was dire and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. Just as he reached the end of the team, he found someone was faster than him. Li Zhua, when did you get here? Just a little earlier than you. Li scratched his head shyly. On the other side, Dark Tiger had already stood up from the boulder, his whole body filled with vigorous energy, bringing a terrifying sense of oppression like a ferocious tiger. The aura of a top predator. Shadow wielder Li Xiao, do you want to die? Chapter 50. Gathering of strong individuals. The shadow under Li Xiao's feet stood silently, sneering. Just you? The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense, and many people displayed expressions of anticipation. Gao Bansheng was so anxious that sweat began to drip down his face, and he hurriedly stepped forward. "Wait, Mr. Ming Hu, my father." Clang! Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of a sword echoed as Xiao Yi's sword flew over his head towards Ming Hu. This action was immediately regarded as an act of war by Ming Hu and his men, and 200 Jin warriors simultaneously drew their submachine guns, aiming at Gao Bansheng and the others. "Hey, come back!" Xiao Yi rushed forward, grabbing Gao Bansheng, and laughed awkwardly at the crowd. "If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" The only response he received was the dark muzzles of 200 guns. Gao Bansheng was panicking, thinking about what kind of teammates he had found. Mr. Li was so much easier to deal with, never saying a word of unnecessary talk. "Hey, where are Mr. Li and Brother Xiao Bai?" Just as a major conflict was about to erupt, Gao Bansheng shouted, "My father, Gao Shanhe!" A force named Father suddenly spread out, causing the entire arena to fall silent. A strange glint flashed in Ming Hu's eyes, and he raised his hand to stop his subordinates from shooting. "Who are you, sir?" Gao Bansheng gasped. "I'm Gao Bansheng, the son of the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce." While speaking, he fumbled to take out the Shana token. "Mr. Ming Hu, this is just a small misunderstanding. My friends have no intention of being enemies with Tianqi Company. Please give me some face." Ming Hu glanced at the Shana token. His expression softened. "So you are the son of President Gao. Our company has many collaborations with your Chamber of Commerce, so naturally, we should give young Master Gao some face. Put the guns away." After that, he sat back on the giant rock, saying no more, as if waiting for something. However, Li Xiao was not satisfied and continued to provoke, causing Gao Bansheng to hurriedly intervene, whispering, "Li Xiao, don't forget your purpose for coming to Heishan. Before killing the 10 kings, I don't mind teaching this small fry a lesson." Gao Bansheng wished he could slap Li Xiao. If the 12 zodiac were considered small fry, then there would be no strong individuals in the world. He thought quickly and came up with a plan. Then Ming, who is not even one of the 10 kings. If you make a move against him, wouldn't that be losing face for no reason? Once these words were spoken, Li Xiao's expression softened slightly, but he still coldly replied, "You do have a point. Very well, I will let him go today." Gao Bansheng breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly urged the people behind him, "Let's go." We head north. The north gathered no less than 300 people, more than Tianqi Company, but they were loosely organized, scattered into numerous small groups. These individuals wore different outfits and wielded various types of weapons, including bounty hunters, extraordinary organizations, and members of various other forces. Since Tianqi Company was in its home field, they naturally had a significant advantage in numbers and equipment. Therefore, these individuals from various factions temporarily united to prevent being monopolized by Tianqi Company over the 189 shelter. Bai Ye mingled among the crowd, silently observing these individuals. A few people gathered together, forming a small circle, while others had dozens of people or were even alone. For example, the night girl from a silent court. Seeing her for the second time, Bai Ye was not surprised. It was clear she had come for the 189 shelter, but due to organizational principles or personal willingness. The night girl was there to save the surrounding wasteland towns of Heishan. The night girl leaned against the mountain, seemingly preventing anyone from launching a sneak attack from behind. Her long black hair swaying in the wind, and the slender silver cross sword was held tightly in her arms. She still wore the same outfit, with colors limited to black and silver. There was a 2-meter radius around her that was empty, and the people nearby seemed to know she was not to be trifled with, as no one approached her. At that moment, the night girl seemed to sense something. Her light brown eyes turned towards Bai Ye, her gaze calm and unruffled. She simply nodded gently at him before turning her gaze away, receiving her attention. Bai Ye did not narcissistically think it was because he was too handsome that caught the girl's eye. He hadn't washed his face in 3 days, and after being exposed to the wind and sun, his face was not much cleaner than the sole of a shoe. He clearly understood that the girl noticed him because of his actions in the wasteland town. Bai Ye also averted his gaze, surveying the others. At that moment, the nearby bushes suddenly trembled, and a man walked out from the thicket, smiling as he glanced at everyone, then walked into the northern crowd and found a place to sit down, clearly just arriving. This solitary man attracted quite a bit of attention, not because of anything else, but because he was too eye-catching. He wore a tattered suit, his face painted like a clown, with flamboyant red lips stretched almost to his ears. although there were many odd and eccentric outfits present, including masks, beast-like eyes, and fully mechanical faces. There was no clown among them. After the clown sat down on the ground, he behaved even more bizarrely. Clearly alone, he appeared very happy, and his mouth was constantly moving, talking to the air beside him, occasionally making funny faces. It seemed he was not there to seek refuge in Heishan, but to entertain. People looked at him as if he were a madman, with many laughing at him, but he seemed to be oblivious, enjoying a lively conversation with the air. "Hey, fat gal, who is that person?" Bai Ye asked curiously. Based on his own summary of the extraordinary's madness theory, he felt this clown must be very strong. As the crazier one was, the stronger they tended to be. Gao Bonqing's face darkened as he glanced at Li Yu, deciding to swallow his anger. He followed Bai Ye's direction and looked, his expression changing slightly. "The phantom clown, this madman has actually come too? You know him?" Gao Banshang nodded. "It's my first time seeing him, but his features are too distinctive to be mistaken. Is he also an extraordinary? Probably not." "Probably?" Bai Ye was surprised. The phantom clown was very powerful, but he had never shown extraordinary powers or undergone gene or mechanical modifications. Qi and blood martial arts? That's right. He has made quite a name for himself solely through Qi and blood martial arts. Even those who have injected 3 doses of serum gene modifiers are not his match. Bai Ye immediately took another look at the phantom clown, not expecting that this seemingly frail man had cultivated Qi and blood martial arts to such an extent, rivaling gene technology with mere flesh. "Then why do you say he probably isn't extraordinary?" "Because he has an invisible girlfriend. Didn't you see him talking to the air?" "He's actually talking to his girlfriend." Chapter 51. The Grand Stage of Black Mountain. If you don't have a job, don't come. Air girlfriend? Bai Ye was once again refreshed in his understanding. Indeed, there are all kinds of oddities in the era of Cataclysm. To be precise, it was a ghost girlfriend. Completely invisible, like a ghost. Others called him the ghost clown, and there were rumors that his ghost girlfriend might actually exist, which was his extraordinary ability, but had never been confirmed. However, even if he wasn't an extraordinary person, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Do you know how much he has offered as a bounty? High Half City's mysterious path. How much? 170 million. What? Does that mean Li Xiao can't even compare to his tip? Li Xiao turned his head and shot a cold glare. "Kid, say that again if you dare." Bai Ye didn't coddle him. "What's wrong? Can we talk about the facts? If you have the guts, raise your bounty to 170 million too." Li Xiao was furious, but he didn't attack Bai Ye. He seemed to have some principles. Only provoking the strong. Watching the enraged Li Xiao, Bai Ye silently counted down in his heart, 3, 2, 1. 10 kings. The tyrant Yang Jia had a bounty of 29 billion. Once I defeat him, a bounty of over 5 billion is just around the corner. Bai Ye wore an expression of as expected, and knew you would mention the 10 kings. He couldn't be bothered with Li Xiao, and instead became a bit interested in the ghost clown. He quietly moved closer, wanted to hear what the ghost clown was saying to his ghost girlfriend. In the bustling crowd, the clown was hugging the air with one hand, moving gently, smiling as if embracing an invisible woman. "Do you also think the scenery of Black Mountain is beautiful? Let's come here often. I've heard the sunrise at the peak of Black Mountain is even more beautiful. Once this matter here is settled, I'll take you to watch the sunrise at the peak of Black Mountain." After the clown finished speaking, he paused, as if listening to his ghost girlfriend's response. The people around him whispered and laughed, mocking that the clown wasn't going to the circus and was actually joining the fun, even wanting to watch the sunrise at the peak of Black Mountain, not afraid of being fed to the aberrant beasts. "Hey, keep it down. Don't let that madman hear you. Be careful he comes over bite you, huh?" In this age of information isolation, not everyone is as knowledgeable as High Half City. As the son of the richest man, he had access to information beyond ordinary imagination. The ghost clown wasn't a celebrity, and many people didn't know him. Even if he were a celebrity, it would be hard for everyone to know him. Listening to the crowd's mockery, the ghost clown still smiled, looking affectionately at the air beside him, leaving no room for anything else in his eyes. In his vision, it wasn't air, but a girl in a white pleated skirt with gentle brows and a warm smile. This girl, who was in her early 20s, wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she was in the brightest years of her life, able to be with her beloved, just like blooming flowers, every frown and smile carrying a unique charm of youth. Yi's eyes were filled with innocent curiosity and shyness. She unconsciously played with the hem of her white skirt and gently asked, "Why are they laughing?" The clown gently brushed Yi's hair and smiled, saying, "Because they can't see you." He looked up at the brightly colored clown. Her eyes filled with laughter. Then why are you laughing? The clown laughed even more happily, because only I can see you. His tone carried a hint of pride and joy, like a little squirrel that had successfully stolen a pine cone and hidden its treasure beneath its tail. Hiss! Bai Ye, who was eavesdropping not far away, gasped in shock. He couldn't see or hear, he only saw the clown passionately confessing to the air. The sincerity of his words intertwined with the absurdity of addressing the air made Bai Ye's scalp tingle. He quickly distanced himself from the ghost clown and returned to the group, just in time to see High Half City chatting warmly with someone, both of them with their arms around each other's shoulders. Brother Bao, why are all of you waiting at the cave entrance? Why not go in? The man named Brother Bao replied in a low voice. Boss Gao, you're the only one who would ask me. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even give them a glance. Did you see the dozen or so corpses in front of the cave? How did they die? Killed by the guards in the cave. There are guards in the cave? High Half City pretended to be surprised. Brother Bao clearly enjoyed this. Being able to surprise the son of the richest man satisfied his vanity. Of course, a huge silver-armored man, whose eyes can shoot lasers, it's terrifying. With so many of us, can't we deal with a robot? Boss Gao, you mustn't underestimate this robot. It's a weapon from the old era, capable of activating the legendary energy shield. This energy shield is not simple. Previously, we used guns, fire, bombs, everything we could, and couldn't leave a trace. Did you see the 12 Zodiac over there? They've been here for a month and haven't broken through the robot's defenses. So what do we do? Just wait like this? High Half City showed an anxious expression. Don't worry, Boss Gao. We're not just waiting, we're resting. Previously, the Iron Brothers Association discussed strategies with the 12 Zodiac, attacking the robot periodically. That robot is very rigid. As long as we don't enter a 100-meter range, it won't trigger the defense mechanism. We can gradually wear down the robot's energy. It has survived for 100 years since the old era. I don't believe it can't run out of energy. High Half City chuckled dryly. As the son of the richest man, he knew quite a few secrets of the old era, including controllable nuclear fusion. If this robot had a controllable nuclear fusion power source, then these people would just die here, unable to outlast it. MMM. What sound is that? High Half City was startled by the sudden sound. He was very familiar with it, but why would it appear in Black Mountain? Not just him, most people present heard it, and Bai Ye looked in the direction of the sound, his gaze landing on the tent of the Apocalypse Company to the south. The tent was shaking violently, and the sound was coming from inside, while Yin Shi and Ming, who had disappeared. Damn, are they that eager? Bai Ye didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Are there no normal people left on Black Mountain? He felt both angry and amused. A phrase that was out of place popped into his mind, but it accurately summed up this trip to Black Mountain. The grand stage of Black Mountain. If you don't have a job, don't come. Do they usually behave so openly? High Half City looked shocked. Brother Bao chuckled. Boss Gao, there's no need to be surprised. We're used to it. These two have to move around every day. I've heard the gene serum injected by the 12 Zodiac is different from what's on the market, specially researched by the Apocalypse Company. Although it brings powerful combat power, it also has obvious side effects. For example, it retains some beastly instincts. Beasts, after all, don't differentiate between occasions when it comes to reproduction. High Half City. Chapter 52. Robots. Half an hour later, the noise gradually subsided. Dressed neatly, the Dark Tiger walked out of the tent, holding the rosy-faced Silver Snake. The enchanting snake beauty appeared even more charming at this moment. Finally, she came out, but made the old man wait for a long time. The agreed time had already passed. An old, thin man with gray hair emerged from the north. Behind him followed a dozen mechanical modifiers. Bao Gu, who was chatting with Gao Bansheng, whispered, "That's He Qianjun, a strong practitioner of blood and martial arts, and an instructor of the Steel Brotherhood. It is said that the 100,000 Iron Guards in the Brotherhood were all trained by him. Known as the chief instructor of the 100,000 Iron Guards, one crane can withstand 1,000 troops. Moreover, he is one of the few in the Steel Brotherhood who has not undergone mechanical modification." Gao Bansheng squinted his small eyes. I didn't expect him to come too. It seems the Steel Brotherhood is determined to take Black Mountain this time. It's a pity they are too far away and only brought such a small number of people. The Dark Tiger grinned at He Qianjun. This time we didn't perform well. The Silver Snake glared at him with a hint of annoyance. Her soft, boneless little hand even gave his chest muscle a playful squeeze. He Qianjun's expression darkened. If the 12 Zodiac do not wish to break through Shelter 189, you can leave now. Ha ha. Don't be angry, We of the 12 Zodiac naturally aim to break through the shelter. Isn't that why we came here? The Dark Tiger said with a smile. Though he spoke confidently, he was not worried at all, as he knew very well that with just his people, they couldn't exhaust the energy of the robots. The company had tried various methods before, all ending in failure. To deal with the robots, they could only wait for the tyrant, but unfortunately, the tyrant was too far away, even if they knew about Black Mountain. It would probably take 3 days to arrive. What are we waiting for? Call your people to start. He Qianjun, hunching his back, walked towards the cave with his hands behind his back, followed closely by a dozen fully armed mechanical modifiers. Seeing his actions, everyone stood up cautiously and headed towards the cave, clearly having reached a common agreement long ago. Boss Gao, let us go too. Everyone has agreed to work together to drain the robot's energy. Anyone who doesn't participate will be targeted by everyone, Bao Gu kindly reminded, then join the main group. Gao Banqing nodded. In that case, Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, and Li Xiao, let us move too. It's a good chance to see the power of the old era war robots. Everyone naturally agreed, and Bai Ye followed at the end of the line, also curious about how powerful the robots of the civilized era really were. As he Qianjun at the front of the line stepped into the 100-meter range of the cave, a rumbling sound echoed from within, as if some enormous creature had awakened and was slowly walking out of the cave. The expressions of the crowd suddenly tensed up. The ground began to tremble, rippling as if experiencing a minor earthquake. Even the small stones on the surface began to bounce. The next moment, a giant silver silhouette slowly emerged from the cave, its bright silver metallic shell flowing like liquid mercury, reflecting a cold, hard light. Every edge of its body seemed to be cut with a laser, standing at the cave entrance, towering 2 stories high. The armor on its shoulders slightly bulged, covered with diamond-shaped heat dissipation holes, from which wisps of white steam spouted. This giant robot from the old era had no facial features. Its face was covered by a silver-white metallic mask, revealing only a pair of crimson glowing eyes, like 2 flames that would never extinguish, scanning everything around. Warning! Warning! Crimson disease infection detected. Immediate elimination. A cold electronic voice emitted from the robot's body, and its crimson glowing eyes began to flicker at a high frequency. Attack! He Qianjun shouted loudly, and the dozen mechanical modifiers behind him raised their metal prosthetics. Accompanied by the sounds of gears turning and metal grinding, their mechanical arms rotated, revealing Gatling-like metal gun barrels. Tat tat tat. Dark blue flames erupted from the gun barrels, instantly weaving into a dense network of firepower that poured over the robot. However, the next second, a beam of dark blue light burst from the robot, instantly forming a diamond-shaped dark blue energy shield. The bullets, upon contact with the energy shield, exploded and vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. Everyone attacked together. The Dark Tiger shouted, and everyone responded, joining the fight, though no one dared to approach the robot, only taking out firearms to shoot from a distance. Hundreds of people opened fire together, stirring up a metal storm within Black Mountain. Logically speaking, such firepower should be enough to take down a small county, yet they could not breach the silver robot. Bai Ye pretended to pull out Breath of the Bones and fired 2 shots, but he did not use any blood energy, firing only ordinary bullets. He didn't believe that a forbidden item at the snake level could break through the energy shield, so there was no need to waste blood energy. Gao Banqing was also slacking off. This rich man's son didn't even pretend, just stood behind a maid, Xiao Kuei, too lazy to even fire his gun. Hey, Fat Gao, what was that crimson disease the robot mentioned just now? Bai Ye asked while slacking off. The crimson disease is a mysterious virus that broke out during the Great Cataclysm. Those mutated beasts are caused by infection with the crimson disease, Gao Banqing shouted, as the gunfire was too loud, forcing him to yell. So, the extraordinary beings and blood martial artists are also caused by the crimson disease? Bai Ye leaned close to Gao Banqing's ear and shouted, Hey, keep it down, my ears are almost deaf. Gao Banqing hurriedly pushed Bai Ye away. That's right. It's all due to the crimson disease. When the Great Cataclysm broke out, many people died, and those who survived adapted to the crimson disease, gaining blood energy in their bodies. Those with good talent became extraordinary beings. Bai Ye's mind stirred. Since there are mutated beasts, why don't humans turn into mutated humans? Does that mean when a person gets infected with the crimson disease, they either die or adapt? Gao Banqing waved his hand, signaling him to come closer. Once Bai Ye leaned in, the rich man's son began to shout loudly, almost shaking Bai Ye's brain. There are mutated humans. Shut up. Bai Ye was so angry that he kicked Gao Bansheng, but the kick didn't land as the maid Xiao Kuei raised her hand to block it. Xiao Kuei stared at Bai Ye expressionlessly. Her eyes were just like a human's, yet there was no hint of anger. Gao Bansheng quickly soothed Xiao Kuei a couple of times, and only then did she turn her head away. He smiled triumphantly at Bai Ye. Brother Bai, I'm just an ordinary person with a little money. Since I dare to come to Black Mountain, I naturally have my backing, so you'd better not casually lay hands on me. I'm afraid Xiao Kuei might misunderstand. Bai Ye. Chapter 53, Mr. Ing is still too weak, Gao Bansheng continued. Many years ago, there were mutated humans, but they have long been wiped out by humans. In fact, mutated humans are quite weak. They can only scare ordinary people. You have to understand that the reason humans are strong is that they rely on their brains, not their bodies. Mutated humans have no brains, only a savage physique. How can they withstand firearms? They are even inferior to mutated beasts. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that he had watched too many zombie films in his previous life, where a zombie crisis nearly led to human extinction. Thinking back, it felt somewhat unrealistic to treat human firearms as mere decorations. Do you know the source of the scarlet disease? And how the great catastrophe was formed? Gao Bansheng rolled his eyes. If I knew everything, will my father still be the president of the Jinfu Merchant Association? Bai Ye fell silent for a moment. That makes sense. While the two were talking, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Possibly due to the exhaustion of bullets, Minghu, Inshi, Qianjun, and others had actually engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the robots. Not just them, well-known strong fighters like Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, the Phantom Clown, and the Night Maiden of the Silent Court also stepped forward. The robots were far less agile than they were, but unfortunately, their energy shields were too thick. This technology, which far surpassed the current era, still posed a dimensional suppression against these extraordinary fighters. Perhaps in people's minds, extraordinary beings with superpowers were mysterious and powerful, but in reality, they were also flesh and blood, carbon-based life forms. No matter if you could breathe fire, spit water, control shadows, or wield swords, as long as you couldn't withstand a nuclear bomb with your body, you still had to kneel before technology. However, this battle still allowed Bai Ye to witness the terrifying strength of top-tier fighters. Minghu roared and threw a punch, creating a piercing sonic boom as the air tore apart under the force of his fist. When his fist struck the energy shield, a terrifying white shockwave exploded from the center of his fist, sending surrounding debris and dried leaves flying in a hurricane, causing the energy shield to tremble violently. The robot within was actually forced back several steps, its massive metallic feet carving deep grooves into the ground. A flash of shock crossed Bai Ye's eyes. Previously, hundreds of people firing guns could not make the robot's retreat even an inch, but Minghu's punch could push a robot back. Is this what it means to be one of the 12 zodiac signs? It seems Mr. Ing is still too weak. He was easily shot dead by me and must have relied on connections to rise to power. If Mr. Ing knew what Bai Ye was thinking, he would probably be so furious he would jump out of the underworld. He was not a combat type of the 12 zodiac signs. He was a sniper. When Minghu made his move, the others were not idle, attacking the robots from different angles. However, except for He Qianjun, no one could match Minghu's terrifying might. There is indeed a gap between strong fighters. Minghu is undoubtedly among the top tier, which is why the leaders of both groups are Minghu and He Qianjun. Be careful, He Qianjun suddenly shouted. He hunched down sharply, and swish. A red laser that pierced the air swept over his head, the intense heat causing the air to emit white smoke. Although he perfectly dodged the laser shot from the robot's eyes, he couldn't escape the heat. The terrifying heat instantly curled and scorched his already sparse hair, making it even sparser. The three mechanical modifiers behind him were not so lucky. Even seeing the laser coming, they lacked He Qianjun's agility and were caught off guard. In an instant, the three were severed at the waist by the laser, their mechanical armor crumbling like paper. Left with only half their bodies, they did not die immediately, but let out wretched screams, blood gushing out like fountains and forming pools on the ground. Such a gruesome sight made more and more people feel terrified, gradually distancing themselves from the robots. In the end, only He Qianjun and the 12 zodiac signs remained in combat. They seemed to handle it with ease. Even if they couldn't break the energy shield, the robots couldn't harm them. Bai Ye watched for a while and soon found it uninteresting. Although he was initially surprised by their strength, over time, It was easy to suffer from aesthetic fatigue, as real combat is not visually appealing. It consists only of the simplest, most direct, and effective killing moves. In short, He Qianjun and the others easily dodged the lasers, then took the opportunity to attack the robots, dodging again, attacking again, wearing them down bit by bit. However, one thing did catch his attention. While the energy shield could extinguish bullets, the punches from He Qianjun and the others landed on it without any harm. What was going on? He observed carefully for a moment and finally found the answer. He noticed that when He Qianjun and the others attacked the robots, a faint red glow emerged from their bodies, enveloping their fists and offsetting the damage from the energy shield, which is why they remained unharmed. This is Qi and blood. Bai Ye looked down at his hands. He clenched his fist, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't produce the red glow on his fist. Could it be that my Qi and blood are too low? Or have I never practiced the martial arts of Qi and blood and don't know the technique for using Qi and blood to protect the body? He realized that he still knew too little about the extraordinary world. He was unaware of many fundamental concepts. After the Black Mountain incident, he must make up for this knowledge. Why don't they take the opportunity to enter the cave? Gao Bansheng, who was watching from the side, noticed the blind spot and asked the retreating Bao Ge. That's because there is a huge alloy door in the cave that can't be opened in a short time. If we rashly enter a closed space like the cave, once blocked by the robots, there won't be much space to dodge the lasers, and it's certain death. Bao Ge et lai, pan ding. 1 hour later, He Qianjun lightly tapped the energy shield on the robot's head with his toes, then performed a backflip, drawing a long arc in midair and landing steadily over 100 meters away from the cave. The others also seemed to have made a pact and retreated collectively. The robots, sensing range, seemed to be only 100 meters. After everyone retreated, it stood still for a long time, its crimson eyes flashing repeatedly. Finally, it turned and entered the darkness of the cave, returning to silence. Damn, this shell is as hard as ever. Bring me some wine. Ming, who returned to the camp, took the drink handed to him by his subordinate and began to drink heavily while hugging the charming Yin Shi. Several empty bottles lay scattered at his feet, clearly indicating that this was not the first time he had been drinking. After all, they had been stationed at Black Mountain for a month, where not a bird would shit, and there were no entertainment activities. Drinking after fighting robots had almost become a routine. This behavior made the bounty hunters watching swallow their saliva. They had been in Black Mountain for several days, and their food had long run out. They could only rely on hunting in Black Mountain to fill their stomachs, let alone have wine. But the 12 zodiac signs were different. They were backed by Dawn City and had a large number of personnel. Every so often, genetic warriors would bring them food and drinks. So they could only watch Ming, who happily drink and eat meat with beautiful women every day. Chapter 54, Dark Tiger. You already have a path to death seeing this scene. Xiao, Yi, and the others couldn't help but feel envious, especially Li Beitian, Black Panther, and the other bounty hunters. They were used to spending their days in taverns, and having not had a drop of alcohol since arriving at Black Mountain was bearable only because they hadn't seen anyone else drink. Gao Bansheng quietly observed everyone's expressions and thought to himself, I should go buy some. Boss Gao doesn't need to spend on us. Once this matter is settled, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink in the future, Xiao Yi said, clearly also craving alcohol. Although he said this, his eyes frequently drifted towards Dark Tiger. In this era of great catastrophe, where spiritual civilization was lacking, alcohol had long become a spiritual refuge for many. The harsher the living environment, the heavier the dependence on alcohol. You can't change the cruel reality, but you can alter your mood with alcohol, temporarily escaping reality. Gao Bansheng chuckled. To be honest, I indulged in pleasure all day at home, and now seeing others drink has stirred up the cravings in my belly. Even if you all don't drink, I definitely will. What else are we doing in this boring Black Mountain, if not drinking? Just staring at each other? Bai Ye watched this unfold and couldn't help but admire Gao Fatzi's emotional intelligence. It was clear he wasn't just craving alcohol. He was trying to spare everyone from embarrassment by pretending it was his own desire to drink. It wasn't just Bai Ye who noticed this. Xiao Yi and the others also realized it and felt quite touched. Gao Bansheng walked over to Dark Tiger with Xiao Kuei, clasping his hands and smiling. Mr. Dark Tiger, I'd like to buy some alcohol from you, if that's all right. Dark Tiger slowly set down his wine glass. Young Master Gao is too polite. It's just some alcohol. If you want to drink, sit down with me. There's no need to spend money. Gao Bansheng shook his head. Money is certainly to be paid. I have friends over there, and we need quite a bit of alcohol. Dark Tiger glanced at Li Shao among the crowd, then withdrew his gaze, smiling as he said, "When did young Master Gao become friends with bounty hunters and wanted criminals? You are a person of status and shouldn't casually associate with such dubious friends, lest you lose your standing." His voice was loud, and there was no hint of concealment in his words. Li Shao and the others' expressions immediately darkened. Gao Banqing's smile gradually faded, and he lowered his hands. "Friendship has nothing to do with status. As long as we get along, that is enough. If Mr. Dark Tiger wants to sell, then sell me some alcohol. If not, there's no need to belittle my friends." Dark Tiger laughed, but had no warmth in his eyes. "I'm not selling." Gao Banqing was silent for a moment. "Then I take my leave." He silently walked back to the group, and behind him came the faint sound of Silver Snake's laughter. "Brother Tiger, you've offended young Master Gao now." Dark Tiger scoffed. "He's just a bastard. I showed him some face before by letting Li Shao go. That was already generous of me. Now I invite him to drink. And not only does he not appreciate it, but he also wants to buy my alcohol to take back to Li Shao. Does he really think I'm made of clay?" Gao Banqing paused for a moment, stood still, but ultimately said nothing and returned quietly. Seeing the indignation on everyone's faces, he laughed heartily. "If he doesn't want to sell, then forget it. Once we leave Black Mountain, I'll take everyone to the best hotel in Wangwenjing for drinks." His hearty laughter only deepened the silence among the crowd. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He found Gao Fatsi quite likable. After all, he was a close friend. Now, being ridiculed was one thing. But Dark Tiger not only mocked Gao Fatsi, but even dared to ridicule the whole group? As a future god of the new era, he was being so low-key, yet there were still people insulting him from afar. The 12 Zodiac Dark Tiger, you already have a path to death. Gao Fatsi, his voice broke the silence. The ragged young man from the wasteland had a dangerous smile on his dusty face. "How about you pay, and I help you take out Dark Tiger?" Please let Mr. Li take care of Dark Tiger." The crowd was stunned, their gazes shifting back and forth between Bai Ye and Li Yu. Not only surprised by Bai Ye's tone, but also by Li Yu's strength. "Take out the Dark Tiger of the 12 Zodiac? Hey buddy, are you the 10 Kings? Gao Banqing's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude, but he repeatedly waved his hands. "No need, no need." "Humph." Li Shao snorted coldly. "This matter started because of me. I will give you an explanation. I'll be right back." "Hey, really no need." Gao Banqing hurriedly stopped him. Bai Ye silently watched from the side, and then began to count down. "No way, just the 12 Zodiac, not even the 10 Kings. 3, 2, 1. 10 Kings." Li Shao paused, looking at Bai Ye in bewilderment, and then his face darkened. "Are you mimicking me?" Bai Ye laughed heartily. "How about it? Am I accurate or not?" "You." The crowd looked at the furious Li Shao, their expression strange, each one closing their mouths tightly for fear of laughing out loud. Hee. Gao Banqing ultimately couldn't hold back, and his laughter sparked a chain reaction, leading more and more people to join in until they all burst into laughter. They weren't deaf. They had noticed Li Zhao's speaking habits all along, but had never dared to say it. Now, that Bai Ye had pointed it out. They simply couldn't hold it in anymore. "You all." Li Zhao's face was trembling in anger, feeling greatly humiliated. Meanwhile, Dark Tiger, who had been drinking, suddenly heard their laughter. His hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Brother Tiger, are they mocking you behind your back?" Silver Snake laughed, wrapping her arm around Dark Tiger's. "Humph, once I kill the tyrant, I'll settle accounts with them. I have alcohol." As everyone laughed, Li Yu reached into the tattered sack behind him and, as if performing magic, pulled out 1 bottle, then 2, then 3, 10 bottles of alcohol. The crowd stared blankly at the expressionless Li Yu. They had all guessed, to some extent, what was in Li Yu's sack after all. Whatever a powerful, extraordinary person carried for a long time must be something good, but they never expected it to be alcohol. Wait, which good person comes to Black Mountain carrying so much alcohol? This is low-quality liquor mixed with alcohol by wastelanders. I don't know if you can handle it. Li Yu coolly opened a bottle and gulped it down. He squinted his eyes, enjoying the moment, then handed the bottle to Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing was taken aback, looking at the bottle that had no packaging and was as cloudy as if covered in a layer of grime. He suddenly laughed, took the drink from Li Yu, and also took a big swig. The strong liquor rushed down his throat, igniting a fierce fire in his stomach. Cough, cough. When had Gao Banqing ever drunk such low-quality liquor? He was instantly choked, turning red, but the smile in his eyes only grew stronger. Indeed, quite poor quality, but this is the best alcohol I've ever had. Chapter 55. The high-profile Liu Xiao Yilong chuckled, casually picking up a bottle of cheap liquor. Drinking is not about the alcohol, but about who you drink with and where. Isn't it delightful to share a drink with friends in the treacherous Black Mountain? Just moments ago, Gao Banqing had defended them in front of the Minghu and directly stated that they were friends, a gesture that naturally earned their recognition of Gao Banqing. Tong tong tong. Xiao Yi downed half the bottle in one go, without any signs of discomfort, the extraordinary physical quality of a transcendent being evident at that moment. Seemingly inspired by their boldness, more and more people picked up their bottles and raised their glasses to drink together. This group of bounty hunters excelled at drinking and bragging. And once they lifted their bottles, a confident aura reminiscent of being back in their own territory emerged. The conversation opened up instantly, with stories of the past flowing freely. Some even started a fire right on the spot, pulling out previously hunted game to roast. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Even Li Xiao showed a hint of longing in his eyes, yet he maintained the persona of a cold expert, refraining from taking action, even when others offered him a bottle. Bai Ye secretly chuckled, his eyes darting around as he raised his bottle to clink with Xiao Yi's, loudly proclaiming, "No wonder the sword-bearer has a bounty of 85 million. Not only is the bounty high, but his drinking capacity exceeds that of ordinary transcendent beings." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, Bai Ye felt a blur in front of him as a shadow suddenly pushed into the crowd, grabbing a bottle and starting to pour it into the mouth of the one in the black mask. He burst into laughter, intentionally saying, "Li Xiao, you should drink less and leave some for Xiao Yi. He can hold his liquor well." Li Xiao remained silent, merely continuing to drink, lifting the bottle higher, almost pointing it to the sky. Xiao Yilong laughed again, also lifting his bottle to begin chugging. Some enthusiastic onlookers even started clapping. This group of people from all corners of the world drank freely and recklessly, creating a stark contrast in the treacherous Black Mountain. Their boisterous laughter drew the attention of many. Yi Qianjun watched these lively young people drink heartily, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his aged eyes. The night girl observed silently, her gaze not on the alcohol, but on the golden brown roasted meat. After a long moment of watching, she suddenly scanned her surroundings warily. Seeing no one was paying attention, she quickly pulled out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and brought it to her mouth. However, she didn't manage to put it in. Her light brown eyes widened as she remembered she was still wearing a mask. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings again, then used her left hand to cover her face, slightly shifting her silver-white mask to reveal lips that seemed to be soaked in rose juice. Quickly shoving the whole piece of chocolate into her mouth with her right hand. After doing all this, the girl adjusted her mask back into place and quietly leaned against the mountainside, as if nothing had ever happened. However, perhaps because the chocolate was too large, she chewed with great difficulty, her cheeks bulging, causing her silver-white mask to wobble up and down with each chew, looking quite comical. The phantom clown hugged the invisible EE, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes, yet he spoke gently. "It's okay. There must be a way to revive you in Black Mountain, and then you can eat. Such a little foodie. I know you haven't eaten in a long time. Why don't I eat for you? I can describe the taste to you. You don't want to see? Don't be upset. Then I'll go kill everyone who's eating. So you want to have to see it, okay? Oh no, I want to kill them. I want to. Don't cry." He was at a loss like a child, comforting the non-existent E. Minghu watched the smiles of Bai Ye and the others, his expression gradually darkening, suddenly feeling that the fine wine in his hand had lost its flavor. Oomph. He abruptly threw the empty wine bottle hard to the ground. Bang! The sound of the glass shattering was particularly jarring, abruptly interrupting the lively conversation of Gao Banqing and the others. Many people turned their gazes towards Minghu, only to hear him snort coldly, so noisy, disturbing my enjoyment of drinking. His voice was unapologetic, even deliberately directed at Gao Banqing and the others. The originally jubilant crowd felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over a blazing fire. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and expressions turned awkward. Minghu seemed quite pleased with the crowd's reaction, sneering as he picked up a new bottle, casting a disdainful glance at everyone before leisurely pouring himself a drink. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim. Gao Banqing's hand holding the bottle turned pale from gripping it too tightly. Yet even so, he didn't explode in anger, because he knew he couldn't afford to provoke the 12 Zodiac, let alone the Apocalypse Company. Especially not in this territory of Black Mountain. Li Xiao, unable to hold back any longer, was about to stand up when Gao Bansheng pulled him back firmly. No one noticed that Bai Ye's hand had quietly reached behind Liu, beginning to write with his fingers. With the glass filled, Ming Hu leisurely set down the bottle, raised his glass, and as he was about to drink, a cold voice rang out. "If you don't want to drink, then don't." Everyone turned in shock to look at the speaker. There sat a ragged figure among Gao Bansheng and the others, his right hand wrapped in thick bandages, resembling a disabled wasteland dweller. Yet this very wasteland dweller had dared to confront one of the 12 Zodiac, Ming Hu, in front of everyone. Ming Hu's hand holding the wine glass froze, his eyes narrowed slightly, a beast-like glint flashing in them. "You." He had just uttered a word when a sudden shock occurred. Bang! The crisp sound of glass shattering erupted from his hand. The sound was faint, yet it caused Ming Hu's expression to change dramatically. The wine glass in his hand shattered. Glass shards and wine spilled all over him, slowly trickling down his muscular, bare upper body, soaking his pants and forming a large wet spot. He jumped up in shock, staring horrified at the expressionless Liu, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. A faint red aura of blood rising from his robust body, as if facing a formidable enemy. But Liu paid him no mind, not even glancing at him. As his bandaged right hand slowly dropped, then he picked up the wine bottle and calmly said to Gao Bansheng and the others, "Drink." Gao Bansheng and the others exchanged glances, no one knowing what had just happened. They glanced at the indifferent Liu, then at the dark-faced, silent Ming Hu, feeling a vague sense of shock. Combined with the shattered wine glass, they began to understand something. The shock was not limited to them. There were no ordinary people present. For ordinary folks, couldn't reach the 189 shelter. Those who could come here were at least powerful beings with bounties in the millions. Yet precisely because of this, they were appalled. They didn't believe that a powerhouse like Ming Hu could lose control over his own body, accidentally crushing a wine glass and spilling it all over himself. Even if Ming Hu had indeed crushed it himself, why did it happen precisely at this moment? Why did the glass explode right after Liu spoke? And why did Ming Hu, faced with Liu's confrontation, fall silent and stop drinking altogether? What kind of power was this? Chapter 56, a moment of joy for the youth. Worth a lifetime of memories, the dark tiger stared intently at Liu, his expression changing repeatedly. The silver serpent's playful smile slowly vanished as she looked at the shattered wine glass pieces on the floor, a deep wariness flashing in her eyes. She murmured, "From the traces of the fragments, the force was very light, just enough to break the glass. But how could such a slight force cross such a long distance? It's as if someone broke it from close range." "Did you see anything?" she asked. She initially thought it was a small projectile like a pebble. But if it was indeed fired by that bandage man, such a long distance couldn't possibly involve such minimal force. In fact, the slow speed of the projectile would have made it noticeable beforehand. The dark tiger shook his head. "I saw nothing. My beast instincts didn't give any warning, nor did I feel any air movement. It was as if nothing had happened, yet the glass still shattered." The silver serpent felt increasingly alarmed. How could one defend against such a bizarre and silent supernatural ability? This time it was just a shattered glass. Who could guarantee that the opponent couldn't crush his skull next? The unknown is often the most terrifying. Dark Tiger, don't act impulsively. We don't yet know the depth of our opponent, and we have an important mission at hand. We cannot afford to create unnecessary trouble. If we delay the company's major affairs, you know the consequences," the silver serpent said seriously. The dark tiger clenched his fists, a flash of anger in his eyes. But remembering that his task was to wait for the tyrant Yang Jie to arrive, and then hold him back to provide an opportunity for the eagle to snipe, he could only reluctantly release his fists. Facing a mysterious and unpredictable enemy, even if he was confident in winning, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get hurt. Once injured, how could he hold back Yang Jie? He took a deep breath, looking solemnly at Liu, and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Liu took a sip of the cheap wine and replied lightly, "The magic hand." "Liu." The dark tiger narrowed his eyes slightly and looked deeply at Liu. "Magic hand, Liu. I will remember you." After saying that, he stopped drinking and silently sat down among the 200 Jin warriors with the silver serpent. It was just him who remembered. Everyone present did. They seemed indifferent, but each of them had their ears perked up like antennas, hearing everything clearly. They had never heard of the name Magic Hand Liu, but no one underestimated its weight. A powerful figure who could make the dark tiger wet his pants, yet dare not speak out, would surely be renowned in the future. What are we all staring at? Let us continue with the music and dance. Bai Ye said with a smile as he picked up a bottle of wine and began to drink again. He chose not to kill the dark tiger, but to give a warning, telling him not to be too reckless, which was of no use. Killing the dark tiger would mean killing the silver serpent and those 200 gene warriors as well, which would waste a lot of time and trigger a chain reaction. In broad daylight, if the 12 Zodiac and gene warriors were wiped out, it would likely scare everyone else to death. What would happen when the tyrant Yang Jie arrived? There were too many variables, which were not favorable for him to obtain the Panga USB drive. After Bai Ye's reminder, everyone finally snapped back to reality, glancing at Li Yu, who was drinking before picking up their wine glasses again, and the atmosphere slowly returned to normal. At this moment, Gao Bansheng suddenly raised his wine bottle with both hands, his expression serious. "Mr. Li, this meal you've treated us to today, I will never forget it in my life." Li Yu looked at Gao Bansheng, who was expressing genuine feelings, feeling somewhat at a loss because he didn't know what had happened. He was just following Bai Ye's instructions to show off a bit, unsure how to respond. He remained silent for a moment before humming, "It's all in the wine." Gao Bansheng was taken aback, looking down at the half-full bottle in his hand. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he raised the bottle and downed it in one go. Having never drunk such cheap wine, he choked and tears came out, but he still insisted on finishing every drop. After downing the bottle, Gao Bansheng's face turned red, and his eyes became dazed, but he laughed even more happily, like a 250-pound fat man. Oh, he actually was a 250-pound fat man. "Mr. Li, I won't say anything else." From today on, he performed a gag that made everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became lively again. Bai Ye gulped down a large mouthful of wine, his lips curling up. He suddenly felt that the 5 seconds he just spent were worth it. In this world, value is not solely measured by material wealth. True value is never written in fame and fortune, but is engraved in the youthful spirit of being willing to go to great lengths for friends. Perhaps this group of people was just a fleeting encounter, and they would part ways in the future, but so what? At least at this moment. Atop this desolate black mountain, surrounded by heroes, they were friends raising their cups together. Today, whoever made him drink unhappily, he would make them unhappy in return. He was inherently a wild and rebellious person, seeking nothing more than a moment of joy in life. Living was for enjoyment, not for rewards. He firmly believed that a moment of joy in youth is worth a lifetime of memories. So, for a moment of joy, what harm is there in wasting 5 seconds? Bai Ye was enjoying himself, but Li Xiao seemed somewhat distracted, the brief 3 sentences from Li Yu still echoing in his mind. "Since you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Drink. Magic hand." Li Yu, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. That cold demeanor, the dismissive attitude towards the dark tiger, calmly raising his wine glass in the shock of the crowd. It was no exaggeration to say that this was how Li Xiao saw himself. He glanced at Li Yu with a complex expression, filled with jealousy, admiration, and defiance. He instinctively straightened his back, unconsciously mimicking Li Yu's coldness, even considering wrapping himself in bandages. After the meal and drinks, a new round of attacks began. The group, as if on cue, headed towards the cave to lure out the robots, and the battle erupted instantly. However, unlike before, this time the dark tiger did not charge ahead, but mixed in with the crowd, casually throwing out attacks while keeping a vigilant eye on Li Yu. The crimson laser that pierced through the air swept across, and the dark tiger ducked low to avoid it easily. It wasn't that his speed was faster than light, but rather that the robot's eyes would suddenly light up whenever they fired lasers, as if they were charging up. As long as he figured out the pattern, he could dodge in advance. After evading the laser, he supported himself with one hand on the ground, his arm bulging with veins as he used it as a pivot to twist his waist, then kicked hard with his right leg like a cannonball against the robot's energy shield, pushing it back several steps. Taking advantage of this moment, the dark tiger quickly got up and, out of the corner of his eye, instinctively glanced at Li Yu, who was hiding in the crowd. Seeing that Li Yu was just watching from a distance and had not made a move, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He looked at He Qianjun beside him and found that he was also secretly observing Li Yu. Not just him, but all the top fighters who dared to engage in close combat with the robots were diverting some of their attention to Li Yu. Chapter 57, Tyrant Yang Jie. A different entrance style Ming, who felt a stir in his heart, naturally understanding what these people were thinking, as they were all competitors, strong ones from the same echelon. They could tolerate those weaker individuals who dared not approach from afar, as it was of no use anyway. but they could not tolerate a strong person like Li Yu who did not contribute despite being present, especially since Li Yu's methods were mysterious and unpredictable. What if he harbored ill intentions and launched a sneak attack from behind? It was like a dozen individuals with ulterior motives holding guns on the front line, while another person with a gun stood far behind, making everyone worry if that person might shoot them in the back. Thinking of this, Ming Hu's mind raced, and he suddenly turned around and said loudly, "Magician Li Yu, with your strength, hiding in the crowd without taking action, are you trying to reap the benefits of others' labor?" His words subtly placed Li Yu in opposition to the others, and many strong individuals cast scrutinizing and vigilant glances at Li Yu. And she nimbly dodged a heavy blow from a robot and laughed sweetly. "Brotherly, even a weak girl like me has gone to the front line, and you, a big man, are still hiding in the back." The increasing number of unusual gazes made Li Yu stiffen, and he felt a sense of foreboding. He knew he had become the target of everyone's attention. Yet, he could not step forward to fight the robot. Given his strength and the fact that his right hand was still heavily injured, rashly going up would undoubtedly lead to his death. He glanced at Bai Ye subtly, who gave him a knowing look. Li Yu silently cursed, "Brother Ye, I told you I'm colorblind. I can't read your expressions." Facing the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, he held his ground for a moment before coldly saying, "There's no need to take action." "Oh." Ming Hu frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that? You want to enter the 189 shelter, but don't want to exert yourself?" He was determined to force Li Yu to take action, wanted to see what Li Yu's extraordinary ability was. With so many people on the same side, he was not afraid of what Li Yu might do. What to do? What to do? Li Yu cried out in his heart. He had never experienced such a situation before. The gazes of more than a dozen top strong individuals made his scalp tingle, and his mind was in chaos. He didn't even know how to respond. Only managing to force out, "I said, there's no need to take action." As everyone knew, people often become parrots when they are nervous. Ming Hu's face turned completely cold. In his eyes, Li Yu's stiff response clearly showed that he did not regard him highly. The other strong individuals also showed a hint of coldness in their gazes, feeling that Li Yu was being too arrogant. What does no need to take action mean? Do you think the robots from the old era are not worth your effort? What do you think we are? A bunch of clowns? At that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the east, initially very faint, but it grew louder over time. This sudden noise drew everyone's attention. What is that sound? Why does it sound like a train? Bai Ye, who had often taken the train before, was very familiar with its sound. Xiao Yi was stunned. "What are you joking about? This is the Black Mountain Abyss. Even off-road vehicles can't get up here. How could there be a train?" The rumbling grew louder until it became deafening, accompanied by the sharp blast of high-pressure steam bursting through a valve. "Look!" Someone pointed in horror at the distant eastern sky. Everyone turned to look, struck as if by lightning. In the eastern sky, a coal-black steam train was approaching. Thick gray-black smoke tore through the clouds, and the huge coal-black train body snaked through the sky like a 1,000-meter-long black dragon, racing towards the Black Mountain. This miraculous scene left everyone stunned. Even strong individuals like Ming Hu and He Qianjun were no exception. A 1,000-meter-long steam train. What a colossal object! While it might not seem shocking when running on the ground, seeing such a steel monster seemingly defy gravity and float in the sky was unimaginable. Bai Ye's eyes widened as well. Although he had experienced the civilized era, he had never seen a train flying in the sky. "Wait, there is someone standing on top of it." As the train drew closer, Bai Ye noticed a figure on the front of the train. That figure's outline became clearer. And not just him, everyone present saw it. Amidst the steaming white mist from the chimney stood a man in scarlet armor, arms crossed over his chest. On the front of the train, the scarlet armor shimmered with dark golden patterns, and the shoulder armor resembled a beast's head, glaring fiercely. His gaze was cold and condescending, looking down on everyone like a deity. "Tyrant, Yang Jia!" Li Xiao shouted in a frenzy, his pupils shaking. The man from the wanted poster he had been glued to on the wall appeared. The man he had regarded as his life goal day and night, now entering his sight like a god. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting the tyrant, even fantasizing about defeating him with all his might. But at this moment, seeing the opponent stepping onto a 1,000-meter steam train and approaching from the sky, all his fantasies were ruthlessly shattered. Even without a confrontation, even just a glance. He was one of the 10 kings, Tyrant Yang Jia. Bai Ye gasped, "Oh my goodness, so this is what the 10 kings are like." The entrance style is on a completely different level from the others. Others were either sword fighters, Night Girl, Xiao Yi, or those who played with girlfriends, ghost clown. Bare-handed, he Qianjun, or wore colored contact lenses, Minghu. Tyrant Yang Jie directly rode a flying train. It felt like an adult had entered a kindergarten. Although he did not know what Tyrant Yang Jie's extraordinary ability was, just from the fact that he could make a 1,000-meter train fly, it was terrifyingly strong. Having heard Li Xiao mention the 10 kings all the way, he initially thought that even if they were stronger than Li Xiao, it wouldn't be exaggerated. But now it seemed he had underestimated Li Xiao's courage. You've been viewing such a person as your goal all along? Bai Ye looked at the dazed Li Xiao and gave him a thumbs up. You're the one, Li Xiao. I used to think you only knew how to show off, but now it seems I was wrong. You not only show off, but are also humorous. Your humor is clearly above mere show-off. I think you can change your name now. Don't call yourself Shadow Man anymore. You can call yourself Humor Dart Man. Li Xiao didn't hear a word. He stared intensely at Yang Jie, his eyes flashing with unwillingness, ferocity, fear, and other complex emotions. He hated his own powerlessness and cowardice, having always viewed the 10 kings as his goal, but now facing the tyrant. He found he didn't even have the courage to take action. Chapter 58, 10 Kings Above the Sky. Yang Jie's fingertips tapped the chimney, and the steam train suddenly spewed out thick white smoke, like a black dragon swallowing clouds and mist. The locomotive suddenly turned down, bringing him flying towards the open space where everyone was. Run! Someone shouted in panic, completely disregarding the robot, turning around to flee. Others quickly reacted and hurriedly ran away. Who could withstand the terrifying, crushing force of the train falling from the sky? In an instant, everyone had fled, as if they had deliberately cleared a space for Yang Jie's arrival. Boom! The steam train landed steadily, and the ground trembled violently, with those hiding in the surrounding woods clearly feeling the tremor. Damn it! How did Yang Jie arrive so quickly? Ming, who gritted his teeth. Can't you see? He came by train, of course it's fast. Silver Snake's narrow eyes watched Yang Jie descend, with a glimmer of desire in them. The tyrant himself is even more handsome than on the wanted poster. If I could sleep with a man like that, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. She gently bit her delicate lip, her face flushed. Shut up, you cheap woman. Ming, who snapped, about to say something, but suddenly froze, looking sharply at Li Yu, who was hiding in the woods, his heart surging with waves of shock. I told you there was no need to act. Li Yu's cold words echoed in his ears, and he finally realized the meaning of Li Yu's statement. Damn, where did the magician Li Yu come from? Did he already sense the tyrant's arrival before everyone else? Such a terrifying perception ability even surpasses my beast instinct. Li Yu's words were heard by everyone present, and with the tyrant's arrival, many people looked at Li Yu with horror. Brother Hu, what's wrong with you? Silver Snake asked with concern. Ming, who shook his head, temporarily setting aside Li Yu's matter. The most crucial thing now was the tyrant. I'm Fine. It's just that the sudden appearance of the tyrant disrupted my plan. As he spoke, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Fortunately, the company sent the eagle out days in advance. He must have already reached the top of Black Mountain by now. By the way, have you contacted the eagle? No. The magnetic field of Black Mountain is very peculiar. It might be related to the 189 shelter. With our communication level, it's impossible to have a signal. But don't worry. Brother Ing is very reliable. He values the mission more than life and has never failed in all these years. How can I relax? This mission is different. The target is one of the 10 kings, and there can be no mistakes. I originally planned to send someone to connect with Ing Tian, but now that the tyrant has appeared ahead of time, we don't even have time to connect. Silver Snake chuckled. Brother Ing is not like you. I remember once when we were halfway through something, the company suddenly came with a task, and he just pulled up his pants and left without a trace of reluctance. From that moment on, I knew that among the entire Zodiac, Brother Ing is the most reliable. Ming, whose face turned slightly green, and he whispered, Do you have a thing with him? Silver Snake hurriedly reassured, Oh, we are all colleagues. Don't be so distant. Besides, I'm just playing around with them. I'm sincere with you. They? Lower your voice. What if the tyrant notices us? The company has a feud with him. Ming, who snorted coldly, Don't worry, as long as we don't provoke him, he won't take action against us. Silver Snake was taken aback. Why? Because Yang Jie is too proud. Such a person, aside from having the desire to act against the other 10 kings, looks down on everyone else. In his eyes, acting against the weak is equivalent to demeaning himself. Although Ming Hu said this, he instinctively lowered his voice. After hearing Ming Hu's words, Silver Snake seemed to have stars in her eyes. Oh, I think I like him even more. What should I do? Ming, who was furious. Now is not the time for you to be infatuated. He just looks down on acting against the weak. If you dare to seduce him, he will kill you without a moment's hesitation. Outside the cave, in a vast open space, there was only Yang Jie. His disdainful gaze swept over the figures hiding in the woods, and a cold, sharp smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that this trip to Black Mountain was a trap set by the Apocalypse Company against him. Yet he still came. Because he is the tyrant, one of the 10 kings, and this title is enough to ignore any trap. Warning, warning, scarlet disease infectors detected. Eliminate immediately. The robot emitted a cold electronic voice, its crimson eyes flashing at Yang Jie. Yang Jie coldly stared at the robot, remaining standing in place, not making any move. The size of the two was completely disproportionate, like a person standing in front of a building, which should appear very small, but in reality, it was just the opposite. Yang Jie's gaze was disdainful, his cloak fluttering like a battle flag, the scarlet armor reflecting cold metallic light under the sun, and just standing there exuded an undeniable aura. That figure standing with hands behind his back seemed to be more like a pillar of heaven and earth than the towering Black Mountain in front of him. For a moment, everyone's gaze was firmly attracted to Yang Jie, as if he were meant to be the center of the stage, the protagonist of the world. Can Yang Jie deal with the robot? Is that even a question? He is one of the 10 kings. So what about the 10 kings? The 10 kings are still human, and that robot has an energy shield from the old era. This thing can even defend against missiles. Didn't you see how the well-known strong ones like Ming, who were helpless against the robot? Even if the tyrant is strong, can he match the combined strength of everyone? Many people whispered among themselves. Some believed Yang Jie would definitely be fine, while others felt it was precarious. However, the answer to the question came just a second later. The robot took heavy steps and charged towards Yang Jie, shaking the ground and kicking up dust, while its eyes began to gather red light, preparing to fire a laser. Yang Jie frowned, but not because of the robot. It was the dust that settled on his scarlet armor. He gently brushed off the dust from his shoulder armor. His expression cold. Old era war machines? What a feeble creation. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to resonate throughout the venue. Everyone was astonished. Feeble? Can that word be associated with a robot? If this robot is considered feeble, what does that make them, who had been besieging the robot for days? Suddenly, just before the laser was about to fire, Yang Jie moved. Chapter 59, Dark Tiger, Tyrant. You owe me an explanation today. He slowly raised his palm, the middle finger and thumb crossing in the air. Snap! A crisp sound of fingers snapping rang out. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The pair of crimson eyes that were about to fire lasers exploded with a bang right after the snap. Tiny red shards scattered from the robot's eye sockets. Warning! Warning! Visual system damaged by external force. Activating biological perception mode immediately. The robot kept emitting piercing alarms. How annoying. Yang Jie coldly raised his palm, gripping the air toward the robot. In an instant, the robot's massive body stiffened in midair, as if someone was choking its throat. As Yang Jie continued to tighten his grip, the robot's alarm abruptly stopped, the steel body creaking under the unbearable pressure, as if an immense force was squeezing it. Bang, bang, bang. The hydraulic rods at its joints crazily snapped, and countless fine sparks of electricity erupted from its body. With the final loud explosion, the robot fell powerless to the ground, its form twisted like scrap metal. The entire place fell into an eerie silence. Dark Tiger and the other's pupils shrank to pinpricks, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The robot that had blocked them for days was instantly killed by the tyrant Yang Jie with a single move. Are you kidding me? A single move took out the robot? Is this even human? Why was the energy shield ineffective against him? It seemed like he directly attacked the robot's core. Is this the legendary 10 Kings? Countless people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The scene before them completely exceeded their imagination. They had thought that even if Yang Jie could deal with the robot, it would take some effort. Yet he finished it off in one move. Bai Ye was also stunned. What the hell? Is there really such a huge gap between people? Say something, Li Xiao. He nudged the petrified Li Xiao beside him. Li Xiao. Gao Hansheng couldn't bear to watch any longer and softly comforted. Little Bai, don't provoke him anymore. Li Xiao, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that the tyrant's ability is to control metal, which just happens to restrain robots. So that's why it had such an effect. Don't lose heart. The future is still long. Only then did Li Xiao come to his senses, a hint of color reappearing in his numb and desperate eyes, as if grasping at a lifeline. Yes, you're right. It's about ability restraint. The metal ability is best at dealing with robots, but it doesn't necessarily excel at dealing with people. I still have a chance. Gao Hancheng was horrified, saying, bro, it's fine to fool others, but don't fool yourself. Even if it's ability restraint, he can directly make a 1,000-meter train fly into the sky. Can't you see the gap? Li Xiao, please don't be impulsive. Controlling metal? Bai Ye pondered. So this is the tyrant's ability. No wonder he can make trains fly and can instantly kill robots. It's no wonder, Mr. Ing said only the tyrant could open the door to the shelter. After Yang Jie dealt with the robot, he didn't even glance at the crowd and walked straight towards the cave. As he passed by the robot's remains, the robot's corpse suddenly emitted a piercing metallic grinding sound. Countless metal parts floated in midair, recombining and reassembling into a humanoid shape, closely following Yang Jie, clearly under his control. Just as he was about to enter the cave, Dark Tiger took a deep breath and glanced at Silver Snake. Are you ready? Silver Snake obediently nodded. Don't worry. I didn't bring any metal weapons to deal with Yang Jie. Dark Tiger's face darkened. You better be serious? I meant ribbons. Ugh, why are you so fierce? The ribbons are ready. Silver Snake pulled out a red ribbon from her chest and began to style her hair, tying her loose hair into a ponytail. The red ribbon was long, cascading down to her hips, fluttering in the wind like a small whip. Prepare to act, Dark Tiger said in a deep voice, then took a signal gun from a subordinate and fired a shot into the sky. The red signal flare shot straight up, exploding in the sky. A signal for the eagle. His and Silver Snake's mission was to hold Yang Jie back, giving the eagle a chance to aim and shoot. Although Yang Jie could control metal, the eagle had already prepared special bullets. The purpose of the red ribbon was to serve as a reference for the sniper. Sniping from 3 kilometers away involved too many factors to consider: gravity, humidity, wind speed, wind direction. It's impossible for Ing Tian to sense the wind speed and direction at Yang Jie's location from 3 kilometers away, but the red ribbon could help him determine that. By simply observing the direction and amplitude of the red ribbon's fluttering in the scope, he could make a judgment. Stop! Dark Tiger shouted, then suddenly burst out from the woods, followed closely by Silver Snake with her ponytail and 200 fierce Gene warriors. Such a brave move did not earn the admiration of the crowd. Instead, everyone looked at them as if they were idiots. Are they in such a hurry to get themselves killed? Yang Jie slowly stopped, turning around, and the massive robot beside him also turned. He slightly lowered his gaze, seemingly puzzled as to why someone dared to stop him, casting a cold shadow with his eyelashes, his pupils like frozen gray glass, reflecting the distant sky with a sharp chill. Under the gaze of those eyes, Dark Tiger's steps faltered, even though 200 Gene warriors stood behind him. His beast instincts were still wildly warning him. After hesitating for a moment, he steeled himself and walked forward. Silver Snake's reaction was even worse. Her eyes darted around. Her face flushed, like a naive girl seeing her idol. Tyrant Yang Jie, you destroyed a satellite city of our company. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Dark Tiger said in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye couldn't help but facepalm. He found it hard to watch and began to feel embarrassed for Dark Tiger. Thinking of the wildly imaginative Mr. Ing, Yang Jie looked indifferently at the two, his gaze as calm as an ancient well. Either get lost or die. Dark Tiger's face darkened, realizing the tyrant's arrogance. So handsome, so handsome. Silver Snake's eyes sparkled, proudly puffing out her chest at Yang Jie. Attack! Dark Tiger wasted no time. He got down on all fours, and suddenly, all his muscles tensed, launching himself at Yang Jie like a cannonball. The 200 Gene warriors behind him roared, resembling 200 wild beasts howling together, the noise they created comparable to 1,000 troops charging. Such terrifying momentum made even long-established strong figures furrow their brows, marveling at the foundation of Dawn City. Among those 200 Gene warriors, most had received 2 injections of Gene serum, and a small portion had even received 3, not to mention the leading Dark Tiger of the 12 Zodiac. This lineup was enough to sway the outcome of a battle involving 10,000 people, yet now it was being used to deal with just one person. Chapter 60. The steel ring of the Silver Snake faced with such a vast disparity in numbers. Yang Jie remained indifferent, slowly withdrawing his right hand from his chest. The expression on Ming Hu's face changed dramatically as he came to an abrupt halt. He raised his palm to signal a stop, and the 200 Gene warriors behind him also paused, their expressions tense and uneasy, not daring to look directly into those indifferent eyes. As a result, something unexpected happened. The hand that Yang Jie had raised did not initiate any attack. Instead, it slowly rested on the scarlet shoulder armor on his shoulder, gently brushing off the dust. The faces of Ming Hu and the others instantly turned grim, and the atmosphere became awkward. The onlookers not far away wore strange expressions. Realizing that a mere gesture from Yang Jie had frightened the 12 Zodiac warriors and the 200 Jin warriors into a standstill. The name of a person can carry the weight of 1,000 troops. Is this the terrifying aspect of the 10 Kings titles? They even had the illusion that, although it was Ming Hu and his group surrounding the tyrant, it felt as if the tyrant alone surrounded everyone. A true king needs no weapons. A name alone can command an army. Do you lack even the courage to look me in the eye? How boring. Yang Jie shook his head slightly and turned directly toward the cave, not even glancing at them again. Ming Hu was furious. As one of the 12 Zodiac warriors, although he was not as famous as the 10 Kings, he was still a formidable opponent. Now being so underestimated, how could he not be enraged? Kill! The scarlet blood energy poured out of his muscles like flames, igniting his entire being. He threw a punch, the blood energy boiling and surging, forming a ferocious tiger head phantom above his fist. Tiger Shah! The fierce blood energy tiger head clashed violently with the air, wrapping around countless scorching white streams of energy as it charged toward Yang Jie's back. Just as it was about to strike Yang Jie, a massive shadow descended like flowing water, enveloping Ming Hu. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted between Ming Hu's fist and the robot. The shockwave from their collision creating visible ripples that radiated outward. The trees in the woods where the onlookers were hiding were swept away like they were in a force 10 gale, with many trees snapping in half and leaves flying everywhere. The robot's steel arm was directly shattered by the punch, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Its internal precision components had long been destroyed by Yang Jie, rendering it incapable of activating its energy shield or functioning intelligently. It seemed capable of moving freely, but in reality, it was merely Yang Jie's steel puppet. However, puppets have their advantages. They are not afraid of destruction. While a precision robot would experience system errors and circuit disruptions when damaged, a steel puppet would not. The mechanical arm that had fallen could, under some invisible force, reconnect with the robot. Ming Hu gritted his teeth. He could turn the robot into scrap metal, but he could not turn scrap metal into iron slag. Even if he did, Yang Jie could still restore it. Seeing their leader blocked, the 200 Jin warriors suppressed their fear of the tyrant and charged recklessly. Rumbling. The coal-black steam train came to life, resembling a fierce black dragon, its whistle sounding akin to a dragon's roar. Dozens of connected carriages swept in like the tail of the black dragon. Countless screams and the sounds of bones breaking erupted as the steam train, like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, directly sent the 200 Jin warriors flying. After one strike, only a few dozen remained barely standing, while some unfortunate Jin warriors were instantly turned into blood mist. Just as Yang Jie was about to enter the cave, a seductive figure suddenly appeared in front of him, seemingly teleporting. The silver snake shyly covered her mouth with her hand and giggled, "Tyrant brother, I admire you so much." Bang! A carriage detached from the steam train, hurtling through the air and violently knocking the silver snake away, embedding her into the mountainside alongside the carriage. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The combined efforts of the 2 Zodiac warriors and 200 Jin warriors could not even make Yang Jie stop. Just as Li Shao felt he was doing well, his heart sank. Li Shao, I think the 10 Kings are nothing special. He doesn't even dare let Ming Hu and the others approach him. So he must be physically weak. Why don't you throw a dart at him now? You might just succeed, Bai Ye suggested to Li Shao from the side. Li Shao. He desperately wanted to shut Bai Ye's mouth. It wasn't that he was afraid to get close. It was clear they couldn't even get close. If he threw a dart at him, it would be a joke. A delicate laugh came from behind the embedded train carriage. Bang! A terrifying force lifted the carriage off the ground, and the silver snake elegantly walked out from within, gently brushing off the dust from her body. Tyrant brother, you really don't understand how to cherish fragrant and delicate things. Oh, for the first time, Yang Jie stopped, a hint of interest appearing in his gaze toward the silver snake. The world says that a tiger's head and a snake's tail are a match, but it seems that the rumor is not credible. The silver snake's smile became increasingly charming, her narrow eyes shimmering with a snake-like glint. Tyrant brother, You flatter me. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Yang Jia nodded calmly. Indeed. The silver snake's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned as she continued. Although I cannot defeat you, it may not be so easy for you to defeat me. Perhaps your strength surpasses Ming Hu's, but you are too foolish. The silver snake frowned slightly. I am foolish? You dare say I am more foolish than Ming Hu? As she spoke, she subtly adjusted the red ribbon in her ponytail. Come on, brother, why don't you make a move? Yang Jia said indifferently, knowing that my ability is to control metals, yet you still brought metal to see me. Isn't that the height of foolishness? The silver snake was taken aback. Metal? I brought metal? Impossible. I didn't even bring my best silver snake whip. Where could the metal come from? She instinctively looked at herself, and when her gaze landed on her chest, her face instantly went pale. She incredulously raised her head, the steel ring. In response, Yang Jia made a grasping motion in the air. Bang bang. Two dull explosions sounded in front of the silver snake. Ah! A piercing scream, akin to a soprano, erupted from the silver snake's mouth as her chest turned into a bloody mess, two vague blood holes barely visible. At that moment of severe injury, a train carriage suddenly soared into the air, crashing violently into her delicate body. The silver snake was sent flying dozens of meters away, her body covered in blood and flesh, bones shattered. She, along with the carriage, rolled down the mountain, disappearing from the onlooker's sight. Chapter 61, we charged forward. Before Yang Jia exhausted his mental energy, Silver Snake, the dark tiger's eyes were bloodshot. He took the robot's hit head-on and crazily rushed in front of Yang Jia, fists clenched into hammers, crashing down heavily. Yang Jia's crimson shoulder armor automatically fell off, silently hovering, easily blocking the dark tiger's heavy blow. His eyes were blood-red, fists like falling rain, while the armor on Yang Jia's body fell off piece by piece, like countless spinning red rose petals, blocking all of the dark tiger's attacks. The onlookers in the distance were still in shock from Silver Snake being killed in an instant. Xiaoyi was completely confused. What is going on? Does Silver Snake have a bomb on him? How did it suddenly explode in his chest? Bai Ye was equally puzzled, but it was Bai Ye, a bounty hunter who had spent years in taverns, who revealed the truth. You can tell you don't understand women. What do you mean? Bai Ye was somewhat unconvinced. He had seen many things, even if it was through a screen. Do you know that there are steel rings in women's undergarments? Steel rings? What are those for? Bai Ye glanced around and whispered, steel rings can shape and support, making them look more upright. Bai Ye. Another day of learning something new. He finally understood why Silver Snake exploded, because Yang Jia controlled the steel rings. With this thought, he looked down at himself, hissing. He felt an inexplicable, sharp pain. It hurt too much, Silver Snake, you died so tragically. While the few of them were discussing, the battle in the arena underwent a new change. The Dark Tiger actually bore the crimson armor pieces and tightly clamped Yang Jia. His body was cut by the armor pieces, many of which were embedded in his flesh, blood gushing. But Yang Jia was indeed restricted by him. The terrifying physical quality tightly embraced Yang Jia, veins bulging on his arms, hands gripping tightly behind Yang Jia's back, and in his hand, he was holding a long strip of fabric torn from his pants, fluttering in the wind. Tian, quick shoot! The Dark Tiger shouted in his heart. He had exhausted all his strength to prepare the best sniping opportunity for Tian. Now all it took was a shot, and he could kill the tyrant. Even though he was restrained, Yang Jia remained unchanged in expression, unable to see any effort on his face, with the Dark Tiger's strength. Even steel could be bent and deformed, yet he remained unscathed. The remaining crimson armor on him, under the enhancement of extraordinary power, completely blocked the Dark Tiger's strength. Moreover, this power was continuously increasing. The Dark Tiger's fingers gripping tightly had already turned white, making cracking sounds under the unbearable pressure in comparison to Yang Jia's calmness. He looked too embarrassed, yet he was not the least bit flustered, instead feeling confident of victory. He firmly believed that Tian, who valued the mission above life, would definitely seize the opportunity he created and fire a perfect shot. At this moment, Yang Jia slowly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze landing on the Dark Tiger's ferocious face. What are you expecting? What? The Dark Tiger's face changed drastically. An unimaginable, terrifying force exploded from Yang Jia's crimson armor. He could no longer hold on, and his whole body was blasted away like a cannonball. During the flight, he was still thinking, why isn't he shooting? Bang! The dark tiger was heavily embedded into the mountain. Countless boulders shattered and rolled down, burying him within. The scene fell into silence. Even the two zodiac signs working together could not leave a single injury on Yang Jie, not even lasting 2 minutes. The tyrant's immense power was indelibly etched in everyone's minds. After eliminating the two, Yang Jie calmly walked into the cave, the silver robot closely following behind him. The atmosphere eerily fell into silence. At the summit of Black Mountain, amid swirling clouds and mist, a sheer cliff suddenly appeared. At the cliff's edge, a giant rock jutted out like an eagle's beak, and on the mottled stone surface stood a dark wooden easel, a white canvas fluttering slightly in the mountain breeze. In front of the dark wooden easel stood a tall and elegant man in white, holding a dark wooden brush, his expression focused on painting. However, he was not painting the towering cliff before him, but a portrait, clearly facing an empty cliff. His eyes seemed to reflect countless figures. Those figures settling on the canvas under the dark wooden brush. The protagonist of the painting was a proud man clad in crimson armor, standing at the center, surrounded by enemies, including tigers, snakes, and people. At this moment, the man in white suddenly lifted his brush and lightly tapped the side of the canvas. A drop of ink resembling a bullet slowly taking shape, pointing directly at the protagonist in the painting. But in the next second, he exclaimed softly, a playful expression appearing on his face, because that bullet-like ink suddenly vanished into thin air. What happened, painter? A man in a black suit, wearing white gloves, abruptly appeared behind the painter. His entire body seemed to be covered in a thick layer of ink, making him somewhat blurry. The only clear part was his face, which was as pale as a corpse. The painter smiled slightly. It failed. The man in the black suit remained expressionless. After all, the opponent is the tyrant. It's normal to fail. The painter shook his head. I know the eagle cannot kill the tyrant. This scene is merely the opening, a grand performance. Naturally, it must be opened with the tyrant's blood, but unfortunately, the tyrant has not bled, and the eagle is dead. Dead? The man in the black suit asked, puzzled, but his facial expression remained stiff and devoid of any emotion. The sound and image not synchronized, as if the question was not his own. The ones who can kill the eagle around here are gathered at the entrance of Shelter 189. The eagle took the back mountain. How could it die? The painter looked toward the bottomless cliff, his gaze deep, the corners of his mouth playful. It seems that someone outside the script has appeared in this good show. Who? I don't know. Is it that you don't know? Or you don't want to say? The painter looked at him with amusement. The canvas is only so big. How can I paint all lies? Fate is unpredictable. My destined can only determine a part. However, it doesn't matter who that person is. The deadlock of the tyrant cannot be changed by anyone. Everything is under control. Just quietly wait. After the tyrant Yang Jie entered the cave for a long time. What do we do now? Someone asked. The robot guards have been dealt with by the tyrant. The alloy door inside certainly can't stop him. Now, of course, we should follow him into Shelter 189. Are you really daring to go in? You saw the tyrant's power. What if people die for wealth, birds die for food, now that the treasure mountain is right in front of us? Are we so many people still afraid of just one tyrant? Listening to the heated discussion among the crowd, Bai Ye also went to join in. He shouted fiercely, "That's right. As long as we charge together, even before the tyrant Yang Jie exhausts his mental energy, he can't possibly kill us all." Chapter 62. Laser Channel. The intense discussion abruptly stopped, and everyone looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. The courage they had mustered was sunk by a single remark from Bai Ye. The awkward atmosphere lingered for a while until someone hesitantly said, "The tyrant definitely won't care about the junk in the shelter, and he can't take everything inside. Since that's the case, let him take the bulk, and we can pick up some scraps without any taboo. Damn it, let's do it. The bold will thrive, while the timid will starve." A few bounty hunters gritted their teeth and stomped out from the woods, heading straight for the cave. This triggered a domino effect. People might not get rich themselves, but watching others get rich was unbearable. More and more people headed toward the cave. What should we do? Gao Bancheng turned to Li Xiao and the others and asked. Li Xiao remained silent, not responding. The others also showed hesitant expressions, their eyes unconsciously focusing on Liu, clearly seeing this mysterious powerhouse as their mainstay. Liu was taken aback, thinking, why are they all looking at me? I'm definitely not going in. That is a death wish. The tyrant isn't even human. He wanted to glance at Bai Ye, but didn't dare to be too obvious. Others were afraid of the tyrant, but Bai Ye showed no fear at all. He was just waiting to follow the tyrant and pick up bargains. He had to go to the cave. What if there were other secret passages inside? What if the tyrant found the Pangi USB drive and left through a secret passage? Or what if the tyrant found the USB and flew away on a flying train? He would be able to fly even if time was stopped. To be safe, he had to see the tyrant obtain the Pangu USB drive with his own eyes, and then he could snatch it from the tyrant's hands. As for why he wouldn't take it himself, isn't it obvious? Everyone from the old era in the shelter was dead. There was no way it was completely safe inside. Let the professionals handle the risky stuff. He was just there to reap the rewards. So, as everyone hesitated, Bai Ye stepped forward and walked out of the woods. "Xiao Bai, you're going?" Gao Banshing exclaimed, surprised that the one with the biggest guts was actually the weakest, Bai Ye. Without looking back, Bai Ye replied, "Yeah, since we're here, we might as well take a look." Everyone was momentarily stunned. For some reason, Bai Ye's words seemed to carry a strange power. Yes, since they were already here, why not go in and take a look? Li Yu silently stood up and followed Bai Ye. He knew who the real powerhouse was. Seeing that such a strong figure as Li Yu was going, the others suddenly gained confidence. Xiao Bai is right. Since we're here, if we don't go in, I might regret it for the rest of my life. Xiao Yi quickly followed out. We bounty hunters are people who lick blood off the knife's edge. As long as we can find a few treasures from the old era inside, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Brothers, let us do it, Li Bai Tian said to several bounty hunters. The bounty hunters all stood up, their eyes burning with determination. Li Bai Tian laughed heartily. Brothers, let us make this last score, and after we're done, we can retire comfortably. Before they even set off, he already set a flag for himself. Bei and others responded as well. Seeing everyone so spirited, Gao Banshan couldn't help but thump his chest. I've had enough of living a life of indulgence. This time I came to Heishan to make friends and seek thrills. Since my friends have decided to enter, how can I not join? Xiao Kui, let us go. He jumped on a Xiao Kui's petite body, raising his fist high. At this point, only Li Xiao had yet to express his stance. This proud shadow figure seemed still lost in the terror of the tyrant. Don't forget your goal. Why are you here? He silently roared in his heart, and finally joined the group. In the pitch-black cave, many people took out their lighting devices. As the light flickered to life like sparks, several exclamations arose from the crowd. Inside the cave, it was not the rock formation they had imagined, but rather a silver alloy covering the walls, forming a sci-fi-like silver metal passage. The passage was long, stretching endlessly and twisting in various directions. Bai Ye, Gao Bansheng, and the others followed the crowd, advancing slowly. As they walked, Bai Ye frowned slightly. Have you guys noticed that this passage is going downward? Is indeed going downward. The intel I received indicates that Shelter 189 is built beneath the mountain, so we're heading down now. Gao Bansheng shrank his neck, trying to hide his plump body behind Xiao Kui's petite frame. But he was simply too fat, creating a sense of absurdity. The alloy door has been opened. Someone at the front of the line shouted in excitement. At the end of the passage was an alloy door that had been violently destroyed. A thick door measuring 20 centimeters and several meters high, now twisted and embedded in the wall. Behind the door was still a long, silver metal passage. As expected of the tyrant, an alloy door that even explosives couldn't budge was opened so easily by him. Stop the chit-chat. Clear the way, let me in. A one-eyed man, wearing an eye patch, rushed into the doorway impatiently. A few people followed him in, seemingly afraid of losing treasures to others. But many others chose to wait in place, observing the situation. People's thoughts varied. Those who waited in place feared there might be danger behind the door, while those who rushed and believed that since the tyrant had been inside for so long, he must have resolved any dangers. They figured it was better to go in early and find treasures. Who is right and who is wrong could only be judged by the outcome. As the one-eyed man entered the passage about 2 meters in, suddenly, a wave of eerie blue electricity flickered across the silver metal walls, rippling like water, quickly spreading throughout the passage, as if some device had been activated. The faces of the one-eyed man and his companions changed drastically. They sensed something was wrong and hurriedly stopped, but it was too late. In the next second, 3 scarlet lasers suddenly shot out from a left wall, racing toward the group at high speed. Run! The one-eyed man didn't even have time to swallow the exclamation in his throat before the 3 lasers arrived in an instant. The first laser pierced diagonally from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, before the intense pain could register. His collarbone, along with half of his shoulder blade, melted and curled like overheated plastic, falling off to reveal a still beating heart in his chest cavity. The second laser sliced through his belly button, separating his upper and lower body in 0.1 seconds, blood droplets bursting from the broken spine. Those droplets hadn't even had time to splatter before being vaporized by the laser. The third laser vertically cleaved toward his right hip, and his mechanically modified right leg fell to the silver alloy ground like paper. Chapter 63. The Black Knight. The few people behind the one-eyed man were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. After a brief moment of paralysis, they quickly turned to flee, but the speed of the laser was too fast. Before they could fully turn around, they were instantly torn apart. The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed dully. The death came too quickly and too brutally, leaving everyone outside the door stunned for several seconds before they regained their senses. The previously hesitant individuals showed a hint of lingering fear in their eyes. They had come so close, just a thought away. It truly was a thought away from heaven or hell. Is that a laser corridor? Gao Bansheng exclaimed in horror, his face turning pale. Damn, there's actually a laser corridor here. How did the tyrant get through? Bai Ye said slowly. It's not surprising that the tyrant can pass through the laser corridor. What is surprising is that he could easily destroy all the laser emitters since he can control metal. Yet he chose not to. It seems he doesn't want anyone else to enter. He probably looks down on attacking others, but he has no obligation to help others eliminate dangers. What we do now? Gao Bansheng began to retreat. This laser corridor was not something an ordinary person like him could breach. Xiao Yi focused on the scattered corpses and said in a deep voice, I just observed for a moment. The laser is indeed domineering, but its speed is not beyond the capacity of the naked eye to capture. If one's agility is sufficient, perhaps one could get through. He was clearly a bit tempted, confident in his own abilities, but he did not attempt it immediately because he did not know how many lasers were in the corridor or their trajectories. The best strategy would be to wait for others to go in first to test all the laser paths, ensuring safety. But who would take such a risk with their life to pave the way for others? Those who would do such a thing would either have immense confidence in their own strength, like the tyrant Yang Jie, or be selfless and fearless, willing to lead the charge. At this moment, many people subtly looked towards the Steel Brotherhood instructor, He Qianjun. This elder, known as the commander of 100,000 Iron Guards, had a powerful martial aura that resonated throughout Baiming. Over the years, countless powerful extraordinary beings and genetic modifiers had died at his hands. Even someone as strong as the Dark Tiger treated He Qianjun with great respect, which was indicative of his strength. If anyone were to have the chance to breach the laser corridor, it would undoubtedly be He Qianjun. He Qianjun sensed the gazes of the crowd, but remained expressionless, standing quietly without taking any action, just as everyone was at a standstill. An unexpected figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. It was the night girl from the Silent Court. This girl, who had come alone, silently stepped into the laser corridor, drawing all eyes to her like a magnet. Her petite knight's black boots lightly tapped on the metal floor, making a faint sound. It's the Black Knight of the Silent Court. She actually went into the laser corridor first. Someone whispered in surprise. The Black Knight was known for her elusive nature, a sharp blade of the Silent Court that punished criminals. It was said that even wanted criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million had died at her hands. No wonder she dared to step forward first. The Silent Court. The Black Knight? Bai Ye furrowed his brows slightly. That didn't sound like a girl's name. His impression of this unnamed girl was still based on the Dusty Town incident, where she had effortlessly slain hundreds of gray sparrows. At that time, he had known the girl was powerful, but now it seemed he had underestimated her. The night girl moved. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her figure slipping into the laser corridor like a ghost, the hem of her black skirt fluttering in the air like ripples of ink. The laser corridor seemed to sense the intruder, and the lasers were instantaneously unleashed. As the first laser sliced down from an upward angle, she adeptly slid along the ground like a black cat, the crimson beam just grazing the edge of her silver mask. The second laser came horizontally, but she pushed off the ground with her palm, leaping into the air and gracefully arcing over the laser. The third laser illuminated above her head, almost cutting her in half, yet her breathing remained calm, gliding like an elegant dancer in the center of a ballroom, effortlessly avoiding the laser. The ability to dodge 3 lasers so decisively left many people gasping in awe. The girl did not stop her steps. Her speed even increased, and more lasers lit up, coming at her almost simultaneously. Yet she always managed to find the tiniest gaps to slip through. Everyone was transfixed, but they were not watching the girl. They were observing the lasers. 18 lasers. A full 18 lasers, some horizontal, some vertical, some diagonal, and others just 20 centimeters above the ground. They frantically memorized the laser trajectories the girl had tested. At this moment, the girl reached the edge of the corridor, just as she was about to leave. An unexpected change occurred. A scarlet light suddenly shone beneath her feet. Just as everyone thought she was doomed, she seemed to have anticipated it, suddenly leaping backwards into the air, avoiding the deadly laser. But that wasn't the end. The most terrifying scene unfolded as the 18 lasers she had previously dodged all simultaneously changed direction, shooting towards her from behind. It was over. She was finished. No one believed the girl could dodge 18 lasers. But she did it. In midair, with nowhere to gain leverage, her slender waist suddenly exerted force, and her black skirt swirled like a spinning black enchantress, evading the first 8 lasers at an incredible angle. Then, she pointed her sword sheath at the wall, shifting her body in midair, narrowly brushing past several lasers. As she moved from the left wall to the right wall, her long legs made contact with the wall as if they were magnetized, running in a half circle along it. By now, she had dodged 17 lasers, but there was no way to escape the last one, as her escape route had been completely sealed off while avoiding the other lasers, confronting the lethal 18th laser. Clang! The girl's pure silver cross sword suddenly unsheathed, the sword light shimmering like a suspended galaxy, perfectly meeting the laser, which was instantly reflected away by the sword body. From a distance, that blinding red light seemed to illuminate the sword body, while also highlighting the silver mask that caught everyone's fleeting glance. Taking advantage of this moment, the girl again reached the edge of the corridor, this time changing her direction to break through, but again lasers shot out like bullets beneath her feet. This time she was prepared. With a tremor of her pure silver cross sword, she accurately blocked the laser. Then, like a ghost, she flashed out of the corridor, disappearing into the depths without a moment's pause. The crowd fell silent, all awed by the girl's skill. Chapter 64. No, you also have a life, right? After a long time, someone murmured, "What material is her sword made of that it can even block lasers?" Look, He Qianjun is also moving. He Qianjun, who had been inactive, now stepped into the laser passage with his hands behind his back and his back hunched, with the Black Knight paving the way. He had completely grasped the patterns of the laser passage, so there was no need to wait any longer. If he didn't hurry in, he would be overtaken by others. "You guys can't pass through the laser passage with those iron gadgets on your backs. Stay outside to assist me." "Yes, instructor." A dozen mechanical modifiers replied loudly. He Qianjun nodded and confidently entered the passage. Facing the incoming lasers, he appeared even more composed and calm than the night girl, and he took less time, quickly reaching the edge of the laser passage. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason He Qianjun took less time was not necessarily because he was stronger than the night girl. It was more because he had advanced knowledge of the laser trajectories. When he reached the edge, everyone wanted to see how he would pass the final challenge without the girl's sword. But He Qianjun suddenly stood still. He slowly straightened his back, and the muscles on his body instantly bulged, transforming his originally skinny frame into something resembling a small giant. Then, he suddenly exerted force, and his figure turned into a series of afterimages. As he swept past the edge, the sensing laser beneath him instantly lit up, activating in less than 0.1 seconds. However, the laser was fast, but He Qianjun was faster, with the laser barely grazing his back. He landed outside the laser passage, and the 18 lasers behind him finally arrived late, but they could not reach him at all. Everyone was astonished, not expecting that He Qianjun's method was simply to rely on a speed faster than the lasers firing. He Qianjun seems to be stronger than the Black Knight. Bai Ye exclaimed it. However, he shook his head. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. The Black Knight is also very fast. But the last laser was very concealed and triggered suddenly, catching the Black Knight off guard, which is why he was forced back and had to face the 18 lasers. He Qianjun already knew in advance that the last laser would launch a sneak attack, so he was naturally prepared to deal with it easily. "Don't mention him. Even I could get through." "You?" Bai Ye looked at him suspiciously. "Hey, as the old saying goes, one who associates with the red gets redder, and one who associates with the black gets blacker. Look at you, hanging out with Li Xiao, and you've learned to brag." Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. "Don't believe it? Just watch." After saying that, he directly walked toward the laser passage. "Are you serious?" Bai Ye hurriedly shouted. "Wait a minute, don't be so impulsive." Shout, he turned back and smiled. I didn't expect little brother Bai to care so much about me. Don't worry, I won T. You first hand over that 2 million check to me for safekeeping, and then you can go. Don't let the lasers destroy the check. Shao Yi. In the end, he walked away with a dark expression. In fact, just as he said, none of the lasers in front could stop him. Shao Yi's skills were also not weak. Even if he was not as good as the Black Knight and He Qianjun, he was sufficient to deal with the lasers. However, the last laser was not so easy to handle. The instant trigger sensing laser was too fast. It didn't appear in advance like other lasers, coming at you like blades, but rather like a gun. When you reached the position, it would suddenly shoot you. Facing this last laser, Shao Yi took a run up and shouted, "Stop!" The shout of stop left everyone stunned. Stop the laser? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? But the next moment, clang, the sword named Stop instantly unsheathed and shot out. Shao Yi then seized the sword handle and dashed out of the passage like a sword immortal soaring through the sky. This works too. Bai Ye was stunned, not expecting the sword could be used like this. With so many successful cases in front of them, more and more people could not hold back any longer and began to try. However, they were clearly overly confident. Some died after passing 3 or 5 lasers, while others perished at the last one. But there were also successes, like the ghost clown. This clown held hands with his girlfriend, laughing as if they were entering an amusement park, and passed through the laser passage together. He stood at the other end of the laser passage, smiling at the air beside him and asking, "Was it funny? Do you want to play again? Well then, I really can't help you." Then, something astonishing happened. This clown actually pulled his girlfriend back and forth multiple times before finally disappearing from everyone's sight. Sometimes, the gap between people is this large. What is a life and death laser passage for others is merely an amusement park for the clown, and the speed he exhibited was not any less than He Qianjun's. Bai Ye sighed increasingly, truly a grand stage in the Black Mountain. If you don't have a life, don't come. This group of people is simply too alive. He poked Li Xiao. Hey, humorous dart man. All these famous strong ones have gone in. Can you do it? A mere laser passage. I only need a second. Li Xiao schnurrte coldly. You see, you're being humorous again, aren't you? Li Xiao ignored Bai Ye's ridicule and strode toward the laser passage. The shadow beneath his feet silently stood still, and then with a swoosh, he threw out a shadow dart, which was formless and qualityless, causing no laser to be triggered. There was also a shadow connecting between the dart and Li Xiao, and as the distance increased, this shadow was continuously stretched like a black line. When the dart flew past the laser passage, the shadow beneath Li Xiao suddenly collided with his body, wrapping him instantly, and then he vanished along the shadow line. Just then, the shadow dart that had already passed suddenly surged with a large amount of ink-like shadows, which soon transformed into a human form. When the shadows receded, Li Xiao's figure was revealed. What the hell? No, do you also have a life? Bai Ye was astonished. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a dozen Jin warriors were strenuously clearing the boulders when suddenly, the pile of boulders exploded, sending the Jin warriors flying. Amidst the dust, the grim-faced Ming Hu slowly walked out. In the forest, several Jin warriors lifted the deformed train carriage, and when they saw the silver snake crushed by the train, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was tragic, too tragic. The silver snake's beautiful face had already deformed, her chest was a bloody mess, and her limbs were twisted in irregular shapes, practically dead beyond recognition. Let us recover Lord Silver Snake's body. One Jin warrior forcefully pulled the silver snake out of the pit in the ground. Chapter 65. I'll cry even harder when you're dead, huh? There's a long crack on Lord Silver Snake's head, but why isn't there any brain matter? Has anyone seen Lord Silver Snake's brain matter? The crowd looked around, glancing at each other in confusion. Strange, the head is cracked, yet there's no brain matter. Could it be? The Jin warrior's face changed dramatically. Lord Silver Snake has no brain? Who are you calling brainless? The deformed corpse of Silver Snake suddenly spoke, startling everyone, causing even the corpse to drop to the ground. In their shocked gaze, they saw the crack on Silver Snake's head getting larger, damp hair slowly oozing out from inside, accompanied by the sound of skin tearing and the body rubbing against the slime with a sizzling noise. Gradually, a pale-skinned, beautiful head emerged, followed by slender arms, a torso, long legs, and smooth little feet. It was Silver Snake. The naked Silver Snake slowly rose, her shed skin instantly shriveling and becoming transparent, as if a snake was shedding its skin. The Jin warriors stared at her in disbelief, their brains momentarily malfunctioning. Is it beautiful? Silver Snake generously showcased herself, her face full of a charming smile. Why, yeah, it's beautiful, one person swallowed nervously. Silver Snake's smile became even more enchanting. I'll make sure to tell Brother Tiger exactly what you said. That person's face turned pale instantly, and he hurriedly knelt down, keeping his head low, not daring to look at those damp little feet, even for a moment. The others did the same, bowing their heads, not daring to look. Please spare me, I won't look anymore. Humph. Then hurry up and take off your clothes for me. Moments later, Ming-Hu and Silver Snake met up. How are your injuries? Ming-Hu asked gloomily. Silver Snake tugged at her oversized clothing to cover her exposed shoulders. No big deal, just shed a layer of skin. Ming-Hu nodded. That useless Ing-Tion. I clearly created such a good opportunity for him. Yet he didn't even fire a shot. Silver Snake pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Brothering must have run into trouble, otherwise he wouldn't have missed the shot. Boo-hoo. Stop crying. Silver Snake sniffled and teased. Jealous? Don't worry, I promise I'll cry even harder when you die. Ming-Hu was furious. Shut up, you wretched girl. How annoying. You scare me right now. The priority is the Pangu USB. The original plan was to kill the tyrant, so no one could snatch the USB from us. But since the plan failed, if we go back like this, the company will never let us off. Without the 3-type gene serum, you and I won't last a few months. Since both options lead to death, we might as well take a gamble. What do you plan to do? Silver Snake became serious, knowing it was a matter of life and death. Of course, we will enter the 189 shelter and grab the Pangu USB before the tyrant does. I've already arranged for people to notify the company to mobilize manpower. As long as we hold off the tyrant, there might still be a chance. Mr. Li, it seems we are fated to be apart from the 189 shelter. You don't need to wait for us. Gao Bansheng and the other side. Li Yu's face stiffened, and he cursed inwardly. Who the hell is waiting for you? If I could get in, I would have done so long ago. Gao Bansheng and the others didn't know what Li Yu was thinking. They firmly and almost blindly believed that Li Yu could pass through the laser corridor. After all, if even Li Xiao could get in, there was no reason Mr. Li couldn't. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Ye noticed Li Yu's dilemma, but he couldn't come up with a good plan at the moment. He couldn't just freeze time and carry Li Yu through, right? The laser corridor wasn't much of a challenge for him. In fact, it was like walking on flat ground, but the problem was it would expose him, right? Could he suddenly teleport to the other side of the laser corridor in front of everyone? Mr. Li, you really don't need to wait for us. If you don't go in soon, you might miss out on the good stuff. Gao Bansheng kept trying to persuade him, a hint of emotion visible in his eyes. Why doesn't Mr. Li go in? Clearly, he doesn't want to leave us behind. Mr. Li is such a good person. Li Yu's brain raced. What to do? What to do? Brother Yi, say something. He subtly gestured to Bai Ye. Bai Ye immediately understood and was about to change the subject when suddenly the crowd stirred. A path opened up in the crowd as the grim-faced Ming-Hu and Silver Snake led the remaining Gene Warrior troops in with a fierce aura. At this time, Ming-Hu was covered in wounds with spots of blood, yet he showed no sign of being in distress. Instead, he exuded an even fiercer vibe. Silver Snake, on the other hand, was unscathed, not a single scratch on her. She wore an obviously ill-fitting black uniform. The shoulder seemed sagging below her collarbone, exposing a section of her fair neck. Her long, fair legs alternated back and forth beneath the hem of her uniform, and she was even barefoot. But that bright rose-red nail polish was particularly eye-catching. These two actually didn't die. Bai Ye was increasingly convinced that Mr. Ing definitely had connections to enter the Zodiac. I said there was no eagle among the Zodiac. He died with a single shot. But look at Ming-Hu and Silver Snake. Despite being battered, they were still alive and kicking, especially Silver Snake. Bai Ye found it hard to imagine that Silver Snake, who should have suffered a fatal injury, was completely unharmed. Huh, not completely unharmed. Why does it look like she has shrunk a lot? Could it be silicone? Which is why she avoided a fatal blow. Ming-Hu and Silver Snake stood before the laser corridor, their eyes flickering. They weren't blind. Seeing the crowd stalled and the corpses cut by lasers scattered on the ground, they immediately understood the situation. Ming-Hu casually grabbed a bounty hunter, his large hand tightly gripping the hunter's throat, demanding, "Tell me everything that just happened, word for word." Faced with Ming-Hu's dominance and the Gene Warriors behind him, the crowd was furious but dare not speak. The frightened bounty hunter recounted everything about the laser corridor. "I see you go in." Ming-Hu directly threw the bounty hunter into the laser corridor, watching him proceed cautiously. As expected, the person died a miserable death. Then he forced the others to enter the laser corridor, and after several attempts, he deduced the pattern of the laser corridor. The cost was merely a few unrelated bounty hunters' lives. He Qianjun, the Black Knight, and a group of powerful figures had already passed through the laser corridor. Ming Hu and Silver Snake were now the dominant force. They dare to provoke anyone except for Li Yu. You all wait outside to support us. After Ming Hu coldly dropped this sentence, he and Silver Snake charged into the laser corridor. As powerful figures who could fight the tyrant and not die. The laser corridor was naturally no challenge, and soon the two disappeared at the end of the corridor. The remaining weaklings exchanged glances, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Chapter 66 Stubborn? Do you believe Mr. Li can make you hard all over? The laser passage is like a filter for the strong. Don't be fooled by the impressive titles of these people. They all have the appearance of strong individuals, but when the tide goes out, you can see who is swimming naked. Li Yu is swimming naked. He feels as if he has been stripped and hung in front of everyone, with countless puzzled eyes on him, experiencing a sense of social death. Not only are Gao Banshing and others confused, but other passersby are also puzzled. How can the great magician Li Yu, who even the 12 zodiac spirits dare not offend, not have entered the laser passage yet? Bai, come here. Li Yu had no choice but to call out to Bai Ye with a stiff face. He led Bai Ye to an unoccupied corner. Everyone watched, but no one dared to follow and eavesdrop, fearing they would anger Li Yu. Li Yu glanced around, seeing no one nearby, and the cave was pitch black. His expression instantly collapsed, the image of a strong person crumbling in an instant. You go, what do we do now? This group of freaks has a way to get through the laser passage. Even a humorous star guy has a way, but I have no way. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, a smirk on his face. You have no way? Don't you think, in the whole Black Mountain, you're actually the one with the most ways? You've tricked everyone around in circles. Li Yu panicked. You go, what time is it? Stop joking. Think of a way. Don't worry, I already have a way. Not only can I get you through, but I can also get everyone through. What way? Komikrozer. Moments later, Li Yu's heart settled, and with the boost of confidence, his aura as a strong person became even more pronounced. He walked slowly towards the laser passage, and everyone around stepped back. Mr. Li, are you finally going to set off? Gao Banshing said with joy. You've wasted too much time waiting for us. Hurry up and act. Li Yu's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, and he said lightly, Who wants to get through the laser passage? Raise your hand. His voice was not loud, but it resonated like thunder in everyone's heart. People even doubted their ears. What did Mr. Li mean? Was he going to help us cross the laser passage? But how could that be possible? Just as everyone was astonished, Bai Ye, the accomplice, was the first to raise his hand. Me? I want to go through. Gao Banshing immediately reacted and quickly raised his hand. Me too. So do I. The Black Panther and others followed suit. Like a herd mentality, more and more people raised their hands, many with strange expressions, feeling the shame of being called on in class. In other words, the person speaking was the magician Li Yu. If it were anyone else, no one would raise their hand, and it would even be treated as a joke. Li Yu coldly nodded. Bai, collect the money. All right, Mr. Li, Bai Ye boldly said to the confused crowd. Mr. Li is kind-hearted. He can't bear to see you return empty-handed, so he specially helps you get through the laser passage. You just need to pay a ticket fee of 10,000 each. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and get the money out. Ticket fee? Do you think this is a tourist spot? The crowd was dumbfounded. Having experienced great storms and the fires of hell, they had seen everything, but they had never seen a shelter charging for tickets. Is this something a normal person would do? 10,000 to get through the laser passage? How could there be fools willing to pay? Bai, here's a 200,000 check. I'll cover my brother's money. Gao Banshing took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Bai Ye. The crowd. Bai Ye grinned, and after receiving the check, he walked towards the Iron Brothers with a sack in hand, boldly extending his hand. What are you all doing? Get your money out. Do you want to watch Yi Qianjun get isolated and helpless inside? One mechanical transformer hesitated. Can Mr. Li really help us get in? Bai Ye impatiently said, How would I know? The money is for Mr. Li to collect. If he can't do it, you can go find him. With so many of you, are you still afraid you won't pay? Li Yu. The mechanical transformer hesitated for a long time, but ultimately took out the money. 10,000 was not much for him. It was better to believe in this mysterious strong person, treating it as a wishful thought. Watching the sack get fuller and fuller, Bai Ye was overjoyed. He realized he was truly a dedicated man, having loved money unwaveringly in his past life. And it turned out he was still the same in this life. It turned out that sincere love does not change with the passage of time. Bai Ye also wanted to collect more money, But the problem was he had no place to store it. Not everyone was like Gao Bansheng, carrying checks. Most people only had cash. More and more people were paying because they were not short of this 10,000. But some people didn't want to pay even 10,000. They seriously suspected Li Yu was taking the opportunity to make money. Little brother, I didn't bring money this time. You see, a cowboy hot smiled foolishly. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. Bai Ye's gun was already pressed against his head. No money? You dare come to Black Mountain for tourism without money? Get lost. The man dared not speak out, fearing he would offend Li Yu. Bai Ye continued. Everyone listen up. Mr. Li says this place doesn't welcome poor people. Those who can't afford the ticket should get lost early. If anyone is not convinced, go find Mr. Li to argue. Don't blame me for not warning you. Mr. Li has a bad temper. Anyone who makes him unhappy will make your whole family unhappy. Li Yu instantly became the focus of the crowd. Feeling the gazes of everyone, he silently cried out in despair, having to continue maintaining the image of a strong person, pretending not to take anyone seriously. Many people really bought into this and took out their money. The cowboy hat man smiled stiffly. Little brother, I really didn't bring any money. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with defiance. Still being stubborn? Do you believe Mr. Li can make you hard all over? I dare not. I just suddenly remembered I found 10,000 on the way here. I'll pay. Bai Ye turned around, and the sack was almost full, but there were still a few people who hadn't paid. These few really didn't have money. Otherwise, they wouldn't offend the magician Li Yu over 10,000. One person with a long face said, I really didn't bring money, nor did I find any. Me too. Little brother, can you write an IOU? Or could you talk to Mr. Li and see if he can make an exception? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Watches? What watches? A few people's faces stiffened, and they unwillingly took off their watches and handed them over. Those without watches pulled out some bullets. Only then did Bai Ye nod in satisfaction, dragging the heavy sack back to Li Yu's side. Mr. Li, the ticket fees are all collected. Let us get started. Chapter 67. Only the likes of the 10 kings are worthy of being compared to Mr. Li. Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly good. He slowly walked to the front of the crowd, at the entrance of the laser passage, leaving everyone with a mysterious silhouette, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This magician slowly unraveled the bandage on his right hand, his movements calm and steady, as if tearing apart the seal of the Demon King. The atmosphere became tense. The darkness in the cave flowing like water, oppressive. The blood-stained bandage fell to the ground like a writhing snake, revealing a pale hand. Li Yu carefully recalled the tyrant's might, then reached into the air towards the laser passage. Time froze, when the gigantic golden clock enveloped the world. The flowing time was pressed on the pause button by the divine. Bai Ye suddenly shot out, stepping into the laser passage as if walking on flat ground. His method of helping everyone through the laser passage was simple. Destroy the laser passage, just as he had thought before. He couldn't disappear in thin air in front of everyone and then cross the laser passage, which would easily expose him. However, without the agility of a night girl, since he couldn't solve the problem, he had to eliminate the root cause of the problem. He observed for a long time. The lasers in the passage were emitted by the laser emitters hidden within the silver-white walls, which had many deep small holes. From the side, they were impossible to destroy, blocked by the wall. To destroy them, he could only face the small holes directly, but once faced, he would surely be pierced by the laser. However, none of this was a problem for Bai Ye. Under the time freeze, the lasers were not activated. He took out a dagger, plunged it into the small hole, and easily destroyed the laser emitter inside. Then, following the same method, in just 14 seconds the small laser passage was taken down. Everything Bai Ye did was not only for the ticket money and to avoid exposing himself, but more importantly, to have these people cover for him. If even entering the 189 shelter was this difficult, one could imagine how many dangers awaited him inside, highlighting the importance of having someone scout the way. Moreover, he was determined to acquire the Panga USB drive. If only he and Yang Jie, He Qianjun, Ming Hu, and others entered the shelter. Once he snatched the USB drive from Yang Jie's hands, he would be easily suspected. By then, the whole world would know that the Panga USB drive was in the hands of one of them, and he didn't want to attract the pursuit of major forces for possessing a treasure. Therefore, the more people, the easier it would be for him to fish in troubled waters. After doing all this, Bai Ye returned to his original position. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on his timer, time resumed flowing. Everyone stared intently at Li Yu's right hand. As he reached into the air, several shattering sounds rang out, and tiny sparks erupted from the small holes that housed the laser emitters. A ghostly blue electric current flickered across the silver-white wall, ultimately fading away. Liu slowly withdrew his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Did it work? Did Mr. Li just destroy the laser passage? How could this be? He merely raised his hand to destroy it? What is his extraordinary ability? Could it be the same as the tyrant's? Truly a magician. Simply divine. The crowd stared in awe at Liu's right hand. At this moment, Liu had already picked up the bandage and re-wrapped it around his hand. His expression still cold and indifferent, as if he had performed a trivial task. Liu turned around, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd, actually looking for Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye subtly nod, he felt relieved and coldly said, "Everyone, please." After speaking, he took the lead and stepped into the laser passage, walking slowly because he felt uncertain. To be honest, he wasn't clear about what Bai Ye's extraordinary ability was. He felt as if it were a supreme version of a magician's hand. Suspecting that the previous destruction of Ming Hu's wine cup was Bai Ye extending his supreme magician's hand from far away to break the cup. Now, the destruction of the laser passage was also the same. Bai Ye extended multiple magicians' hands to simultaneously destroy the laser emitters. In his imagination, Bai Ye should possess countless magicians' hands that could extend infinitely, moving faster than his own and requiring only a thought to activate. Liu moved forward slowly, afraid that Bai Ye might miss a laser emitter, but in the eyes of the crowd, Mr. Li's mysterious silhouette was so tall and his steps were so light, exuding calmness. Finally, he successfully crossed the laser passage, without triggering a single laser. Someone in the crowd cheered excitedly. "Mr. Li is amazing. Is this Mr. Li's true strength?" In my opinion, no matter the 12 Zodiac or the Silent Court, they cannot compare to Mr. Li's magician's hand. Indeed, they could only pass through the lasers alone. But Mr. Li could lead everyone through. The superiority is evident. What are you saying? Nonsense. The 12 Zodiac and the Silent Court dare to challenge Mr. Li? In the entire Beiwang, only the likes of the 10 Kings are worthy of being compared to Mr. Li. Hearing these flattering words, Liu was stunned. Stop praising. Stop praising. If the tyrant hears this, I'm doomed. Didn't you say everything is under control? Why are you starting to draw again? Atop Black Mountain, the man in a black suit watched expressionlessly as the painter wrote furiously. The painter wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a wry smile, "It's all messed up, completely messed up. That person outside the script actually let everyone into the shelter. Originally, this scene in the shelter only had parts for those strong ones. But with hundreds of people pouring in, countless fates intertwined, truly impossible to cut through. Still in control? Yes. Naturally, everything is under control. But it requires a lot more effort. It seems necessary to deal with that person outside the script. Otherwise, the trajectory of fate may shift." The crowd successfully passed through the laser passage and cautiously moved deeper. Soon, rows of magnetic levitation tracks came into view, neatly laid out on the ground of the passage, covered in dust and rust, but there were no vehicles. People from the old era must have taken vehicles from here to the underground shelter, but it seemed the vehicles were gone. "We can only walk," Gao Haching explained. The crowd began to run along the tracks. The presence of tracks meant vehicles were needed, indicating that there was still some distance to the shelter. If they didn't hurry, all the good things might be taken by Ming, Hu, and the others. After running for a long time, the crowd finally saw a scrap track vehicle at the end of the track, as well as a gigantic platform-like elevator. However, it seemed there had been a collapse here. The elevator was buried for the most part and could not be used. "There's an emergency passage," someone shouted, pointing to a small door beside the elevator, where a loose LED sign hung, displaying the words "Emergency Passage" in fluorescent green. However, due to a broken circuit, these 4 words had long since lost their luster. Chapter 68. Wow. So many Rambutans. The small door to the emergency passage had been violently damaged, and the traces were fresh. It was definitely done by Yang Jie and the others. The crowd surged into the emergency passage, which sloped steeply down at nearly 30 degrees and constantly turned, spiraling downward. As they continued moving forward, they found the passage becoming narrower and deeper. What started as them walking side by side gradually turned into a long, snake-like line. "We can't be hundreds of meters underground, can we?" Someone mumbled in the darkness. "No way, we've been walking for so long. I feel like we're over 1,000 meters down. Look quickly, there's sunlight ahead." Sunlight? How could there be sunlight underground? It must be some lighting facility. The few people at the front moved toward the light and discovered that it came from the end of the passage. They squinted to adapt to the brightness. And when they finally saw the scenery behind the light, they were taken aback and hurried into the brightness. "What's inside?" The people behind shouted loudly, but did not enter immediately. After a long while, the shocked voices of the few people in the light echoed back. "A city. It's a city, and there's sunlight. There's even a sun here. What the hell is this? Is this still underground?" They exclaimed incoherently. Seeing there was no danger, the people behind quickly entered the light, followed by a chorus of exclamations. "Not only is there sunlight, but there's also a sky. Wow, what is that floating in midair with red hair? That looks like a rambutan, a giant rambutan with a diameter of several dozen meters." Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. What the hell is a rambutan? He recognized rambutan and had even eaten it before. It's a tropical fruit, red and round with hairy skin, which is why it's called rambutan, and it's not cheap. But the problem was, even the largest rambutan is just palm-sized. Where did these several dozen-meter diameter rambutans come from? He grew increasingly curious about what everyone was seeing and kept pushing and shoving the people in front. "Hurry up. We can't miss out on the good stuff. If we take too long, all the treasures will be snatched away." The person he pushed turned around, glaring angrily. But when they saw it was Bai Ye, they instantly smiled awkwardly and dared not get angry. Nowadays, who didn't know that this ragged wasteland boy had the powerful magician Liu behind him? Better not mess with him. After squeezing for about 2 minutes, Bai Ye finally entered the light, and his vision opened up, as if he had crossed into another world. Wow, so many rambutans. It turned out those people were not lying. There really was a hidden city here, along with countless rambutans floating in midair. This was a vast modern city with skyscrapers leaning and distorting, and in the distance, a cluster of buildings had collapsed into rolling hills. Among the ruins, abandoned maglev tracks wound like a dead giant python coiled around the concrete carcasses. A viewing tower, hundreds of meters high and labeled Eye of the Universe, was slanted into a dried-up artificial lake, its glass curtain walls completely fallen off, exposing the hive-like metal framework inside. Above was a blue sky with white clouds, and a sun radiating light and heat. The most eye-catching were the rambutans floating in midair above the abandoned city. Rather than rambutans, they looked more like massively enlarged viruses, with their bright red, huge spheres covered in dense, sharp spikes. The spikes extended indefinitely, becoming thinner and thinner, with their tips comparable to human hair. These hairs intertwined, resembling a massive red web that enveloped the entire city. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Rambutan, is this the 189 shelter? Did people from the old era actually build a city under Black Mountain? But what about the sun in the sky? Libaitian exclaimat. Bai Ye observed the sky for a while and realized it was not a real sky, but a massive screen covering the city. The blue sky and white clouds were merely images displayed on the screen. Although this technology was shocking, he could still accept it. However, he could not accept the rambutans. The densely packed, virus-like massive crimson spheres did not look like technological creations at all. Had the aesthetics of the people from the old era been twisted to such an extent? Perhaps these rambutans were the cause of the deaths of the people in the shelter? Bai Ye stared at the rambutans and suddenly had the illusion that they were watching him back, as if they were alive. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread in his heart, and as the time of observation increased, the strangeness grew stronger. Bai Ye's vision blurred, and he instinctively blinked. But the moment he opened his eyes, the rambutan had changed. Countless pale, resentful eyeballs grew out of the rambutan, or more accurately, they squeezed out with thick green slime, accompanied by a hissing, slippery sound. 1, 2, 3. Countless eyeballs piled together densely, sending chills down the spine of anyone who looked. Yet, as Bai Ye blinked again, all the eyeballs vanished without a trace, like an illusion. An illusion? A faint sense of horror and eeriness lingered in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and stopped looking, but when his eyes fell on himself, he froze. A strong sense of unfamiliarity constantly stimulated his brain. Is this my body? Why does it feel so strange? Bai Ye stared at his hands. They were clearly familiar, yet he felt extremely alien, as if they had been forcibly attached to him. A sudden surge of irritation and nausea arose in his heart, and he wanted to tear off his hands to reveal the true self wrapped inside. The scream of a pig being slaughtered awakened Bai Ye. He came to his senses and turned abruptly, only to find that many people looked just like him, all with expressions of having awakened from a nightmare. The rambutan was a big problem. He had no time to think and saw Gao Bansheng fall from Xiao Kuei's back, his chubby hands continuously tearing at his own body, leaving behind streaks of blood. It turned out the scream had come from Gao Bansheng. Being an ordinary person, he had a very weak resistance to the Rambutan and had already begun to act, just as Li Beitian and the others were about to stop Gao Bansheng from self-harming. A golden light suddenly burst from his chest, flashing and disappearing. Gao Bansheng seemed to wake up from a dream, stopped self-harming, gritted his teeth, and crawled up from the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped and cursed. Damn it, I almost met my great-grandmother. This Rambutan is strange. You can't look directly at it. As he spoke, he grabbed a red string around his neck, pulling out an ancient bronze coin. He kissed the coin several times and said with lingering fear, "What a treasure! It saved my life again." This is a forbidden item? Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Chapter 69. Forbidden objects exclusive to the rich Gao Bansheng was so frightened that he hurriedly put the copper coin into his pocket. The forbidden object of the Jiao level, life money. Once faced with fatal injury, it could be used to buy one's life. Bai Ye's eyes shone brightly, almost writing the words mine on his face. Gao Bansheng took a step back. Little Bai, don't think about my life money. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. What if I don't give it to you? How would you know I can't use it? I'm telling the truth. You don't meet the conditions to contain the life money. I've dealt with forbidden objects before. Even the life-risking breath of the bones is not a problem, let alone a mere life money, worth over 100 million. Bai Ye was momentarily speechless and then became furious. Isn't this just bullying the poor? Not only that, but it also requires a monthly tribute of 1 million, and if danger arises, additional money is required. The greater the danger, the more money is needed. For instance, just now, I have to pay an additional 3 million within a month, or it will backfire. Why are you explaining so much? Am I the kind of person who robs friends of their forbidden objects? Bai Ye said with a reproachful look. Gao Bansheng chuckled. His words not only extinguished Bai Ye's thoughts, but also crushed the aspirations of others eyeing Gao Bansheng. No one would refuse a life-saving forbidden object, but to say that you need to meet a 100 million wealth requirement to use it. Bah, a worthless forbidden object. Not even a dog would want it. After this battle, everyone understood the dangers of the red hairy fruit and stopped eyeing it. At this moment, Bai Ye finally understood why Gao Bansheng, an ordinary person, dared to venture into the Black Mountain. It turned out he had a forbidden object to protect him. While he was pondering, he suddenly noticed that the number of people around him was decreasing. When he looked up, he realized that these people had already impatiently left the group, stepping into the city to search for treasures. "Mr. Li, Boss Gao, let's head off too," the fierce-looking Black Panther urged eagerly. Gao Bansheng glanced at Li Yu, who nodded slightly, and then he waved his hand. "Let's go." A group of them marched into the abandoned city. When they got close to the city, they discovered that the abandoned buildings were covered with red lines that twisted like blood vessels. These red lines varied in thickness, some as thick as octopus tentacles and others as thin as hair, but they all had a common source: the red hairy fruit floating in the air above the city. Not only on the buildings, but there were also many on the ground, sending chills down the spines of those who looked at them. The group cautiously avoided the red threads on the ground while constantly scanning the surrounding buildings. A bounty hunter saw that the door of a house was open and wanted to go in, but was stopped by Li Beitian. This experienced, middle-aged bounty hunter explained, "The 189 shelter is too large. Truly valuable items cannot be found in a residential house. Each of us can carry limited items, so we can't waste time in places like this. Look at that domed building ahead. It must have a lot of good stuff inside." His words won the approval of the crowd, and they quickly walked towards the domed building. This building was unique, resembling a half-dome turned upside down on the ground. The silver alloy walls were dilapidated, and there was a piece of discarded sign on the ground at the entrance. "Jean, what?" Gao Bansheng carefully identified the filthy sign and could only recognize these 3 characters. The rest was unreadable. His expression brightened. This might be related to gene agents. After all, the gene technology of the catastrophe era came from the old era. Everyone was delighted. Who doesn't know the power of gene technology? The catastrophe era merely inherited a portion of the old era's gene technology, allowing countless powerful gene mutants to emerge in the world, with the 12 zodiac signs being the best among them. If they could obtain all the gene technology from the old era, surpassing the 12 zodiac signs would be a piece of cake. Don't celebrate too early. 100 years have passed. Even if there are gene agents inside, they must have long expired. Bai Ye poured cold water on everyone. His attention was not focused on the gene something, but was continuously scanning the depths of the city, trying to see where Yang Jie and the others were. Gene agents are nothing. The Panga USB drive is the real treasure. Unfortunately, after Yang Jie and the others entered the shelter, it was as if they had evaporated without a trace. I need to think of a way to leave the group. Yang Jie and the others must be deep in the city. Black Panther eagerly walked towards the main door, regardless of whether it was expired or not. Even if it was expired, selling it outside would still fetch a high price. When he reached the door, he hesitated because the entrance was covered with countless dark red blood vessels, which seemed alive and were slightly wriggling. He didn't dare to touch it, fearing contamination with some virus. So he took out the gun from his waist and fired several shots at the door, causing blood and flesh to splatter. The door was dented with several small pits, but was not completely destroyed. "Let me do it." Li Beitian stepped forward, and in his hand appeared a large-caliber single-shot rifle. Bai Ye secretly marveled, scanning Li Beitian from head to toe. The other man was carrying only a tactical backpack. So where did he pull out such a large gun from, like something out of a cartoon? Iron Spine Viper MK-03? Black Panther exclaimed. "This gun is rarely seen on the black market. I didn't expect you to get it, old Li." Li Beitian laughed heartily. "For this trip to the Black Mountain, I spent all my wealth to get this gun. Although it can only fire a single shot and has a limited range, its power is immense, comparable to the breath of the bones in Little Bai's hands. Of course, it can only match in power. In other aspects, it cannot compare to the mystical nature of forbidden objects." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. A huge fireball erupted, like a grenade firing, and the dilapidated door was blown away, with the attached blood vessels turning into a shower of blood foam. As the blood foam dispersed, the crowd hurriedly entered the gene facility. Inside was a scene of devastation, with shattered glass, bottles, jars, and various rusty instruments everywhere. The group searched like locusts, looking for anything valuable. No one noticed that the remnants of the blood vessels shattered by Li Beitian at the door were wriggling on the ground, seemingly attracted to each other, causing these remnants to continuously gather together. In midair, a giant red hairy fruit silently floated towards the gene facility, with thousands of red blood vessels hanging down from it, tightly connecting with the facility. It was evident that the blood vessels that had just been shattered came from this red hairy fruit. Chapter 70. The exposed woman in the shelter. Bai Ye stepped on the glass, the faint sound of crunching beneath his feet, and he frowned as he looked around. "What's wrong, Ego?" Liu whispered beside him. Everyone else was busy searching for treasures, so no one paid attention to their conversation. "Don't you think it's strange?" Liu nodded gravely. "It is indeed strange. It's one thing that there are no corpses on the street, but there are also none inside the houses." Bai Ye looked at him in surprise. It was the first time they had the same thought. "Could you not look at me with that caring for the mentally challenged gaze? I'm an experienced con artist, and I can confidently say my observational skills are definitely above average." Liu rolled his eyes. "You're right. Even if a long time has passed and everyone in Shelter 189 is long dead, there should still be some remains. As we've walked, the streets may be in ruins, but there are absolutely no corpses, not even inside the houses. Given the size of this city, there should have been at least 100,000 people living in Shelter 189. Where have all those corpses gone?" Liu thought for a moment. Could it be? "This is what I found first. Let go. This robot is mine." The loud argument from the second floor interrupted their exchange. Bai Ye and Liu exchanged a glance and then headed upstairs. They entered a room similar to a bedroom and saw Black Panther arguing with a bounty hunter. On the dirty, messy bed lay a woman dressed provocatively. Black Panther was gripping the woman's arm, while the bounty hunter was holding her slender ankle, both of them tugging at her. A woman? How could there be a woman here? Bai Ye was taken aback. He looked closely and immediately noticed something was off. Although the woman was exquisite and lifelike, her eyes showed no vitality, completely motionless. Looking at the style of her clothing, isn't this a doll? It seems that no matter how advanced technology becomes, humanity's fundamental needs remain unchanged. Enough, both of you. There are plenty of robots in the shelter. There's no need to fight over this one, especially since this robot is clearly not a combat model. Gao Banshing interjected as a peacemaker. Black Panther sneered. "This robot may not be a combat model, but it's more valuable than one. I've seen similar robots at black market auctions before, where the auctioneer referred to them as companion dolls. Their skin is indistinguishable from that of a real person, and their expressions and movements are even richer than those of real humans. Some big shots offered millions to compete for her. I found her first. The bounty hunter glared angrily, ready to draw his gun if he could take on Black Panther. So what if you found her first? Treasures go to those who can take them. Black Panther had no intention of letting go. How can you be so unreasonable? Bai Ye shook his head slightly, bemused by the interesting nature of humanity. Just a short while ago, they were friends toasting each other, and now they were tearing each other apart for profit. He wasn't disappointed because he knew that human nature is never black or white, but rather a delicate shade of self-interest gray. At least, not everyone is like that. That's enough. Gao Banqing started pulling out a check. We're all friends here. There's no need to argue over a small matter. How about this? Bai Ye placed his hand on Gao Banqing's shoulder. Fat Gao, you should know that not everyone can become friends, especially those who compromise to get there. Gao Banqing paused, looking into the calm eyes of the young man. He fell silent for a moment before putting away the check. You're right. Bai Ye signaled to Li Yu. Li Yu stepped forward silently and coldly remarked, it's a bit noisy. His indifferent voice brought the heated argument to an abrupt halt. Black Panther's expression changed as he warily looked at Li Yu, forcing a smile on his fierce face. Sorry, Mr. Li. I was being impolite. Gao Boss is right. There are plenty of treasures here. No need to fight. Bai Ye nearly laughed out loud. Look at that. Who said Black Panther was unreasonable? He is quite reasonable. Mr. Li Boss Gao, Shelter 189 is so large. Our efficiency in searching together is too low. Why don't we split up? Black Panther suggested, his gaze flickering. Fine. Li replied calmly. Farewell. We're leaving. Black Panther immediately called his subordinates to leave without any hesitation. Gao Banqing's expression darkened slightly. He understood why Black Panther and the others were leaving. Bai Ye had no time to deal with someone like Black Panther and began searching for other things in the room. Just now, everyone's attention was focused on the companion doll, so no one had carefully searched this room. This room must have belonged to a high-ranking member of the Genetic Institute, as it was spacious and showed signs of luxury. Of course, the most crucial point was that this was the only room with a companion doll. Soon, he found a rusty safe in the wardrobe. What was the password again? Bang! The muzzle of the bone breath gun emitted smoke. The password was correct. Inside was a light green syringe and a decaying experimental notebook. The gunshot attracted everyone's attention, and Li Baitian and others looked at Bai Ye enviously. Finding a complete old-era genetic agent must mean a fortune. Bai Ye first picked up the syringe to examine it. The light green liquid inside seemed to have deteriorated long ago, looking very murky with many floating particles, quite disgusting. There was also a blurred label on the side. Crimson. Poison. Clear? Bai Ye mumbled. He could only recognize these three characters. Crimson virus serum? Gao Banqing's eyes lit up. This should be the serum for the crimson virus, specifically manufactured by people from the old era to cope with the crimson plague during the catastrophe. How much is this worth? Gao Banqing extended a finger. Bai Ye was startled. 100 million? Gao Banqing shook his head slightly. 10 million? He shook his head again. Bai Ye's expression was strange. 100,000? Not worth a dime. Gao Banqing laughed. Bai Ye was furious. Why is it worthless? Because people have already coexisted with the crimson virus. Those who couldn't adapt to the crimson virus have become aberrants and have long been hunted to extinction. Well, perhaps some research institutions would be willing to pay for this expired serum. Bai Ye reluctantly put away the serum. A mosquito's leg is still meat, and who knows? There might be a fool willing to pay. He then picked up the experimental notebook, but as soon as he grabbed it, the notebook fell back down, leaving only a piece of black residue in his hand. It had rotted too severely. Bai Ye rubbed his hands and carefully flipped through the notebook. Mutation. Crimson. Origin. Número 34. Experiment. God. Sample. Experiment product. Giant Crimson. Pseudo-human experimental group. Control group. God forbidden item number. Chapter 71. God-repelling objects. What is all this? Gods? Fake people? God-repelling objects? Crimson origins? Bai Ye started to fill in the blanks. The experimental log had decayed too severely, and many pages were stuck together. God-repelling objects? Gao Banqing hurriedly squeezed forward, staring intently at the three words God-repelling objects. Do you know what God-repelling objects are? Gao Banqing nodded gravely. Most of the terms written above I don't recognize. But the term God-repelling objects, I've seen more than once in the information storage of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Bai Ye immediately became interested. What are God-repelling objects? Little Bai, Do you know the levels of taboo objects? Snake, Jiao Dragon. That's right, taboo objects are divided into 3 levels from low to high. Snake level taboo objects, Jiao level taboo objects, and dragon level taboo objects, while god-repelling objects are taboo objects that surpass the dragon level. Due to their overwhelming power, they are said to invoke the dread of the gods, hence the name god-repelling objects. Bai Ye's eyes brightened. So, there exists a god-repelling object in Shelter 189? It's probably not just one. Gao Bansheng pointed at the handwriting on the experimental log. You see, the term god-repelling object appears more than once. And there's even a serial number indicating that there are likely multiple ones in the shelter. Hey, little Bai, where are you going? Bai Ye, who had already run to the stairway, replied without looking back. Nonsense. I'm obviously going to find the god-repelling object. Little Bai, slow down, I'm just guessing. Theoretically, it's impossible for all god-repelling objects to be in the same shelter. Thud, thud, thud. Responding to him was Bai Ye's light footsteps. The piercing scream made Bai Ye's steps pause on the stairs. That sound is from Black Panther and the others. Gao Bansheng's expression changed, and everyone hurried down the stairs. The first to reach the first floor was naturally Bai Ye. The moment he arrived, he caught a glimpse of the window on the first floor out of the corner of his eye, and that stunning glance revealed a sight that made his eyelids twitch. A massive, crimson, spiky rambutan was protruding from the window. Thousands of scarlet blood lines hung down, as if a red rain had started to fall outside. Amidst the pouring red rain, Black Panther and the others were struggling madly, desperately trying to sever the bindings of the red rain. One of Black Panther's little brothers was wrapped in the red bloodlines, becoming a cocoon as those hair-thin bloodlines surged into his eye sockets, mouth, and ears, until he was completely submerged. What the hell is this thing? Gao Bansheng's face turned pale, almost collapsing onto the hard, petite body of Xiao Kuei. Bai Ye frowned slightly. He suddenly recalled the incomplete phrases in the experimental log. Mutation, gigantism, crimson virus. Could it be that the rambutan is the mutated crimson virus? Quickly save him, Li Beitian shouted, raising the iron-spined Viper MK-03 and firing through the glass. The powerful shot directly severed countless bloodlines, and several of Black Panther's little brothers fled in terror. As for Black Panther himself, being a strong genetic warrior at the 3-needle level, his muscles bulged, and he let out a beastly roar, tearing the bloodlines that bound him apart. Watching his little brother die, tragically, Black Panther's eyes turned bloodshot as he pulled out the submachine gun from his back and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the crimson virus. I'll kill you. Rat-tat-tat. After a magazine of bullets was fired, the surface of the massive crimson virus was riddled with bullet holes, but the next moment, as it squirmed, the holes healed instantly. Damn! Black Panther threw the gun aside, then dropped to all fours, his sharp claws glinting with a cold light like eagle's talons. As he stomped his limbs on the ground, the already decayed floor instantly cracked with spiderweb-like patterns, and a wave of white mist swirled around him. Black Panther seemed to transform into a fierce leopard, leaping several meters high, his claws suddenly thrusting into the surface of the crimson virus. And with a sudden exertion of force, he used gravity to slide down, his claws ripping the crimson virus open. He crouched elegantly on the ground, eyes fiercely staring at the severely injured crimson virus. The countless bloodline tendrils on it twisted and squirmed madly. The originally round body began to deform and sink irregularly. Gurgle, gurgle. Something inside the crimson virus was stirring. Black Panther slowly stood up, a sinister smile on his face. You couldn't even withstand my strike, hum? Just a piece of trash. The next moment, bang. The crimson virus exploded like a punctured balloon, blood and bloodlines splattering everywhere. This time, it was truly a rain of red, but the expressions of everyone changed drastically. When the crimson virus ruptured, they finally saw what was inside the massive sphere. Corpses. Countless corpses piled together. These corpses seemed to have been kneaded together by a giant hand and stuffed inside the crimson virus. And now, with the virus burst, they were all revealed. The corpse sphere fell rapidly under the force of gravity, crashing heavily to the ground, and the body at the bottom instantly turned into a puddle of meat paste. It was like throwing a steak into a plate full of sauce, with a splat. The juicy meat collided with the sauce, and instantly, soup splashed everywhere. The corpse sphere lay eerily and horrifyingly on the ground, its height even surpassing some of the surrounding buildings. So, the corpses from shelter were all inside the crimson virus. Bai Ye murmured softly. At this moment, the blood foam and bloodlines floating in the air began to wriggle strangely. They gathered frantically, forming countless miniature versions of the crimson virus that floated in midair. Like a sky full of red dandelions, beautiful yet eerie. I feel something bad is happening. We should hurry. Gao Banqing's warning had not yet left his mouth when countless corpses on a massive corpse sphere suddenly opened their eyes. Pairs of eyes covered in bloodlines stared intently at everyone, and panic spread instantly. Run! Li Beitian shouted loudly, urging everyone to escape. They ran for their lives. The sounds of bodies scraping and crawling echoed behind them. Gao Banqing, who was on Xiao Kuei's back, turned back to take a look during a brief moment, and a chill shot up his spine. Those corpses were struggling to fall off the corpse sphere one by one, their appearances indistinguishable from humans, except for the bloodthirsty madness in their crimson eyes. What kind of monster is this? Are they aberrants? But their bodies showed no obvious deformities. They still appeared to be human. Gao Banqing said uncertainly, "Damn it, aberrants. What the hell, shoot them." Black Panther sneered, pulling out the pistol at his waist, and began shooting at the tidal wave of aberrants rushing in. His little brothers raised their submachine guns and joined the fight, firing tongues of flame and instantly transforming into a metal storm that shredded hundreds of aberrants. Chapter 72. Liu. Just at this moment. Headshot. The weakness of the mutated humans is their heads. Li Beitian pulled out his dual pistols, and the bullets accurately shot into the heads of the mutated humans, causing the hit ones to fall to the ground. Facing the mutated humans attacking from the side, he swung his arms fiercely, and the yellow-orange bullets curved perfectly in midair, bypassing the obstructing buildings to hit the mutated humans. Gunfighting technique. Bai Ye was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the low-profile Li Beitian to have such exceptional skills. Truly a seasoned bounty hunter. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the army of mutated humans, but gradually, they realized something was wrong. Those who had been shot in the head actually crawled back up from the ground. Countless tiny bloodlines wriggled in the gory holes in their heads. And then the wounds automatically sewed themselves up. How was this possible? Black Panther was shocked. Aren't mutated humans much weaker than ordinary mutated beasts? How can they not even be killed by bullets now? He was both angry and astonished, directly discarding his gun, extending sharp claws from his fingertips, and crossing his hands in the air to carve out a diagonal cross, instantly dismembering a mutated human. The scattered limbs on the ground continued to wriggle, with countless bloodlines extending from the wounds, intertwining like twisted strands. 2 seconds later, this mutated human stood up again, completely unharmed. Black Panther struck again, this time directly chopping the mutated human into hundreds of pieces. The scattered pieces of flesh jumped a few times on the ground before falling silent. Although he successfully dealt with one mutated human, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. These mutated humans were entirely different from their understanding of them, almost akin to being immortal. However, even the powerful mutated beasts did not possess such terrifying regenerative abilities. How could the weaker mutated humans have that? Bai Ye squinted his eyes, and a phrase he had seen before flashed through his mind. Pseudo-human. They are not mutated humans, but the pseudo-humans mentioned in the experimental records. The fighting crowd could not hear Bai Ye's words, or rather, they had no time to care what these immortal monsters were, whether they were mutated humans or pseudo-humans. They were all enemies. The sun above the dome began to change color, shifting from white-hot to a dim yellow, perfectly mimicking the sunset. The afterglow of the sunset stained the ruins of this abandoned city dark red, casting increasingly darker shadows, like the gloom in people's hearts. Bang! A scarlet bullet shot out from bone breath, and a pseudo-human's head exploded like a watermelon hitting the ground, but this time, it did not get up again. A glimmer of insight flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, faintly grasping the blind spot. The bullets shot from bone breath fundamentally differed from ordinary bullets in that they contained chi and blood. Chi and blood are the weaknesses of pseudo-humans. Black Panther hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then suddenly unleashed his strength, gathering chi and blood in his claws. He knocked a pseudo-human to the ground, and sure enough, the bloodlines inside this pseudo-human no longer appeared. However, there was no joy on his face instead. It grew increasingly grim because a person's chi and blood are limited. Even though he was a three-needle rel powerhouse, and his chi and blood were much more abundant than others, he still couldn't possibly kill thousands of pseudo-humans. Some bounty hunters turned pale. Their chi and blood were too weak and insufficient to project like Black Panther. In fact, even Bai Ye couldn't project chi and blood. The reason he could harm pseudo-humans was that bone breath directly extracted his chi and blood. Among those present, only two people could project chi and blood: Black Panther and Bai. Black Panther, as a genetically modified human of the three-needle realm, had extraordinary physical strength, and his chi and blood were abundant, making it normal for him to project. But Bai was not a genetically modified human. Yet, the means he displayed were even stronger than Black Panther's. Black Panther could only attach chi and blood to his claws, while Bai could attach chi and blood to his bullets, causing effects similar to bone breath, albeit with less power. The two of them, along with Bai Ye, who could barely count as half, were like a drop in the bucket against the army of thousands of pseudo-humans. As the army of pseudo-humans gradually surrounded them, everyone unconsciously looked towards Liu. In a desperate situation, they naturally had to rely on Mr. Li. However, Mr. Li was more anxious than anyone else right now. "Mr. Li, please take action. If you don't, we will all die here," Black Panther urged after tearing apart two pseudo-humans, his chi and blood severely depleted, his face already pale. "Yes, Mr. Li, please take action." Gao Bansheng also looked pale, but he was scared. Up to now, this wealthy fat man had not been injured. His robotic maid, Xiao Kuei, displayed terrifying killing power. Her steel body, with every punch and kick, contained unimaginable force that could easily knock several pseudo-humans away. If only she had chi and blood, she could definitely lead everyone out of a bloody path. Liu felt as if he were being roasted on a spit. At this point, he had no choice but to act. He waved his hand, and that invisible magical hand suddenly exerted strength, sweeping away dozens of pseudo-humans who crashed through the surrounding buildings, buried under the falling debris, unable to crawl out for the time being. No wonder he is Mr. Li. Everyone's spirits lifted, looking at the calm Liu with admiration. Sweeping away dozens of pseudo-humans with a single wave, dealing with the remaining ones was just a matter of a few more slaps. But Liu secretly groaned in his heart. That last attack had taken all his strength, and his mental energy was nearly exhausted, leaving his head spinning. He endured the dizziness, coldly raised his hand again, but suddenly he let out a low groan and tightly covered his right hand, which was wrapped in bandages. Gao Bansheng and the others were alarmed. "Mr. Li, what happened?" Just at this moment, Liu's right hand fell weakly, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Bai Ye immediately cooperated. Mr. Li was seriously injured before and cannot act frequently. Gao Bansheng and the others felt chilled. At this moment, they finally understood why Liu had been wrapped in bandages all along. It turned out he had been injured before. What kind of existence could injure Mr. Li? Could it be other 10 kings? Even when severely injured, Mr. Li could still kill the mutated beast, the peregrine falcon, with one strike and intimidate the Ming tiger, one of the 12 zodiac signs. How strong must Mr. Li have been in his prime? What should they do now? Without Mr. Li's intervention, who would deal with the army of pseudo-humans? The only option left was to run, Bai said solemnly. But just then, Black Panther suddenly knelt down in pain. The crowd looked over and was instantly filled with horror. At some point, Black Panther's body had become covered in red hair. Those tiny scarlet viruses had silently attached themselves to him, their crimson spikes piercing into his skin like wriggling flesh buds, growing wildly into his body. Chapter 73, Brother Yi, I think I'm about to die. The Black Panther howled in pain, tearing at his own body with his hands. His flesh was ripped apart by his sharp claws, blood and meat exposed to the air, while thin bloodlines, as fine as hair, writhed among his muscle fibers. In terror, he tried to pull out the bloodlines with his fingers, but they did not break. Instead, they stretched longer, exceeding the length his arms could extend. "Help! Help me!" He trembled, seeking assistance from the crowd, but to his horror, several bloodlines suddenly crawled up his pleading and terrified eyes. In an instant, his eyes were completely covered by the bloodlines, becoming a sea of crimson. It was as if someone had sewn his eyes shut with red thread. One stitch at a time, his screams abruptly ceased as the Black Panther, his body contorted, slowly rose, his scarlet eyes fixed on the crowd, indistinguishable from pseudo-human. At the same time, scarlet viruses, the size of eyeballs, floated in the air, swarming toward the people like a horde of insects. The crowd was struck with terror. Dealing with the pseudo-humans was already difficult enough, but now, things were even worse. These scarlet viruses could transform people into pseudo-humans, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Break out. Bai Ye pulled out a mechanical leg from a torn sack and threw it out. It was the last leg of the officer. As a revolver bullet hit the joint of the mechanical leg, the officer exerted his last bit of energy, blasting a path for the crowd to escape from the encirclement. The bounty hunters also took out their last grenades and bombarded the pursuers behind them. Just when they thought they could escape, fate played a little trick on them. From the other end of the street, more pseudo-human troops and eyeball-sized scarlet viruses surged forth. 2 waves of pseudo-human armies came at them from both ends of the street, encircling them, turning the dimly lit street into a sea of scarlet. It must be that others have broken the scarlet virus and released the pseudo-humans. Bai Ye's face turned pale. Without any hesitation, he smashed through the glass of a nearby house and jumped inside. The crowd was in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions, mimicking Bai Ye's actions, madly rushing into the buildings on either side. With so many pseudo-humans, even Bai Ye felt his scalp go numb. Even if he activated Time Stop, he couldn't kill them all. Over here, Liu punched through a large door, urgently calling to Bai Ye. The two quickly dove inside, not pausing for a moment, and climbed out through a window on the other side of the house, running frantically. At the moment they jumped out, a swarm of scarlet viruses and pseudo-humans filled the house, their inhuman screams sharp and grating, causing intense physical discomfort. After jumping over several houses, the screams behind them finally began to fade. Liu let out a sigh, feeling a lingering fear. I almost died. Black Mountain really isn't a place for humans. I wonder how Gao Bansheng and the others are doing? Don't worry. Gao Bansheng has a taboo object to protect him, and plus, he is so rich with a combat-made robot for protection. He definitely won't die. Bai Ye gasped for breath. What about the others? The others will probably have to rely on luck, but I feel that Bai Ye should be fine. He has been very low-key all along, but his strength revealed at critical moments is not weak, proficient in gunfighting techniques and blood martial arts. If it comes to a real fight, even the Three-Needle Realm Black Panther may not be his opponent. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Once this was said, Liu felt a sense of relief. It was indeed nice to act like a master without speaking, but over time, it could be quite suffocating. Keep running. The scarlet viruses and pseudo-humans will definitely spread to the surrounding areas. We need to get away from them. Bai Ye pushed open the window of a house and jumped out. Liu nodded, closely following behind. Bai Ye quickly reached another house, planning to break in to hide from the scarlet viruses and pseudo-humans. The best way to evade them was to move through the buildings, using the structures to impede their movement. At this point, the sun had already sunk behind the ruins, and the entire city seemed to be soaked in ink, with only the outlines of the ruins writhing in the darkness. Bang! Bai Ye kicked open the door, and the interior was pitch black. Dust from a fallen door rose inside, turning into a hazy black smoke. He stepped inside, but his footsteps suddenly froze. Scarlet viruses. The room was filled with scarlet viruses. They floated within, nearly occupying all the space, and Bai Ye felt as though he had plunged into a sea of red dandelions. He could even clearly see a scarlet virus landing on the tip of his nose, then unfurling dozens of tiny tentacles, plunging down fiercely. Damn! Bai Ye cursed angrily, grabbing the scarlet virus on his nose and throwing it away. At that moment, other scarlet viruses completely surrounded him. Time stop. Brother Yi, be careful. Liu's urgent cry came from behind him, and then the surrounding scarlet viruses seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, grabbing and crushing. A vacuum suddenly opened up around Bai Ye. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled the house. The two of them kept running, turning left and right, until they found a safe house to hide in. That previous house must have been visited by someone else. That person likely led the scarlet viruses into the room and then jumped out the window to escape, trapping the viruses inside. Damn, what bad luck. Bai Ye cursed a couple of times. However, the only response he received was silence. Bai Ye was taken aback and turned to look at Liu. He saw that Liu was tightly holding his right hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face pale. He followed Liu's right hand and saw that the 3-meter-long invisible magic hand was no longer invisible. It now bore a shade of scarlet, as if unevenly splashed with red paint. Brother Yi, I think I'm about to die. Liu smiled bitterly. You've been infected by the scarlet virus. Liu shook his head. I didn't come into contact with the scarlet virus. I just crushed them with the magic hand. I thought it would be fine since the magic hand isn't part of my body, but who would have thought? He looked down at his magic hand. The scarlet color had spread like red ink on paper, dyeing the entire magic hand red. This was also the first time Liu's magic hand had fully manifested. over 3 meters long, with a huge palm resembling a giant's arm. Bai Ye's expression darkened. As long as I'm here, you won't die. He took out the scarlet virus serum he found earlier, preparing to give Li Yu an injection. Although it had long expired, he could only try it as a last resort. Just as he was about to inject it, a hand blocked Bai Ye. Li Yu's lips had lost their color, and his voice trembled. It's useless, Brother Yi. I can feel that my body hasn't been invaded by the scarlet virus. Do you see any bloodlines on me? Chapter 74. Li Yu's last wish and lies. Bai Ye's hand holding the syringe paused slightly. Now, Li Yu's symptoms were indeed completely different from those of the Black Panther. The virus infected the magical hand, which was closely related to my mental strength. The virus crawled into my mind through the magical hand, and I was beyond saving. Then I'll inject the serum into your magical hand. He pushed aside Li Yu's left hand and jabbed at the crimson magical hand. Crack! The needle broke. He forgot that Li Yu's magical hand was as hard as iron and couldn't be pierced by the needle at all. Looking at the remaining half of the needle, Bai Ye fell into silence. Li Yu was on the brink of death to save him. Even though he didn't need anyone's help, but Li Yu still saved. Li Yu's pale face reflected in his pupils, and the body's temperature gradually decreased, exuding a coldness similar to that of a corpse. The first opponent he encountered after crossing over, the first friend, was now about to die in this dark, abandoned corner, and he could only watch helplessly. Assuming a person can live to 60 years old, there are about 189, 216, 000 10-second intervals in a lifetime. The Wheel of Fate. I lost without grievance. Take care. Although I fear death, I fear even more living the rest of my life in regret and self-blame for abandoning my friend and fleeing alone. The word from the past still lingered in Bai Ye's ears, making him slightly dazed. Brother Yi. Li Yu's weak voice interrupted Bai Ye's daze. Before I die, I still have a wish. Bai Ye took a deep breath. He naturally knew what Li Yu's wish was and promised seriously. Don't worry. I will take care of your mother. Li Yu shook his head with difficulty. No, that's not the wish. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned. Not that? Did Li Yu have a wish that was more important than his mother? What wish? Just tell me. I will definitely fulfill it. And I will take good care of your mother. Brother Yi, I don't need to take care of my mom. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Why? I have no mom. Bai Ye? He stared wide-eyed at Li Yu, even doubting if he had heard wrong. No. What do you mean you have no mom? Li Yu smiled weakly. Actually, I lied to you. My mom passed away from illness when I was young. I kept saying that just to survive. Bai Ye was shocked. Born? I don't think so. If my mom knew she saved her son so many times, she would definitely be very happy. Li Yu smiled silently, his gaze gradually fading. He stared blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. Mom, son misses you. Finally can see you again. Wake up. Bai Ye quickly shook Li Yu. What is your wish? Li Yu's eyes regained a hint of clarity. He looked at Bai Ye, opened his mouth, but could no longer make any sound. Suddenly, Bai Ye felt a gentle tap on his calf. He turned his head and found it was Li Yu's foot kicking him once, twice, 3 times, and then the movement stopped. Bai Ye was stunned for a moment, and then he realized, laughing in anger. He knew what Li Yu's wish was. It was to take revenge for the 3 kicks before. When they were in Great Dust Town, Li Yu had just become an extraordinary being, sending a note to meet him at midnight. After he restrained Li Yu with a gun, he had kicked him 3 times in the butt, and he didn't expect Li Yu to remember it until now. Li Yu, your memory is sharper than a needle. Bai Ye opened his mouth, but the subsequent words couldn't come out, because Li Yu had already slowly closed his eyes. A pale face with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ye tightly gripped the cold syringe in his hand, anger gradually filling his chest. But when his gaze flicked to the syringe, he suddenly froze. It seemed he realized something and quickly aimed the syringe at Li Yu's crimson magical hand. However, this time he didn't jab the needle. Instead, he directly pushed the syringe, letting the murky green liquid drip onto the magical hand. Since the crimson virus could penetrate the magical hand, why couldn't the serum? As the first drop of light green liquid fell onto it, a miraculous scene occurred. The crimson seemed to encounter a natural enemy, directly being dispersed by the green liquid. Although the green liquid was soon consumed, the crimson had faded considerably. At this moment, a slight rise and fall appeared in Li Yu's chest. Bai Ye was overjoyed, continuing to drip the serum. He didn't dare to finish it all at once. After all, too much medicine can be toxic. What if he overdosed and killed Li Yu? After a third of the serum was dripped, the crimson on the surface of the magical hand completely faded, but inside remained red veins resembling tree branches, like human blood vessels. The serum seemed unable to penetrate the inside of the magical hand. He dripped a few more drops, but the crimson veins remained unmoved. Liu suddenly jumped up from the ground, looking around in horror, breathing heavily, appearing both terrified yet lively. Is this the underworld? Damn! Brother Yi, when did you die? Bai Ye walked expressionlessly to Liu's side, then kicked him 3 times. Ouch! Why are you kicking me? It hurts. Wait, dead people can't feel pain. Am I alive again? Liu looked at his body in surprise, and finally his gaze fell on the magical hand filled with crimson veins. This is... He waved his arm, and suddenly the magical hand extended at a visible speed from the original 3 meters to 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. He was increasingly delighted. With a thought, the magical hand began to shrink again, gradually reducing to the size of an ordinary person's arm. Flexible. My magical hand can stretch and shrink now, and it seems to have become more agile and harder. Don't get too happy too soon. The crimson virus still remains in your magical hand. The bloodlines are the best proof. Although it has mutated your extraordinary ability, it may have side effects. Bai Ye poured a bucket of cold water on him. The joy on Liu's face faded slightly as he looked at the densely packed veins in a magical hand with some worry. The magical hand's greatest function was invisibility. Now, although it was stronger, it had lost its invisibility function, which seemed somewhat not worth it. Let me see if I can conceal the blood vessels. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength, as if he were constipated, his face turning red. Finally, the blood vessels inside the magical hand began to contract, countless tiny branches returning to the main trunk. Chapter 75, The Killing Disaster Targeting Bai Ye. Liu gasped for breath, his eyes filled with surprise. That's great, Yiga. The blood vessels can be retracted, but I'm still not very skilled at it. I can't pull them all back at once. Once I practice a few more times, I definitely can. His excited voice suddenly stopped, his gaze trembling as he stared into Bai Ye's eyes. Yiga, your eyes. A sense of foreboding surged in Bai Ye's heart. What's wrong with my eyes? Bloodlines. There's a bloodline in your eyes. Liu shouted in panic, his voice somewhat distorted. Damn! Bai Ye cursed inwardly, pulling out a dagger and holding it in front of his eyes to take a look. The clear blade reflected his eyes, and he saw a red line, worm-like, writhing in the white part of his eye. Seeing this, Bai Ye didn't hesitate at all. He raised a finger and stabbed it fiercely into his eyeball. As his finger made contact with the surface of the eye, he fought against the impulse to close his eyes, pinching hard at the writhing bloodline, then suddenly pulling with force. A bloodline half a meter long was brutally yanked out of his eye socket, accompanied by a spray of blood. Bai Ye's vision in his right eye instantly turned crimson, and intense pain made him close that eye. But he didn't stop. He continued searching his body. He knew that during the recent attack by the crimson virus, some virus must have invaded his body. There had been too many of them at that time, and even he couldn't notice all the viruses. He should have discovered it earlier, but he hadn't paid attention to his own abnormalities while saving Liu. Your back. It's on your back, Liu exclaimed. On Bai Ye's back, at the torn part of his clothing, a crimson virus was attached to his skin like a leech, with countless small bloodlines rooted in it. Let me do it. Liu's magical hand shrank to normal size, accurately pinching the crimson virus, then yanking it hard. There was a chilling sound of flesh tearing. Although the crimson virus was pulled out, dozens of bloodlines were still connected to Bai Ye's back. Liu endured his physiological discomfort, pulling and retreating, the bloodlines stretching longer and longer. He even had the illusion that he was pulling Bai Ye's blood vessels, because the bloodlines looked so much like blood vessels. It felt as if he was grabbing a segment of a blood vessel and pulling it out of the human body. With a pop, the bloodline was yanked off Bai Ye's back, leaving behind a gaping wound that was already riddled with holes, a blood hole with rotting flesh inside, as if someone had stabbed him with a needle hundreds of times. Yiga, are you feeling better? Liu asked with concern. Bai Ye gritted his teeth, cold sweat covering his face, the intense pain from the wound constantly stimulating his nerves. It's useless. The virus has invaded for too long. As Bai Ye opened his mouth, he felt an itch in his throat, as if countless small bugs were writhing in it. Those small bugs multiplied rapidly and soon crawled out of his mouth along his tongue. Bai Ye bit down hard. The texture was very chewy, like biting through noodles. Ugh! He spat on the ground, and several half-segmented bloodlines and blood splattered down. Looking at the writhing bloodlines on the ground, Bai Ye instinctively felt nauseous. The thought of having all these things inside him made him feel even more disgusted. Fortunately, there was still half of the crimson virus serum left. Since it could heal Liyu's magical hand, it should be able to heal him as well. He raised the syringe and stabbed the broken needle firmly into his arm. As the light green liquid was injected, the strange feeling in his body diminished significantly, and the bloodlines in his mouth shrank back to his abdomen. Liyu watched nervously from the side, wanting to help but unsure of what to do, appearing somewhat at a loss. Ego, are you feeling better? Bai Ye nodded with difficulty, just about to speak when his face suddenly turned pale. He clutched his abdomen tightly, and a wave of intense pain engulfed him. Yege, what's wrong? Liu exclaimed in shock. Is it that the serum isn't enough? I'll go find medicine for you right now. Bai Ye opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. Anxious, Liu didn't even open the door. Instead, he directly charged into it, crashing down with the door and falling to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up and rushed into the street, randomly choosing a direction and running wildly. He didn't know where to find the serum, but he didn't dare to stop. At least searching meant hope, while stopping meant no hope at all. In the pitch-black room, Bai Ye's thin body seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. He could clearly feel the crimson virus gradually infecting his body. The feeling of death approaching constantly was like being trapped in a gradually shrinking cold iron box, oxygen being slowly drained, eardrums buzzing, until all he could hear was the thunderous pounding of his pulse against his temples. The same serum healed Liu, but couldn't heal him. It might be that the serum dosage was insufficient, or perhaps it was the infected spirit, or an infected body, or maybe the difference in constitution. As he was not an extraordinary person, the reason no longer mattered. What mattered was, fuck it. Bai Ye roared angrily, his dark eyes filled with defiance. He felt no fear of death, only endless rage. Want to kill me? I'll make sure to take you down first. Time stopped. Buzz. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. The boy stood defiantly on the enormous golden dial like a wounded, dying lone wolf. As time began to freeze, the bloodlines in his abdomen quieted down. Bai Ye expressionlessly raised the dagger and stabbed it fiercely into his abdomen. He let out a muffled groan, cold sweat covering his face, but the motion of his hand didn't stop at all. The sharp dagger slowly cut open his abdomen, blood instantly staining his hand. He dropped the dagger to the ground and plunged his right hand into his abdomen. The warm, slippery, and viscous sensation transmitted from his right hand to his cerebral cortex. But he felt nothing, as the pain was overwhelming, washing over his nerves like a tide. He nearly bit through his teeth, enduring the intense pain as his right hand searched his abdomen, finally touching a mass of bloodlines. He yanked hard, directly pulling the bloodline out of his belly and tossing on the ground. This action nearly made him faint, but his body felt a wave of relief. He repeated the process, continuously reaching in to pull out bloodlines, tossing them away again and again. Chapter 76. The Pseudo-Human Bai Ye. Blood pooled at Bai Ye's feet. Logically, such an operation would be unsustainable even for someone with extraordinary physical qualities, yet he managed to hold on. It wasn't that his physical condition was strong enough, but rather that the scarlet virus was at work. A pseudo-human infected by the scarlet virus possesses a terrifying regenerative ability that is nearly immortal. Although Bai Ye, who was gradually transforming into a pseudo-human, did not have regeneration as powerful as theirs, it had already surpassed that of normal humans. It was precisely due to this regenerative ability that he could purge the bloodlines within him. A minute later, he collapsed to the ground, nearly exhausted. The regenerative power brought by the scarlet virus was not a perpetual motion machine. It came at the cost of draining his life force. In that short minute, his life force had been completely depleted. At that moment, Bai Ye's face was as pale as paper, but the corners of his mouth were smiling. A little virus dares to attempt to slay a god? I am the god of the new era. He laughed silently, feeling that the serum in his body had reached a sort of balance with the scarlet virus. Previously, the excessive bloodlines caused by the virus had overwhelmed the serum's effectiveness. However, as the bloodlines were cleared, the serum finally began to take effect. Oh no, time! Bai Ye se simile abruptly jasit, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly closed the time stop, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Damn, almost wasted time. He murmured, but his vision began to blur. After all, he was not a pseudo-human. The significant blood loss led to his fainting. He didn't know how long it had been, but Bai Ye was jolted awake by a strong, bitter taste in his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was spit repeatedly. What the hell? It's so bitter. Why is there so much gunk in my mouth? Huh? Li Zhu. What did you come back? Li Yu, with a mournful expression, wiped the spittle off his face and complained, Brother Yi, is this how you treat your savior? What savior? What did you feed me? I fed you 2 million. 2 million? Bai Ye was taken aback, and upon recalling the bitter taste in his mouth, he instantly realized, mutated ginseng? He hurriedly lifted his shirt to reveal his 8-pack abs. The originally gruesome and bloody wounds had somehow healed, leaving only a faint red mark. He remembered that after clearing the bloodlines, the wounds on his abdomen began to heal, but due to the depletion of life force, they had only healed halfway before he fainted. It seemed Li Yu had returned, and, seeing that he had lost too much blood, fed him the ginseng. Nice going. Li Zua, you even thought to give me ginseng. Bai Ye took a deep breath, grinning, hey, guess what? I didn't die. I searched for a long time and couldn't find the serum, so I thought I'd come back to collect your body. But then I found out you were still alive. Just lost too much blood. I figured the ginseng could replenish your blood, and it actually saved you. So, tell me, Brother Yi, how should I be thanked? Li Yu said, beaming. Pinket? Bai Ye shot him a sideways glance. I was just going to sleep it off, but you wasted a $2 million ginseng on me. I'll remember this debt. You better pay me back 2 million in the future. Li Yu's face darkened, but then his bright eyes flickered as he suddenly said mysteriously, Brother Yi, guess why you could eat ginseng even after fainting? Bai Ye was taken aback, then his face turned pale. You didn't. That's right. Brother Yi, just as you thought, I chewed a little and fed it to you. You. Bai Ye immediately doubled over and started gagging, suddenly feeling that being alive seemed rather meaningless. Ha ha ha. Li Yu laughed heartily. I'm just messing with you. You think I do want to do that? You wouldn't believe it, but when I first brought the ginseng to your mouth, you grabbed it and stuffed it in like a starving ghost. You little. Bai Ye glared at him. I find that you've never spoken a single truth. You tricked me with ginseng, pretended to be a filial son. And if it weren't for the fact that I was about to die, I doubt you'd ever tell the truth in your life. Did you deceive me about anything else? Speak. Li Yu's smile slowly vanished, and he said seriously, there is indeed one thing. What is it? Sorry, Brother Yi, I just tricked you again. The ginseng really was for my mouth. I'll kill you. Moments later, Li Yu, sporting a black eye, squatted in a corner of the room, drawing circles on the ground with his finger. After venting his frustration, Bai Ye picked up a dagger from the floor and lightly sliced his arm, blood streaming out. Li Yu exclaimed in shock, Brother Yi, there's no need to self-harm, just to apologize to me. Get lost. Bai Ye said without looking back, focusing on his wound, feeling a tingling sensation, as if ants were crawling over it. Then something miraculous happened. The wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. As I suspected, this mutated scarlet virus has given me powerful regenerative abilities, and it seems my physical condition has improved significantly. I just hope there are no aftereffects, Bai Ye thought silently. By the way, Li Zua, how long was I unconscious? Li Yu was still drawing circles about an hour. An hour? Bai Ye quickly pulled out his gold pocket watch. It was now 8:29 p.m. Oh no, Yang Jie might have already found the Pangy USB drive and run away. Stop squatting. If we don't hurry, all the good stuff will be taken. Bai Ye said anxiously, rushing towards the door, only to be grabbed by Li Yu's magical hands. Brother Yi, we can't go out now. It's full of scarlet viruses and pseudo-humans outside. Going out will get you killed. Li Yu urged. I have my own way. How about this? You stay here and wait. I'll be back soon. Without time for further explanation, Bai Ye opened the door that Li Yu had just repaired and rushed out. The moment he stepped outside, he suddenly stopped, as if he had entered another world. Countless eyeball-sized scarlet viruses filled the city, floating like a sea of red dandelions. He was not surprised. With hundreds of people flooding into the 189 shelter, they would definitely fight back against the giant scarlet virus tentacles instead of sitting idly by. In retaliation, it would lead to the rupture of the giant scarlet virus, releasing countless pseudo-humans and smaller scarlet viruses. I can't delay any longer. The longer I wait, the more dangerous it becomes. Once the scarlet virus fills the entire city, even I will have to avoid its edge. Bai Ye took a deep breath, ready to activate time, stopped to cross the street, but suddenly froze. Wait, why aren't these scarlet viruses attacking me? He was astonished to discover that the countless scarlet viruses were completely ignoring his presence, quietly floating in the air. Could it be? A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. It must be that I've already been infected and healed from the scarlet virus, and my body has mutated, causing them to see me as one of their own. Chapter 77. How can a mere mortal comprehend the numbers of fate? I wield the cause and effect that determines the universe. What about Liu? You go wait for me. I'll go with you. We can look out for each other on the way. Liu rushed over in a hurry. At that moment, the floating crimson virus in the street suddenly froze for a second, like flying insects that had spotted their prey, before swarming toward Liu. Damn, Yi go run. Bai Ye did not flee, but instead closed the door, standing alone in front of it. The crimson viruses halted their flight before him, quietly swirling around Bai Ye, some even landing on his hands, their tiny crimson tendrils writhing in the wind, yet not piercing his skin. Just as I thought, Bai Ye was increasingly ecstatic. Without the threat of the crimson virus, he could save so much time. But why couldn't Liu? Yigo, what are you doing? Get in here. Liu's anxious voice came from inside. I'm Yufine. The crimson virus seems to regard me as a false person and won't attack me. Liu immediately realized. Is it because you have already been infected with the virus? But why can't I? Is it just because I was infected with a magical hand and not my body? Yigo, let me try with the magical hand. Bai Ye slightly moved to the side, and the door quickly opened a crack, followed by an invisible large hand with crimson veins slowly reaching out. This time, the crimson virus indeed did not attack the magical hand. Damn, this isn't fair. We both have the virus, and we both receive the serum. So why can your whole body be fine, while only my hand works? Liu said dejectedly. All right, stop talking nonsense. If you're going, hurry up and come out. I'm not going. If I go, I'll just be a burden. It's better to take this time to get familiar with the mutated magical hand and try to hide the veins early. Bai Ye nodded. He understood that Liu wanted to go because he was worried about him, not because he was looking for treasure. Now that he could ignore the crimson virus, there was no need for Liu to follow him. Fine, then you wait here. After saying that, Bai Ye rushed into the swarm of viruses, waving his hands to drive away the nearby viruses before officially setting off. At this moment, the city, which was already desolate, felt even more dead silent. There was not a single person on the street, and in the distant shadows, the occasional howls of false people could be heard. The hundreds of people who had come to seek treasure were either dead or hidden. He looked around the city, a thoughtful expression on his face. He did not know where the Pangi USB drive was, but it probably wouldn't be in the residential area or the commercial street. So he headed toward the edge of the city. In the abandoned city, Bai Ye walked alone, with countless red dandelions fluttering like snowflakes, adding a strange crimson touch to this city from 100 years ago. He stepped over the dusty wreckage of flying cars, crushing the dandelions underfoot, while broken billboards swayed in the air and the red fluff flowed like a river of blood over the iron bridge. The false moon in the sky cast its light, pinning his shadow to the overgrown asphalt road. He seemed to be the only traveler in this city, swimming against the tide of red snow. Still holding on? The man in the black suit asked the sweating painter while roasting a wild rabbit. Holding on, holding on. The painter anxiously circled around the canvas. I have it under control, but this shouldn't be happening. From the fate line. This character outside of the script is just a minor character. I manipulate fate, incite killing intent. He should definitely die, but he didn't. Not only did he not die, but his fate line also became thicker. That's not scientific at all. The man in the black suit glanced at him. You, an extraordinary being who toys with fate. Talking to me about science is itself unscientific. The painter, after pacing for a while, a flash of insight crossed his eyes. I understand now. It's a divine taboo object. A minor character can change a doomed fate line without anyone else's help. It must be aided by an external force. And such great power must be a divine taboo object. Then, the painter showed a contemplative expression. This is troublesome. With the help of a divine taboo object, fated to die might also struggle to kill him, unless what? The man in the black suit broke off a golden brown rabbit leg, about to put it in his mouth, but the painter snatched it away first. It smells really good. The painter chewed on the rabbit leg and mumbled, unless we make him get rid of the divine taboo object. What a stunningly brilliant method. Thanks to your reminder, I suddenly thought of a better way to kill the tyrant. What method? The man in the black suit asked expressionlessly. Let's quit smoking and drinking. Go to bed early and rise early, and let him live for 100 years. After 100 years, without lifting a finger, the tyrant will definitely die. The painter, I finally understand why you deal with dead people all day. It's because your mouth can annoy the living to death, leaving only the dead to communicate with you. Too much praise. If you were to suddenly die now, it would prove that what you said was not false. The painter laughed in anger. I can't be bothered to argue with you. My method may seem like nonsense, but in reality, it's just nonsense. The painter shouted angrily. In fact, it's the simplest and most efficient. Any complex scheme ultimately aims to achieve a goal. That person is protected by a divine taboo object. If we want to kill him, we must make him discard the divine taboo object. That's still nonsense. You bastard. The painter took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself to maintain his composure. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. He ignored the man in the black suit and focused on the canvas, muttering to himself. His fate line was protected by the divine taboo object, and a single killing calamity was insufficient to cope with it. So, he only needed to connect his fate with someone who was doomed to die, using the other party's killing calamity to eliminate him. He murmured while sketching on the canvas. Soon, a girl in knight armor, holding a pure silver cross sword, was drawn. The man in the black suit frowned. The Black Knight? If you kill her, won't you be afraid of the judgment from the Silent Court's judge? It's not that I want to kill her, but she is destined to die here. It would be better to go with the flow, connecting the fates of the two, allowing her to die along with the person outside the script. What if that person uses the divine taboo object to help the Black Knight break the killing calamity? That's what I meant by making him discard the divine taboo object. With the divine taboo object on him, he naturally won't discard it easily. But what if he is no longer himself? What do you mean? The painter smiled slightly. I told you, you wouldn't understand. He casually drew two laughing monkeys on the canvas, as if mocking silently. Satisfied with his painting, he smiled and recited, "How can a mere mortal comprehend the numbers of fate? I wield the cause and effect that determines the universe." Chapter 78. The wealthy do not sit in danger. The ruler does not enter hazardous areas. Bang. Gag. The painter cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and vomiting, wasting the rabbit leg he had just eaten. The man in the black suit silently retracted his fist. Gu Huangquan, what the hell are you doing? Why did you hit me? The painter cursed angrily. Gu Huangquan replied expressionlessly, You ate my rabbit meat and still cursed at me. You deserve to be hit. I was just composing poetry. Yes, you composed poetry to curse me. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Bai Ye discovered that many more doppelganger corpses had appeared nearby. These doppelgangers seemed to have been severed by some sharp weapon, all killed with a single strike. The opponent used chi and blood to crush the chi and blood in the doppelganger's body, rendering it unable to recover. Seeing the familiar wounds, the figure of the night girl appeared in his mind. These sword wounds resembled those made by the pure silver cross sword in the girl's hand. Bai Ye felt a surge of excitement. The night girl was the first person to enter the 189 shelter after the tyrant, and her goal must also be the Panga USB drive. Now that he had found traces of the girl, it meant he was on the right path. He quickened his pace, following the trail of battle marks. Suddenly, a doppelganger's roar echoed from the shadows of a nearby alley. Bai Ye frowned slightly, activating Breath of the Bones instantly, aiming his gun at the dark alley. Soon, a grotesque figure rushed out of the alley. The moment it saw Bai Ye, it froze in a strange manner. Its bloodline-covered crimson eyes stared unblinkingly at Bai Ye, as if questioning whether he was one of its kind. It seemed that not only the crimson virus, but the doppelganger also wouldn't attack him. Bai Ye thought silently, what if I attack it? Bang! The yellow-orange bullet instantly pierced through the doppelganger's abdomen. This doppelganger was enraged, its eyes turning even redder, and it roared as it charged at Bai Ye. It seemed that as long as he didn't attack them, he would be fine. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a crimson bullet blew off the doppelganger's head. It collapsed helplessly to the ground, its head a mess. After passing through several collapsed skyscrapers, his field of vision opened up, as if he had entered another area of the city. It was very spacious here, with several watchtower-like buildings by the roadside and many abandoned robots lying on the ground. It resembled a deserted military stronghold, and there were even more battle scars here. This is it. Bai Ye's eyes brightened as he moved past the abandoned obstacles toward the depths of the area. He was surprised to find that the crimson virus was remarkably scarce here. Moreover, as he continued forward, the crimson virus seemed to disappear almost entirely, as if there was something in this area that they feared and did not dare to approach. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard faint sounds of battle. The sounds came from far away, barely perceptible by the time they reached him. He followed the sounds, and soon a massive base came into view. This base was vast, almost a quarter the size of a city, surrounded by a circular alloy wall. Every 5 meters along the top of the wall stood a machine gun resembling a Gatling gun. However, judging by its design. This machine gun was not a traditional kinetic weapon. Its streamlined metallic body had a display screen on the side and no place for bullets, resembling the legendary laser weapon. Fortunately, these weapons had already been abandoned. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have found it impossible to break in. The sounds of battle were coming from within the base, growing clearer, and Bai Ye even heard the roar of the underworld tiger. He circled around the wall and soon found the entrance. The thick alloy gate, several centimeters thick, had been violently smashed open, and a rusty sign hung on the nearby wall. Experimental base, no entry. The underground space of the 189 shelter was already limited, yet the people of the civilized era had carved out such a large area to build an experimental base. One could imagine its importance. If he was not mistaken, this should be the core of the Pangu project. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, silently contemplating that since the Pangu project claimed to create the heavens and the earth, the experimental project's inside must cover a wide range. The previous doppelgangers and the mutated crimson virus were very likely part of the Pangu project. The people of the civilized era wanted to unravel the secrets of the crimson virus or control it, but instead, they ended up creating a mutated version of the crimson virus. It seemed that everyone in the shelter had turned into doppelgangers, indicating that some accident had caused the mutated crimson virus to leak and infect everyone. He slipped into the gate, moving along the exterior wall of the experimental base inch by inch in the direction of the sounds, then quietly peeked out, revealing half of his head and eyes. Hiss! Bai Ye inhaled sharply. What the hell was this monster? Another doppelganger? On the other side of the experimental base, more than a dozen humanoid monsters over 5 meters tall were chasing after the underworld tiger and others. Their muscular bodies were covered with bulging veins and rotting flesh, and their hands were disproportionately large, no longer resembling human hands, but rather giant claws. The sharp knuckles glinted with a cold light like the scythe of death. In addition to these dozen battling monsters, over 20 bloodied humanoid monsters lay on the ground, appearing to have just died not long ago. Where's the tyrant Yang Jie? Bai Ye felt a bit puzzled. He saw the underworld tiger, the night girl, and evenly Xiao, that pretentious fellow, present. All those who had first passed through the laser passage were here, yet there was no sign of Yang Jie. He scanned with his gaze, and, upon seeing a large hole in a certain wall of the experimental base, understood that the tyrant had already broken into the experimental base. These monsters could block the underworld tiger and the others, but they couldn't stop the tyrant. However, the tyrant's situation did not seem optimistic either, as fierce sounds of metal clashing and explosions occasionally echoed from within the experimental base, loud enough for Bai Ye, hiding far away, to feel the tremors of the wall. It was dangerous. Too damn dangerous. Bai Ye wisely chose not to rush in, opting to stay here and watch the show. After all, no matter who found the Pangu USB drive, they would ultimately have to come out of the experimental base, and then he could just snatch it. Why risk his life? As the old saying goes, the wealthy do not sit in danger, and the ruler does not enter hazardous areas, especially since he was a god of the new era. These damned experimental subjects. You can't kill them unless you drain their chi and blood. The underworld tiger smashed the arm of an attacking experimental subject with a punch and then rushed to the side of the silver serpent. Chapter 79, Birth. It's all about birth. The experimental subject with a shattered arm roared. A blazing scarlet light surged from its body, and specks of light gathered at the broken arm. Then, amidst a sea of red light, the severed muscles, bones, and skin rapidly grew back, restoring everything in the blink of an eye. The silver-haired snake woman no longer smiled. The tyrant had forcefully stormed the experimental base, breaking the containment devices inside, unexpectedly releasing so many experimental subjects. It was unclear what the people of the old era were researching. Every monster they created was comparable to a transcendent being with a bounty exceeding 100 million. The dark tiger exerted force with both hands, grabbing the arm of the attacking experimental subject and flinging it away like an ant lifting an elephant. Time could not be wasted any longer. He had to find the Pangu USB drive before the tyrant. Go! He dropped to all fours, his muscles bulging fiercely. Seeing this, the silver snake immediately leaped, her small muddy feet landing on the dark tiger's back. The dark tiger acted as a mount, charging wildly, while the silver snake struck ruthlessly, her delicate white arms like poisonous snakes without bones, each blow tearing large chunks of flesh from the experimental subjects. With their combined efforts, They quickly broke through the encirclement and dashed into the massive hole created by the tyrant, disappearing without a trace. Oomph. 2 births. He Qianjun snorted coldly, deeply dissatisfied with the actions of the Dark Tiger duo. Originally, everyone had worked together to kill over 20 experimental subjects, and they were on the verge of resolving the situation. But the Dark Tiger duo chose to run first, leaving the pressure on the remaining people. With his full head of silver hair, He Qianjun suddenly leaped up like a bamboo shoot after a rain, swiftly evading the incoming claws in midair. He then exerted force with his feet, climbing up the thick arm of the experimental subject as if ascending a mountain, and finally stomped hard on the opponent's head. Using the reaction force, he glided towards the large hole in the wall of the experimental base. There was still 100 meters to go, and based on his falling momentum, he would not reach the hole, but in the next second his arms spread wide like a white crane spreading its wings, and an immense surge of vitality burst forth, transforming into countless streams of scarlet energy flowing through his arms. These energies seemed to form a pair of scarlet wings, forcibly dragging him to glide 100 meters, landing precisely at the edge of the hole. He Qianjun stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the hole, glancing coldly at the still battling crowd. Humph. I'll go ahead. Birth. You 3 births are hiding knives in your smiles, betraying your promises, and being untrustworthy. Xiao Yiqi cursed loudly. Wait. Clang. The sword behind him suddenly unsheathed, turning into a streak of light chasing after He Qianjun. The moment the sword passed over his head, Xiao Yi suddenly reached out to grab the hilt, and then he was swiftly pulled away. Xiao Yi also ran. This group of births. Li Xiao watched as the remaining experimental subjects attacked him, feeling his eyes widen in anger. He believed that the strong should keep their word, that promises should be as solid as a mountain. Having agreed to work together against the experimental subjects, they should stick to their word. Yet, one after another, these strong individuals ran away. His shadow suddenly shot out shadow darts towards the hole. Then he shifted shapes. Li Xiao also ran. Let us go in too. The ghost clown said to the air beside him. You want to help that female knight? He glanced at the knight girl who was embroiled in a tough battle. The sharp sword light severed the encroaching experimental subjects repeatedly, but they kept recovering. But I feel like she doesn't need help. The ghost clown tilted his head. Just as he said, the knight girl indeed did not need help. She was far from the hole and couldn't shift shapes like Li Xiao. If she wanted to enter the hole, she could only force her way in. But she didn't force her way. Instead, she quickly ran toward the nearest wall of the experimental base, pursued closely by 7 or 8 experimental subjects, with the encirclement constantly shrinking, blocking her in. The girl showed no signs of panic, lifting her pure silver cross sword and gently stabbing it into the wall in front of her. Clang! The pure silver cross sword instantly sank into the wall without any resistance, as if cutting through tofu. Immediately after, the girl drew a circle with her sword. Clang! A heavy circular wall panel fell, and she nimbly slipped inside. The enormous experimental subjects could not squeeze through the hole and could only reach out their grotesque arms to scratch. Inside the hole, the girl quietly watched as the sharp claws fell close to her, yet did not touch her clothes at all. The featureless silver-white mask seemed to mock silently. The mere 3 centimeters of distance felt like a chasm. Not only does she not need help, but she also lured the experimental subjects away for us. Hold on to me. The ghost clown gripped the air with one hand and lowered the tattered top hat on his head, dashing like a ghost, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. Several experimental subjects tried to grab him, but missed by a hair's breadth, as if he were a clown walking on a tightrope in a circus, swaying yet not falling. The last experimental subject blocked the hole, and the ghost clown slid beneath its legs, immediately leaping into the base. The experimental subjects, having lost all targets, roared to the sky, the visible sound waves spreading out, causing Bai Ye in the distance to cover his ears. A few clever experimental subjects chased after him inside, while the remaining 3 foolish ones were still scratching at the night girl. Is the good show over? Bai Ye curled his lip. He could no longer see the battle inside the experimental base and could only wait in boredom. After all, he would never go in. Who knows how much danger lurked inside? It would be far more pleasant to wait for others to endure countless hardships to find the Panga USB drive before he reaped the benefits. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sound from inside the experimental base not only did not diminish but grew louder. It was as if an entire army was fighting inside, with explosive sounds erupting from time to time. Damn, are these people going to destroy my USB drive? They shouldn't. After all, their goal is also the USB drive. They can't be that foolish, right? Can't, right? Boom. A violent explosion sounded from a wall behind Bai Ye, and before he could react, he was directly blasted away. Countless shattered bricks buried him. Damn it. Bai Ye crawled out from the rubble, cursing angrily. Do they have no sense of public morality? Can they just throw bombs around? From the blasted hole, it was dark and silent. No one responded. Only the continuous sound of explosions echoed. He scanned his eyes and spotted a broken metal box. Seemingly some kind of precision instrument, but he didn't recognize it. He guessed that someone must have sent this metal box flying during the battle, and then it exploded after crashing into the wall here. What a stroke of bad luck. Thankful my body is tough enough. As he spoke, the scars on Bai Ye's back had completely healed. No, this place isn't safe either. I should hide further away. Just as he was about to retreat, he caught a glimpse of a reflective object from the rubble. He hurriedly dug through the debris, and when he finally saw the reflective object clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 80. Forbidden Object Number 001. Undescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Is this a phone screen? A rectangular, translucent screen lay quietly among the rubble, covered in cracks. He picked it up and examined it closely, only to find that the cracks concealed a complex circuit board. It shouldn't be a phone screen. It was too thick. This thickness resembled a phone instead. Could this be a phone from the civilized era? Just a simple screen? Looking at the cracks, Bai Ye thought it was a pity. He used to love playing with phones before his transmigration, playing every day, and even experienced withdrawal symptoms after arriving in this world. Now, he had finally found a high-tech phone, but it was broken. After fiddling with it for a while and not knowing how to turn it on, he had no choice but to shove it into his pocket, hoping that he might get a chance to fix it in the future and play with the phone again. The appearance of the phone inspired him. Although he couldn't enter the experimental base, he could still scavenge outside. After all, so many explosions had just occurred and many walls had been blown apart. There might be other good items that were blown out together with the rubble. Bai Ye couldn't help but glance towards the entrance where everyone had gone in. Those were the most explosions had happened and the most rubble was. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go treasure hunting. He immediately set off in that direction. At this moment, the 3 experimental subjects with questionable intelligence were still digging, seemingly with their arms stuck in the hole. And they just kept on digging. He didn't care about the experimental subjects. They were all infected with the crimson virus, so they were on the same side. Talp, talp, talp. Bai Ye walked briskly, stepping over the rubble as he passed by the 3 experimental subjects. This instantly caught their attention, and 3 pairs of terrifying crimson eyes fixed their gaze on him. Oh, are you guys busy? I'm just passing by. You can continue. Bai Ye waved his hand, intending to walk past the 3 fools. But unexpectedly, the 3 fools actually withdrew their hand from the hole, slowly standing up, their bodies towering over 5 meters as they looked down at Bai Ye. Bai Ye's heart sank. What are you doing? Look closely. We're all on the same side. Damn. 3 huge shadows charged at him, and he turned and ran. With your intelligence, you can't even recognize your own kind? He didn't know if it was low intelligence or if the experimental subjects and the pseudo-humans simply weren't considered the same kind. But in any case, the 3 fools were ruthless when they attacked. Although the 3 experimental subjects were large in size, they moved swiftly, surrounding Bai Ye and continuously closing in on him. In an instant, all his escape routes were blocked, and the only chance for survival was the entrance where everyone had gone in earlier. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye dashed into the entrance, and the 3 fools followed closely behind. After running for about 10 meters, he encountered a corner and quickly dodged to the side, breaking their line of sight. Then, time froze. In an instant, everything fell silent, and the only sound in the world was the boy's heavy breathing echoing. If I could kill you, I'd definitely do it today. Bai Ye cursed angrily, then turned back along the same path, directly bypassing the 3 fools and slipping out of the entrance. Time resumed. As time flowed back to normal, the 3 fools, still unaware of what had happened, charged into the corner and vanished from sight. Watching their disappearing figures, Bai Ye felt a bit puzzled. He couldn't shake the feeling that the 3 fools were deliberately trying to force him into the experimental base. He sneered. You think you can push me into the experimental base to die? No way. It took him 5 seconds, but the crisis was completely averted. Bai Ye happily began scavenging again. The experimental base was now riddled with damage, with many areas collapsed due to Yang Jie and others. So he didn't venture deep inside. He just searched through the rubble on the outskirts. Before long, he found quite a few items: a metal cup with a hole, a broken pen cut in half, the head of an intelligent robot, a piece of a chair leg, and a scrap version of a fully automatic coffee machine. Bai Ye was completely frustrated. After wasting 5 seconds to divert the three fools, he ended up with a pile of junk. This deal was a huge loss for him. Now, he only had 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. I don't believe it. A cutting-edge experimental base can only yield this little garbage? After much effort, Bai Ye finally found a valuable item, a notebook that had been mostly burned. He carefully opened it, and the thick black title made his heart race. Forbidden object. No. Containment. Although he couldn't see all the text, he could roughly guess the meaning. This notebook should record the containment conditions of different numbered forbidden objects. Even a snake-level forbidden object like bone breath requires containment to use, let alone forbidden objects, whose containment conditions are likely even more stringent. Flipping through the charred pages. Forbidden object, number 001. Undescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bai Ye was puzzled. This page was relatively intact, but the problem was that it was mostly blank in the middle, with nothing there, and it ended with 3 UNs. It made him really want to ask the record keeper, what is so unacceptable? He continued flipping through. Forbidden object, number 002. Undescribable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Bai Ye was amused and thought, if they're all like this, then don't bother recording it. It's a waste of a notebook. He flipped several pages until he reached forbidden object number 010, which finally had a bit more writing, but it was still mostly blackened and charred. Damn. Forbidden object, no. 039, the forgotten one. Will be attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans. Feeds on information, memory, knowledge, thoughts, and all non-physical information carriers. Cannot attack, cannot kill, can be contained, containment conditions. Finally, he found a page that was relatively intact, but upon reading it, Bai Ye was left even more confused. The name 039 is the forgotten one. A person? Is that considered a forbidden object? He flipped to the next page, which had an illustration of 039, but it was charred, and he could barely make out that it seemed to be a man. After flipping through for a long time, he finally closed the notebook. It was somewhat useful, but not much. That was Bai Ye's assessment of it, as most of it was damaged. He only learned a name and number from many forbidden objects, and some only had containment conditions. He didn't even know how many numbers there were. The pages at the back were even more severely damaged, with some completely burned away. Chapter 81. Forbidden object, number 169, twin monkey, statue boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion échoued. Bai Ye was startled and quickly looked towards the experimental base, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw a large hole blown in the roof of the experimental base, billowing black smoke rising into the sky, and within that smoke, a giant hand resembling a dragon's claw, covered in black scales, burst through the hole. Countless fragments of stone flew, dust billowed up, and it seemed as if a rain of stones was falling from the sky. This hand was enormous, comparable to the experimental subjects. What kind of monster is this? Just as he was astonished, numerous metal spikes shot out from the large hole, piercing through the black-scaled giant hand, followed by another loud crash, like the sound of a massive object colliding. The black-scaled giant hand fell back into the hole, and the experimental base collapsed even more severely, the sounds of battle intensifying. It was Tyrant Yang Jie fighting against it. Bai Ye recognized that ability to control metal. From the commotion, it was clear that the owner of the black-scaled giant hand possessed terrifying strength, capable of fighting Tyrant Yang Jie to such an extent. Bai Ye felt increasingly grateful that he hadn't entered. It was too dangerous. Even with 2 minutes and 25 seconds, he might not survive. He couldn't defeat any of these monsters, even with time stop, because they were akin to immortals, and he simply didn't have enough time to completely extinguish their life force. Time to get to work. Amidst his astonishment, Bai Ye didn't forget to scavenge. The recent explosion had scattered plenty of items. 5 minutes later, holding a pile of junk, he suddenly stopped, his eyes shining brightly as he fixed his gaze on a pile of rubble not far away. This is a forbidden object. With a whoosh, Bai Ye tossed aside all the junk he was holding and rushed towards the black statue, mostly buried under the rubble. The statue was quite peculiar, about the size of a palm, half of its body buried, with only a dark monkey head visible, grinning in a very eerie manner. Forbidden object number 169, twin. Twin what again? Bai Ye stopped in front of the statue, quickly pulled out his burned notebook, and flipped through it, soon finding entry number 169. Forbidden object number 169, twin monkey statue, a pair of twin monkeys embracing each other, soul. Containment difficulty level D. Twin monkey statue. Containment difficulty level D? His eyes sparkled with greed, devoid of any emotion. The notebook had recorded that containment difficulty was divided into levels A, B, C, and D, with anything above level of being uncontainable. The containment difficulty often represented the danger level of forbidden objects, and not all forbidden objects were harmless. A containment difficulty of D indicated that the twin monkey statue had a very low danger level. Heaven's gift will not bring calamity. This item should belong to me. Bai Ye did not directly reach for it, but instead picked up a piece of rubble and threw it at the twin monkey statue, which showed no reaction. He then dragged over a severed arm from a deceased experimental subject and touched it a few times, still encountering no danger. Although the containment difficulty was D, it was still a forbidden object, so caution was warranted. After all, even the breath of bones could drain life force. After much fussing, he finally confirmed that the twin monkey statue should pose no danger and cautiously extended a finger. Hey! His finger touched it and then quickly retracted as if electrocuted. Still no danger. 2 fingers, 3. In the end, he picked up the monkey statue and nothing happened. The feel of it in his hand was no different from an ordinary wooden statue. Wait, why is there only one monkey? Where's the other one? He looked dumbfounded. The description in the picture clearly showed a twin monkey statue of 2 monkeys embracing, but the statue in his hand only had one big laughing monkey with its arms wide open, embracing air. Was half of it blown away? Can this thing still be used? Bai Ye's heart sank. Although he was scavenging, he didn't genuinely want to pick up trash. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, he began to study the single monkey statue. After 10 minutes of flipping it over and over, even counting the number of hairs on it, he still didn't figure out its use. Well, having it is better than not having it. He consoled himself a couple of times and then put the single monkey statue away, inside the experimental base. The night girl of the silent court was walking through a dark corridor, holding a pure silver cross sword. The pure silver cross sword had long been stained with blood, and as she walked, drops of crimson blood continuously dripped from the sword tip, forming a broken trail of blood on the ground. Surrounding her were several mice infected with the scarlet virus, their bodies severed in half, twitching slightly. Why are there mice in the experimental base? A serious expression flashed across the night girl's light brown eyes. She had previously found the species catalog of Shelter 189, which recorded all the animal species and genes brought into the shelter by people from the old era. Although the catalog included mice, it only contained mouse genes, meaning that there shouldn't be any live mice in Shelter 189. While people in the old era mastered cloning technology and could clone mice, she felt that things could not be so simple, as mice offered no benefit to the shelter. It's important to note that people in the old era had long stopped using lab mice for experiments and instead used clones directly. If it was for pets, they would have chosen hamsters or white mice, not these disease-ridden black mice. Of course, there is a possibility that someone had a peculiar hobby. It's not that she was being overly sensitive. It was just that seeing the mice reminded her of a person, a very dangerous person. The Zodiac, the hidden rat. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The immediate priority is to find the Pangi USB drive. The night girl hurriedly traversed the corridor. As her time was running out, she had to find the USB drive before the tyrant, or there would be no opportunity left, as no one could take anything from the tyrant. Fortunately, no one knew where the USB drive was stored in the experimental base, and even the powerful tyrant had to search bit by bit. 5 minutes later, she stopped, her gaze falling on the rows of alloy doors on either side of the corridor. If it weren't for the appearance of the alloy doors, she might have suspected she was going in circles, as the style of the corridor hadn't changed from beginning to end, resembling a scene copied and pasted countless times. Most of these alloy doors had long been violently destroyed, leaving only 2 doors still tightly shut. The night girl first checked the damaged doors one by one, finding them empty. Then she approached the closed alloy doors. Although the hope of finding the Pangi USB drive here was slim, she had come this far, so she had to take a look. Chapter 82, Life Exchange Clang. The pure silver cross transformed into a sharp silver light, and the alloy door broke apart in response. The furnishings inside the room were exposed to her eyes, and she frowned slightly, because behind this door were only some discarded computers, hard drives, mobile phones, and other electronic products. It was very messy, almost like a storeroom. She searched through the pile of junk with her sword for a moment, confirming that they were all waste products, then immediately walked towards the last alloy door. After a strike, the alloy door opened, revealing a pitch-black statue resembling a monkey. The statue was placed on a metal pedestal, covered by a square, transparent glass dome. It was a monkey with its arms wide open, grinning broadly. The pedestal was engraved with the words, "Divine Forbidden Item, number 169, twin-born monkey statue." Divine Forbidden Item? A hint of disappointment flashed in the night girl's eyes. Although divine forbidden items were precious, they were not her goal. She slowly exited the room and then kicked a piece of rubble. Whoosh! The rubble accurately shattered the glass dome, hitting the monkey's head. The twin-born monkey statue fell to the ground, completely unharmed, and did not show any signs of being extraordinary. The night girl was silent for a moment before turning to leave. A moment later, she returned holding an arm that she had previously severed from a test subject. She threw the arm onto the twin-born monkey statue, but still, nothing happened. She re-entered the room and poked the statue with her pure silver cross sword. The razor-sharp sword left no marks on the statue. After a series of tests, she finally picked up the statue with her knight gauntlet hand. It was at that moment that the previously unresponsive statue suddenly emitted a cold black light. The grinning monkey's mouth widened even more, as if it were silently mocking her. Finally, she fell for it. The night girl reacted quickly. Almost the instant the black light appeared, she threw the statue away. But no matter how fast she was, she could not outrun the light and was inevitably illuminated by it. Meanwhile, outside the experimental base, Bai Ye, who was picking up trash, suddenly felt a chill on his body. What the hell? He quickly took out the single-born monkey statue from his pocket and saw a thick, ink-like black light bursting from the statue. Without any hesitation, he threw the statue away. Clang! The wooden statue landed on the hard silver-white metal floor, making a crisp sound. Bai Ye was instantly stunned. He blinked, doubting whether he had eaten a poisonous mushroom and was hallucinating. Because just a second ago, he had been in an open square picking up trash, and the next second he found himself in a closed room made of silver-white metal. Looking at the monkey statue lying on the cold metal floor, he was dazed for a moment, and then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. So, the ability of 169 is to teleport when thrown on the ground. But why the hell am I here? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Bai Ye suddenly froze, and his expression changed to one of fear. No way, my voice. How? A slightly trembling girl's voice came from his mouth. What the hell? I can't believe it. This is the side effect of using 169 to teleport? The clean and bright girl's voice burst out a string of curses, perhaps due to shock. The end of her tone even carried a hint of a puffed-up tremor, like a little dog wagging its tail in anger. Clearly shocked and angry. The words she uttered were sweet, yet filled with reckless rage, like a fruit hard candy that was sweet, but had a hint of red-eyed recklessness. Bai Ye was increasingly horrified. At this moment, he was truly panicking. He hadn't panicked when almost killed by the scarlet virus, but at this moment, he really couldn't hold it together. He hurriedly looked down at his body and was stunned again. Knight armor? Why am I still holding a pure silver cross sword? The more he looked, the more familiar it became. Wasn't this the outfit of the night girl from the Silent Court? Could it be? Suddenly, two keywords from the divine forbidden item record flashed through his mind. Twin-born soul? No way. Bai Ye rushed madly to the monkey statue, grabbed it from the ground, and took a closer look, instantly turning pale. This was not the monkey statue he had picked up. The one he found had its arms embracing to the left, while this one was to the right. Now he understood everything. The twin-born monkey statue's function was soul exchange. The night girl must have found the other half, and with both holding it, it triggered the statue's ability. Monkey bro, let me switch back. Bai Ye kept shaking the monkey statue. The statue laughed silently, showing no reaction whatsoever. I'll be damned. If you don't let me switch back, do you believe I'll chop you to death with one sword? Bai Ye angrily raised the pure silver cross sword and was about to slash at the monkey statue, but halfway through the swing, he was shocked to find that the pure silver cross sword had vanished. Not only that, he also felt lighter. The knight armor was gone, and so was the silver-white mask on his face. The monkey bro has manifested. I've switched back. He hurriedly felt around his body, only to freeze instantly. He was missing one item, but had gained two. Looking down, he was instantly blinded. a black dress with a slender curve at the waist, and two sections of white legs like lotus roots stood beneath the hem of the dress, with a faint shadow from the hem at the knee, resembling tender leaves that had not fully unfolded at the end of spring and the beginning of summer, exuding an uncarved pink and sweetness. He could even smell the girl's body fragrance, mixed with a scent similar to perfume, but not quite. It was more like the incense used by ancient aristocratic families. Very elegant. I'll be damned. The girl in the black dress angrily threw the monkey statue on the ground, stomping her delicate, lacquered princess shoes on the statue 1 foot after another. While stomping, she cursed, a stream of foul language pouring out, and in the crisp sound of her heels grinding against the statue, one could hear the hissing sound escaping from her teeth, like a little beast whose tail had been stepped on, even her ears turning a thin red crescent from anger. Bang! The silver-white metal floor was stomped into a deep pit by Bai Ye. Bai Ye was startled. It was only then that he realized how much power was hidden within this seemingly delicate body of the night girl. After venting for a while, he calmed down. Mainly because if he didn't calm down, there was no way forward. Given the situation, it was better to first find a way to switch back the souls. Now that I am in the night girl's body, she should be in mine as well. The Divine Forbidden Item Manual states that the containment difficulty of 169 is ding, which means it shouldn't be difficult to switch back. The twin-born monkey statue, as shown in the picture, depicts two monkeys embracing. Perhaps as long as the two monkey statues are put together, we can switch back. So the priority is to quickly find myself. Bai Ye picked up the statue and walked out of the room, finding himself in a long corridor. Damn it! The girl in the black dress frowned and cursed. Where the hell should I go? Chapter 83. And Xiaotong Bai Ye realized that he did not have the memories of the night girl. So he had no idea where this place was located in the experimental base, nor did he know how to get out. Holding on to the hope of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, he prayed that the night girl had a map, and hurriedly began to search. The girl's black dress had hidden pockets, and when he reached into one, he felt a bunch of miscellaneous items. When he took them out and looked, his expression immediately fell. What is this? Why is it all chocolate and fruit candy, with nothing useful at all? Gulyalu, Bai Ye unjonsjuosli suvalovit. Feeling a craving for candy coming from the girl's body. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Furious, Bai Ye stuffed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Damn, it's strawberry flavor. I hate strawberries the most. While chewing on the candy, he rummaged through another pocket and surprisingly pulled out a ring and a full-face sunscreen mask. As expected, women never forget their sunscreen. He put away the mask and examined the ring. This was a ring made of alloy, engraved with a small white dove, ready to take flight. A ring? A forbidden object? Or what? Bai Ye flipped the ring over and immediately saw the delicate inscription on the inner band. And Xiaotong. And Xiaotong? The night girl's name? What good is knowing the name? Why are all that s left some junk? And where s the pure silver cross sword? Where's the knight armor? Why is it all gone? After pondering for a moment, he thought an answer. Perhaps the cross sword and knight armor were not physical objects, but rather in Xiaotong's extraordinary abilities. The extraordinary beings are products of spiritual aberration, and all their abilities are closely related to the spirit. Since the two had swapped souls, and Xiaotong's abilities naturally disappeared as well. Just like how he still possessed the ability to stop time, his ability was also related to the soul. It was because his own soul was out of sync with the time of the current era that no matter how many times his body changed, the ability to stop time remained outside the experimental base. And Xiaotong looked expressionlessly at her dirty hands, tattered clothes, and the pile of rags at her feet. She had to accept this cruel reality. She had become Bai Ye. Just now, to confirm her identity, she accidentally touched a part that left her still recovering. It was her first time encountering such a thing, and the shock was too great. However, what she found hardest to accept was the weakness of this body. It was so weak that she could kill it with just one finger. Fortunately, her abilities and combat skills were still intact, barely giving her the power to protect herself. She had to find Bai Ye as soon as possible. It was too dangerous for him to be alone in the experimental base. Her impression of Bai Ye was still quite good. This boy, born from the wasteland, could fight to the death for the residents of Grey Earth Town. This belief in protection was akin to the justice concept of the Silent Court. And Xiaotong walked straight toward the experimental base. As she took her first step, spiderweb-like silver threads climbed up her ankles, weaving a web upon her body like the moonlight from the sky. With her second step, the silver threads climbed up her calves, blooming into metallic scales at her knees, each reflecting a cold light. With her third step, a torrent of silver and black suddenly surged over her waist, with a dark base and silver armor outline rising like the tide. The shoulder armor clicked lightly, fastening itself automatically. With her fourth step, the silver-white face mask flowed over her face, leaving only her eyes shining brightly through the gaps. At this moment, and Xiaodong slowly extended her right hand and grasped the air. Silver light sparkled in her hand, as if she was holding countless galaxies in her palm. The starlit river flowing brilliantly, slowly forming a slender, pure silver cross sword. This fully armed knight, without any hesitation, boldly entered the dark cave. It's done. The fates of the two had intertwined and exchanged, both falling into a deadly calamity. The painter smiled slightly, standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of a precipice, the fierce wind blowing his white robes, yet failing to disperse the confident smile on his face. How do you know that there are forbidden twin monkey statues in Shelter 189? Gu Wanchuan's cold voice rang out behind the painter. Can you stay away from me? The painter turned around, helplessly saying, Why? Because when I stand at the edge of a cliff, I don't want anyone standing behind me, not even my own parents. No one is forcing you to stand at the edge of the cliff. You chose the location yourself. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly. Artistic conception. Do you understand artistic conception? Standing at the edge of a towering cliff, overlooking thousands of peaks, watching flowing clouds rush like rivers beneath, the vast sky within reach, able to cover the heavens with a hand. So why do you know there are twin monkey statues in Shelter 189? Painter. He rubbed his forehead, sighing repeatedly, playing music to a cow, playing music to a cow. What do you want? The painter's face changed dramatically because Gu Huangquan took a step closer, his expression suggesting he might force him to jump off the cliff. It was the hidden rat. The hidden rat told me. He cried out repeatedly, then dodged Gu Huangquan, moving away from the edge of the cliff. Why does the hidden rat know? The painter returned to his carefree demeanor, lightly saying, Do you really think that the Apocalypse Company did nothing after discovering Shelter 189? So, the Pangu USB drive was taken by the hidden rat long ago? Who knows? The painter shrugged. Anyway, the hidden rat said there is no Pangu USB drive inside. Instead, there are some amazing things, and his plan is to use those things to kill the tyrant. Why must the tyrant be killed? There are countless heroes in the world, and while the tyrant is strong, there are those even stronger than him. The painter's smile gradually faded, his gaze profound. The tyrant must die. If he doesn't, all major forces in Baiming will be uneasy. Is it because of his extraordinary abilities? Extraordinary abilities are only part of the reason. More so, it's because of the person he is. Before him, there have been extraordinary beings that could control metal, but only he could be called the metal tyrant. The king who controls metal. Gunsh, Shelsh, armored fee equals, powered armor. All the proud, overwhelming weapons of major forces are mere toys in his eyes. If you were one of those powerful figures, could you sleep at night? Can you be brought to your side? Brought to my side? What kind of person is the tyrant Yang Jia? Such a person is destined for only two paths. Either rule the world or die on the road to ruling it. He will not bow to anyone. He alone can break the balance of the entire Baiming situation. It can be said that as long as he joins any one side, that side can defeat all and rule the entire Baiming. Chapter 84. Hello, humanity. I am Bai Ye. Gu Huangquan paused for a moment. It's a pity that such a terrifying character is about to die soon. The painter smiled slightly. You are wrong. The truly terrifying character is not the tyrant. Who is that? Me, Gu Huangquan. Even a tyrant as strong as you will die at my hands. Doesn't that prove a point? The painter suddenly let out a terrible scream, curling up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach tightly. Gu Huangquan. Why did you hit me again? Gu Huangquan expressionlessly withdrew his fist. I don't know why. I just couldn't help it when I saw your expression just now. There's a dead rat here, cut in half by a sword, which means in Xiaodong came from here. If I follow the traces of the battle, I should be able to get out quickly. Bai Ye followed the bloodstains down the dark passage. After about 5 minutes, he finally exited the passage and arrived at a hall resembling a cafeteria. The hall was filled with dust and cobwebs, along with some rotting food remnants. There were 4 doors in the cafeteria, which puzzled Bai Ye. Which door didn't Xiaodong come in from? He could only observe the traces on each door one by one, and soon he discovered that the dust on one door was much less than on the others, and there were also traces on the floor from opening the door. He was instantly overjoyed. It must be this door, and Xiaodong must have opened this door, causing the dust to fall and leaving traces on the ground. Bang! Bai Ye kicked open the door and was about to step inside when his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a man in a white suit, wearing a gentleman's hat and holding a gentleman's cane, walking slowly down the passage behind the door. The man leaned on his cane, moving with a calm elegance, a faint smile on his lips, like a nobleman surveying his territory. His handsome appearance, tall stature, and the deep eyes hidden behind his monocle filled him with a splendid mystery. The man stopped a few meters away from Bai Ye and smiled, saying, "Beautiful lady, how may I serve you?" Bai Ye squinted his eyes, his body instinctively tensing, as terrifying and boiling blood surged within his frail frame. He was more concerned about the man's identity than being called lady, because as far as he knew, there didn't seem to be such a character among those who broke into the experimental base. In fact, he hadn't seen this man at the entrance of Shelter 189 either. Although Bai Ye couldn't remember everyone's appearance, the man's outstanding looks and demeanor were certainly unforgettable. "Who are you?" Bai Ye asked. "Since this is our first meeting, let me formally introduce myself." The man slowly placed his long, fair hand on his chest, his calm smile carrying a hint of seriousness. "Hello, humanity, I am Bai Ye." "Bai Ye? Is it the original family?" "No, Weiqi." Isn't that the name of a divine beast? Bai Ye quickly realized that Bai Ye was a divine beast from ancient mythology, an embodiment of wisdom, able to speak human language, understand the emotions of all things, know about ghosts and gods, and was said to be knowledgeable about past and present, all-knowing. "Beautiful lady, may I kiss the back of your hand?" Bai Ye asked politely like a gentleman. Bai Ye instantly felt goosebumps all over, preferring to face a ferocious experimental subject than a man who wanted to kiss his hand. "Go home and kiss your mother." The delicate girl in a black dress grabbed a nearby alloy table, her terrifying strength lifting the table that was welded to the ground. She then hurled it fiercely at Bai Ye. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who is smiling, but the problem is Bai Ye is not human. What kind of good person greets someone with "Hello, humanity"? Bai Ye was certain that Bai Ye had issues. Among those who entered the experimental base, he didn't belong. Which meant what? It meant Bai Ye was originally a part of this base. The people from a civilized era in the base had been dead for 100 years. What could Bai Ye be? Facing the rapidly approaching alloy table, Bai Ye still stood smiling in place, completely unmoving, when the table accurately landed on him. A bizarre scene occurred. The alloy table simply passed through Bai Ye's body, then fell to the ground with a loud crash. "Oh no, I've encountered a ghost." Bai Ye's expression grew serious. Bai Ye smiled and said, "I am not a ghost. I am merely a lonely soul pursuing knowledge, thoughts, and interesting things." Knowledge, thoughts, interesting. Bai Ye suddenly recalled a piece of information from the list of taboo objects. Taboo object, number 039, the Forgotten One, will be attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans. Feeds on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, and all non-physical information carriers. Cannot be attacked, cannot be killed, can be contained, containment conditions. "You are 039? Bai Ye shrugged. "I do not like this title. Humans arrogantly name things they cannot understand taboo objects. Yet they also arrogantly number these taboo objects." He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly stopped, because Bai Ye had already run away. Watching the girl in the black dress gradually flee, Bai Ye revealed a playful smile, seemingly enjoying the chase. Bang! Bai Ye kicked open a door in the cafeteria and rushed in without looking back. Damn it! What terrible luck! First being tricked by 169, and now encountering the even more advanced 039. What is going on? There was no choice but to run. 039 was clearly not something that could be dealt with by conventional means. The list of taboo objects stated clearly, cannot be attacked, cannot be killed. The previous alloy table confirmed this. It was like a ghost. How could he fight it? Even activating time, stop wouldn't work. After running for a while, Bai Ye turned left and right, arriving at a place resembling a laboratory. But it was clear that someone had been there. Several experimental subjects' corpses lay on the ground. And it was a mess everywhere. Should be able to shake him off, right? He turned back to look, finding that Bai Ye had not followed. Phew! Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't followed. After all, 039 liked knowledgeable, exceptionally thoughtful, and interesting people. I could at most be considered interesting. "Miss Xiaodong, don't belittle yourself." Bai Ye's smiling voice suddenly rang in his ear. Holy crap! Bai Ye jumped in shock, instinctively throwing a punch at the suddenly appearing Bai Ye, but the punch passed right through him, having no effect. Bai Ye turned and ran, while Bai Ye, leaning on his gentleman's cane, followed gracefully behind, moving slowly yet appearing as if he were teleporting. No matter how fast Bai Ye ran, he couldn't shake him off. Chapter 85. You smell so good. Why are you chasing me? Aren't you looking for someone knowledgeable? Bai Ye interrupted with a smile. In terms of knowledge and thought, few in this world can compare to Miss Xiaotong. I have no knowledge or thoughts to speak of. I was a total loser in my past life, barely making it to university after repeating a year. If that counts as having knowledge and thoughts. Wait. Bai Ye suddenly realized that Bai Ye's words were not false. He came from civilized era, from a time of information explosion, where one could learn about the world without stepping outside and travel the world through online experiences. He had seen the vastness of the world through novels and experienced love and hate through films. He had fought in the Rune Land, battled zombies in Raccoon City, been an assassin in the medieval times, a cowboy in the West, a gangster in the city, and gradually became the strongest Shura of the Awama clan, even breaking into the heavenly palace and killing countless gods and Buddhas. Looking back, the myriad worlds and cultures had paved his path. If this doesn't count as having knowledge and thoughts, then what does? In his own time, this was already commonplace. Yet in today's era of great calamity, isn't he someone with knowledge and thoughts? It's worth noting that many people in the wasteland have never even seen what the ocean looks like. What is Miss Xiaotong thinking? Bai Ye's voice echoed in his ear. I can feel your thoughts rapidly changing, countless sparks of thought bursting forth, truly captivating. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. Let me take a taste because you really smell amazing. Bai Ye instantly felt a chill, and before he could react, he suddenly felt a tremor in his brain, as if something had been stripped away, leaving a hollow feeling. He looked back and saw Bai Ye standing still, holding a ball of yellow information, his face filled with intoxication as he savored it. That was my thought memory? Damn it, what did he steal? Bai Ye was both shocked and angry, but the next second, his expression turned strange. Bai Ye slowly inhaled. The yellow information ball emitted wisps of yellow smoke that entered his nostrils, and his expression became even more entranced as he commented, Such refreshing knowledge. Anime. 3D. Role-playing. I didn't expect Miss Xiaotong to know so much about this. Bai Ye? A significant portion of my hard-earned knowledge had been stolen. No wonder I felt so clear-headed just now. Damn Bai Ye. Since he stole my precious knowledge, he must also know that I am not in Xiaotong. Yet he continues to address me as Miss Xiaotong. What a twisted sense of humor. No, I must run quickly. I can't let Bai Ye take all my years of learning. While Bai Ye was busy savoring, Bai Ye ran frantically, soon hearing the sounds of battle not far ahead, and his heart leaped with joy. Someone, just in time to find someone to block him. He dashed through the dark corridor and quickly spotted a familiar figure. Li Xiao. At this moment, Li Xiao looked quite disheveled, battling an experimental subject. He was clearly no match for the experimental subject, although he had left many wounds on it with his shadow darts. None were fatal. Humorous dart man, Bai Ye exclaimed in delight, but Li Xiao seemed to be oblivious, showing no reaction at all. Hey, did you go deaf? He sprinted to Li Xiao's side and tapped his shoulder. However, Li Xiao still showed no response, fully focused on dealing with the experimental subject. Not only that, but even the experimental subject seemed to ignore Bai Ye, not attacking him. A chill ran through Bai Ye's heart, an ominous premonition creeping in. It's useless, Miss Xiaotong. All prey I target will fall into the boundary of existence and non-existence, and outsiders cannot receive any information about you. Bai Ye's nightmarish voice echoed again. He had finished the yellow information ball and was chasing after Bai Ye once more. Not believing in evil, Bai Ye kicked Li Xiao, who was unaware, and he fell to the ground in a mess, still not glancing in Bai Ye's direction, but instead attacking the experimental subject fiercely. Has self-awareness been restored? What should I taste this time? Bai Ye suddenly appeared before Bai Ye, his long fingers stroking his chin as if he were troubled over what to have for dinner. Time stopped. Buzz. A huge golden dial appeared beneath Bai Ye's feet, and Bai Ye before him stood like a statue, his playful and troubled expression frozen. I'll make you eat. Bai Ye shouted angrily and then punched Bai Ye's face hard, wanted to see if he could hit him in the time-stop state. But the result was a failure. His soft little fist passed right through Bai Ye's face, as if hitting air. There was no choice but to run. After running a long distance, he finally released the time stop, leaning against the wall to slowly calm himself. Damn 039. This damn thing ignores any attack and can directly consume people's thoughts. I wonder how the people in the shelter managed to contain it. Miss Xiaotong. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not something a lady would do. Bai Ye's face darkened, and he turned to see Bai Ye, smiling and mimicking him, leaning against the wall 3 meters away. How did you know I was here? Bai Ye smiled slightly and turned to patiently explain to the girl in the black dress. The fragrance of thoughts you emit is like a gentle drizzle in spring, lingering in the air. Even across mountains and rivers, it can precisely catch my sense of smell, making me unable to resist chasing after it. It's truly captivating. Bai Ye felt a serious psychological discomfort. It was so damn disgusting. Although he knew the other was talking about thoughts, the way he spoke made his hair stand on end. I didn't expect Miss Xiaotong to have a teleportation-like ability. This is truly surprising. Speaking of which, I also have to thank Miss Xiaotong for letting me out. It is precisely because of this that I can appreciate your captivating thoughts. Hearing this, Bai Ye was so angry he wanted to curse and Xiaotong, thinking it was your fault, and now I have to bear the consequences? Let's continue, Miss Xiaotong. Bai Ye slowly walked toward Bai Ye. Time stop. Whoosh. Bai Ye ran again. While running, he searched for traces on the ground, looking for Tyrant Yang Jie. In his view, if anyone in the entire experimental base could deal with 039, it would definitely be one of the 10 kings, the Tyrant. Even if the Tyrant couldn't deal with 039, with his experience, knowledge, and thoughts for being one of the 10 kings, perhaps he could attract 039's attention. Finding Yang Jie was also simple. He just needed to look for places where the metal had undergone significant changes, where the battle traces were the most exaggerated. That would definitely indicate the Tyrant had been there. Chapter 86, Viewing Humans from a Divine Perspective. After running for a long time, Bai Ye finally found the traces of twisted metal. He immediately released the time stop and continued to sprint along the metal marks. After turning a corner, he saw the corpse of a gigantic monster. The monster was covered in pitch-black scales and had a massive crocodile-like head. Even in death, the terrifying aura it exuded was still palpable, making it chilling to behold. Bai Ye instantly recognized that this monster was the one that had broken through the roof of the base, reaching out with its black-scaled hand. At that time, the Tyrant had been engaged in a fierce battle with this black-scaled monster, and now that he had seen the monster's corpse, he assumed the Tyrant couldn't be far away. Wait, why hasn't Bai Ye caught up yet? As he ran, Bai Ye felt something strange because he had already released the time stop. Logically, Bai Ye should have appeared quickly, just like before. Could it be that he was too far away to smell the fragrance on him? Or was he deliberately playing hide-and-seek out of malicious amusement? Bai Ye didn't have time to think about that. He had wasted too much time during his escape, and now he only had 1 minute and 26 seconds left. If he couldn't deal with Bai Ye soon, he would surely die. Where's the Tyrant? The Tyrant? As Bai Ye dashed past the corridor, he caught a glimpse of a crimson figure standing in a large laboratory on either side. The laboratory looked as if it had been ravaged by a storm, severely damaged, and that crimson figure stood with its back to Bai Ye, motionless, right in the center of the storm. Is this the self-cultivation of a strong person? Even without an audience, they still act so pretentious? Bai Ye couldn't be bothered to comment. He just wanted to know if the Tyrant could see him. Hey, Yang Jie, the girl in the black dress called out cheerfully. The Tyrant remained indifferent, not even turning his head, like a statue. Bai Ye's heart sank. Could it be that even the Tyrant couldn't overcome the influence of 039? He had thought that the reason 039 hadn't caught up with him for so long was that the Tyrant was here, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Unwilling to give up, he quickly approached and cautiously patted Yang Jie's crimson shoulder armor. Suddenly, Yang Jie turned her head. Bai Ye felt a surge of joy. She noticed me? But just as that joy arose, it was abruptly extinguished when Yang Jie fully turned around. He was met with a pair of bloody, tear-filled eyes staring blankly at him, her expression devoid of emotion, as if she were dead. What the hell? Bai Ye's scalp went numb. Not for being scared by Yang Jie, but from a surge of ominous premonition. Everyone knew the Tyrant's power, but now he was in such a pitiful state, which could only mean he instinctively looked in the direction the Tyrant had been gazing, and it felt like being struck by lightning. On the silver-white laboratory table lay a black-gold box, which had been violently opened, revealing the object inside. The moment Bai Ye saw the object within the box, his consciousness felt like it had been thrown into a meat grinder, shattering into pieces. Countless sharp whispers pierced through his cerebral cortex, as if tiny insects were crawling inside. Strangely, he could clearly see the object in the box, yet the corresponding memory that should have formed in his mind had vanished. The dissonance was overwhelming. His eyes saw something, But the image of that thing couldn't form in his mind, leaving him utterly clueless about what he had seen, even though he had seen it. A stream of bloody tears flowed from Bai Ye's eyes. And it was only at that moment that he understood why the tyrant stood there unmoving and why 039 had not dared to appear, all because of the thing before him. His thoughts grew slower and more oppressive, as if he were sinking into a pitch-black abyss, surrounded by feelings of loneliness and despair. Just as his consciousness was about to be swallowed by the deep sea, he summoned the last bit of clarity and violently activated the time stop. Buzz. When a might of time descended upon the world, Bai Ye felt a jolt, his body nearly drenched in cold sweat. As his consciousness broke through the surface of the deep sea, the girl in the black dress bent over, her hands resting on her thighs, breathing heavily. Strands of hair clung to her pale, flawless face, soaked in cold sweat. Damn, why do I keep running into danger? Bai Ye cursed breathlessly. He felt that something was off. Ever since entering the Black Mountain, danger had been coming at him in waves, like some kind of intricate trap. This was despite him acting cautiously and not taking risks. Initially, he hadn't even planned to enter the experimental base, but the experimental subjects had forced him to evade them, only for him to then be caught up in a soul swap, and ultimately, he was unprepared and dragged into the experimental base. Once inside, he was targeted by 039, and now he was chased to the tyrant's location, only to encounter this thing? In the state of time stop, Bai Ye finally saw the full picture of that object. It was an eyeball, a crimson eyeball, about the size of an adult's fist, with surface veins resembling worms, and a murky lens that emanated an eerie gray mist. Even under the isolation of the time stop, merely gazing at the crimson eyeball caused intense psychological and physiological discomfort. What exactly is this thing? Not only can it immobilize the tyrant, but it also makes 039 dare not approach. Could it be a divine artifact with an earlier number? Wait, my hands. Bai Ye stared blankly at his own long, fair hands. They looked just like before, but an uncontrollable sense of strangeness and disgust surged within him. In truth, Xiaodong's hands were beautiful. The hands of a young girl resembled the newly sprouted magnolia branches in spring, with fair, delicate skin that shimmered with a faint pearl-like luster, akin to a work of art. Yet, at this moment, those hands, so aesthetically pleasing to humans, only made Bai Ye feel nauseated. That feeling of disgust grew stronger. He sensed a change in his cognitive perception, as if he were looking down at his own body from a higher perspective. From this viewpoint, he saw not the girl as fair hands, but something far more essential. Beneath the seemingly smooth surface of her skin, colorful fungal filaments wove into a thick carpet, wriggling like tentacles with countless miniature parasitic organisms crawling on them. Gag! Bai Ye couldn't help but retch. His cognitive perception had been forcibly elevated to an indescribable realm by the crimson eyeball, as if he had suddenly been implanted with a divine perspective. Humans cannot comprehend the divine perspective, but if we were to compare the divine to a human, this feeling would be similar to a cockroach seeing a human and being implanted with the concept and cognition that it is human. The cockroach recalls its past, once a beautiful garbage mountain, now only makes it retch. Looking at its own body again, it finds millions of wriggling larvae in its belly, dirty antennae on its head, and still chewing on the corpses of its kin. From the cockroach's perspective, everything seems beautiful and normal, but from a human perspective, it becomes utterly unacceptable and despairing. Chapter 87. Bai's self-hypnosis. Damn it. Tom has clearly stopped isolating me from the pollution of the crimson eyeball. Is it because I have already been tainted? Bai clutched his head tightly, his youthful, beautiful face gradually twisting in agony. Faintly, he heard the whispers of the evil god by his ear. He couldn't understand the nonsensical syllables, but he grasped their meaning. The evil god seemed to say, "You have seen the filthy essence of humanity. Only by believing in me can you find salvation." The voice of the evil god was extraordinarily beautiful, bringing hope and redemption. Only those who have truly experienced it can understand that kind of beauty. To outsiders, the evil god's murmurs are strange and wicked, but once you truly comprehend them, everything can be gradually understood. That is not an evil god. It is a benevolent and compassionate deity trying to save you, wanting to pull you out of the body of a cockroach and make you human again. The rift between cognition and reality deepened, and Bai struggled against the intense desire to become human again, constantly reminding himself that everything was fake. If he couldn't overcome this cognitive pollution, he feared he would never be able to live as a human again. He would mutate into a monster. A monster? No, that is not a monster. That is a true human. as long as I believe in him, I can become a real person. Do you want to live in this disgusting world like a cockroach? Or do you want to accept the guidance of the God and live as a human? The God asks for nothing. He is so selfless and loving. When he sees the desperate soul trapped in a cockroach's body, he wants to help you. And all you have to do is believe in him and be willing to grasp the hand of hope he extends to you. If it were you, how would you choose? Faced with this one-sided psychological battle, Bai initially kept persuading himself that it was all fake, not to believe in the evil God's nonsense. However, the disgust he felt and his longing for a beautiful future were all too real. In the face of ironclad facts, he could not convince himself. The human psyche is truly marvelous. Often, persuasion is useless. It's like watching a horror movie. You know it's fake, yet you still feel scared, unless you are wearing a yellow bagua robe, holding a copper coin sword, with a straight brow. Upon reflection, the god is actually quite nice. A smirk suddenly appeared on Bai's painfully contorted face. He found a solution. Since the crimson eyeball distorts reality through cognitive manipulation, to convince himself, he could only rely on reality as support. He needed to find a reality that favored him and then establish a psychological advantage. And the reality that favored Bai was time-stopping. He looked at the crimson eyeball frozen in time, and the smile on his lips widened until it became a grimace. I can stop time. Can you? You're just a worthless eye, fit only to be locked away in a box, so don't come out and embarrass yourself. After cursing it out, Bai felt instantly refreshed. Elevating himself and belittling the enemy was the best way to establish a psychological advantage. Coincidentally, he was best at elevating himself and belittling others. To completely rid himself of the influence of the crimson eyeball, Bai felt he needed to be extreme. When one becomes ruthless, they must even deceive themselves. What kind of god cannot even control time? If you are a god, then what am I? If you want me to believe in you, what a joke. I am the god of the new era. The more Bai spoke, the brighter his eyes became, convincing even himself. Upon closer thought, it really was the case. If he could control time, how could he not be considered a god? I am not a god. Can a mere eyeball be a god? In front of the crimson eyeball, all stubborn will seem to turn to paper, with only the boy's arrogance, claiming to be a god, serving as the sole pivot. Don't say it. You really shouldn't say it. The feeling of being a god is quite exhilarating. Bai smiled more and more defiantly, and the gaze he cast upon the crimson eyeball shifted from wariness to disdain, as if looking at a small, pathetic creature. If he had previously distorted his cognition to an inhuman extreme, through self-correction, he had now fallen into another extreme arrogance. Damn, who allowed you to stare at me? The god? Seeing the crimson eyeball staring intently at him, Bai suddenly felt that his divine majesty had been offended. Bang! He furiously punched the crimson eyeball. And with that punch, he felt the shackles of cognition on his body shatter. However, the crimson eyeball and the black gold box remained unscathed. Instead, the metallic counter that held it was sent flying. The black gold box containing the crimson eyeball snapped shut with a loud sound and fell to the ground. As the black gold box closed, all the influences emanating from the crimson eyeball were cut off. Bai's spirit jolted, completely recovering. Yet he remained trapped in a lie he had woven about becoming a god. However, Wei sensed that there were still 59 seconds left. This time God instantly fell from his pedestal, becoming flustered. Time, release. Quickly release. As time resumed its flow, Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the statue-like tyrant, Yang Jie, then immediately rushed over to pick up the black gold box. Huh, I can't lift it. The black gold box on the ground seemed as heavy as a mountain. No matter how hard Bai tried, the box remained unmoved. This is impossible. He was well aware of Xiaodong's strength. She was a girl with monstrous strength, able to bend steel with a punch. So there was no reason she couldn't lift a black gold box. If the black gold box was truly that heavy, it would have definitely created a pit in the ground upon falling. The Eye of Ashes cannot be lifted by physical strength alone. It requires mental power. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Bai. It was the tyrant. Upon hearing the tyrant's voice, Bai felt joy rather than surprise. As expected of one of the 10 kings, the tyrant had noticed him, far from being comparable to the likes of the humorous dart thrower. He turned around and asked the tyrant, "What is the Eye of Ashes?" At the moment the black-skirted girl turned back, Yang Jie trembled slightly, as a figure buried deep in his memories uncontrollably surfaced, and the flow of time seemed to slow down at that instant. However, after a moment, his gaze returned to its icy demeanor. He stared at the black-skirted girl for a long time, making Bai's heart race, and then slowly said, "You are the Black Knight? As a female transcendent, your strength, appearance, and disposition are all top-notch. Even I could not escape the control of the Eye of Ashes, yet you have done so. Impressive. So what exactly is the Eye of Ashes?" Bai had no time to waste on idle chatter. He just wanted to know what this cursed thing was and what it was used for. Yang Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. "No one has ever dared to speak to me like this, but considering you saved me once, I can tell you the answer." After hearing the first half of the sentence, Bai almost thought Yang Jie would follow up with something outrageous like, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention." Chapter 88 Tyrant. As long as you become my woman, there are many legends about the Eye of Calamity. Some say it is the Eye of the Divine. Others claim it is the eye of the first infected by the Crimson Virus, and there are rumors that it is a forbidden object of the gods. There are many interpretations, and you can believe whichever you choose. It's the same as saying nothing, Bai Ye pouted. "Tyrant, you admitted that I saved you once. Shouldn't you repay me?" Faced with the brazen request of the girl in the black dress, Yang Jie's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had never encountered a woman like her before. The women he had met in the past either admired him, hated him, or feared him. Only the woman in front of him was so indifferent towards him, even completely disregarding him. "How do you want me to repay you?" "In this experimental base, I have an enemy, and you can help me deal with him." "Sure. Aren't you going to ask who the enemy is?" "It doesn't matter who it is." Yang Jie replied indifferently. "Humorous dart man. Learn from him. This is called effective show-off." Seeing how easily the tyrant agreed, Bai Ye began to push her luck. "Also, have you found the Panga USB drive?" "No." "All right, once you find it, hand the Panga USB drive over to me." "Got it. Then we'll be even." "Understood." Yang Jie replied without any hesitation. Bai Ye was taken aback. Who the hell said Yang Jie was a tyrant? Look how easygoing he is, and he understands gratitude. He is a real good person. What a misleading rumor. However, Yang Jie's next sentence shattered that illusion. "As long as you become my woman, I can share the Panga USB drive with you." "Bai Ye? Wait, what the hell did you just say?" "Be my woman," Yang Jie said coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. "Are you crazy about women? Is this how you repay me?" "Isn't this biting the hand that feeds you? I'm not negotiating with you. Whether you agree or not, it's decided." "Bai Ye." He was so angry he almost laughed. Who the hell said Yang Jie was a good person? While he was laughing in anger, he was also very curious about what Xiaodong looked like. He had only encountered two men in the experimental base, Bai Ye and Yang Jie, and both of them were fixated on Xiaodong. Unfortunately, there was no mirror. Otherwise, he would definitely take a look at what kind of beauty Xiaodong was. Or maybe he could just go take a leak later. "Miss Xiaodong seems to be in trouble. Do you need my help?" A voice as warm as jade suddenly rang out. Bai Ye's face darkened. "Damn, another one. Next." It wouldn't be a scene where two men fight over one woman, right? What a sin. When I get back to 169, the first thing I'll do is to tear you apart. Yang Jie looked towards the source of the voice and saw an elegant man in a white suit, wearing a gentleman's hat and holding a gentleman's cane, walking over. It was Bai Ye. "Yang Jie, quickly kill this idiot for me." The girl in the black dress shouted angrily, pointing at Bai Ye. However, Yang Jie remained unmoved, his eyes flashing with confusion. After a moment, he regained clarity, his sword-like eyebrows furrowing. "That woman is gone? Interesting. I already know your identity. You can't escape." Then, Yang Jie walked straight to the black gold box containing the Eye of Calamity, and with a grasp in the air, the silver-white alloy on the ground began to squirm and sink, and the black gold box continued to sink into the ground as the metal caved in. He actually wants to seal the Eye of Calamity deep underground. Seeing this, Bai Ye's heart sank. He thought the tyrant could see him and might be able to deal with Bai Ye, but it turned out to be completely unworkable. "Miss Xiaodong, although this man named Yang Jie is very powerful, that is only relative to humans, and I am not human. It is unrealistic for you to think you can use his strength against me, because I do not exist for humans. How can a human attack something that does not exist?" Looking at Bai Ye, who was smiling and walking towards him, Bai Ye clenched his fists tightly. He only had 59 seconds left, and that time wouldn't support him in running very far. Moreover, judging by the abilities Bai Ye displayed, even if he managed to escape the experimental base, the other party could probably catch up in an instant. Damn it! How did people from the civilized age manage to contain this thing? Bai Ye took a deep breath. This time, He did not run away, but forced himself to think calmly. Brute force Wu Ti work against Bai Ye. He could only outsmart him. Thinking carefully, what could be used to deal with Bai Ye? Bai Ye slowly stood in front of the girl in the black dress, smiling like a gentleman. Miss Xiaotong, the way you think is becoming more and more charming. Please allow me to indulge in tasting your flavor without courtesy. Bai Ye seemed to be oblivious. Still deep in thought. 039 feeds on thoughts, knowledge, and memories. It cannot be attacked, as if it does not exist in reality. The food it consumes is also intangible and ethereal. To attack him, Wu Ti it mean using thoughts, knowledge, and memories, those intangible things. But those things are his food. Wait, who said food can't kill? Just like steamed buns are food for humans. How can one use steamed buns to kill someone? It's simple. Either make someone choke to death on steamed buns or crush someone to death with a large number of steamed buns. Even water droplets can penetrate stone. Who says steamed buns can't kill? But where can I find so many steamed buns? While pondering, Bai Ye smiled and extended his hand, slowly reaching toward Bai Ye. Time stopped. Bai Ye activated time stopped directly, continuing to think. 59, 58, 57, 56. Time passed second by second, but it wasn't tea time that was passing. It was his life. Time is life. He carefully recalled every detail after changing bodies, those images playing in reverse like a movie in his mind. Bai Ye said that in Xiaotong released him and then bit the hand that fed him to eat in Xiaotong. What is the difference between that and Yang Jie? Aren't they all the same kind of people? He was lost in thought, keep thinking. Suddenly, Bai Ye had an idea. Since Bai Ye is not a physical entity, but can be imprisoned, does that mean there are ways to restrict him in the place where he is confined? He desperately recalled the place where he encountered Bai Ye before. Right? That row of alloy doors. 169 was locked inside at that time. The alloy doors are places that contain forbidden objects. Among the many rooms, only 2 rooms were cut open with a sword by Xiaodong. One contained 169, and the other contained many electronic products, such as computers and phones. This means that the room filled with electronic products is where Bai Ye is imprisoned. Why are there so many electronic products in Bai Ye's cell? Could it be? Chapter 89 Hard Drive. Hard drive. I need a hard drive. Bai Ye suddenly raised his head. He finally knew how to deal with Bai Ye. In this world, it's not only humans who possess memory and knowledge. Computers and smartphones can also store vast amounts of information, with capacities far exceeding that of the human brain. Computers and smartphones. Where are the computers and smartphones? Bai Ye continuously scanned the laboratory and finally spotted an abandoned computer. He wasn't too sure if his judgment was correct, but he had to try it first. So, he picked up the discarded computer and hurled it directly at Bai Ye. Bang! The computer struck Bai Ye hard, and surprisingly, it didn't go through this time. Bai Ye appeared almost like a virtual person, with strange ripples appearing on his body. It worked. Bai Ye was ecstatic and quickly raised the computer to smash again, but this time it passed right through Bai Ye. Huh, did it fail? Could it be that the information in the computer collided with Bai Ye and was extinguished? Without any hesitation, Bai Ye turned and ran. He needed to find another storage device. The moment of time freezing was about to be lifted. There were only 10 seconds left. While running, Bai Ye glanced back and was delighted to see Bai Ye frozen in place, with ripples of crystal blue water constantly rising from his body. Countless tiny crystal blue light points erupted from Bai Ye and dissipated into the air once they drifted half a meter away from his body. At this moment, Bai Ye, like a robot, turned his head stiffly. His gentle smile completely vanished, leaving only a cold, lifeless expression. He pronounced each word slowly. You cannot escape. Escape? Just wait until I find more hard drives. Then I'll come back and kill you. Bai Ye's expression was defiant and arrogant as he grinned and made a slashing motion across his throat with his hand. Of course, that was just how he imagined it. In reality, it looked like the girl in the black dress tilted her chin up, the corners of her rose-like lips curling into a proud arc, and her light brown eyes sparkled with a rebellious light. She extended her slender palm, gliding across her fair neck, her hair swaying gently with the movement, revealing a hint of carefree cuteness. Deadly. Hard drive. Hard drive. Hard drive. Bai Ye dashed like the wind, and in Xiaodong's terrifying physical prowess was fully displayed at this moment, leaving traces of afterimages in the air. He didn't return to the room where Bai Ye was imprisoned. Although there were many electronic devices inside, the information must have been depleted, and he needed new hard drives. Roar! As he turned a corner, he encountered 3 terrifying experimental subjects charging at him. If it were him in person, facing these 3 experimental subjects, he would have to activate time freezing to escape. However, now, it was the Black Knight and Xiaotong facing the experimental subjects. I don't have time to waste with you. The girl in the black dress's gaze suddenly turned sharp. She took a slight step back, her fair, slender legs tensed with muscle, and her feet, wrapped in black princess shoes, suddenly exerted force. The soles of her shoes scraped against the ground, and she launched herself like an arrow, darting toward the 3 experimental subjects. Bang! The sound of air exploding rang out as wisps of white smoke swirled around the speeding girl in the black dress. Her skirt fluttered like a black butterfly, her figure akin to a nighthawk weaving through the forest. The grotesque claws of the 3 experimental subjects seemed to move in slow motion in Bai Ye's eyes. He leaped into the air, evading the attack of the first experimental subject, then lightly tapped the wall with his toes, moving sideways in an uncanny manner to dodge the second experimental subject. Faced with the unavoidable 3rd experimental subject, his internal energy surged, and his figure soared in midair, narrowly escaping the claws that brushed against his feet. At that moment, he suddenly dropped down, stepping lightly onto the bloodied arm of the experimental subject, and with alternating steps, he climbed directly to the grotesque head of the experimental subject, then pressed down hard, causing it to stumble and fall, while he slid several meters away, escaping. Is this the physique of a martial artist combined with an extraordinary being? Bai Ye was somewhat astonished. He felt as if he had logged in with a low-level character and was now playing with a max-level character. Didn't he know how Xiaotong trained to achieve such remarkable accomplishments in both martial arts and the path of the extraordinary? With both abilities combined, she earned the title of Black Knight. It is already extraordinary for an ordinary person to achieve such accomplishments in a single pathway, but Xiaotong managed to excel in both. This feeling was akin to holding dual doctoral degrees. One person obtaining a PhD through their own efforts is already outstanding, let alone having 2 PhDs, the difficulty of which is unimaginable. After leaving that passage, Bai Ye finally saw the light of dawn. After being unlucky for so long, his fortune had finally turned. Looking at the office area with hundreds of workstations laid out before him, his eyes sparkled. Computers. There were computers everywhere. Just like the smartphone he picked up earlier, these computers had no main units. They were just pale, blue liquid metal display screens. Some were damaged, but most were still intact, only covered in thick dust. He hurried toward the office area when suddenly, familiar footsteps came from behind. Bai Ye's expression darkened. He knew that Bai Ye had caught up. He didn't look back, but leaped, dodging the hand that reached out from behind and landing on a desk. Immediately, he grabbed the pale, blue liquid metal display screen from the desk. His delicate hands were stained black with dust. He swung his arms and smashed it backward. Like to chase, do you? Let me give you something to chase. The display screen spun like a dart as it flew toward Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye merely flickered and vanished from his spot, appearing in front of Bai Ye as if teleporting. Bang! The display screen shattered into pieces upon hitting the hard ground. Bai Ye stared at Bai Ye expressionlessly, then suddenly thrust his hand through Bai Ye's abdomen. Strangely, that hand seemed to have no physical form and did not cause any harm to his flesh, but rather reached directly into his soul. A chilling coldness exploded from Bai Ye's soul, making his thoughts and consciousness feel as if they were about to freeze. If it had been the old him, this strike would likely have caused his thoughts to come to a halt. However, after undergoing the baptism of the Eye of Calamity, his thoughts and consciousness seemed to have undergone some indescribable change. This change gave his soul a slight distinction from that of normal humans, granting him resistance against these soul-targeting techniques. In a critical moment, Bai Ye summoned his nearly stagnant consciousness and fiercely activated time freeze. Buzz! As the massive golden clock face appeared beneath his feet, the dazzling golden light burst forth. Faced with the might of time, Bai Ye was completely frozen, motionless like an ice sculpture. Bai Ye then abruptly retreated, pulling his hand out from his soul, along with some sparkling points of light that emerged from his abdomen, similar to the yellow information clusters that had been extracted earlier. His stiff thoughts instantly revived. He hurriedly tried to pat his abdomen with his hands, attempting to push the sparkling points back in, but it had no effect, aside from leaving several dirty handprints on the little black dress. He couldn't touch the light points at all. Chapter 90. Take a hit from my display screen. Bai Ye's expression darkened. This time, he lacked the memory of staying up all night to study foreign languages. Everyone knows that good foreign language skills are important, but after being interrupted by Bai Ye, he felt like all his hard work had gone to waste. Anger surged within him. He gasped heavily, but his eyes were filled with endless ferocity. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Bai Ye picked up a display screen with both hands, swung it around, and smashed it down hard towards Bai Ye's head. Bang! Bai Ye's head shattered with a loud noise, turning into countless tiny crystal blue light points, which were also frozen in time, motionless, suspended around his neck. Time released. Bai Ye undid the time freeze. He knew that when Bai Ye was impacted by information, he would become rigid like a computer crashing, so there was no need to waste time. His obsession with time was almost ingrained in his bones. Even in perilous situations, he never forgot to cherish time. As the time freeze was lifted, the crystal blue light points suspended around Bai Ye's neck began to slowly gather, gradually piecing together the shape of a head. Bang! Another hit from the display screen. Bai Ye's newly formed head shattered again. He. The fierce light in Bai Ye's eyes was evident as he continued to grin maliciously. Weren't you so impressive? Show me more of your skills. Bang, bang, bang. Piece after piece of the display screen smashed into Bai Ye, causing him to look like a mirage, his body continually disintegrating into crystal blue light points. Laugh. Keep laughing. Weren't you laughing just fine before? Why aren't you laughing now? Are you naturally unable to smile? Bang, 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 bang. Bai Ye's entire body was smashed apart, and a vague human shape made of crystal blue light points could be seen. Bai Ye paused, raising an eyebrow. Is he dead? Bai Ye, you can't kill me. A cold voice came from the vague human shape made of crystal blue light points. Bai Ye smirked. Now you know to call me Bai Ye? He naturally knew that Bai Ye could not be killed. Otherwise, people from the civilized era would have done it long ago. Where were you before? Don't you like to act like a gentleman? Keep pretending. Wearing a suit and tie. Do you really think you're a person? Bai Ye's voice grew colder. The impact of information can only trap me temporarily. Once I recover, it will be your death. Hey, do you really think I'm scared? Bai Ye's eyes were fierce and malicious as he sneered. You don't even have a proper form left, and you want to intimidate me? You think you can recover? Bang, bang, bang. Bai Ye continued to smash down at Bai Ye until he had destroyed all the computers in the office area. Only then did he reluctantly stop. At this point, Bai Ye had completely fallen silent, the crystal blue light points no longer maintaining even a human shape, slowly dissipating in the air like smoke. Huh! Bai Ye spat at the crystal blue light points and then walked away with satisfaction. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized, his face filled with regret. Oh no, I forgot I'm using a Xiaodong's body now. Did I just reward him? At the top of Black Mountain, the painter anxiously paced around the canvas. It's over, all over. What happened? Gu Huangquan asked expressionlessly. The painter suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot, pointing at his own hair. Did you see that? I see white hair, so what? The painter's face fell, and he said with a sob, I flipped over in the gutter. Who would have thought that person would be so fierce? Not only breaking the Black Knight's death calamity, but also the tyrant's death calamity. Why would this happen? Your destined hit has always been successful, right? The painter tugged at his white hair as he spoke. Fate has always been two sides of the same coin. Good fortune and misfortune are like the heads and tails of a coin, always existing simultaneously. I can control fate to some extent to bring various calamities, but there is no absolute death calamity. At most, it's a 9-death, 1-life situation, and that slim chance of survival cannot be erased. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. What do you mean? If you had read more books regularly, you would understand. It's very simple. Suppose I increase your misfortune, causing you to be bitten by a venomous snake in the wild. Theoretically, you would undoubtedly die. But the peculiarity of fate lies here. As your misfortune increases, your good fortune also increases, similar to a rebound from the bottom. So within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. The painter nodded. That's about the idea. As the saying goes, heaven does not completely seal off all avenues for a person. If heaven can act this way, what more can I say? In other words, the person you calculated found the antidote left by fate twice during the death calamity? Exactly, oh. The painter screamed in agony, holding a small handful of black hair. Wanting to cry, but having no tears, I pulled the wrong one. Looking at the black hair in his hand, he felt increasingly sorrowful and said with a sob, After 2 consecutive backlashes from fate, I've at least lost 5 years of life. Gu Huangquan remained silent for a moment, Probably not just 5 years. Huh? The painter was taken aback. You previously made unreasonable demands, asking the Tianchi company for so many benefits, but ended up ruining the situation. I estimate the Tianchi company won't let you live past tomorrow. Painter, thanks for your comfort. My heart that was hanging is completely dead now. You're welcome. I'll collect your body when you die. The painter laughed out of anger. You don't need to trouble yourself, although I'm not as powerful as the tyrant. It's not that easy for the Tianchi company to kill me. The Tianchi company may not be able to kill you, but the person you calculated certainly can. Upon hearing this, the anger on the painter's face slowly dissipated, replaced by a chilling gloom, and a terrifying aura spread from him. Suddenly, the howling wind that had been enveloping the cliff edge eerily came to a halt. He said in a deep voice, "This person is problematic. He is definitely not an unknown nobody. The slim chance of survival left by fate is not so easy to find. I suspect his fate line is so weak that it is likely disguised." Gu Huanchuan's eyes shifted slightly. Are you saying that there is a terrifyingly powerful expert deliberately disguising themselves, quietly mixing into Black Mountain? Is it one of the other 10 kings? The painter shook his head gravely. I don't know who it is, but it shouldn't be one of the other 10 kings. Otherwise, I would have recognized them. Since he can disguise his fate line to be so weak and deceive me, this person's mastery of fate is extraordinary. He is very likely from beyond Baiming. Gu Huangquan nodded. That is possible. After all, the East Continent is so vast that I wouldn't be surprised by any powerful figures emerging. What do you plan to do next? Chapter 91. You are not in Shaodong. Who are you? Come over here. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. There are only you and me here. Are you afraid of being overheard? I mean, come over and help me pull out the white hair. If someone sees this, where do I put my face? Gu Huangquan. Exit. Exit. Bai Ye, who was running wildly in the experimental base, finally saw the light. The cold moonlight shone through the large hole the others had entered, illuminating the silver alloy floor like a pool of mercury. He didn't know why, but ever since dealing with Bai Ye, he felt his luck had improved. In his reckless charge, he actually found the way out. Finally, he could leave this hellish place. Bai Ye's face was full of joy. He didn't know how long it would take for Bai Ye to recover, so it was best to get as far away as possible before that. Bai Ye was more troublesome than the tyrant Yang Jie. After all, Yang Jie was still within the realm of humanity and could be dealt with using time stasis. But Bai Ye was undying and unkillable, could not be attacked or defended against, and could even teleport. Too perverse. Even such a monster was only numbered 039. There were still 38 more perverse forbidden objects ahead of him. Who would want to stay in such a hellish place like the experimental base? Now Bai finally understood why the person who wrote the list of forbidden objects didn't record numbers 001, 010. It turned out they weren't just being mysterious. These forbidden objects were too bizarre, and recording such irrational existences could probably lead to disaster. While running towards the exit, he was also thinking about the next plan. First, he definitely needed to switch back bodies within Shaodong. Secondly, he needed to wait for the tyrant to find the Panga USB drive. Such a difficult task was best left to the tyrant, because he only had 5 seconds left. With just 5 seconds, finding the Panga USB drive in the experimental base and escaping was really a matter of luck and skill. Compared to taking risks, he preferred to pick up what was already there. Once he obtained the Panga USB drive, even if Bai Ye recovered, he wouldn't be afraid. When it came to the amount of stored information, the Panga USB drive was definitely the best in the world. The Panga USB drive was hailed as the crystallization of the civilization era, and it must have stored the achievements of an era civilization, as well as various secrets about forbidden objects and the Great Disaster. Perhaps it even contained methods for imprisoning 039 otherwise. How could the people in the shelter have imprisoned Bai Ye? Even if not, it could directly be used as a weapon against Bai Ye. This plan could be summarized in 3 sentences. Switch bodies within Shaotong, snatch Yang Jie's South USB drive, and kill the stupid Bai Ye. Whoosh! The girl in the black dress leaped out from the hole, her light body tracing a perfect arc in the moonlight, her little black dress fluttering, with safety shorts on. No wardrobe malfunction. Bai Ye landed steadily, quickly scanning the surroundings, but his expression changed. Where is in Shaodong? In the empty square? Aside from the bodies of several experimental subjects lying around, there was no one else. Oh no, he suddenly thought, within Shaodong's fierce personality. She wouldn't have gone in to look for him, would she? In other words, he had narrowly escaped with his life while Shaotong had rushed in, and they had perfectly missed each other. Why are you running around when nothing is wrong? Don't you know to wait in place if you get lost? Bai Ye habitually shifted the blame entirely onto Xiaotong. After all, he wasn't a non-stick pan. He could never be at fault. At that moment, Bai Ye found himself in a dilemma. Should he stay in the safe square and wait, or go back into the experimental base to find Xiaotong? The experimental base was vast, comparable to a small county, and the terrain inside was intricate. Trying to find someone in there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But if he waited in place, he was worried that Xiaotong might get himself killed while carrying his body. If his body died, wouldn't that mean he would have to live as a woman for the rest of his life? After some hesitation, he ultimately decided to wait in place for a while before going in search, because it was already 23:15. What is that? So hot. Bai Ye was stunned. He felt something was heating up, tightly pressed against his thigh. He reached in his search and pulled out a white dove ring from his pocket. It was the ring engraved with Xiaotong's name. The white dove ring lay quietly in Bai Ye's palm, constantly flashing a faint white light. And the heat was coming from the ring, getting hotter and hotter. What is going on? This thing isn't a bomb, is it? Just as Bai Ye planned to throw the ring away, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from outside the square. Xiaotong! Bai Ye raised his gaze and saw Li Beitian running swiftly into the square, coming right in front of him. Double gun Li Beitian? He maintained a calm expression, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This experienced bounty hunter had traveled with him in Gao Pongzi, later due to the outbreak of the scarlet virus. Everyone had scattered. He didn't expect to run into him here. The other party clearly knew Xiaotong and had specifically come to find her. Could it be that Li Beitian was also from the Silent Court? Bai Ye keenly noticed that Li Beitian was also holding a white dove ring. Xiaotong, how did you come out? Did you destroy the Panga USB drive? Li Beitian asked in surprise, seeming very familiar with Xiaotong. In just a short sentence, Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. Destroy the Panga USB drive? Was that the purpose of the Silent Court? They weren't here to steal, but to destroy. What the hell, are they crazy? No, I encountered some danger inside, and my mental strength was severely depleted, so I came out first. Bai Ye didn't know how Xiaotong usually spoke, so he could only mimic the tone from when they first met in Dusty Town. Li Beitian lowered his brows, concealing the strange look in his eyes, and smiled calmly. It's good that you're okay. By the way, where's your knight? Your mental strength is so severely depleted that you can't even maintain the night. Bai Ye nodded calmly without speaking. It seemed it was indeed very dangerous inside. I didn't expect even you, Xiaotong, couldn't handle it. I have a potion here that can restore mental strength. Take it and drink it first. Saying this, Li Beitian reached into his pocket. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly. Bai Ye suddenly spoke up. Li Beitian's hand froze as he reached into his pocket. He quickly retreated several meters away from Bai Ye, flipping his palm over to reveal two handguns appearing in his hands. You're not in Xiaotong. Who are you really? A wary light flickered in Li Beitian's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Witnessing Li Beitian's reaction, Bai Ye felt no surprise at all. He knew he was exposed the moment Li Beitian asked about the night. Everyone, don't forget to vote for Feng Xiu and Bu Yu every day. If you don't know where to vote, you can search for the Peak character producer. If you can't find it, you can scan the QR code and have something to say, or look for it on the Tomato homepage just below the recommendation list. Chapter 92. Xiao Bai is here. The night should be in Xiaotong's extraordinary ability, and Xiaotong has never revealed her true appearance from beginning to end, whether in Black Mountain or Gray Soil Town, indicating that she wants to hide her identity. To this end, she has been consuming mental energy to maintain the night. Li Beitian has also been hiding his identity. Clearly a member of the Silent Court, he disguises himself as a bounty hunter and even acts separately from Xiaotong. This shows that hiding identities is likely a rule of the Silent Court. After all, as an organization that executes justice, they have too many enemies, which is understandable. The problem lies here. The real Xiaotong, even if she cannot maintain the night, will certainly use other methods to cover her face, such as the full-face sunscreen mask in her pocket. Previously, Bai Ye thought the mask was for sun protection, but now he realizes that it is meant to prevent unexpected situations and conceal her identity. If she had put on the mask before meeting Li Beitian, the latter wouldn't have suspected her easily, but now it's too late. However, the exposure is just right. Bai Ye doesn't want to be a spy. He needs help now. I am indeed not in Xiaotong, but I advise you not to shoot because this body is genuinely in Xiaotong, Bai Ye explained. Li Beitian still did not lower his guard. What do you mean? Sigh. Bai Ye secret. He really didn't want anyone to know this dark history unless necessary. I am Bai Ye. Li Beitian was taken aback. Who is Bai Ye? Bai Ye's face darkened. Xiao Bai. Li Beitian was instantly astonished. You are Xiao Bai, brother? How is that possible? Bai Ye unkindly recounted the details of their journey together, which finally convinced Li Beitian. However, he still did not lower his dual guns. Even if you were Xiao Bai, brother, what about Xiao Tong? Why have you turned into her appearance? Because of the divine forbidden object, the twin monkey statue. Bai Ye took out the twin monkey statue. See this thing, I found it while scavenging around the base. Who would have thought in Xiao Tong found the other half inside the base, and as a result, our souls swapped. Then why are you outside? What about Xiao Tong? Of course, I came out on my own, and Xiao Tong wanted to find me, and we missed each other. Don't say so much. Does your silent court have any means of soul transmission or mental links? Hurry up and contact her, let her come out. If she doesn't come out soon. I'm afraid she'll let me die in there. Li Beitian seemed to realize the urgency of the situation. He put away one gun, while the other gun was still pointed at Bai Ye. The silent court doesn't have such means. We can only confirm positions based on the dove ring in your hand. Now that the ring is with you, I can't contact Xiao Tong either. Bai Ye's face turned ugly. Then what are you dawdling for? Come in with me and find her. Li Beitian shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. Can we just call her out? Call? Bai Ye's eyes widened. Are you a tenor? In such a big place, you think you can just shout. Damn. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Beitian waved his hand at the empty space beside him, and instantly, a half-human high sound system appeared out of nowhere, complete with a microphone. No way, are you a machine cat? Bai Ye exclaimed. Earlier, when he saw Li Beitian pull out the Iron Spine Viper MK-03, he found it strange. Where did such a thick gun come from? Now he understood that Li Beitian was also an extraordinary being. Machine cat? Li Beitian looked at Bai Ye suspiciously. Xiao Bai, brother, don't casually give others nicknames. My ability is not a machine cat. Since you've seen it, I don't need to hide it anymore. You must have guessed it long ago. That's right, my extraordinary ability is Void Creation. Bai Ye blurted out. Ahem. Li Beitian almost choked on his breath. What nonsense! If I could create in the void, what kind of bounty hunter would I be? My extraordinary ability is other space, a space that can store items. Oh, Bai Ye instantly lost interest. What a garbage ability. ISNT this, just like the common storage rings in Xinsha novels? What kind of expression is that? Li Beitian's face darkened, angrily saying, although my extraordinary ability has no attack power, at least it's convenient. I can store a lot of weapons and ammunition, directly turning into a human armory. And I can also store plenty of food and drink, so I won't starve anywhere. The key is that stealing things won't be discovered. Bai Ye. Li Beitian turned on the sound system, picked up the microphone, brought it close to his mouth, and then took a deep breath, looking very serious. The pose was comparable to a KTV karaoke champion. Bai Ye quickly covered his ears, just as he thought Li Beitian was about to call in Xiao Tong. He unexpectedly turned his head and asked, Does Xiao Tong know you? Bai Ye felt a bit strange, but still nodded. Yes. He had met in Xiao Tong in Gray Soil Town before. At that time, she had even spied on him and invited him to join the silent court. That's good. Li Beitian took another deep breath. And then, Xiao Bai is here. A deafening sound erupted from the sound system. And Bai Ye could even see the sound waves visibly vibrating. The terrifying sound wave swept in all directions, momentarily silencing the sounds of battle and explosions in the experimental base, completely overshadowed by the four-word Xiao Bai is here. Bai Ye was stunned. What are you shouting for? Meanwhile, in the experimental base, Li Xiao, who was being chased by the experimental subjects, was momentarily stunned, the huge sound making his eardrums ache. Xiao Bai, that guy with the poison mouth, also came. If he is coming, let him come. Why is he making such a big deal about it? I thought this guy was sick before, and now it seems he really is a good seedling to become an extraordinary being. In another area, the blood-soaked Ming Hu and Yin Shi were constantly searching for anything resembling the Peng USB drive, but they were startled by the shout of Xiao Bai's ear. Xiao Bai? Who is Xiao Bai? I don't know, but from the name, it should be a cute girl. Yin Shi giggled. In the containment area of the divine forbidden objects, a man covered in armor was entangled with an experimental subject. Facing the claws of the experimental subject, his movements seemed a bit uncoordinated, as if he was not yet familiar with this body. Bang! The armored man was hit by the claws, flying backward and crashing against the wall, a streak of blood flowing down his silver mask. If it weren't for the armor he was wearing, this blow would have torn him in half. This body is still too weak. Huh? What strong recovery power. Chapter 93. What have you done to my body? X2 and Xiaodong was surprised to find that this frail body contained an unimaginable healing ability. Just now, the blow had clearly injured her internal organs. Yet in the blink of an eye, the injury began to heal. Little White is here. A sudden howl rang out, and Xiaodong's eyes flashed with a different color. It was Uncle Li's voice. Little White? It's Bai Ye. Little White is here. Little White is here. Li Beitian shouted until his voice was hoarse. He flipped his palm and took out a bottle of liquor, pouring it into his mouth. He casually tossed the microphone to Bai Ye. Brother Little White, shout a couple of times. My throat is bad from smoking too much. Your throat is still bad? Bai Ye rolled his eyes, took the microphone, and paused before saying, with such a loud voice, and Xiaodong must have heard it long ago. If she hasn't come out for a long time, she must be in danger. I need to go save myself. Xiaodong, is that you, Xiaodong? Li Beitian suddenly put down the liquor bottle, his face filled with surprise. Bai Ye looked in the direction of the voice and instantly felt delighted. I finally came out. A figure wrapped in black and silver armor slowly walked out of the large hole, holding a pure silver cross sword, with spots of blood on the armor, resembling a triumphant knight. It's me, Uncle Li. A calm voice echoed from beneath the silver-white mask. It really is you, Xiaodong. Only you would be so stubborn. I've said it so many times. Call me Brother Li, not Uncle. I'm getting old. Li Beitian quickly stepped forward. At this moment, the silver-white mask on Xiaodong's face slowly transformed into tiny silver-gray particles, dissipating in the wind, revealing a dirty yet handsome face. Her eyes resembled obsidian washed by mountain springs, shockingly bright, and the dust on her eyelashes couldn't hide the sparks of youth in her eyes. And Xiaodong looked at Bai Ye, and their eyes met, both filled with a strange color. It was clear that this was the first time they had examined themselves from an outsider's perspective. Bai Ye's expression became slightly peculiar, feeling a strange illusion of looking in a mirror. Not to mention, I look a bit more handsome than when looking in a mirror. And Xiaodong assessed her body. And when her gaze fell on the several dirty handprints on her black dress, her eyes narrowed. Bai Ye was also examining his body and suddenly noticed a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which made him tense. He didn't know what Xiaodong had done at the experimental base, hoping she hadn't caused any internal injuries. Being injured was a minor issue. What he feared most was that Xiaodong had encountered some strange forbidden item, which could lead to lasting repercussions. Both of them, sensing something was off, almost simultaneously questioned, "What have you done to my body?" X2, they were taken aback for a moment, and then Xiaodong's eyes turned cold, while Bai Ye's anger surged. And Xiaodong pointed at the dirty handprints on her dress. "What are these handprints on my dress?" Bai Ye pointed at the blood stain at the corner of her mouth. "What about the blood on my mouth?" The atmosphere gradually became strange, as their light brown eyes and obsidian-like pupils locked onto each other, neither willing to back down. And Xiaodong wasn't someone who easily got angry, provided her bottom line wasn't crossed. But the handprints on her dress proved that Bai Ye had touched her bottom line more than once. Why are there no handprints anywhere else? But only so many in that place. She could almost imagine what Bai Ye had done to her. Handprints? Bai Ye was slightly taken aback, looking down to notice a few handprints on the dress. He had slapped a bit too hastily, intending to hit her abdomen, but accidentally expanded the area. He realized he was being misunderstood, but before he could speak, a sharp sword light surged towards him. Bai Ye nimbly retreated, easily dodging the sword light. He shouted, "You occupied my body, and now you're attacking me?" As soon as he said that, he instinctively felt something was off. The wording sounded strange. And Xiaodong remained silent, her face cold as ice, vowing to kill this person who had sullied her. Bai Ye easily dodged, feeling as if he were being chased by a child. He even had the leisure to tease. And Xiaodong, think it through. You're not cutting me, you're cutting yourself. And Xiaodong stopped, seemingly angrier, her face cold, then raised the sword, pointing it at herself. Speak. What exactly did you do to me? Or don't blame me for being rude to your body. Bai Ye was provoked by Xiaodong's actions and directly grabbed his own neck, his face turning red from the grip. If you dare to harm yourself with the sword, do you believe I'll just strangle myself? The two of them stood off, swords drawn. Li Beitian, watching from the side, felt his scalp tingle. Sensing the scene was indescribably bizarre. You two, don't rush to harm yourselves. The urgent thing is to switch back first. No way. Bai Ye immediately opposed. If I switch back now, this crazy woman will definitely kill me the moment I do, unless she swears. And Xiaodong tightly gripped the pure silver cross sword, coldly saying, You sullied my purity. Even if I die, I will kill you. Who the hell sullied your purity? Why are you slandering me? Don't look like I have that capability right now. Then were those handprints? Libatian felt a headache coming on and quickly ran between them. You two? Stop arguing. There must be a misunderstanding here. Let's sit down and talk it through slowly. If we keep stalemating like this, what if the twin monkey statue has a time limit and we can't switch back for a lifetime? As soon as he said this, both of their faces changed slightly. Neither of them wanted to stay in these bodies forever. Under Libatian's mediation, the two of them finally managed to communicate somewhat peacefully. After a moment, as Bai Ye and Xiaotong finished recounting their experiences in the experimental base, they both felt relieved. Bai Ye, so it was internal injuries from the experimental subject. As long as it wasn't from a forbidden item, that's fine. And Xiaotong, so it was to retain the lost memory fragments. As long as it wasn't about lifting my skirt, that's fine. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, they still couldn't see eye to eye. One blamed the other for injuring their body, while the other blamed the first for smearing them. Then, the three of them started staring at each other. So, how do we switch back? Libatian looked at the half of the twin monkey statue in each of their hands, troubled. Let's try to combine the two monkeys. And Xiaotong suggested. She took the monkey statue from Bai Ye's hand and began to connect them. The two laughing monkeys, which were hugging each other, finally embraced together. Do we switch back? Libatian asked, slightly nervous. Bai Ye and Xiaotong looked at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. No. X2 hee. You two are quite in sync. Libatian chuckled, only to receive two sharp glares like blades. He awkwardly smiled. Let's think of another way. Brother Little White, you just said you found the list of forbidden items, right? Does it have the information on the twin monkey statue? Chapter 94, Another 10 Kings. Silent Court Judge Bai Ye directly reached out his hand to Xiaotong. And Xiaotong glanced at him and asked, what for? The list of forbidden objects. Of course it's with you, since I found it. Bai Ye looked at her with disdain, thinking how could this crazy woman be so stupid? Throw it away. And Xiaotong said calmly, throw it away? Where did you throw it? Bai Ye widened his eyes. With the garbage you picked up, she replied. What did you say? What do you mean garbage? That's the crystallization of technology from the civilized era. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Libatian hurriedly stopped them. It's more important to get our bodies back. No one is coming here anyway. It must still be here. I'll go find it. Not long after, he returned with a pile of garbage. Clang. The garbage was thrown at their feet. Bai Ye rummaged through it for a while and finally found the burnt list of forbidden objects. He flipped to the page with the twin monkey statue and pointed, look. This is all the information on 169. The containment method has long been burned away. Only the difficulty of containment is noted as. Libatian and Xiaotong studied it for a long time, but ultimately found no solution. The three of them exchanged blank stares. If it doesn't work, we should leave Black Mountain first and go back to the Silent Court to find the judge. He must have a way. Libatian's suggestion was met with a simultaneous refusal from the other two. No. X2. Bai Ye glared at Xiaotong fiercely, thinking, why does this woman always mimic what I say? He absolutely could not leave Black Mountain now because he had not yet obtained the Pangi USB drive. Without the Pangi USB drive, who would deal with Bai Ye? He had already offended Bai Ye greatly. And only by obtaining the Pangi USB drive could he find a way to contain Bai Ye, just like the people at the shelter who locked Bai Ye up. Otherwise, he would eventually be hunted down for revenge. At the very least, it could be used as a weapon. Otherwise, where would he find so many computers after leaving Black Mountain? Uncle Lee, we can't go back now. We must destroy the Pangi USB drive before Yang Jie finds it. Or it will be too late, and Xiaotong said calmly. Damn it, this crazy woman, and Xiaotong, wants to put me in danger by thinking of destroying the Pangi USB drive. The Pangi USB drive is the crystallization of wisdom from the civilized era. Why does your silent court want to destroy it? Bai Ye asked, and Xiaotong exchanged a glance with Libatian. After a moment of silence, and Xiaotong finally spoke. Because the Pangi USB drive will destroy all of humanity. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you know how the great catastrophe occurred? Is it related to the Pangi USB drive? And Xiaotong shook her head. To be precise, it's related to technology. In the civilized era, human technology had developed to unimaginable levels. But the human heart is an abyss of desire. No matter how advanced technology became, it could not fill that void of desire. So they began to study some forbidden fields, attempting to transcend. Transcend? Bai Ye was somewhat confused. What the hell is transcendence? Transcend the mundane, enter higher dimensions, and then gain eternal life. comprehending all origins and secrets of the world. Isn't that ascending dimensions? Bai Ye instantly realized humans are three-dimensional beings limited by three-dimensional rules, inherently subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. But if they ascend to 4 dimensions, it would be different. 3 dimensions consist of length, width, and height, while 4 dimensions add a time dimension. Becoming a 4-dimensional being means transcending time. To them, time is no longer ethereal but exists as tangibly as length, width, and height. They're no longer limited by time and naturally attain eternal life. Li Beitian and Xiaodong looked at him in surprise, not expecting this wasteland youth to articulate such profound theories. The judge said similar things before. I didn't expect you, little Bai, to understand these as well. Li Beitian said in amazement. Who is the judge? He knows as much as I do, Bai Ye said without a hint of modesty. And Xiaodong said calmly, the judge is the creator of the silent court and also one of the 10 kings. The 10 kings? Another 10 king. No wonder the silent court is so arrogant, daring to act on behalf of heaven and kill those who are extremely guilty everywhere. It turns out they have the 10 kings as their backing. And then? Did researching forbidden fields lead to the great catastrophe? The specific details have long been lost in the river of history, but generally speaking, it was due to the endless research and exploration of forbidden fields by people of the old era that led to the great catastrophe. Now you understand why we must destroy the Pangi USB drive, right? Bai Ye nodded. I understand. Since the Pangi USB drive is the crystallization of wisdom from the old era, it must contain research on forbidden fields. You are worried that this research will fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, causing immeasurable disasters, so you want to destroy it. Exactly. Bai Ye sighed and said earnestly, I'm not saying you guys are extreme, but your silent court is indeed a bit extreme. The problem isn't the research results of forbidden fields, but the human heart. It's like someone using a gun to kill. You can't blame the sin on the gun, right? So if you really want to enforce justice and maintain world peace, you should kill all the people, not destroy all the guns. After all, if the guns are gone, people can be recreated. Only when people are gone is it truly gone. And Xiaodong, Li Beitian, cough cough. Li Beitian tactically coughed. Let's not discuss enforcing justice for now. We should first talk about how you two are going to switch back. Little Bai, I see your eloquence is extraordinary. You must have some good ideas, right? Bai Ye furrowed his brow and stroked his chin, thinking, don't touch my face. And Xiaodong said expressionlessly, okay, then I'll touch my own. After saying that, Bai Ye directly reached out to touch in Xiaodong's face. And Xiaodong, clang. The pure silver cross sword sprang out of its sheath. Li Beitian hurriedly pressed down on the sword hilt, anxiously saying, I'm really fed up with you two. Can you stop messing around? Let's talk about how to switch back later. I've thought of a method, Bai Ye exclaimed, instantly capturing the attention of the two. What method? Li Beitian asked eagerly. Bai Ye deliberately stroked his chin and said, the containment difficulty of 169 is, which means the method should be very simple. Based on my years of experience, the answer might be right in the literal sense. What is it, little Bai? Stop keeping us in suspense. The literal meaning. It's so obvious. Look at the number of the twin monkey statue. Li Beitian was taken aback and murmured, Number 1, 6. Hey,